Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Sea Circle Calendar 1519, East Blue. On the boundless sea, a ship drifts with the waves. Or, to be more precise, a special houseboat. The ship has a deck, a mast, and sails, and a house. There is a unique symbol in the center of the house, the sails and the flag on the top of the mast. It's not the pirate skull flag, but the guild logo. The name of the ship, Fairy Tale. Guild name, Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale of the One Piece world. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the windows and sprinkles all over the ground. Suyu sat calmly on the comfortable fur chair. In front of his eyes, there is a panel that only he can see. Fairy Tale LV5. President, Suyu. Lost Magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic 100%. Dragon Slayer Mystery has been unlocked. Thunder Dragon King Mode to be unlocked. Guild members, S-Level Mage Fairy Queen Erza, S-Level Receptionist Demon Mirajan. 33% from the next level. Fairy Tale System, this is Suyu's portable cheat. 3 months ago, Suyu came to this world. Awaken the Fairy Tale system. Create a Fairy Tale guild. As long as you continue to complete the commission, you can upgrade the guild. At the same time, you can also randomly obtain the magical power of the Fairy Tale world and summon the partners of the Fairy Tale guild. Also, the system also thoughtfully prepared a gift package for beginners. What Suyu got from it was the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Rank Wizard Laxus template. After 3 months of hard work, Suyu's Thunder Dragon slaying magic is almost complete. The Fairy Tale Guild ship was also built. Besides, what satisfies Suyu most is that he is no longer alone. In the past 3 months, he has continuously completed commissions and upgraded the guild, which allowed him to obtain 2 partners. Fairy Queen Erza. One of the S-class mages in Fairy Tale. Also one of the protagonists. Extraordinary combat power. What's more important is to have the power of idealism. Once the chest cloth is worn and the BGM sounds, it won't work for anyone. And the Devil Mirajan. Also an S-class mage from Fairy Tale. The character is even more gentle, sweet, and white-haired. Simply a man's dream lover. Certainly. The most important thing, whether it is Erza or Mirajane, their favorability towards Suyu through summoning is 100% full from the very beginning. This means Suyu is their most important person. No matter what Suyu asks for, they will give it. Even the extraordinarily rude request in that respect. President. A sweet girl's voice sounded. Mirajane, a beautiful white-haired girl in a white dress, brought a glass of fine wine to Suyu. Suyu embraced it with a big hand, and brought it into his arms amidst the girl's tender voice. President, it's still daytime, please wait until night. Mirajane's pretty face was reddish, and her voice was thin and weak. That's right, then simply feed me. Suyu smiled slightly. Mirajane sighed. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it down, then leaned over. 3 minutes later. Jingle bell. The guild bell rang. Break the good vibe here. Why did you choose this time? Suyu frowned in dissatisfaction. President, you must actively treat every job entrustment, this is what you said. Mirajane reacted quickly, she had already left Suyu, and said solemnly. Yes, yes, go and prepare for the reception. Suyu shook his head and agreed. The endless sea. A small fishing boat without even a cabin was ups and downs in the wind and waves, as if it might capsize at any time, but it has always been steady. Being able to do this can only show that the manipulator of the boat is a very good navigator. He has a keen observation and precise judgment on the current and wind direction. If anyone sees it, it is bound to be a shocking discovery. It is not some senior seaman who possesses such superb navigation skills. It was a girl, a girl with orange hair who was 16 or 17 years old. "Ah, I found it!" At a certain moment, the orange-haired girl Nami exclaimed in surprise. Through the binoculars, she saw the houseboat on the sea not far away. There is no mistake, that symbol is the entrusted guild that has been active in East Blue recently, Fairy Tail. Nami clenched his fists, feeling a little nervous in his heart. The first time I heard Fairy Tail was a month ago. Stealing at the reception of the upper class. Nami learned of the existence of Fairy Tail from the reception staff. Know that this is an organization dedicated to helping others solve problems. Certainly. The premise is to pay a certain amount of money. At first, Nami just thought this was some new money fraud organization and didn't care. He was even thinking about when to sneak in and make a fortune. However, within the past month, by chance, she came into contact with several villages that had cooperated with Fairy Tail. From the gaudy descriptions of the villagers, Nami felt that his initial judgment was wrong. This guild named Fairy Tail seems to be unusual. 3 days ago, after hearing that the overlord of East Blue, the Creek Pirates, was also overthrown by Fairy Tail, Nami finally made up his mind. She wants to try it. Try sending a quest to Fairy Tail. Seeking a glimmer of hope for Kokoyasi village and the 20 surrounding villages. Looking at the big ship in front of him, Nami took a deep breath and rang the service bell on the side of the ship. Jingle Bell. Chapter 2. Miss, this way please, the president is already waiting. The white-haired beautiful girl Mirajane opened the door of the office and made a gesture of invitation to Nami. Thanks. Nami nodded and stepped in. What do you want to entrust? Suyu turned the swivel chair gracefully. I just finished asking. He couldn't help frowning slightly. He already recognized the orange-haired girl in front of him. This is also a matter of course. As a traverser, how could he fail to recognize the girl in front of him? A member of the protagonist group Straw Hat Crew. Nami, the genius navigator, the pilfering cat. And for what Nami came here for. He already knows it all. It's time to eradicate the evil dragon gang. Feel Suyu's sharp eyes suddenly. Nami's delicate body trembled, and panic arose in her heart. Don't be nervous, miss, have a sip of tea, and then tell us your commission. Mirajane handed over a cup of hot tea and spoke softly. Nami took a sip of tea and collected himself. Immediately, he unreservedly told the story of Arlong and his gang's troubles. How could this be? It's too much. The kind-hearted Mirajane's pretty face was moved, and she looked at Nami with sympathy and affection. Please, please drive Arlong and his gang out of Kokoyasi village and East Blue, this is my commission. Nami bowed solemnly to request. So, what about the reward? How much commission did you prepare? Suyu asked. 1 million berry. Nami said. Of course she could come up with more. But at first, she didn't know the details of this guild. It is not clear whether Suyu will be able to deal with Arlong. Second, if you explain the truth as soon as you come up, there will be less room for bargaining. At last, although it is hearsay, Nami heard that Suyu took over the commission to solve the East Blue Overlord Creek, and only received 10,000 berry as a reward. Compared with 10,000 berry, the 1 million berry given by myself is already high enough. Only. Miss Nami, 1 million berry, don't you think this remuneration is slightly inconsistent with what you entrusted? Suyu looked at Nami with a half-smile. He knows about Nami's property of being a money fan. Arlong's problems, of course, have to be addressed. But before that, it is also necessary to beat this little money fan properly. I also know the danger of this entrustment. President Su, you just say, as long as you can get rid of Arlong and his gang, no matter what the price is, I'm willing to pay. Nami gritted his teeth and said firmly. In that case, then I'm not going to be polite, I want this number. Seoyu smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 million. Nami said. Seoyu shook his head. Then. 20 million. Nami asked tentatively. At this price, it was barely within her acceptable range. However, Seoyu still shook his head. It can't be 200 million. The corners of Nami's mouth twitched. This offer was slightly beyond her expectations. But, gritting his teeth, he was still able to cope. However, it was beyond Nami's expectations. Seoyu still shook his head. Made his own offer. 2 billion, a village of 100 million, I will make Arlong and his gang disappear from this world. Seoyu said seriously. Nani? 2 billion. Nami stood up awkwardly. I shouted robbery in my heart. Mirajane's beautiful eyes widened unexpectedly. Obviously also frightened by Seoyu's offer. In the work entrusted so far, she learned that Seoyu was not keen on the reward for the commission. If you have money, get more, if you don't have money, get less. Sometimes even a meal will do. It's like a commission from Creek, the overlord of the East Blue. What Nami learned was that the reward was 10,000 berry. But actually all Seoyu wanted was a glass of water and a bowl of rice. But right now, for the girls who suffered the same misery, Seoyu gave a sky-high price of 2 billion. Although she didn't know why, Mirajane had 100% trust in Seoyu, knowing that he must have his own considerations for this move, so she didn't say much. How about it, Ms. Nami? My quotation is indeed a little high, but it's definitely worth it. Seoyu smiled. Nami bit her red lips tightly, without saying a word. A village of 100 million baileys. This is also within her acceptable range. Because she originally wanted to buy Kokoyasi village from Arlong with 100 million baileys. If Seoyu proposes 100 million, she may hesitate a little and then agree. But right now it's 2 billion. Not just Kokoyasi village. Instead, 20 villages were tied together. This is far beyond her ability. You must know that she has worked hard to save money for so many years. There is still a long way to go before the small goal of 100 million. 2 billion, this is an impossible task. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Nami pursed her lips, ready to leave. Don't give up in a hurry. The guild supports installment payment. The down payment is 1 berry, and the rest can be paid back slowly by working part-time. It just so happens that I am still short of a few manpower. Seoyu smiled. Oh. Mirajane was stunned. She finally knew the real reason for Seoyu's outrageous offer. The feeling is that he fell in love with the little girl and wanted to keep her. Whether you want to continue entrusting, you can think about it slowly, Myra, send Miss Nami to rest. Seoyu said. Yes, President. Mirajane complied. After a few minutes, Mirajane, who settled Nami, returned to Seoyu. Looking at Seoyu with beautiful big eyes, her small mouth puffed up slightly. What's wrong? Seoyu stroked Mirajane's little head. Humph, the president is really playful, he obviously already has us. Mirajane said. Jealous. The smile on Seoyu's face became more intense. Who is jealous? Mirajane denied it flusteredly, her eyes flickering. Ha. Seoyu embraced her with a big hand, and lovingly brought Mirajane into her arms. You think too much, Myra, I want to keep Nami for the future development of the guild. Seoyu said seriously. Real? Mirajane looked suspicious. Certainly. Seoyu said seriously. As I said, I will be going to the Grand Line soon, the weather there is changeable, and it will be difficult to move without a good navigator. Nami is the talent we are looking for. Miss Nami is a navigator. Ordinary people can't sail alone at sea. It seems to be too. Myra nodded slightly. So, where are we going next? Shall we meet Erza first? No need, go directly to Kokoyasi village. Suyu said. Chapter 3. 2 billion. Bandit. Robbery. How about good quality and low price? What about the good old man? Why come to me? 2 billion, I can't save that much even if I work till I die. Nami in the fairy tale guild room wanted to cry but could not stop complaining and slandering in her heart. But there are benefits to being expensive. If you can really solve Arlong's group and save everyone, no matter how much you pay, it will be worth it. But what does the installment payment that the president said mean? Let me work here to pay back the money. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the little thief, Nami. The next day. Until 9 o'clock in the morning. Nami finally walked out of the room with a pair of panda eyes. Good morning, Miss Nami. Mirajane delivered a delicious breakfast with a smile. Thank you, Miss Myra. Nami said thanks. Chatted with Mirajane one after another. From Mirajane's mouth, Nami is more certain about one of her conjectures. Where is President Suyu? Where is the president now? After breakfast, Nami made up her mind. The president's words are already waiting for you on the deck. Mirajane said. Nami nodded lightly, and immediately pushed the door out, walking behind Suyu. How are you thinking? Miss Nami, you don't have much time left. Suyu stared ahead without looking back, and spoke calmly. Nami was taken aback. Look around. The pupils of the beautiful eyes shrank suddenly. Until Suyu reminded. It was only then that she finally discovered that this was a sea area she was all too familiar with. Far away, a tiny black spot can be seen. That is her hometown, Kokoyasi village. This moment, Nami knows. Suyu is definitely not trying to scam her out of money. It's not like trying to scare her off with a sky-high price of 2 billion. Suyu dispelled all the worries in Nami's heart with practical actions. Nami took a deep breath, ready to put all his eggs in one basket. President Suyu, please help me expel the Arlong gang. Nami took out a berry coin from his pocket and handed it to Suyu. Your commission, I take it. Suyu smiled slightly and took Nami's coin. At this time, clatter. The sea surged. A huge manatee broke through the sea and stopped in front of Fairy Tale. That's the sea beast raised by Arlong's gang, Manatee Mu. Nami was startled, his pupils shrank suddenly. Just wanted to sound a reminder. Next second, Suyu pointed his finger down. Click. Kin Gold's lightning flashed. The Manatee Mu was burnt black on the spot and sank into the sea. Under Nami's shocked and dull expression, Fairy Tale is on full throttle and headed straight for Arlong land. In a minute. Boom. The sea gate of Arlong's paradise was knocked open. The Murlocs who had a wanton banquet for fun in the early morning suddenly turned pale with fright. Who is it? Who is so bold? Don't you know this is our territory? No matter who you are, you dare to disturb our banquet, you will die today. The Murlocs cursed angrily. Listening to the abuse of the Murlocs, Nami, who was immersed in the shock, was shocked and finally recovered. The resentment and anger accumulated in my heart for many years burst out at this moment. Arlong. Nami plucked up the courage to stand on the bow of the boat and shouted angrily. Nami? Am I reading that right? That's Nami. Boss Arlong, Nami drove that boat. Hey, Nami, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you do this? You know the consequences, right? Facing the anger and threats from the Murlocs, Nami remained unmoved and just stared at Arlong. Arlong, I've had enough. What you've done to me, to Kokoyasi village, will end today. You won't be allowed to do whatever you want. Nami shouted decisively. Hearing this, the audience was silent at first, and then burst into deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. did I hear you right? Just because you, a weak human being, still want to take revenge on us. Hey, Nami, it's fine if we can't listen to this sentence, traitors can only die. Brother Arlong, since Nami said so, how about we kill everyone in this village in front of her today? Good idea, I agree. The pompous stupid murlocs laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. On the beach chair, the sawtooth shark and Arlong laughed and stood up. Nami, since you dare to say this, it seems that you have found a backer. Arlong's eyes fell on the fairy tale symbol. Brother Arlong, that seems to be a guild that's been active in East Blue recently. I remember it's called Fairy Tale. The Murloc Cotter said in a deep voice. Fairy Tale, I don't know what a great backer, and this is the end? Nami, a shrewd woman like you will be deceived, and it is really stupid to believe that an unknown guy can defeat me. The Murloc Arlong sneered and sneered. Nami looked determined, unwavering. After witnessing the scene of Suyu killing the sea beast in seconds, she no longer has the slightest doubt about Suyu's strength. Although I don't know what this man promised you to make you do such a rebellious thing, but I don't know if you can still be like this when I throw his head in front of you. Arrogant. Murloc Arlong stared at Suyu beside Nami, grinning cruelly. However, next second, Murloc Arlong's pupils shrank suddenly. Because Suyu, who was locked in his sight, suddenly disappeared. Chi. Kin Gold's lightning flashed. Suyu has already come to Arlong. The huge oppressive force made Arlong back unconsciously. After he realized that he was actually intimidated by the weak humans, Arlong couldn't help but become angry from embarrassment. Was that your last word before? Suyu said indifferently. A hole, you're just a mere person. Arlong grabbed the peak-cutting sawtooth sword at the side, but he didn't raise his hand, and he didn't finish his sentence. Chi. Electric arcs flickered through Suyu's hair. Suyu raised his right hand and swung it down lightly. Boom. Rumble. What resounded through the sky was the roar of thunder. Brighter than the sun, a thunder beam of golden and crimson interlaced fell from the sky and landed on the Murloc Arlong. In an instant, everything stops for Murloc Arlong. Whether it is action, speech, or life. His body turned into a coke-like color, and then shattered on the spot, turning into a piece of slag. Enel, the thunder fruit-capable user in this world, can't kill people with lightning, but Suyu can. Chapter 4. Thunder. The most violent elemental power in the world. In terms of attack power, it should be number 1. People with thunder fruit abilities in this world can't be killed by electricity. But Suyu's lightning dragon slayer magic is different. Treat pure evil like Arlong. Suyu directly cast the strongest dragon slayer thunder. No mercy at all. At the fingertips, the Murloc Arlong was wiped out. Under the power of Ultimate's thunder, his body turned into coke and shattered all over the place. This sudden and shocking scene made everyone in the room dumbfounded. I don't know how long it has been. Deadly, dead. Brother Arlong, brother is dead. Brother was killed by that human. Monster. That guy is a monster. Run. Run away. With their backs against Arlong, the tyrannical Murlocs immediately scattered like a tree falling, and fled in all directions. If I let you escape, the name of Fairy Tale will be ashamed. Suyu said lightly. While speaking, his fingers glow. Lightning bomb. One after another, tiny lightning bombs flew out from his fingertips. Boom. Rumble. Horrible explosions sounded into pieces. In an instant, Arlong Paradise is a charred ruin. One after another, charred Murloc corpses were scattered. Humans, do you really want to kill us all? The Murloc Cotter Kruby suppressed his fear and stopped drinking sharply. When you rely on your own force to oppress goodness and act recklessly here, you should have thought that such a day would come. Su said indifferently. BD, Murloc Karate, 4000. Click. A golden light flashed. Murloc Cotter Crow Obi, dead. Another iron gun Murloc Cotter Jew trembled in fear. Not daring to have the slightest thought of resistance, he jumped into the sea without looking back. The other dozen or so surviving Murlocs followed suit. The sea is their domain. No matter how strong humans are, they cannot chase them in the sea. This is a deep-rooted idea in the hearts of the Murlocs. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed true. Only today is different. Su submerged one hand in the water. Things like electric fish are forbidden in my original world, but Chi-chi. Rumble. A golden arc shrouded the sea area thousands of meters away from Fang Yuan. Countless large and small sea fish turned white and floated above the sea. At the same time, there were more than a dozen Murlocs who had escaped. The Murloc group that ruled this sea area for 8 years and wantonly exploited the poor people has now disappeared. On the bow of Fairy Tail, Nami was holding on to the rails of the boat with both hands, staring wide-eyed, watching the end of the Murlocs without blinking. Arlong is dead, and the Murlocs who oppressed them are dead. Belle-Mel's vengeance has been avenged. The village is free. This moment. In Nami's life, the haze that lasted 7 years has all dissipated. 7 years of grievances poured out at this moment. Nami, who took off her strong disguise, burst into tears like a child. Miss Nami, it's all right. Mirajane gently hugged Nami into her arms and comforted her softly. Cry, cry, it will be fine after you cry. Su returned to the boat. Myra, I will leave the aftermath work here to you temporarily, I will go out for a while. President, hasn't Nami's commission been completed? What else are you going to do? Mirajane asked puzzled. No. It's not done yet. Su shook his head calmly. The voice fell. His figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Murloc Arlong and his gang have indeed been executed. But collaborating with Arlong and his gang, the marine scum, Colonel Rat, is still on the loose. In Su's mind, Nami is already a member of Fairy Tail. Everyone in Fairy Tail is the most important friends and family. No matter who makes a move on Fairy Tail, there will be a price to pay. East Blue. Marine 166 Branch. Wow, ha 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 ha. The Mouse-eyed branch colonel laughed wantonly. Looking at the accumulation in the vault, he couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Since working with the Murloc Arlong gang, he just bid farewell to the difficult life of living on a meager salary. All the way to the sky, and lived the life of a rich man. Although I know that as a marine, collaborating with pirates is a serious crime. Once exposed, they will be sent to military courts. But the mountains are high and the Emperor is far away. In the back country of East Blue. As long as he doesn't say anything, his subordinates don't say anything. How would the big shots in the headquarters know? He has already managed the entire 166 branch, from top to bottom. All of them are their cronies, and as a community of interests, they will never inform. A better life is constantly beckoning to them. Colonel Mouse twirled his mouse-like beard, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, next second, his body trembled suddenly. The bright future is shrouded by the scene of hell for no reason. The haze of death follows like a shadow. What's the matter? Colonel Mouse suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed out the door. Suddenly raised his head, a figure brighter than the sun stood in the sky, like a god coming to the dust. This place is rotten to the root, rotten to the point where it stinks. Since you can't see it from the marine, let me help you. Su said coldly. Quarter of an hour ago. He has already arrived here. 166 branches have been thoroughly investigated. From Colonel Mouse to ordinary sailors, no one has been wronged. That being the case, Su naturally doesn't need to show any mercy. The violent stream of lightning particles continuously gathered in his palm. In the end, it turned into a highly concentrated ball of lightning. Thunder! Wait a minute, who the hell are you? This is Marine Base, you, what are you trying to do? Colonel Mouse yelled in horror. So you didn't pay any attention to it. In a flash, the ball of thunder and lightning fell. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 5 East Blue Kokoyaksi Village. A thunderstorm in Arlong Park naturally alarmed the villagers. On Suyu's way to the Marine 166 branch, the village representatives headed by the village police officer Jian and Nami's sister Nyokijo also rushed to Arlong Paradise, waiting to see the mess all over the place. Jian, Nyokijo, and others couldn't help being surprised. What shocked them even more was the presence of Nami. Nami, why are you here? Arlong, did they do something to you? Did you get hurt? The police officer Jian, who has always regarded Nami as his daughter, asked questions anxiously. Nami, it's all right, my sister is here. Nyokijo even hugged Nami and comforted her softly. I'm fine, Nakajo, it's over, Arlong, they're all dead, we're free. Nami shook his head, laughing through tears. It's fine. It's fine. Noki patted Nami on the back. Immediately afterwards, the whole person froze suddenly. What? Nami, you just said that Arlong is dead? Is this true? Nyokijo's voice raised an octave unconsciously. Without waiting for what Nami said. This is. These are Murloc corpses. The Murlocs are all dead. The villagers who discovered the identity of the scorched object on the ground couldn't help screaming. Nami, what the hell is going on here? Feng Jian asked nervously. Nami turned her head and glanced at the fairy tale ship behind her. All thanks to Fairy Tale. Grand Line. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. What? The East Blue 166 branch was taken? Who did it? Marshal Sengoku's horrified roar will echo in the headquarters building. Even if it's just a small base of the Four Seas branch, its elimination is definitely not a trivial matter. Except for casualties. More importantly, this is a challenge to Marine's majesty. If it is not handled properly, it will seriously affect Marine's prestige in the hearts of the public. According to the evidence left behind at the scene, and the information provided by the surrounding witnesses, the culprit is probably this man, that's right, Suyu, the leader of the Fairy Tale Guild who has recently gained fame in East Blue. Naval Headquarters Commodore Brandon sent the sorted materials to Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku, I heard something happened to East Blue, do I need to go back? At this moment, a carefree voice came from outside the door. If you go in the past, it will only make the situation more complicated. Another cold, wise voice followed closely behind. Little Crane, why do you say that? Ignoring the grumbling gaze of Marine Hero Garp, Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Enrayli walked into the Marshal's office. These are all the information about Fairy Tale. I have noticed them 3 months ago. According to my investigation, they are not pirates. They are closer to an organization like the Bounty Hunters Guild. By accepting other people's entrusted to earn rewards, so far they. Vice Admiral Crane told everything he had found about Fairy Tale. It also includes the inference that the chairman Suyu may be a Logia Thunder Fruit capable person. Nani. Logia Thunder Fruit ability. This terrifying ability has not appeared for many years. Even the hero Garp couldn't help being taken aback. Zayahi, what do you mean, are they a just organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the sea? If that's the case, why would they do such a thing? Marshal Sengoku sent several photos to Vice Admiral Crane. The screen is a live photo of the attack on the East Blue 166 branch. The entire 166 branch has disappeared without a trace. Everyone, including Colonel Mouse, was left with no bones left. There is only a huge pothole hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan. The organization that accepts the entrustment to get paid is really pure. They can accept the entrustment of the poor to eradicate pirates, and they can also accept the entrustment of thieves to attack us marine. As long as the money is in place, we can do anything. After all, this so-called fairy tale guild is just like those in the dark world. They are all guys with no bottom line. Sengoku makes his own judgment. Wait a minute, Sengoku, there may be some reason behind this, and it needs to be adjusted. No matter what the reason is, doing this kind of thing is the biggest challenge to our marine, and we will never tolerate it. Marshal Sengoku said firmly. Well. Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral he sighed. Speaking of this. She has nothing more to say. So, how much reward do you plan to offer this man? Vice Admiral Crane asked. 80 million. Chapter 6. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky. Huge hot air balloons go with the wind. There are 5 large characters written on the body of the hot air balloon, World Economic News. This is the headquarters of the World Economic Newspaper of the King of Journalism, Morgans. Wahahaha, the first reward is 80 million berry, another incredible monster has appeared in this sea. The News King Morgans laughed happily. The super rookie who broke into the New World unstoppably 2 years ago, the current captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, Rommel Kamaitachi who rose to fame this year, South Blues Captain Kidd, West Blues Gangster Beeg, North Blue Magician Hawkins. Combined with East Blue, the Dark Horse newcomer who offered a reward of 80 million for the first time, and more new eras emerging, I have a strong premonition that earth-shattering events may happen in this era. President Morgans, here is the information you want about Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale. A club member sent a stack of materials to Birdman President Morgans. Let me see, what is the so-called fairy tale? Nani, a person with lightning ability? Could it be the thunder fruit ability that can be honored in Logia? If this is the case, the initial reward of 80 million is also reasonable among them, that ability deserves this reward. Morgans, who glanced at the relevant information for the first time, couldn't help being stunned. What? Besides the thunder fruit ability user, there is actually a great swordsman? And also the Yujian technique in Legendary. President and President. Another member rushed into the President's office holding a document. Just now, our East Blue branch received an anonymous report that the Colonel Mouse of the East Blue Marine 166 branch colluded with the Murlocs and Dragons to bully men and women, and persecuted 20 villages including Kokoyasi village. 8 years. Nani. And this thing? Wahahaha, it's getting more and more interesting, East Blue? Worth my trip. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. The whale ship Moby DK. Hey, Ace, I remember that you seem to be from East Blue. Sage, the captain of the 4th Division, waved the newspaper in his hand. Yeah, what's wrong? The pockmarked young man who was feasting had a mouthful of food in his mouth, and said vaguely. An amazing newcomer has appeared in East Blue, and the first reward is 80 million berry. Sage said in amazement. Nani. The first reward is 80 million. What the hell did this guy do? The team captains such as Jaws, Vista, Lakoyo, etc. were all interested. East Blue's powerful newcomer, is it Luffy? Has Luffy gone to sea early? Ace's eyes lit up. Probably not, Ace, you said that your brother is a Paramecia ability user, but this guy is a Logia just like you, and he is an incredible Logia. Guess what ability it is? Sage smiled mysteriously. Without waiting for Ace to say anything. What the hell is Logia? Tell me quickly, Captain Thatch. The fat black man growled with his big uneasy eyes open, his ugly face was full of tension. Teach, what happened to you all of a sudden? Ace looked suspicious. Okay, don't be secretive, Sachi, just announce it directly. First Team Captain Marco said. Ha, well, this man named Tsuyu, he is the strongest thunder fruit capable user in Logia. Sage, captain of the 4th team, reveals the answer. Nani. Everyone in the Baituan couldn't help being surprised. But there are exceptions. What, it turned out to be thunder fruit, then it's fine. Blackbeard Teach heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and didn't care anymore. Lurking on Whitebeard's ship for decades. He has been waiting for a fruit. The most vicious dark fruit ability in Logia. So after hearing about the new Logia ability user, he will be nervous and uneasy about it. I'm afraid that dark fruit has already been preempted. Now that he knows that he is not a person with dark abilities, he is finally relieved. Not just the Whitebeard pirates. The $80 million bounty from East Blue is making waves around the world. And 3 hours after the 80 million reward was released. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Sengoku. Marine Chief Staff Vice Admiral Crane pushed open the door of the Marshal's office, his expression ugly. What's wrong? Zayahi. Marshal Sengoku was puzzled. The reason why that man attacked Branch 166 is already known. Vice Admiral Crane sent the latest investigation materials to him. Colonel Mouse of the East Blue 166 branch and the Murloc Arlong ganged up together, deceiving the upper and lower. Listen to Vice Admiral Crane's report. Marshal Sengoku's expression also couldn't help but sink. My intuition is correct. Fairy Tail is not a killer organization with no bottom line. Their actions are based on goodness, and there is a reason for everything they do. Vice Admiral Crane said excitedly. As early as 2 months ago. Noticed Fairy Tail. After noticing what they do again. Vice Admiral Crane has been paying attention. Assess their likelihood. Going to send them an invitation to join the Marine. However, at this juncture, the 166 branch incident occurred. Now, know that there is inside story about this incident. There may be room for maneuver. Vice Admiral Crane is bound to be pleasantly surprised. Only. So what if that's the case? Marshal Sengoku asked back. It's our fault for not being aware of the evil deeds of the 166th branch, but even if there are rats in the Marine, there is a court-martial to try it, and it's not something that anyone can handle without authorization. The Majesty of the Marine will never allow provocations. Marshal Sengoku said firmly. Even if this move might bring us a terrible enemy? Vice Admiral Crane asked. Marshal Sengoku was silent. Of course he is also aware of Vice Admiral's concerns. It's just that the reward orders issued are like water poured out. If the order changes day by day, Marine will lose all face. Chapter 7. 4 p.m. The sun was setting. The fiery red color reflects the sky and the earth. East Blue Koko Yaxi Village. The atmosphere of joy and excitement permeated. The haze that had shrouded the village for 7 years dissipated today. For the villagers of Kokoyasi village, today is the best day. The assembly square in the village was crowded with people and it was very lively. The banquet to celebrate the new life of the village is ready, just waiting for the protagonist to enter. Only. Haven't you come back yet? Miss Mirajane, where did the president go? President Tsuyu hasn't come back yet? We really want to thank him in person. Feng Chaijian and other villagers spoke one after another. Well, everyone, please stay safe, the president should be back soon. Mirajane just finished speaking. Only a bang was heard. There was a thunder in the distance. The villagers couldn't help but tremble with fright. The president is back. Mirajane smiled. Waiting for the villagers to react. Chi-chi. There was a flash of lightning. Silyu has already arrived at the assembly square. Looking at the handsome young man who suddenly appeared, the villagers of Kokoyasi village first looked at each other. Immediately, they rushed forward, and the wave of thanks directly overwhelmed Silyu. It wasn't until Nami intervened that the villagers' high emotions subsided a little. In the end, Aegean, Nyaki and other senior village representatives were left to accompany the wine. Mr. Silyu, thank you very much for your help. There is no way to repay your kindness. I offer you a toast. Nyoki Jo, with short blue hair, walked up to Silyu and drank from his glass. This is Nami's commission, I just did what I had to do. Silyu smiled and raised his glass. In the future, even if President Silyu wants me to go up the Mountain of Swords and down into the Sea of Fire, I will not hesitate to do so. Mr. Jian, who was full of scars after drinking too much, patted his chest and assured. Yes, yes, Mr. Jian, the President will not ask you to go down the Mountain of Swords and into the Sea of Fire. Nami smiled. Mr. Jian, everyone. At this moment, the uncle of the newsstand in Kokoyasi village, who was in charge of delivering the newspaper, suddenly screamed, waving today's newspaper in his hand. The rats of the 166th branch, the colonel rat who colluded with Arlong was killed. Nanny. The mice were killed too. Okay. It's really good. It's simply delightful. The villagers are all in high spirits. The distaste for the marine rats who are in the same boat as Arlong outweighs even the Arlong gang in a way. Unlike the excitement of the common villagers. Hear the news that the rats have been eradicated. Nami suddenly turned his head, and his eyes fell on Silyu immediately. She seems to have guessed where Silyu who disappeared during the day went. Could it be Chairman Silyu? Feng Jian and Nyoki Jo also reacted. And their conjecture was confirmed in the next second. After knowing that it was Silyu who killed Colonel Mouse, the huge assembly square was shrouded in a new round of frenzy. In addition to excitement and gratitude, Nami, Ajian, and Nyoki Jo couldn't help feeling guilty. It was all because of their affairs that Silyu became Marine's bounty criminal. It's just a mere reward, it doesn't matter at all, the important thing now is to celebrate the new life of the village, isn't it? Silyu smiled slightly, calmly. He didn't care a bit about being offered a reward. After all, it was a matter of time before he was offered a reward. But, President, didn't you tell Erza before that you should try not to conflict with Marine? Mirajane asked. I did say it, but it was aimed at the righteous people in Marine, excluding the moth rats in Marine. Besides, the most important point. Everyone in the guild is family. Fairy Tail absolutely does not allow others to bully family members. Can we tolerate the mouse that bullied Nami before continuing to get away with it? Silyu said. Of course not. Mirajane didn't hesitate. Family. Nami picked up the wine glass, her eyes flickered, and her pretty face raised a curve unconsciously. Drink 3 rounds. The dishes are delicious. Night fell. The banquet is over. Now, as a bounty criminal with 80 million yuan, Silyu naturally doesn't want to stay in Kokoyasi village for a long time. If it is known, it will inevitably bring trouble to the villagers. In the reluctant waving goodbye of the villagers, Fairy Tail drifts away. My wallet is missing. Me too. Could it be Nami? Where is that Nami girl? Goodbye, Nami. Be sure to go home and have a look. The villagers were all laughing and cursing. Let's go. Feng Jian felt lost. Don't worry, Nami has met the best partner, let's look forward to her wonderful life in the future. The blue-haired girl Nyoki Jo smiled slightly. This moment. Fairy Tail. Okay, now, Nami, you are also a member of Fairy Tail, welcome to join. Mirajane put away the magic seal. It's really incredible. Nami stared at his arms with wide-eyed surprise. The space originally occupied by the Arlong tattoo is now replaced by the symbol of Fairy Tail. The whole process is painless, one-click replacement. So, Nami, take a good rest tonight, and start working hard to pay off your debts tomorrow. Suyu smiled. Really, here we come again, President. I remember what you said, President, everyone in the guild is a family member, and family members still talk about money or not. Nami blinked slyly. Also, Ms. Myra has already told me that you want to go to the Grand Line and want me to be a navigator for Fairy Tail, President, so that's why you proposed that outrageous commission. Nami felt that he had everything figured out. However, no, Nami, there are still brothers and sisters who settle accounts between family members, so work hard. The remaining 1.999999999 berry is still waiting looking at you. Suyu said seriously. Why is this? Little money fan Nami's face suddenly collapsed. Ha ha ha. In the dead of night, Nami sits at the desk and writes the sailing diary. Looking at the fairy tale logo on his arm by the moonlight, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Mom. Belle-Mel, my second life is about to start. There must be infinite surprises waiting for me in the future. Nami closed the book and fell asleep peacefully. In sleep, Nami saw the vast stars in a daze, and the magical light flickered. As a member of Fairy Tail, how can you not be magic? Every member who has been admitted by Suyu and joined Fairy Tail can get a chance to awaken magic. This moment, the magic that Nami in her sleep is about to awaken is. Chapter 8. The next day. Early morning. Fairy Tail LV7. President, Suyu. Lost magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic 100%. Dragon Slayer mystery has been unlocked, Thunder Dragon King mode is to be unlocked. New magic, Gravity magic. Guild members, S-level Mage Fairy Queen Erza, S-level Receptionist Demon Mirajan, Little Thief Cat Nami. 82% to the next level. On the deck, Suyu stared at the sea dozens of meters away. Next second. Without warning, the sea suddenly collapsed. It seemed to be oppressed by an invisible heavy pressure. This is exactly the new power that the upgrade of the guild brings to Suyu. The completion of the Kokoyasi village event commission this time, coupled with the addition of the new member Nami, has brought a lot of upgrade points to the guild. The guild level directly jumped 2 levels and came to LV7. And guild upgrades will also bring new powers to Suyu. His Thunder Dragon Slayer magic quickly reached 100% full level during the upgrade of the guild. Suyu originally thought that this upgrade might bring his Thunder Slayer power to a new level, such as opening the Thunder Dragon King mode. However, Thunder Dragon King mode is obviously not easy to activate. The new magical power that this upgrade brings to Suyu is gravity. Although it's not the Thunder Dragon King, gravity magic is not bad either. Suyu clenched his fists, feeling the new magic power, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Except for the new magic. Companion summoning is also a reward for guild upgrades. After Erza and Mirajane, the third Fairy Tail member has also been summoned and has come to this world of pirates. Only, the initial landing point of the summoned partners is random, not fixed in the guild. Also, as for who was summoned, even Suyu, who is the president, is still unclear. Only after actually meeting, will they know and appear in the system panel. Everything about the new partner is still unknown. But the only thing Suyu knows is the location of the new partner. New partner at Grand Line Twin Point. Ooh. At this moment, the voice of the girl's surprise sounded from the guild. President and President. Driven by a huge surprise, Nami didn't even bother to wear shoes, and went to the deck barefoot. What's wrong? Nami. Myra stepped forward with a smile. Miss Myra, although I don't know what's going on, but I seem to have awakened some wonderful power. Miss Myra, do you know what's going on? Nami was so excited that he was incoherent. this is the benefit of joining Fairy Tail. Congratulations, Nami, from now on, you are also a wizard. Mirajane said. Mage. Nami scratched his head in bewilderment. So, Nami, what power have you awakened? Let's show it. Suyu smiled. He is also curious about what magic Nami can acquire. Nami nodded. My mind moved. A splendid magic circle is formed under its feet. Next second, Nami's clothes change. There is only one piece of black and white cow handwriting on the upper body. The lower body is a trendy dress with half trousers and half hot pants. There is also a love whip like a succubus tail in his hand. Seeing the transformation she had completed, Nami was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry, and hurriedly squatted down shyly. Is this a dress-up magic? Mirajane said. No. No, it's not a costume change, but Protoss magic. Suyu said. He is a time traveler. Naturally, the magic that Nami displayed at this moment is the most clear. Needless to say, the magic that Nami is matched with is exactly the Protoss magic of Lucy, the heroine of Fairy Tail. Protoss magic was originally an item-holding magic. The necessary magic tool is the Protoss key. After signing a contract with the Protoss to which the key belongs, they can use the key to open the door of the astral world to summon the Protoss to come out to fight. This is the fighting method of the Protoss mage under normal circumstances. But senior Protoss mages can transfer the power of Protoss to themselves. Summon a special star spirit clothing like a dress-up magic, and borrow the power of this kind of star spirit. The magic displayed by Nami at this moment is the Protoss cloth. And the star spirit clothes she obtained is the power of the zodiac sign Taurus. Listen to Suyu's narration. Nami forgot to be shy. Immerse yourself completely in the awareness and understanding of your new powers. The zodiac Taurus star spirit clothes. Nami clenched her little pink fist. I feel like now I have the strength to kill a cow with one punch. Nami, don't forget, you borrowed the power of Taurus. Mirajane reminded with a smile. Bah, I was wrong, it's not a cow, it's a sea king's, I can kill a sea king's with one punch. Nami hastily corrected. Well, that's right, the sea kings are here. Suyu raised his chin. 800 meters ahead. Huge sea kings are riding the wind and waves. Wow, I'm kidding. Nami's face collapsed. Even if you get the powerful power of Taurus, she is still a kitten at heart. Really fighting sea kings or something? I can't do it at all. Don't be nervous, Nami, the president doesn't really want you to fight the sea kings, besides, look carefully, that sea kings has already been dealt with. Mirajane laughed. Oh? Really? Nami was stunned for a moment, and only then realized it belatedly. In front of sea kings, there seems to be someone. That's our queen of Fairy Tail, Erza Chocolatito. Chapter 9. The magic motor boat speeds at high speed in the endless sea, bringing up spectacular waves. On the powerboat, a red-haired girl in silver and white armor stood facing the wind. The strong wind blew her long crimson hair, making her look even more heroic. She is Erza. Fairy Queen Erza. Suyu created the first companion summoned by the Fairy Tail Guild. Serious personality, forthright, with great enthusiasm for work. Like Mirajane, she is Suyu's right-hand man. President. Just when Nami was stunned, Erza jumped up and landed firmly on the deck. Apple Island, Potato Town, 7 other islands, exorcising bandits, beheading sea kings, pirates, all commissions have been completed, this is the mission feedback letter. Erza made the report seriously, and at the same time sent a stack of entrusted feedback to Suyu. As expected of Erza, Suyu couldn't help but praise. Thanks for your hard work, Erza, let's rest now. Mirajane smiled. Erza nodded. His gaze then fell on Nami. Feel Erza's majestic gaze. Nami's delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly. For the title of Fairy Queen. She has heard of it more or less. It's just that seeing 100 things is not worth seeing. Until now I have seen it with my own eyes. Nami was able to intuitively feel the power of Erza. Erza, this is Nami, our new partner from Fairy Tail. Mirajane quickly introduced. Well, I already know. Erza nodded. The first thing I noticed when I saw Nami was the fairy tale pattern on her shoulder. That's the sign of a partner. Hi, I'm Erza, and I'm also a member of Fairy Tail, please give me more advice in the future. Erza held out her hand to Nami. Yes, Miss Erza, please give me your advice. Nami reached out to respond. After a brief greeting, Erza's eyes fell on Suyu again. President, what's going on? Erza took out a brand new reward order. That was Suyu's 80 million reward order. Regarding the fact that the president of his family was suddenly offered a reward, Erza felt perplexed and even more resentful. Erza, let me tell you. Mirajane took the conversation and told everything. Nani? What's the matter? The self-proclaimed righteous marine joins forces with pirates. Even if this kind of scum dies 100 times, it's not an exaggeration. The president is clearly doing harm to the people, so why is he still being offered a reward? Erza spoke angrily. This is the rule of this world, Erza. Suyu raised his big hand, and gently rubbed the small head of Erza who was fuming. We just have to be ourselves and have a clear conscience, the judgment of others is irrelevant. I see. Erza nodded. Immediately, he walked in front of Nami again. Gudong. Nami swallowed nervously. He didn't wait to say anything. Erza's iron hands fell on her shoulders. Then he took Nami violently into her arms. Only a bang was heard. Nami's little head came into close contact with Erza's fierce armor. It hurts. Nami blinked her big eyes, and tears of pain flowed out. However, compared to the pain, she cared more about Erza's actions. Nami, it's okay, you are already a member of Fairy Tail, from now on, no one can bully you again. Erza said seriously. Heard the words. Nami finally knew Erza's intentions. This is Erza's unique care. After knowing what happened to her in the past, Erza opened her heart to her and gave her support. Only this mind is a bit too hard. Nami touched the bulging pouch on his forehead. Moved and joy came together. Miss Erza, thank you, if you were a man, I might fall in love with you. Nami laughed. Hey, Nami, shouldn't you fall in love with me who helped you destroy the dragon and rat yesterday? Suyu smiled. If you don't blackmail me, I might really fall in love with you. Nami smiled slyly. Forget it, one size counts for one size. Suyu said seriously. Hey, you don't play your cards according to the routine. Shouldn't you say well, your debts will be written off here? Nami insisted strongly. Okay, the East Blue matter is basically over, let's move on to the Grand Line. Suyu stared at the sea and said impassionedly. Don't change the subject, hey. 2 days later, Suyu and his party came to the terminus of East Blue. The town of beginnings and ends, Rog Town. When the fairy tale sails into the port of Rog Town, in an instant, it attracted the attention of the quartet. Hey, look! That's Fairy Tail. Really, I know them. This is a good guild that specializes in helping people solve problems. It is simply a partner of the people. SHH, your information is outdated. What fellow of the people, do you know what they did the other day? That man named Suyu captured a marine base, and now he has a reward of 80 million berry. Nani? 80 million. Isn't this a super dangerous person? That's right, stay away, report to Colonel Smoker immediately. Throughout the port, the whispers of civilians continued. Erza moved her ears, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face. She was about to argue with people. Before he could open his mouth, Suyu grabbed him again. The world is so ignorant, just have a clear conscience. Chapter 10. Town of East Blue Rog. This is the hometown of Gordy Roger, the pirate king who once conquered the Grand Line, where he was born and set sail. It is also his burial place. 22 years ago, the famous One Piece legendary came to an end here. Since then, it has gradually become known as the town of beginning and end. It is also the last supply town on the way to the Grand Line. The purpose of Suyu and his party coming here is also very simple. Just stocking up for the rest of the trip. Because of the title of 80 million Great Pirate, the supply procurement of Suyu and his party went smoothly. The bosses of the major stores have no idea of defrauding outsiders at all. Not to mention cheating, some even dare not accept money, for fear of offending the vicious big pirate. Certainly, Suyu will not take advantage of them because of this, and give as much as he wants, definitely a little bit. In addition to purchasing supplies, Suyu also popularized the basic common sense of the world to Erza and Mirajane. After all, the next thing to go in is the Grand Line, which is 100 times and 1,000 times more dangerous than East Blue. It would be too stupid if any bad results were eventually incurred due to the lack of information. One Piece? What is that? Do groups like pirates have kingdoms? Erza's dazed face was cute. No, Erza, One Piece King Gold Roger is the world-recognized king of pirates, the only man who conquered the Grand Line. Erza, haven't you heard of it? Nami said. Never heard of that. Erza and Mirajane shook their heads together. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't know it now, you will gradually understand it in the future. Compared with One Piece, what you should know now is the special ability system of this world. Suyu said. Demon fruit power? This is indeed a very interesting power. I have encountered several in the mission. Some can turn into animals, and some can still live even if their bodies are torn apart. Erza said. It's all torn apart and still not dead. Is this still a human being? How can such an opponent be defeated? Mirajane widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. It's not difficult at all. Although that guy is not afraid of my slashing attacks, he is not immune to blunt weapon blows. I knocked him over in 2 or 3 hits. Erza said. Speaking of which, I remembered, President, when I was on a mission a few days ago, I met an interesting 3-sword swordsman. Oh. Suyu raised his brows lightly, and couldn't help feeling excited. Speaking of the 3-sword swordsman of One Piece world, everyone will think of that man. According to my observation, that guy's character is high and his strength is not bad, so I invited him to join our guild on my own initiative. Erza said. So, did he refuse? Mirajane said. I didn't refuse, but I didn't refuse. The swordsman seemed to be a little interested in fairy tale, but later, I went to complete the commission and made an appointment with him to meet him at the port. I waited for a long time, but he didn't show up. Erza shook her head regretfully. Probably changed his mind halfway. This is also a common thing. No. No. Suyu shook his head. Erza was taken aback. The reason why the green algae head didn't join you, Erza, is probably lost. Suyu laughed. For Zoro's road idiot attribute. Suyu is of course very clear. Be lost. Erza had little question marks on her head. The island where the swordsman and I met was not big at all, how could we get lost? And the president, how do you know that the swordsman of the 3-sword style is Chlorella? Is it someone you know? Erza couldn't help asking. Let's just count it. Suyu nodded without too much explanation. So are you going to find him? Mirajane asked. That's not necessary, I will see you later. Suyu waved his hand. The miss with Zoro is a bit regrettable though. But there's no point in disrupting the original plan and driving the car back to find someone. First, they now don't know which horned gata Zoro got lost in. Second, on the other side of the red line, there is another partner waiting for them. Okay, almost everything you need to buy is ready, let's go and enter the Grand Line. With a wave of his hand, Suyu was about to return to the port. However, at this time, the accident happened suddenly. Want to go to the Grand Line? It's wishful thinking. Bet on the name of Colonel Marine in Rog Town, you will never be allowed to enter the Grand Line. Suyu, captain of the fairy tale pirates, wake up. Chi chi chi. A large cloud of white smoke rose and enveloped the entire street. Colonel Marine, White Hunter Smoker, late but here. Chapter 11. Colonel Smoker, Rog Town Smoker, the legendary sailor who once cornered the pirate Luffy, so it is recorded in the history books of later generations. For Colonel Marine Smoker in the town of Rog. As a time traveler, Suyu is naturally very familiar with it. Logia Smoky Fruit Ability. Serious character, Maverick. Have their own justice. A rare clear stream among Marines. On the issue of dealing with pirates, say one thing. Because of him guarding the town of Rog. In recent years, few pirates in East Blue have been able to cross the upside-down mountain and go to the Grand Line. For Smoker, Suyu somewhat appreciates it. I don't want to conflict with it if I can. But now that the other party took the initiative to come to the door, then Suyu will never back down. Just right. Suyu also wanted Erza and Mirajane to meet the Logia-capable users in this world. For those who use magic and don't know Haki, the elementalization of Logia Espers is arguably the trickiest. Suyu, captain of the fairy tale pirates, you have to stop here, I will never let you go to the Grand Line. Smoker categorically stopped drinking, and pointed at Suyu with the sea stone in his hand. First of all, to clarify, it's the Fairy Tale Guild. Suyu said lightly. Humph, what guild actually raised a marine base to the ground, after all, it's just a group of reckless guys. Smoker said coldly. To clarify, it is not raised to the ground, there should be a big pit in the 166th branch. Suyu smiled. A hole. Smoker's face suddenly darkened. Suyu's clarification sounded like Chikuakuo's provocation to him. Hey, Marine, if it wasn't for your Marines rats who bullied people too much, joined forces with pirates, and bullied civilians, how could the president take action against him? Erza drank coquettishly. Smoker looked dark. For the 166 branch and Arlong gang's tricks. There was a report in the World Economic News 2 days ago. Although it was quickly suppressed by the world government. Most civilians don't know it. But Smoker knew it. Facing Erza's reprimand at this moment, he was also speechless for a while. Good moment. Even so, that's not the reason why you can shoot casually. The moth rats in the marine should be judged by a military court for their crimes. Smoker comes to the same conclusion as Marshal Sengoku. Then there's no need to say more, Erza, go and have fun. Suyu said. Yes. Erza handed the trolley to Nami and stepped forward calmly. Change, armor of the sky wheel. Following Ersha's voice fell. A splendid magic circle is formed from under its feet. Magic Knight, activate. The bright light shines on the audience. Wait until the light converges. Erza, who appeared in people's sight, has changed drastically. Common silver-white armor was replaced by a magnificent set of sword armor. This moment, Erza is like an angel in mythology. It's just that the pair of wings that support her floating are also swords. Behind her, there are dozens of flying swords floating. Whoa, Erza is so handsome. Nami, who saw Erza make a move for the first time, couldn't help but blushed, screaming excitedly. It's too early to be surprised, this is just the tip of the iceberg of Erza's strength. Mirajane smiled. As Erza's rival. For Erza's strength, Mirajane knows best. Fairy Queen Erza, I've heard of you, is this your ability? You do have 2 brushes. Smoker opened his mouth pretending to be calm. The surface is calm. In fact, there was already a turbulent sea in my heart. Because the power displayed by Erza is beyond his cognition. His intuition told him that this didn't seem to be Devil Fruit's ability. But some kind of power beyond the routine and incomprehensible. Mr. Smoker. The Marines from Rogue Town, headed by Sergeant Tashigi, the Glasses Girl, finally arrived. Looking at the situation in front of him. The sailors quickly loaded their guns. But didn't wait to aim. Swish! Swish swish swish! The cold light danced. Sky wheel, dazzling sword. In an instant. All the guns in the hands of the sailors were cut off. If Erza has murderous intentions in her heart. Now the streets are already full of heads and blood is flowing like rivers. Think about the possibility. Even Smoker couldn't help being terrified. As for Sergeant Tashigi, the lady with glasses, she was completely frightened at the moment. Mr. Smoker, what the hell is this? Don't come here, Tashigi, everyone stand back, this is not an opponent you can deal with. Smoker shouted loudly. This is a sensible choice. Erza spoke calmly. Snort. Smoker snorted coldly. Then let me learn the methods of the Fairy Queen. The voice fell. Smoke billowed. Smoker's figure suddenly soared into the sky driven by the white smoke. The 10 hands inlaid with sea stone thrust out mercilessly. Tianlun, the sword of the 3. Swish. Erza's figure flickered. Swings the sword at unimaginable speed. In an instant, he crossed with Smoker. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Next second. A triangular sword light suddenly lit up on Smoker. Chapter 12. Tianlun, the sword of the 3. Swish swish swish. The 3 sword lights connected end to end, turned into a triangular mark, and landed on Smoker's body. It's over. Mirajane smiled. That's great. Nami was pleasantly surprised. Mr. Smoker. Sergeant Tashiji's eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise. No. It's far from over. Suyu said lightly. Slash without haki attached. It has 0 effect on Logia ability users. And so it is. What exploded from Smoker, who was hit head-on by Erza's slash, was not blood, but white smoke. This level of attack is completely useless to me. Smoker snarled. Sea Stone drew back with 10 hands. Collided with the magic sword in Erza's hand. There was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. Under Smoker's sudden counterattack. Erza, who was caught off guard, retreated more than 10 meters. Can your ability also nullify my slash? Erza raised her eyebrows in surprise. Not just slashing, all physical attacks are ineffective against me. Smoker spoke, without holding back. Because he wants to come. It is common knowledge in the sea that Logia-capable users are immune to all physical attacks. No one will not know. Immune to all physical attacks. Erza murmured. The plain hand waved lightly. Dozens of magic flying swords shot out from all directions. Cut Smoker's body full of holes. However, there was still no blood. It's really ineffective, what a tricky ability. A solemn expression appeared on Erza's pretty face. Ilusha's moves are completely ineffective, what's going on? Mirajane, who was watching, couldn't help being taken aback. Logia demon fruit power, their bodies can freely transform into natural elements, immune to all physical attacks. Suyu explained lightly. I also remembered, Colonel Smoker of Rogue Town, seems to be someone with the ability of Logia's smoking fruit. Nami spoke. Natural elements that are immune to all physical attacks, aren't they naturally invincible? How can such an opponent be defeated? Mirajane couldn't help screaming in shock. Invincibility is not considered invincible. Even Logia has corresponding countermeasures, such as the power of Sea Stone and Haki. In addition, large-scale energy attacks can also pose a threat to Logia. Suyu said calmly. Sea Stone? Haki. Hearing these unfamiliar terms, Myra's little face became more and more confused. It wasn't until the violent roar that she woke up. Well, President, if you don't stop it, Erza might tear down this whole street. Mirajane reminded. Just as they were talking. Erza has been changing clothes continuously. Try storming Smoker in a variety of different ways. As a result, it does not work against Logia's Smoker. The aftermath of the attack is already riddled with holes in the streets. As part of Fairy Tail's house-breaking squad, the number of houses destroyed by Erza in the battle is not less than that of Natsu. A large number of complaints are received every year. Seeing that the entire street is about to be destroyed. Finally, Suyu also couldn't stand up. After all, his original intention was to let Erza and Logia try to fight against each other, just to understand people with this type of ability. That's it. The majestic sound of breaking the drink exploded. Kin gold lightning flashed. Suyu disappeared from the spot. The reappearance is already between Erza and Smoker. The left hand grabbed Smoker's 10 hands, and the right hand blocked Erza's sword. Leave it to me next. Suyu said lightly. Yes, President. Erza responded immediately and stepped aside to watch the battle. Just in time. I want to see how strong your Thunder Fruit ability is. Smoker is full of fighting spirit. However, just the next second, his complexion suddenly changed. Somewhere, the terrifying invisible oppressive force fell. Bent his spine. Is this gravity? Smoker clenched his teeth, fighting desperately against the invisible pressure. I couldn't help but set off a stormy sea again. What about Thunder Fruit ability users? Why is it gravity? The thought crossed Smoker's mind. Next second. Boom. Gravity is further multiplied. The weight of terror crushed Smoker into the street. At the moment about to be crushed by gravity, Smoker's body elementalized. Countless white smoke spread out to the surroundings. Finally, they reunited behind Suyu. Sea Stone lashed down mercilessly with 10 hands. But in the end it came to nothing. Smoker felt his eyes flicker. Suyu, who was locked in his line of sight, has disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, his wrist suddenly hurt. Sea Stone came out with 10 hands. It has already been snatched by Suyu. First of all, you found it first, and you can deal with the damage on the street yourself. Secondly, Sea Stone weapons are easy to use, but they will also become your own weakness. Finally, 10 of your Sea Stones belong to me. Suyu smiled slightly. Smoker. An unprecedented sense of threat hit his heart. The elementalization of his body's instincts soared into the sky. However, Suyu is like a shadow. The moment when 3 o'clock declared the end. Suyu held the Sea Stone with 10 hands and slapped Smoker on the back of the head mercilessly. Whoosh! Boom! Smoker flew upside down, smashed through the houses on the side of the street, and was finally buried in the rubble. Just one hit. Marine Smoky Colonel White Hunter Smoker, defeated. Chapter 13. One hit, and Colonel Smoker, who is Logia, is defeated. This scene stunned everyone in the audience. Everyone in Marine headed by Tashigi was stunned. Erza, Mirajane and Nami were also stunned for a moment. Never expected that the battle would end so suddenly. After a while. Oh, the president is amazing. Nami cheers. As expected of the president. Mirajane smiled and clapped. Mr. Smoker. Sergeant Tashigi screamed in fear, and led people into the ruins immediately to dig out Smoker, who was bleeding and comatose. "Come on, girls." Suyu shook the spoils and turned to leave first. "President, how did you do it? That guy's body seems to be immune to all physical attacks. My sword couldn't hurt him at all before." Erza asked for advice in confusion. "It's very simple. The top of this weapon of his is inlaid with sea stone, which can restrain those with abilities," Suyu said. "The stone that can restrain the ability user must be very precious. It's okay, if you want, you can still get a lot. Do you have sea stone armor? I want to buy a set. The armor is probably a bit difficult, after all, the hardness of sea stone is even higher than that of diamond." "What? Is it so hard? Forget it. Are there any other restraints?" "Haki." "What is Haki?" "Haki is the hidden power inside everyone." "President, will you?" "Won't." The effort between speaking. The four of Suyu returned to the boat. In the eyes of people in awe. Fairy tale sails again. Aim for the Grand Line. Another hour passed. The situation of the world changed suddenly. The clear sky was suddenly covered by heavy rain clouds. The torrential rain poured down without warning. The sea was churning, wave after wave. "Look, what is that? A wall? Why is there a wall in the sea?" Through the hazy mist, Erza saw the huge red clay wall soaring into the sky. "That's the Red Line, and it's the first time I've seen it. It's said that you can reach the Grand Line by climbing the upside-down mountain." Nami spoke, with a little tension in his voice. "But, how can we get to the other side of the wall?" Mirajane shook her head puzzled. "It's easy." Suyu looked straight ahead. "There is a gap in the laterite wall. A special canal is pulled upstream by an inexplicable force. The climbing canal of the inverted mountain is a spectacle that will be breathtaking no matter how many times you look at it." Even Erza and Mirajane, who were born in the magical world, couldn't help opening their mouths in shock at this moment. "Girls, sit still." Suyu held the rudder and steered the fairy tale straight ahead, boarding the climbing canal. 5 minutes later. Fairy tale breaks through cumulonimbus clouds and reaches the top of upside-down mountain. In an instant, the sky brightened. So beautiful. Standing on the highest point of Inversion Mountain and looking at the boundless sea, Nami and others couldn't help but marvel. But only for a moment. Fairy tale bows down. It started to fall like a roller coaster. "Ah!" The screams of the girls suddenly rose and fell. Twin Point. The starting point of the Grand Line. This is a must-stop for newcomers who want to break into the Grand Line. Recent. The day at Twin Point is a bit gloomy. The light rain has been falling non-stop. The continuous rain seems to make people moldy. Under the umbrellas next to the lighthouse. Wearing slippers and a flowered shirt, the old man pouted his chin slightly melancholy. Although the weather on the Grand Line is fickle. But he always felt that the rainy weather for the past 2 days had nothing to do with nature. The flowery old man crocus eyes fell to the shore. The gloomy girl with Blue's long curly hair, wearing a blue slit skirt, and a blue hat is holding Blue's lace umbrella, looking at the entrance of the Grand Line like a watcher's stone. 2 days ago. After completing the inspection of Laboon's body, he found a strange girl who appeared in Cape Twins at some time. He thought it was a pirate group from 4 seas resting here, so he ignored it. However, after most of the day, he emerges from the whale Laboon again. The girl was still standing alone in the rain. The warm-hearted crocus brought hot soup and food to the girl. Because of this, he got into a conversation with the girl. From the girl's mouth, Crocus learned. Her name is Juvia, Juvia Locksand. Now waiting for her partner to pick her up here. Partner. Crocus shook his head. Think of the past 50 years ago. That day. A whale is left here by a mate. It was promised to pick it up after circling the world for a week. However, 50 years have passed. They still haven't come back. For whatever reason, the whales have been abandoned and will never return. The same way. The same goes for the girl in front of her. Only. Such cruel words. Crocus couldn't say it anyway. It can only let the girl wake up by herself. When will it be sunny this day? Crocus shook his head sadly. However, in the next second, without warning, has the light rain that has been pattering for 2 days stopped? The sun is shining. The sky cleared. At the same time, the girl on the bank looked back, showing a bright smile for the first time in 2 days. Grandpa, thank you for taking care of me these 2 days, my partner is here to pick me up. Chapter 14. Wow, this upside-down mountain is much more exciting than a roller coaster, let's do it again. Come again? Spare me, Miss Erza. I think I can do it again. Oh, even Miss Myra, don't want it. The laughter of the young and energetic girls broke the gloomy atmosphere of Cape Twins. The cloud over Cape Twins dissipated. The bright and warm sun shines down. After the rain, the sky is sunny. Suyu did not participate in the girls' conversation. The moment you come to Twin Point, his gaze was attracted by the girl on the shore. Of course, he would not fail to recognize the girl on the shore. After completing the summoning 2 days ago, he was always curious. The identity of the fourth partner. Now, the answer is finally revealed. Still a pleasant surprise as always. I've kept you waiting, Juvia, we're here to pick you up. Suyu smiled slightly. Woo. Juvia pursed her mouth. President, you are finally here, Juvia thought you didn't want me. Juvia jumped up from the bank and threw herself into Suyu's arms, whimpering softly. Same as Erza and Mirajane. Juvia's affection for Suyu is also full. And because Juvia has her own ST attribute, she does not suppress her inner emotions. As soon as it comes up, it is a straight ball attack. He slammed into Suyu's arms together with the ball, acting like a baby to his heart's content. This sudden scene stunned the native Nami. Wait a minute, President, this girl is... Without waiting for Nami to ask. Juvia. Isn't this Juvia? Erza and Mirajane's eyes lit up, and they both stepped forward. As for the partners of Fairy Tail, it is natural to know each other. Iluza, Myra. Juvia greeted familiarly. However, the body is still stuck to Suyu. Nami. What the hell is this? Nami was completely dumbfounded. She always thought she was the fourth member of Fairy Tail. But now, Juvia jumped out on the way. It seems that she joined the guild earlier than her. But why Suyu, Erza, Myra never told her about it? And why is this partner in Twin Point? Look at Erza and Mirajane. They don't seem to have set foot on the Grand Line. Nami, let me introduce you. This is Juvia, a member of Fairy Tail. Apart from Juvia, there are many other friends scattered around. I'll introduce you when I meet you later. Suyu saw through Nami's ignorance, and immediately made an excuse. Nami nodded blankly. Did not pay too much attention to this issue. Hi Juvia, I'm Nami. Nami greeted Juvia with a smile. Next second, Nami felt a gust of fragrant wind blowing against her face. Juvia leaned in front of her. The distance between the two is only 1 centimeter, and they can clearly feel each other's breath. What's wrong? Feeling Juvia's gaze, Nami couldn't help being a little nervous. What is your relationship with the president, Nami? Juvia asked a straight ball. What kind of relationship is it? Of course it is a partnership relationship, and there is also a creditor relationship. Nami replied. Do you like the president? Juvia continued asking questions. Hey? Zixixi, I like him? How is such a thing possible? Absolutely impossible. Nami raised her voice an octave, repeatedly denying it. Well, then we are not hostile. The expression on Juvia's pretty face suddenly shivered. Nami, let's get along well from now on. Juvia happily grabbed Nami's hands, like a good sister. Nami. What is this all about? Ahem. An old cough interrupted the joyous atmosphere on board. Old man, my Juvia, thanks to you for taking care of me these 2 days, if you don't mind, come and sit on our boat. Suyu smiled and looked at Crocus. Then the old man would be more respectful than obedient. Crocus responded carelessly. The moment I saw Fairy Tail. Crocus has already recognized Suyu and his party. It was the Fairy Tail team that East Blue recently claimed fame. Captain Suyu is even more of a fierce man who offered a reward of up to 80 million for the first time. In general, Crocus doesn't want to get involved with other people. But regarding why Juvia ended up in Twin Point, Crocus was really curious. In a quarter of an hour, Crocus scoured the Fairy Tail Guild. From the mouths of Suyu and Erza, he also learned Fairy Tail is not the pirates, but the Guild of Wizards. Specializes in helping people in difficulty to solve intractable diseases. It seems that the news reports are slightly different from the reality. Crocus said. It doesn't matter how the outside world spreads it, as long as we have a clear conscience. Suyu said freely. Speaking of which, Mr. Crocus, is there anything you want to entrust us with? If so, you can bring it up. For the past of Laboon, the Whale of Cape Twins, and the Rumba Pirates. Suyu, who is a time traveler, naturally knows it best. If possible, Suyu would also like to contribute. Help the Whale Laboon make amends and reunite with Brook. Also, completing story-related quests seems to give you more upgrade points than common quests. This point was discovered by Suyu in the Kokoyasi village incident. It can not only make up for regrets, but also upgrade. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Suyu was naturally happy to accept it. Entrust, I'm just the old man of the lighthouse, what can I entrust? Crocus waved his hand. Next second. But, no, let's forget it, it's been so many years, and I went to look for it myself back then, there is no hope. No hope? I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. There are always infinite possibilities in this sea, isn't it? Suyu smiled. Crocus was dumbfounded. He had heard these words from a great man, his captain. For this sentence, Crocus decided to try. All right then, I do have one thing I would like to entrust. Crocus walked to the bow. Laboon. Come out, Laboon. Crocus called out to the sea. Erza and Nami looked at each other. Don't wait to speak. Next second, the sea surface suddenly changed violently. A mountain rises from the calm sea. Huge island whales break out of the sea. Zhao. Chapter 15. Grand Line, Twin Point. Whale, 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 a whale as big as a mountain. Looking at the huge island whale Laboon breaking out of the sea, Nami couldn't help screaming in shock. President. Erza held the magic sword at her waist. Just waiting for Suyu's order, he attacked forcefully. Wait a moment, Erza, that's the whale Laboon, Grandpa's partner. Juvia hurriedly stopped Erza. President Suyu, strictly speaking, this is not my commission, but Laboon's commission. If you can, please listen to Laboon's story. Crocus said. Please. Suyu made a gesture of please. That was 50 years ago, when Laboon followed a pirate group in West Blue. A look of reminiscence crept across Crocus's face. Tell the story of Laboon and the Rumba pirates 50 years ago. Why is it like this? Hear the story of the whale Laboon. The kind-hearted girls couldn't help but be moved by it. Did they abandon Laboon? A little mist appeared in Juvia's eyes. Even the clear sky is a little darker. No, it shouldn't be. Crocus shook his head. Although I don't know the specific situation, I think they didn't forget the agreement with Laboon, but fell on the Grand Line. The general situation is like this. Back then, I went out to sea with others to find them, but found nothing. After knowing this, do you still want to accept this commission? Crocus asked. Accept? Of course I will. Why not? Suyu made 3 consecutive affirmations without hesitation. But the Rumba pirates of Laboon, etc. may have. Nami frowned worriedly. So what? Suyu asked back. A man's promise is for a lifetime, even if he dies, he must crawl out of the underworld to fulfill the promise. Suyu said firmly. 50-year mission? Interesting. Erza is eager to try. Mr. Crocus, this is the general content of the power of attorney, take a look, and sign here if you can. Mirajane sends the power of attorney to Crocus. Look at Suyu's swearing. Crocus didn't hesitate either. He generously signed his and Laboon's names. Until the name is signed. Crocus just remembered something. By the way, how much will this commission cost? I'm not very rich, old man, so try as much as I can afford. Crocus said. Well, old man, you took care of Juvia for 2 days, which can offset part of the expenses, and the other part can be exchanged with other things. Suyu smiled. What do you want? Crocus's heart moved, and he felt that there was something in Suyu's words. It's very simple, I just want the old man to teach the girls 2 hands. Suyu said. If it's medical skills, I know a thing or 2, that's fine. Crocus should go down. However, Suyu shook his head. What I want the old man to teach is not medical skills, but haki. Armed and knowledgeable haki. Nani? Crocus' pupils shrunk. As a former crew member of One Piece, it's not even haki. Suyu laughed. Crocus' pupils constricted further. He's been on the One Piece ship for this. Not many people in the world know about it. Even if you know, you are an old man. But Suyu made this fact clear in one sentence. Wait a moment, President, you said that Mr. Crocus is a crew member of One Piece. Nami's beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock. One Piece, is he the powerful guy I mentioned in the previous town? His crew must be very powerful too. Erza's slender hand grasped the hilt of the sword again. Although she is not a fighting mad like Natsu, but also eager to fight with the strong. Especially in this strange world. Stop! You're going to die. Crocus, who noticed Erza's actions, stared suddenly, and his whole body changed. Just when the girls thought he was going to show off his demeanor. But I saw Crocus added a sentence. I'm going to die. I poor. Nami staggered. Blinded by Crocus' sudden turn. The old man in front of him doesn't really match up with a member of Legendary. As I said before, in order to find the Rumba pirates, I went out to sea with the group for 2 years. It is indeed Roger's group, but my haki attainments are only average, and they are completely incomparable with the captain and the others. Crocus said. That's enough. It's up to the master to lead the door to practice, as long as you can get started a little. Suyu nodded. One Piece, the fastest way to level up your haki is through combat. Thought King Luffy has practiced on Monster Island for 2 years, and haki is only at the middle level. In the Battle of Wano Kuni, it took a week to learn advanced emission weapons. After that, I learned Conqueror's Winding in just a few sticks. As long as you can master some tricks, you can save it in actual combat to prove it. Just do it. Crocus Haki Crash Course opens. Fairy Tail stayed at Twin Point for 3 days. Taught diligently by Crocus. Nami, give up. Juvia, give up. Mirajane, give up. Erza, get started. Chapter 16. Mr. Crocus, I really appreciate your teaching these 3 days. Erza thanked Crocus solemnly. No, I can't bear the title of teacher. At my half-baked level, Miss Erza's ability to get started depends entirely on your own talent. Crocus waved his hand quickly. That's the truth. Haki attainments for Crocus. Suyu is indeed slightly overestimated. Although it is the ship doctor of One Piece. But Crocus only got on board halfway for 2 years. It is completely incomparable with top Haki masters like Rayleigh and Roger. Think carefully. In the future One Piece, not all of them are Grandmaster 2-color Haki. That's the case. Erza still touched Haki's fur in just 3 days. Relying on her own penultimate combat talent. As for Nami, Juvia, and Mirajane, these 3 days are pure bastards who don't study hard at the back of the school. Especially Juvia. If he didn't pay attention, he stuck to Suyu's side. But for Juvia, Haki or something is really optional. After all, she is a water element, Grandmaster Water Magic, she can overcome all abilities. Erza is more of a swordsman type, and mastering the power of Haki will greatly benefit her. As for Suyu himself, from the beginning to the end, I never thought about practicing Haki. His Lightning Dragon Slayer magic is similar to Logia's abilities. Thunderbolt, which has the highest attack power, can cause damage to most elements. Secondly, the strong in One Piece world don't use sea stone weapons. But Suyu can use it. At last, the way for Suyu to improve his strength is to upgrade the guild. Maybe when the guild level up will give Suyu Haki skills. If you can get it directly, why bother to practice hard? It's better to lie flat and stick with your sister. Ah, President. Erza, who had finished thanking Crocus, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly let out a loud cry. What's wrong? Under the parasol, Suyu, who was Juvia on the left and Mirajane on the right, asked lazily. It suddenly occurred to me that the client's remuneration should generally be collected after the commission is completed, but right now it is charged in advance, if it cannot be completed. No if. Suyu grinned resolutely. Don't worry, Erza, this commission will definitely be completed. Suyu stood up and walked in front of the whale Laboon. Laboon, this is my promise with you. Within a year, I will definitely bring back the Rumba pirates, so before I come back, you must take good care of your body and stop hitting the red line meaninglessly. Got it, got it. Suyu said. Chow chow chow. Laboon barked 3 times in succession. Right now, he does seem a little handsome. Nami rested her cheeks in her hands and whispered to herself. Hey, I seem to hear someone say I'm handsome behind my back. Who is it? Suyu made a gesture of listening. Bah, I didn't say that. Nami spat lightly and quickly denied it. Next second, the feeling of being on the back hits. Stare. Juvia secretly observes. JPG. While inheriting Lucy's Protoss magic, Nami also inherited Lucy's traditional art of being targeted by Juvia. Ha ha ha, girls, get ready to set sail. Suyu waved his hand. Fairy tale, set sail. Laboon, this time I have a hunch that maybe something good will happen. Crocus sighed. Zhao. Shortly after leaving Twin Point. President, let's sunbathe together again. Juvia cheered and let herself go. When I was in Gemini Point before. Because of Crocus. Juvia was still a little restrained. Usually well dressed. Now. Finally out to sea. Juvia flicked her slender hand impatiently, and the skirt flew off. Wearing only a sexy blue handwritten nipple, showing off her proud figure, she has no scruples in sticking to Suyu. Watching this scene, Nami blushed and her heart beat faster. President, please help Juvia apply sunscreen, the kind that covers the whole body. Juvia asked earnestly. Yes yes yes. Suyu shook his head. Take the sunscreen. Not started yet. Next second. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky. The clear sky is dominated by dark rain clouds. The pouring rain poured down. Juvia's plan to get Seoyu to apply sunscreen on the pretext of sunbathing went bankrupt on the spot. Why did it suddenly rain? Juvia didn't want it to rain. Juvia looked disappointed, frustrated, and puzzled. Of course I know it's not Juvia's rain, this is the Grand Line, and the changeable weather is one of the biggest features here. Seoyu explained. The voice fell. The pouring rain suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, goose feathers and heavy snow fell. Then came the storm. Finally, the giant hailstone. Just a few minutes. The harsh climate continues to change. But there is no big obstacle to Seoyu and his party. Be it hail or icebergs at sea. All were defeated by Zeon Thunder. Okay, let's go back to the house, don't freeze. Seoyu casually picked up Juvia and walked into the cabin. Yes. With a happy smile on Juvia's pretty face, she put her slender arms around Seoyu's neck. President, Juvia's body is all wet, can you help Juvia dry it? Juvia whispered shyly. For a trivial matter of this level, how can you use the president, let me help you. Erza smiled slightly. Take Juvia from Seoyu. Hey! Erza stretched her arms, spinning and throwing. Juvia's body suddenly spun in midair like a drum washing machine. Is it enough? If it's not enough, do it again. Hey! Enough is enough. Hey! There is a joyful atmosphere in the guild. How is it? Nami, this is fairy tale, and it will be more lively in the future. Seoyu said. I'll be looking forward to it. Nami smiled slightly. Then the rest of the voyage will be left to you. Oh, put it on me. 2 days later. The first island since Fairy Tale landed on the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak, here we come. Chapter 17. The evening of the third day after leaving Cape Twins. Fairy Tale has finally landed on its first island since entering the Grand Line. What is that? A cactus? It's so big. It's almost like a mountain. Looking at the scene in the distance, Nami's eyes widened in surprise. It should be a mountain that looks like a cactus. Erza nodded. Either way, it's fun. Mirajane smiled. Juvia is satisfied as long as she can be with the president. Juvia clung to Seoyu with a nympho face. Is it finally here? Whiskey Peak, I wonder if I can see those two people. The corner of Seoyu's mouth curled up. For the huge cactus island not far away. Of course, Seoyu knows best, because this is the island that Straw Hat Crew walked by. Welcome to the island of pirates, Whiskey Peak. Said to welcome pirates, but in fact this is a trap set by the bounty hunters of Barlock Work Agency specifically for newcomer pirates. On the surface, they are welcoming, but in fact they use the banquet to get the inexperienced pirates drunk and make them relax their vigilance. In the end, they were taken down without bloodshed. Ron chose to take this route. Not because I want to revisit other people's routes. By contrast, he prefers to explore a strange island that Straw Hat Crew has never set foot on. Only, there is a main mission on this route. If it can be received and completed, it will surely upgrade the guild. In order to upgrade, Seoyu just came here, ready to try to trigger the main line. Fairy Tale enters the Whiskey Peak River. In the misty shore hideout, there are only a few figures. That's the bounty hunters watching from the shadows. There are pirates coming again. No, it doesn't seem to be a pirate ship, there is no skull flag. Speaking of which, that logo seems a little familiar to me. Ah, that's Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale, what's that? Didn't you watch the news, idiot? That's the team that East Blue has made a name for themselves recently. Seoyu, the president of Fairy Tale, that man was offered a reward of 80 million by Marine. Nanny. 80 million? Hey, this is really great. If I can win the 80 million, I will definitely be able to upgrade to a digital agent. Idiot, don't act rashly, act according to MR8's plan. The bounty hunters were all talking in low voices. Fairy tale. There seemed to be quite a few people on the shore. Erza looked solemn, grasped the hilt of her sword, and entered the posture of preparing for battle. Fine. Suyu waved his hand. Next second, the people hiding on the bank appeared together and gathered on both sides of the river. Oh oh oh! Enthusiastic cheers exploded. Welcome! Welcome to the Grand Line! Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak! People cheered enthusiastically. Ah, this! Erza was stunned. Although she didn't hear the conversation of the bounty hunters. But judging from the faint breath, it is also known that the comer is not good. But now, could it be that people in this town recognize us as Fairy Tale and want to entrust us? Nami guessed. Possible. Mirajane nodded. President, what is this? Well, take one step at a time, they are willing to welcome, then we will take it. Suyu smiled slightly. Ship's dock in port. A man with exaggerated aristocratic curly hair came in front of Suyu and his party. Well well well. The man cleared his throat. My name is Ikram and I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, a town of brewing and music, and entertaining guests is something we are most proud of. Akalam, the digital agent MR8 of the Lockwork Agency and the captain of the Alabasta Guard, greeted warmly. For his warm hospitality, Suyu did not refuse, but smiled. A raucous banquet of wine unfolded in the town tavern. Well well well. Ikram cleared his throat habitually. Although we have many beautiful hostesses here, President Suyu probably doesn't need it. Erza, Mirajane, Juvia, Nami, no matter which one is a first-class beautiful girl. Here at Whiskey Peak, there is only one girl who can compare with them. The seat next to the president belongs to Juvia. Juvia was like a suckling swallow returning to her nest and pounced on Suyu. However, this time, but Suyu didn't catch her. Well, if possible, I really want the girl over there to have a few drinks with me. Suyu pointed to the blue-haired girl in the crowd. TCH, are you tired of playing with the women around you and want a change? And you just fell in love with Princess Vivi at a glance, really worthy of 80 million. Ikram gritted his teeth secretly. As the captain of the Kingdom Guard, how could he just watch the princess being treated lightly by others? Just as Ikram was thinking about the reason to shirk. Okay, President Suyu. The blue-haired beautiful girl comparable to Nami and others, Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, smiled sweetly and responded with a smile. Immediately, under Juvia's envious eyes, she sat down next to Suyu. A year ago, as a princess, in order to find out the cause of the drought in the country for years, she sneaked into the Pakistan Lock Agency undercover. It took a year of hard work to get to where I am today. If you can get the 80 million in front of you, her status in the organization will definitely be able to rise to a higher level. Then we can get closer to the truth and save Alabasta from the fire. All for Alabasta. Don't be so stiff, miss. Suyu hugged Vivi's shoulders carelessly, and put the belt in his arms. Haha, President Suyu, please drink. Vivi handed out the wine glass with a smile. If you want me to drink, that's not enough. Suyu shook his head. Then how does President Suyu want to drink? Asked Vivi. If there is a beautiful woman's kiss, even a barrel of wine, I can do it. Suyu Haki's grin. Heard the words. Vivi's delicate body froze again. Just a moment of hesitation. Anyway, this guy is not bad, for 80 million, I will fight. Vivi closed her eyes and made up her mind. The delicate red lips quickly pecked Suyu's face, leaving a faint lip mark. This is already the limit of what she can do. To this, Silyu is also clear. No further advances. Ha ha ha, Xiao serve the wine. Chapter 18. Whiskey Peak. The noisy banquet is in full swing. Continued cup. At the sofa booth, Silyu heroically drank his 20th glass of spirits. Wow, President Silyu is so amazing. Vivi applauded again and again. Ha ha ha, it's still early. Silyu laughed. A pair of unrestrained appearance. This moment. Adjacent dining table. Woo woo woo. Juvia whimpered and burst into tears. Obviously they all have blue hair, why did the president choose that girl? Could it be that the president is already bored with me? Gudong gudong. Juvia took one drink after another, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Okay, Juvia, don't worry about that bad man, let's just take care of ourselves. Nami hugged Juvia and comforted her softly. Aside. Erza and Mirajane looked at each other, and both shook their heads helplessly. Been with Silyu for several months. They are very clear about Silyu's temper. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Although I don't know what's going on. But they knew that Silyu's move must have his own intentions. Today's unrestrained appearance is only a superficial disguise. After drinking for 30 rounds. It was early morning. Finally. One more. Boom. Silyu fell down on the wine table, completely drunk. The other side. Erza, Mirajane, Nami and Juvia also passed out drunk on the table. Certainly. Only Juvia was really drunk among them. Well. The curly-haired Manicarum cleared his throat habitually. It really took us a lot of effort, it really deserves 80 million. Ikaram swept around in a flustered manner. In order to put Silyu down on the wine table. The bounty hunters in the whole town are already down. It is unheard of for one person to drink with nearly 100 people. However, I finally won the 80 million yuan. Princess Vivi also breathed a sigh of relief. If it continues before. She didn't know if she could hold back. Because. Silyu's hand became more and more dishonest after drinking too much. At first he just put his arms around her shoulders. Later. Not just shoulders. Face, neck, belly, thighs. Except for the most critical places. Almost everything else was eaten. It's simply princess humiliation. Iv. Well, way, Miss Wednesday, I really wronged you. Ikaram said apologetically. No, it's okay, everything is for the cause. Vivi opened her mouth firmly. Mr8, the only bad guy is this man. The girls over there must have been kidnapped by him, and they must be properly settled in the future. I see. Ikaram waved his hand. Several bounty hunters waiting outside the door came in with ropes and were about to tie up Silyu. However, the moment their hands touched Silyu, without warning, the bodies of several bounty hunters jerked. Then he fell straight to the ground, with burnt black smoke coming out of his mouth. Nanny! Ikaram's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly led Vivi back. Watching the drunk Silyu vigilantly and suspiciously. Good moment. Silyu remained motionless. Ikaram waved again. Several more bounty hunters stepped forward. However, it fell to the ground straight as always. What the hell did this guy do? Mr9, holding two metal bats, swallowed nervously. Although it is to be captured alive, it's okay to be injured a little bit. Miss put on the knuckles and took off the nun's clothes on Monday, revealing her dark and muscular body, and threw Silyu mercilessly. Boom! The wine table was broken under the power of the strange woman Miss Monday. But what a coincidence! In his sleep, Silyu just stretched out and fell asleep on the sofa. Next time I won't have such good luck. The black-skinned strange girl Miss will punch again on Monday. Boom! Boom! Ah! Miss Monday's fist hasn't dropped yet. She herself was sent away first by Suryu's turning fist. I don't believe it, as digital agents, we can't even kill a sleeping guy. MR9 performs backflip acrobatics and hits Suryu with a backflip. Next second. Boom. Ah. Tragedy repeated itself. MR9 was kicked by Suryu in his sleep and flew hundreds of meters away. BD 80 million, you didn't fall asleep at all. Ikaram's pupils shrank suddenly, finally confirming this fact. Master Vivi, hurry up, I'll hold him back. Now that it is clear that Suryu is still awake, playing with them from beginning to end. The last thing Ikaram can do is cover the princess escape. After all, the other party is a big pirate with a reward of 80 million. In a head-to-head confrontation, they have no chance of winning. Pat clap clack. Ikaram tugged on his tie. Several cannon barrels protruded from his curly hair, about to fire. Uncle, I advise you not to act rashly. Erza spoke lightly. I don't know when. She was already blocking the door, pointing her sword at Vivi. Ilusha, don't hurt that girl, she is not a bad person. Mirajane spoke. I know. Erza nodded. When I pretended to be asleep earlier, Vivi told Ikaram to arrange them properly. These words are not false. Let me just say, how could there be a town that welcomes pirates in this world? You should be bounty hunters. Nami said with a smile. You dare to attack our fairy tale, it seems that you have already made up your mind. We lost. I have nothing to say. It's up to you to kill or kill. I just hope you can let Miss Wednesday go. Ikaram completely gave up resistance. How to deal with you, it doesn't matter what I said, everything depends on the meeting. Wait a minute, President, why are you still sleeping? Wake up. Nami leaned close to Suryu's ear and growled loudly. Yeah, it's really hard to get a good night's sleep. On the sofa, Suryu stretched and finally opened his eyes. Chapter 19. The first stop on the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak. After some twists and turns, Alabasta mainline quest triggers. Then, first report your names and identities. Suryu asked knowingly. He is naturally the clearest about the identities of Vivi and Ikaram. But Ilusa and the others don't know, so it's necessary to ask. My name is Ikaram, and the code name of the digital agent of the Barlock Agency is MR8. I'm Vivi, and the code name of Barlock's agency is Miss Wednesday. Ikaram and Vivi spoke one after another. BA Lock Works? Is this an organization? Mirajane asked. Yes. Ikaram nodded. BA Lock Work Agency is a criminal company of the Grand Line. It is engaged in. The ultimate goal of the company is to build an ideal town. The reason why everyone works so hard is because, in order to save the life of the Princess Vivi, Ikaram did not hide the slightest thing, and revealed everything about the Pakistani lock office. Wait a moment, you just said that you don't know the identity of the boss? You don't know who you are working for? It is obviously a work company, but you don't even know who the boss is. You must be lying to us. Nami narrowed his eyes slightly, staring closely at the two of them. It's true, the purpose of the Barlock Work Agency is to be mysterious, and only one person in the entire organization knows the identity of the boss. Vivi said hastily. Who? Erza raised an eyebrow. Missile Sunday, she is the partner of the boss. Vivi replied. Missile Sunday? Well, this kind of thing is irrelevant, but you, since you have taken action against us, and now you have failed, you should pay a price. Where is your little treasury? Nami rubbed his hands together, his eyes took the shape of money. But soon, Nami's pretty face collapsed again. Because this bounty hunter base is also poor and white. Almost all the money collected from pirates in the past has been handed over to the top. They haven't opened for a long time, and the first order they waited for was Suryu and his party. Hey Miss Vivi. Mirajane walked up to Vivi and took Vivi's little hand. I can feel that you should be a kind girl, why do you want to commit crimes? Vivi bit her lips tightly, shook her head, and said nothing. Do you still want to keep concealing it? You have another identity besides the members of the Barlock Work Club, the Vivi Princess of Alabasta and the captain of the guard Ikaram. Suyu said lightly. Princess Vivi and Ikaram suddenly looked up and looked at Suyu in disbelief. Obviously it was the first time we met. Obviously they didn't say anything. But Suyu revealed their true identities in one go. Nani, the Princess of Alabasta. Nami, Erza, and Mirajane couldn't help being surprised. The princess is the princess of a country, why does the dignified princess join a criminal association? Erza was even more confused. No, Princess Vivi is not Alabasta. Ikaram was in disarray, incoherent. Forget it, Ikaram. Vivi shook her head with a wry smile. That's right, I am indeed the Princess of Alabasta, and the reason why I joined the Barlock Work Club is all because of. Now when Suyu sees it through completely. Vivi no longer hides. Consider the current predicament that Alabasta is suffering from. And the purpose of joining the Pakistan Lock Work Agency is fully informed. For the sake of the country, she did not hesitate to drop her status, join a criminal company, and investigate the truth behind the country's civil strife. She is really an amazing princess. Mirajane looked moved. Since this is the case, why not make it clear from the beginning? Erza said. Ilusha, because the president of our family is the big murderer who offers a reward of 80 million. It is not uncommon in this sea to kidnap a princess and demand a huge ransom from the kingdom. Nami explained the reason. I see. Erza nodded knowingly. Because Suyu is a bounty criminal. So Vivi and Ikaram naturally treated them as pirates. If it was a guild that knew the nature of their fairy tale, their choices would be different. But Erza looked at Suyu. She knew that all of this should be under Suyu's control. Or rather, this was Suyu's purpose from the very beginning. Just as Erza expected. Then, it's almost time to talk about what needs to be talked about, and now it's time to get to the point. Suyu looked at the Princess Vivi. Now, there are two roads before you. I choose the way that Vivi-sama can return to Alabasta safely. If I say it, it doesn't matter anyway. Ikaram quickly raised his hand to answer. Let's listen first before answering. Mirajane reminded. First of all, the first thing, you and us parted ways, just pretend you haven't seen each other. Although you have plotted against us, you can still treat us to a meal, and the grievances will be wiped out. Suyu said. Good man. Vivi and Ikaram thought at the same time. Then, what about the second one? Ikaram asked weakly. Although I really want to choose the first one immediately. But curiosity drove him to ask the question. Suyu didn't speak, but glanced at Mirajane. Mira recalled that she took out a pen and paper from her small bag and handed it to Vivi. This. Akalam suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears, wishing to give himself two big mouths. What a mouth! What are you asking? No. Something went wrong as soon as you asked. The other party obviously wanted them to write a letter to the king, ready to ask for a ransom. Miss Vivi, please write down what you want to entrust here. Mirajane said. I know, hey. Vivi and Akalam who were just about to write a letter were taken aback. Don't you understand? A power of attorney, what you want Fairy Tale to do. Nami explained. Vivi and Ikaram remained motionless. Vivi, don't you want to investigate and solve the root cause of the country's civil strife? This kind of matter can be left to us. Of course, if you want to do it yourself, we also respect your choice and will not interfere again. Erza said. Why, you, who the hell are you? Vivi whispered unconsciously. We are Fairy Tale. Suyu smiled slightly. Chapter 20. So this is Fairy Tail. Did I use up all my luck to meet Fairy Tail? Vivi murmured softly. From the narration of Erza and Mirajane, she finally knew what kind of organization Fairy Tail was. Simply put, if you have difficulties, I will help you. Miss Vivi, have you decided? Do you want to entrust us to help? Mirajane asked with a smile. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Vivi nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Pick up a pen and scribble down what you want to entrust on the power of attorney. Is this all right? Vivi asked nervously. I always feel that writing a few words can get a powerful helper, which is a bit unreal. Of course it's not good. First let's discuss the commission money, my lord princess. Nami rubbed her little hands, her eyes turned into the shape of money again. Oh, it should be. Vivi nodded quickly. Then, how much can her lady princess give for this entrustment? Asked Nami. 50, 500,000 berry, is that enough? Vivi asked weakly. This is the limit of what she can personally come up with. As a princess of a country, Nami thinks that Vivi is very rich. However, actually, the private money of the Princess Vivi is only 500,000 berry. Unaware of this, Nami's mouth twitched, thinking that he had met his opponent. She initially bid 1 million berry for the village. However, Vivi is a princess of a country, obviously able to take risks for the country. But when it comes to money, he is extremely stingy. Well, my lord princess, 1 million berry, don't you think this remuneration is slightly inconsistent with what you entrusted? Are your alabastus only worth 500,000? Nami imitated Suyu's appearance back then, looking at Vivi with a half-smile. This, I know it too, but I really only have 500,000. Vivi said weakly. Everyone from Fairy Tail, please make an offer. Ikram said bluntly. In this case, then I'm not being polite, we want this number. Nami held out 2 fingers. 2 million. Vivi's eyes lit up. Her private money is 500,000. There is a gap of 1.5 million left, so it is not difficult to find someone to borrow it. However, no. Nami shook her head. Then, 20 million. Ikram asked tentatively. At this price, it can only be spent from the treasury. Although Alabastus' current finances are already very difficult, it must be paid for the sake of the country. However, Nami still shook his head. It can't be 200 million. Realizing this possible acclaim numb. However, Nami's real offer was 10 times what they guessed. 2 billion, as long as 2 billion, the president will definitely help you remove all threats and obstacles beautifully. Nami said seriously. 2 billion. Vivi's and Ikram's eyes widened at the same time. Alabasta, already financially strapped. If another 2 billion is spent, even if the threat of civil unrest can really be eliminated by then, countless people in the country will die because of poverty. This asking price has exceeded the limit that Alabasta can bear today. But, if refused, can they alone stop the root cause of the civil unrest? If civil strife breaks out in full scale, more people will die. This is a dilemma. Ikram cannot make a decision. Vivi dare not make a decision. Nami. Erza frowned slightly. I think Nami's asking price is too outrageous. It's not fairy tale style. But she didn't wait for her to speak. Mirajane on the side raised her hand to grab Erza and shook her head. For what is happening now? Mirajane knows best. Not so long ago, the same thing happened to Nami once. And it's not over yet. Of course, I also know that being in a country with civil strife is already difficult enough, and I can't afford so much for a while, but the guild supports installment payment. The down payment is 1 berry, and the remaining 1.999,099,999 berry can work part-time and pay back slowly. Nami learns and sells now. Apply to Vivi what Seoyu once used to her. Hey? Can I really pay a berry first? Vivi seemed a little unbelievable. Even if it really cost one berry to complete the commission. She was still dizzy all over. Okay, since I have accepted the commission, let's go without delay. Seoyu stood up. Erza and Mirajane supported the drunk Juvia and followed closely behind. Hey, President! Nami trotted forward cheerfully, triumphantly. What's up? Seoyu asked calmly. I was the leader of the gang just now, and you negotiated a big deal of 2 billion yuan, shouldn't there be rewards? For example, what kind of share? Little money fan Nami rubs her fingers. I originally planned to ask for a price of 10 billion. Seoyu said casually. Hey! Nami froze in place. As for Vivi's legs in the rear, his legs softened. Thanks to Garp, the running duck, as a support. That's why it didn't fall. One by one. 10 billion, President, are you serious? Nami thought she was greedy enough, but unexpectedly. Can there be fakes? So the difference of 8 billion in the middle has to be added to your head, and now you owe me 10 billion minus 1 berry. Seoyu said seriously. Alas! Alas! Nami people are stupid. He volunteered and negotiated a big deal. The result is an inexplicable 8 billion more debts? 10 billion berry? Even if she doesn't eat or drink, she won't finish 3 lives. No dear President, don't play like this. Ah ha 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 ha, just kidding. Chapter 21. Day and Night. Fairy Tail rides the waves. Drive straight toward Alabasta. Permanent pointer? Is this any different from the record pointer in my hand? Nami asked curiously. The record pointer will point to the next island after the magnetic force of a place is full, but the permanent pointer will permanently record the magnetic force of an island, and never point to that place forever. Vivi explained concisely. So that's why, no wonder my record pointer is different from this pointer. Nami nodded knowingly. So, if we follow the record pointer, where is our next destination? Erza asked curiously. Probably the little garden of Primordial Island. Ikaram spoke solemnly. I've been to that island once after I joined Lockworks, it's not a good place. Oh. Erza became interested. If Ms. Erza is interested, I can tell you that Primordial Island, as the name suggests, is an ancient island that retains the ancient climate. Dinosaurs that have become extinct in the outside world still exist there, but... Ikaram changed the subject. On that island, there are creatures more dangerous than dinosaurs. Nani, more dangerous than a dinosaur? What? A real dragon? Nami said in surprise. It's a titan. 2 titans. In Legendary, that is the captain of the giant pirates who was famous for his cruelty 100 years ago. Everyone has a reward of 100 million. Ikaram narrated. Gudong. Nami and Vivi swallowed at the same time. The titans of this world, I really want to fight against each other. Erza said. There will always be opportunities in the future, let's forget this time. Seoyu said. Erza nodded obediently. Everyone, good morning. It hurts, my head hurts. A hungover Juvia rubbed her temples and went downstairs. Next second. Juvia shuddered suddenly. Eyes locked on Vivi. Woohoo, it's you, the woman who stole the president, I want to fight you. Juvia's eyes were red on the spot. Thinking of how Vivi was in Seoyu's arms last night. Juvia almost overflowed with jealousy. On the spot, it was time to duel with Vivi. Juvia, wait, calm down a little bit. Princess Vivi is now our client. Erza and Mirajane hurried forward, blocking Juvia from left to right. 5 minutes later. Juvia also finally understood the cause and effect of everything. Last night, did so much happen last night after I was drunk? Juvia was dumbfounded. After a while, Juvia pursed her lips, stood up and came to Vivi. Well, Miss Vivi, I'm really sorry, I was the one who was rude earlier. No, 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 if Miss Juvia is there, I have something bad too. Vivi waved his hand awkwardly. Miss Vivi, I will definitely do my best for your entrustment. Juvia said firmly. No. Don't rush to refuse, to solve your country's problems, Juvia's power is crucial. Seoyu said. A week later. Fairy Tail sails into a sea with a calm climate and magnetic field. This means that they have come near a large island. Another half-hour later. A huge island appeared in people's sight. Grand Line Santaing Island, Alabasta has arrived. About the action plan after landing. It was clear during this week. Nowadays, Vivi does not yet know the identity of the people behind the Barlock agency. The only breakthrough is the boss partner Missile Sunday. So, let Vivi and Ikaram lead the way to the hidden stronghold of the Lock Works in Alabasta. Then, on the grounds of important information, he induced Missile Sunday to come, took him down, and opened a breakthrough. The battle plan is simple. The key to success is Missile Sunday. Soon, the meeting letter was sent. Don't worry, Vivi, there is a president here, no matter who it is, there will be no return. Looking at Vivi who was frowning nervously, Nami spoke to comfort her. No, Nami, that's not what I'm worried about. Missile Sunday is a very cautious and intelligent woman. She can manage the organization in a seamless manner. She may have seen through our plan at a glance. Vivi worried. It's useless to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, just wait. If it doesn't work, just find the president. Erza said. 3 days ago. When this plan was proposed, Erza noticed the change in Seoyu's expression. She knew that Seoyu must know many secrets that they did not know. The fact is just as Erza expected. Who is the behind-the-scenes boss of Barlock Work Agency? Seoyu is naturally very clear. But he still decided to carry out this operation. Because he wanted to talk to Missile Sunday Nico Robin. Time passed bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, the next night came. Just when Vivi almost gave up. Tap. There were hurried footsteps outside the secret base. A huge tortoise arrives pulling a luxurious frame. That's Binky the turtle, Missile Sunday is here. Vivi cheered up and spoke excitedly. Chapter 22. Alabasta. Barlock Stronghold. What a grand welcome ceremony, Miss Wednesday, MR8, or I should call you Alabasta's Princess Vivi and Guard Captain Ikaram. The black-skinned beauty in a sun hat and tight leather jacket smiled and spoke. There was no surprise or panic about the situation where he was surrounded. Missile Sunday, do you know who I am? Vivi's beautiful eyes widened, and she was startled suddenly. Well, from the day you joined the Barlock Work Agency a year ago, I knew that you and MR8 were able to upgrade to digital agents in such a short period of time, thanks to my support. Robin said unhurriedly. What did you say? Vivi's heart was even more shocked. The other party knew her identity from the very beginning. However, he pretended not to know. Their actions have been under Barlock's watchful eye since the beginning. If they hadn't met Seoyu, what would have happened to them in the end? Vivi can't imagine it, but it is conceivable that the ending will not be too happy. Since you know our identities, why didn't you attack us? Ikaram snapped. For the sake of the country, I don't hesitate to risk my own life. The strong princess who undercovers the hostile criminal company, even I, can't bear to destroy your hopes. Robin smiled. Hey, Miss Missile Sunday, my intuition tells me that you are not a bad person. Mirajane spoke instinctively. No, Miss Mirajane, I'm different from you, I'm a very, very bad woman. Robin said seriously. You know me? Mirajane was taken aback. Fairy Tail Guild, Captain Suryu's first bounty was to reach 80 million berry. Fairy Queen Erza left a lot of legendaries in East Blue. Miss Mirajane is also famous for her beauty. Robin spoke eloquently. No, where is it, my beauty or something? Mirajane blushed slightly. Miss Myra, don't be led into this guy's rhythm. Nami solemnly reminded. You may have conducted a thorough investigation of us, but it was all in vain. You have been surrounded, and you cannot escape today. Juvia shouted. Surrounded? Am I surrounded by you, or are you surrounded by me? Robin asked back. Nanny, is there still an ambush? How many people have you brought? Nami was shocked suddenly. Robin chuckled. Don't be nervous, it's just a joke, I came here alone today. You know it's a trap, but you still come here alone. Erza looked at Robin suspiciously. Hey, because I'm a little bit interested in fairy tale and legendary and your president. Robin rode. Hey, what a coincidence, I was just about to chat with Miss Robin. Suryu pushed the door out and walked in front of Robin unhurriedly. President Suryu, it's true that seeing is believing. He is more handsome in real life than in photos. Robin exclaimed. There's no need to say more about being polite, let's get straight to the point. Ms. Robin, do you want to consider changing jobs and joining our fairy tale? For a smart woman like Robin, Suryu didn't have any twists and turns, and sent out invitations to join the club straightforwardly. As soon as the words came out, immediately everyone was shocked. President, what does this mean? It's different from the plan. Why did you invite that woman? That woman is the vice boss of the opposing faction. Nami, Erza, Juvia and others couldn't help being shocked. Mirajane frowned slightly, and after a while, she relaxed again, as if she had thought of something. She hurriedly made several gestures towards Erza and the others. I see. Erza and the others also understood Mirajane's hint. It is only a bad idea to subdue them directly by force and force them to submit. Attacking the heart is the real best policy. If Robin does join, then they can cooperate from inside to outside. It's easy to take down the entire Barlock agency. As expected of the president. At this moment, all the girls unanimously entered Daihua's thinking. If Suryu knew what they were thinking, he would definitely look confused. Because he really didn't think that much. The reason for sending an invitation to Robin. It's entirely because she is one of the members of the protagonist group. And she's a capable big sister. If Robin joins in, it is bound to be of great benefit to the management of the guild. Also, get lost in this pirate world. In any case, one thing that cannot be avoided is the historical text. Although Suryu is not interested in the throne of One Piece or anything. But he was equally interested in the final island and the One Piece, the great secret treasure mentioned by One Piece Roger before his death. If possible, of course I would like to see it for myself. To get to Raftel, Robin is indispensable. Chapter 23. How about it, Ms. Robin, do you want to consider changing jobs? The treatment of our fairy tale is definitely better than when you were in Barlock Work Agency. Suryu invited again. Another moment of silence. Call. Robin let out a long breath and shook his head slightly. Even someone as smart as her didn't expect this. Join fairy tale? Seems like a good choice. But she came to Alabasta, with the purpose of cooperating with Cloak Dar and no Chancellor. Also, President Suryu, since you know my identity, you shouldn't be unclear. I am a troublesome woman. Inviting me to join your guild will bring you countless troubles. Robin rode. This kind of thing is not a problem at all, fairy tale is never afraid of trouble. Suryu Haki spoke confidently. If fairy tale was afraid of trouble, it wouldn't be fairy tale. Everyone in fairy tale is the most important family member. We will never let anyone who hurts the family go. This is fairy tale. Yu said firmly. Family, this is too extravagant for the hopeless me. Robin whispered softly. Yu raised his eyebrows. No, it's nothing, I have to say, President Yu's invitation is very tempting, but if you go against it like this, won't President Yu think that I am a casual woman? Robin asked back. Not at all. Yu didn't hesitate. Robin. Sincerity is the strongest nirvana. Yu answered so bluntly that she couldn't help it for a while. Robin could feel it. Yu was really inviting her. It's different from any organization she's been with so far. The man in front of him really invited her from the bottom of his heart and wanted her to be his partner. It's obviously the first time we met, but Yu seems to be very familiar with her. Of course, I don't want to reply right now. Ms. Robin, you can go back and think about it for a few days, and it won't be too late for me to reply. Yu said generously. Let me go back like this? Don't you want information about the boss? Robin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unnecessary. Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. However, I'd like to ask Ms. Robin to bring me a message. Just say that I will give him 3 days to surrender to Marine. If he doesn't want to go, I will send him there. I see. Robin turned and went out, boarded the luxury car frame, and disappeared into the night. Until watching Robin go away. Only then did Nami, Vivi, and the others come back to their senses. All of them looked at each other in blank dismay. Is this the end? It seems to know something. It seems that they don't know anything. President, have you achieved your goal? Erza asked. Yu nodded. Just wait for the rest in 3 days. See. Neither Nami nor Vivi asked any more. Although I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Yu's gourd, I always feel at ease. Since Yu said to wait for 3 days, then wait for 3 days. Early the next morning. Fairy Tail sets sail. Around the Alabasta border to the port city of Narohara. After purchasing the necessary living supplies for 3 days. Fairy Tail sails again. Follow the Sandora River all the way up. Eventually it stops along the east coast. Then, Lord Vivi, Karu and I will return to Albina first and report to the king. After saying that, Akalam rushed towards the capital on the super-fast running duck Karu. The Fairy Tail sailed away from shore. Eventually came to the center of the Sandora River. This is probably the center of the entire Alabasta, but President Yu, what are we doing here? Vivi asked puzzled. Rain. Yu said casually. Vivi. Isn't the root cause of your Alabasta civil strife just because of successive years of severe drought, so I'm going to give you Alabasta a rain that will cover the whole country. Yu further explained. Vivi. As Yu said. Drought is the root cause of civil unrest. If there can be a heavy rain covering the whole country, then all the rumors will be self-defeating. All problems will be easily solved. Only whether it rains or not is God's decision. How should mortals interfere? Juvia, let it rain. Yu said. Yes, President. Juvia agreed. She is a genius of water magic and has awakened water magic since she was a child. But because he couldn't fully control his talent, it kept raining where he was. For Juvia, rain is as simple as everyday food. Blue's magic swept over like Uzumaki. The sky was clear just a second ago. At this moment, it was suddenly overcast. Crash! Rain, pouring down. It's really raining, this, what is it? Witnessing this miraculous scene with her own eyes, Vivi was completely stunned. Juvia, continue to expand the scope. Yu said. Yes, President. Juvia mobilized her magic power, causing the rain cloud to spread rapidly in all directions. However, there is still a limit. Juvia and the others on the Fairy Tail have infinite magic power, so they don't need to worry about consumption. The problem is the amount of one-time output. Due to the limitation of strength, there is a limit to the magic power that Juvia can release at one time. Even if it is known as infinite magic power, it cannot expand the output. This point, even Seayu never expected. He had previously boasted that there would be a rain covering the whole country in Haikou. In this case, I can only try that trick. Seayu came to the dumbfounded Vivi. Vivi, if this rain wants to cover the whole country, we still need a little help from you. Where is the president? As long as it can rain, I can do anything. Vivi swears. Is it really possible to do anything? Seayu asked seriously. Vivi didn't hesitate. Then I'm offended. Seayu lowered his head abruptly. Caught Vivi's Sakura Momo with her mouth in full view. Sudden attack, Vivi's beautiful eyes widened subconsciously, her delicate body stiffened. Also frightened was Juvia. Watching the man he loves kiss other women in front of his face. Juvia's whole body was exploded on the spot, breaking through the limit. Boom! Rumble! Thunder rumbled. The huge rain cloud expanded to the horizon in one breath, covering the entire Alabasta. Chapter 24. The power of love is immeasurable. When witnessing the beloved man kissing her, I was NTR in front of her face. Juvia, who couldn't see this scene the most, suddenly broke through the limit. Expanded the rain cloud to the entire territory of Alabasta. This moment. All Alabasta, boil. Kingdom capital. Albina. King Cobra leaned weakly on the throne, his brows and eyes were full of exhaustion. Since becoming the king of Alabasta, he has worked hard to govern and is deeply loved by the people. But this is all past tense. During the past 2 years or so, in the whole kingdom, only the capital, Alba, receives occasional rain. Initial. People only think that it is because the heavens have pity on the benevolent government of the king. Consider it a special gift from heaven to Cobra, and be proud of it. But gradually, over time, rumors of King Cobra's unauthorized use of contraband dancing powder to plunder the rain intensified. My beloved daughter risked her life for the sake of the country, so far there is no news. As a king, he can't do anything. This feeling is simply hopeless. If anything could change all that. That is a rain. My lord, the rain is coming. The vice-captain of the Kingdom Guard, Falcon Bell shouted excitedly. Is it only Albina again? There was no joy in King Cobra's eyes. Not this time, Lord Cobra. Bell gestured helplessly. Master Cobra, not only Albina, the capital of the kingdom, but also Yuba, Alma, and Katlia. Huge cumulonimbus clouds almost cover the entire kingdom. Nani. King Cobra, who was still weak before, widened his eyes and stumbled out of the hall. After seeing the cumulonimbus cloud that spread all the way to the end of the world, unprecedented joy and excitement occupied his whole body and mind. Lord Cobra, good news. Good news. Jackal Jaka came quickly. Ha ha ha, Jiaka, if you want to report the rain, it's already a step too late. People all over the country have seen it. Bell laughed. No, it's not raining, it's Captain Ikaram and Kalu are back. Jackal Jiaka said. What? And what about Vivi? Is Vivi back too? King Cobra was very excited. Oasis Juba. Here is the famous oasis city of Alabasta. But now, under successive years of severe drought, this oasis is dying. Now, the rain is finally falling. Kosha, you brat, keep your eyes open. Looking at the rain, can you still say that Master Cobra took everyone's rainwater? The emaciated old man Duotuo knelt in the rain, tears running down his face. It's raining. Are we really wrong? Koza, the young leader of the rebel army, murmured unconsciously. After 2 years of rain, make the whole Alabasta into a sea of excitement. Countless people rushed into the long-lost heavy rain at this moment, dancing for joy. People's excited shouts, laughter, and tears of joy were mixed with the ticking of rain. Echoes over the skies of Alabasta, enduring and melodious. However, not everyone is celebrating and rejoicing for this heavy rain. Dream City, Rainy Land. Is that all you talk about? Shishibukai Lock stared at Robin calmly. By the way, he even invited me to join. But I didn't agree. Robin rode. Guhahaha, wise choice, only by following me can you achieve your goal in this country. Lock Doll smiled smugly. Robin nodded slightly. Humph, what fairy tale, it's just a newcomer kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, let me surrender to the marine? I want to see, what can you do to me? Lock Doll was holding a goblet, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. However, next second, the smile on Lock's face froze. Because it's raining in Alabasta. Watching the sudden rain, Lock Doll is completely stupid. The sound of rain, the cheers of the people in the rainland, in his ears, seemed to be a mockery from the world to him. It's actually raining, this is a devastating blow to our plan. Robin made sarcastic remarks with a look of surprise. Who the hell did it? Lock Doll shouted angrily, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. After 2 or 3 years of hard work, I returned to before liberation. His heart was bleeding. Alabasta capture plan. Ancient weapon Pluton capture plan. Everything was ruined by this heavy rain. I don't know how many years it will take to implement it again. What the hell is going on here? I've clearly locked all the moisture in the sky over this country with my sand fruit ability, why is there still rain? Lock Doll screamed in rage. The 3-year drought in Alabasta was not a natural disaster, but man-made. It was Kelkator who plundered the water vapor in the atmosphere with the ability of Logia sand fruit. Alabasta is the desert country of Summer Island, and there is not much rain. With Lock's ability, he can easily absorb the water vapor. But the rain came too fast, too suddenly, and there was nothing to stop it, and there was no way to stop it. Although I don't know how they did it, but Fairy Tail is probably the only one who may have caused this phenomenon. This is a gauntlet from the President Suyu. Robin analyzed with reason. Fairy Tail. Boom. The goblet in his hand burst, and the bloody red wine splashed down. Okay, since you guys want to play, then I will play with you enough. Nico Robin, call all advanced agents now, I want those guys to die without a burial. Chapter 25. In the misty drizzle, Suyu and Vivi kiss affectionately. This scene is as romantic as an idol drama. At first, for Suyu's sudden kiss, Vivi is struggling and refusing. For her, this is an unprecedented first. The last time I was at Whiskey Peak, just kissing Suyu on the cheek used up all her courage. Not to mention the mouth-to-mouth kind now. But after seeing the rain cloud expanding from their kiss, Vivi gradually stopped struggling and resisting. She knows it deeply and clearly. How important this rain is to Alabasta. The fall of this rain will completely change the status quo of Alabasta and save countless lives. For the sake of the country, what is her little sacrifice worth? Besides, the relatives have already kissed. It doesn't matter how long it takes. With the mood of serving the country and the people, Vivi completely gave up resistance. Instead, immerse yourself in it, and even respond to it. 5 full minutes. This absurd romantic idol drama has finally come to an end. Hey. Vivi leaned against Suyu's arms weakly, trembling slightly. Well, it seems to be a success. Suyu said seriously. Vivi, let's go, don't play with this bad man, Nami glanced at Suyu and helped Vivi back to the cabin. Anyway, it's a little too much this time, President. Erza said seriously. Isn't this for commission? Seoyu grinned. As the president, you actually made your comrades cry. You must take full responsibility for this matter. If you don't cheer up Juvia, then you should resign. Mirajane put her hands on her hips and spoke angrily. Seoyu scratched his head and walked up to Juvia. I'm sorry, Juvia, it's my fault this time. Seoyu said apologetically. However, it has no effect. Juvia is now autistic and can't hear other people's voices. Anyway, go back to your room first, lest you catch a cold. Seoyu picked up Juvia and sent her back to the room. Wait a minute, I'll get a towel. The moment Seoyu turned around. Don't go. Chairman. Juvia hugged Seoyu from behind, crying in her voice. I do not go. Seoyu turned around. A big hand stroked Juvia's head. The president's embrace is so warm. The next day, morning. Seoyu, who disappeared for nearly a day, reappeared in the sight of Nami and others. Ignoring all kinds of strange sights from the girls. Seoyu sat silently in a corner of the guild and began to think about one thing. Woman, it's really made of water. Especially Juvia. Really, President, you have to be considerate of us once in a while, how can you be like this? Juvia is a big girl, and last time, I also. Mirajane brought a cup of coffee to Seoyu and spoke helplessly. Seoyu grinned and said nothing, thinking that this time it really wasn't his fault. It's Juvia who keeps refusing to. President, do you have any plans for today's itinerary? Nami came to Seoyu and asked. No, what happened? Seoyu replied. If not, then go to Yuba. Now the headquarters of the rebel army is in Yuba. Vivi wants to take advantage of the heat from yesterday's rain to lobby the rebels. Nami said. Can. Seoyu nodded in response. But. What he doesn't understand is. Why is Nami speaking? This kind of thing should be said by Vivi himself. Seoyu looked at Vivi. Next second. Vivi, who noticed Seoyu's gaze, quickly dodged away, and flew up to the red cloud unconsciously with a pretty face. After yesterday's close contact, Vivi no longer knew how to face Seoyu. Seoyu didn't pay too much attention to Vivi's strangeness. The fairy tail moved and docked. Nami and Vivi, who had already packed their bags, landed immediately. Look back. Seoyu remained on the boat without moving. President, didn't you say that everyone is together? Asked Nami. I didn't say no. Seoyu smiled slightly. Gravity magic is activated. Fairy tail shook slightly. Then, under the shocking eyes of Nami and Vivi, it broke away from the water and flew into the sky. Gone. Seoyu manipulated the fairy tail with gravity, and flew slowly towards Juba. On the shore, Nami and Vivi froze in place, not recovering. A ship floating in the sea can still fly in the sky. Before seeing this kind of thing with their own eyes, they never even thought about it. This is fairy tale. It's amazing. Nami and Vivi couldn't help thinking in amazement. After a while. Wait a moment, I haven't boarded the boat yet, I haven't boarded the boat yet. After regaining his senses, Nami waved again and again. Uncle DAJPG. Chapter 26. Alabasta. The oasis city of Juba. Moisturized by rain. The dying city finally breathed a sigh of relief, thriving. Now. Juba Center. Rebel base. A violent quarrel is going on. At this point, do we still have a way out? The rebellion must be carried out. But the rain yesterday has proved everything, the king did not take everyone's rainwater, this is a natural disaster. What we are doing now is rebellion. According to the crime, not only us, but even our family members will be implicated. Don't be silly, Lord Cobra is not a tyrant, he will understand and forgive us. How can you be sure that Lord Cobra will be able to forgive us? I just know. The rebels split into two factions, and arguments escalated. Kusa, you are the leader, what do you think? In the end, all eyes were on the young rebel leader Koza. I will go to the capital. Koza spoke calmly, already making a decision. At this time, Kusa Kosa, Vivi. Master Vivi is here. A young soldier shouted and came to the big tent to report the news to the people. Nani? Master Vivi. Is the princess here? All the rebel army leaders were shocked. He hurriedly walked out of the big tent with Cao Shat, waiting to see the fairy tale spacecraft coming from far and near. Everyone opened their mouths wide at the same time, and the shock on their faces became even more shocking in an instant. Kusa, everyone, it's all right now. Vivi stood on the bow of the fairy tale, waving to the stunned people. Suyu's task today is to send Vivi to its destination. As for negotiating with the rebels, it is not something he wants to participate in. This is something only the venerable Princess Vivi can do. Their involvement will only make matters worse. While Vivi was negotiating with Koza and others, Suyu and his party were warmly received by the old man Duo Tuo. A day trip to the oasis city of Juba was carried out. At dusk, when Suyu and his party returned from sightseeing, the conversation between Vivi and Koza and others is also over. The final result is a happy one. With Vivi as a guarantee, those who are afraid of being executed for treason no longer have any worries. After all, the credit of the Princess Vivi is guaranteed in Alabasta. That night, a great feast is held in Juba. The Kingdom Army represented by Vivi and the Rebel Army represented by Koza reconcile. Royal Capital, Albina. Master Cobra, just now, I received a contact from Yuba. Because of Lord Vivi's lobbying, the rebel army led by Koza has been disbanded. Falcon Bell excitedly reported the good news to Cobra. Okay. You really deserve to be Master Vivi. Ikram blushed with excitement. Vivi has really endured too much. If possible, I hope she can live, travel, and fall in love like other girls carefree. It's too early. Cobra shook his head. Well, after this matter is over, Lord Vivi can relax, everything will be decided tomorrow. Ikram said. The final confrontation with the boss behind the scenes of the Barlock Work Agency? Akalam, I have an ominous feeling that the Barlock Work Agency may really have something to do with Shishibukai Lock Dar. King Cobra said worriedly. It's okay, Lord Cobra, everyone from Fairy Tail is beside Lord Vivi, especially Chairman Suyu, he is stronger than you can imagine. Ikram said firmly. The road from Whiskey Peak to Alabasta. Ikram has seen Suyu and Erza compete more than once. Their strength is the only one Akalam has ever seen in his life. Even if Lock's behind the scenes boss is really K-Lock Doll, it is completely fine. Day and night. Time came to the last day of the deadline. Under the shocked and awe-inspiring eyes of Koza and others, the fairy tale took off. Shortly after leaving Juba, Juvia, who had recuperated in the room all day, was finally revived with full blood. After a brief greeting with Erza, Mirajane, and the others, Juvia came to Vivi's side. Miss Juvia, are you all right? Vivi greeted weakly, eyes slightly dodged. As for Juvia's deep liking for Suyu, of course she could see it too. Juvia rained miracles on Alabasta and was a great benefactor to the country. However, she kissed Suyu in front of Juvia. This sense of immorality makes Vivi panic and uneasy, and he has no face to face it. However, it was beyond Vivi's expectations. Juvia didn't care about the kiss between Vivi and Suyu 2 days ago. Because, Vivi, you just kissed the president, but I have been honest with the president. Juvia opened her mouth showing off. Ah! Vivi was stunned, unable to understand for a while. That's the one, the man and the woman. The president is really amazing. Let Juvia get the ultimate happiness. You probably can't understand this feeling, Vivi. Juvia said all kinds of tiger and wolf words with a happy face. Vivi also finally understood. Juvia was showing off to her. It's just that these things that Juvia showed off were too exciting for Vivi, who was still an innocent girl. Just listening to Juvia's description, Vivi couldn't help but blush. The legs rubbed unconsciously, and the deer bumped wildly. There was a strange feeling in the depths of the body, as if something was about to erupt. Ah ah ah! At this moment, Nami, who was on the sidelines, couldn't stand Juvia's showing off, and couldn't help interrupting. President, speaking of which, what is our itinerary for today? Nami asked loudly. Rainland, Clock Keter. Suyu said concisely. Vivi. Chapter 27. K. Lockdal. Vivi's voice raised more than an octave, echoing unceasingly over the guild. What's wrong with Lockdal? Erza asked puzzled. Cloak Doll, this name, I have an impression. Nami's eyes widened too. That's one of the 7 great pirates recognized by the world government, commonly known as 7 warlords of the sea. President, why are we looking for Shishibukai? Didn't I ask Robin to bring the message back 3 days ago, and let that guy surrender within 3 days, otherwise, I will send him there. The guy hasn't moved for the past 3 days, so I can only do it myself. Suyu smiled faintly. Wait a moment, President, the person you want to surrender should be the boss behind the Lockwork Agency, right? There is a relationship with Shishibukai Lock Dar. Nami stopped abruptly in the middle of her speech, because she already understood what Suyu meant. That is to say, is the so-called Shishibukai Lock Doll the boss behind the Lockwork Agency? Erza nodded knowingly. President, how do you know that K Lock Dar is the boss behind the scenes? Nami couldn't help asking. Robin said it. Suyu said casually. Why don't we know? Nami retorted. Don't you know? Maybe I'm the only one who heard it. Suyu said seriously. Nami. The conversation between Suyu and Robin that day. They were all there too. If Robin said so, how could they not hear? Clock Keter, it turned out to be Clock Keter. I should have thought earlier, besides him, who else can command the Lockwork Club? Vivi clenched her fists, her pretty face was full of anger. After a while, Vivi loosened his fist weakly. President Suyu, Shishibukai, Lock, Dar is not an ordinary person, I can't further implicate you, the next thing is. Without waiting for Vivi to finish. What are you talking about? Vivi. Suyu's big hand landed on Vivi's small head and rubbed it. We have indeed accepted your commission. Of course, we must complete it to the end. If we can't even complete such a trivial matter, how can our fairy tale gain a foothold in this sea? Between Oasis Yuba and Dream City Rainland. An area of weathered rock. Jagged weathered rock. 9 men and women sat or stood, waiting quietly. If Vivi were here, he would be shocked and horrified. Because these 9 people are the most powerful advanced agents of the Lockwork Agency. After the heavy rain 2 days ago, they received a summons from Boss Lock Dar. Urgently assembled from all over the sea, they came here, ready to intercept and kill the target fairy tale. Haven't you come yet? Haven't you come yet? Where's the agreed goal? You've been waiting for so long, haven't you come yet? Miss, an old woman who looks like a mole, shouted Merry Christmas loudly. Long distance fatigue, back pain, really, it's all your fault, Mr. It's all your fault for being so bulky, it weighs on my old waist, it hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry. The tall man with a dull expression, Mr. apologized weakly. He, I'm still as impatient as ever, Merry Christmas, miss. Mr. 3, with the letter 3 hairstyle on his head, is leisurely holding black tea. Enjoy senbei afternoon tea with your partner Miss Golden Week. Mr. 3, the boss asked us to come here, not for tourism. Miss Valentine, a beautiful girl wearing a lemon-patterned skirt, yelled. I didn't expect it to be an unprecedented gathering of all advanced agents. Who is this mission going to deal with? Wearing a windbreaker, MR5, a man like a rock singer, frowned. According to the information provided by Missile Sunday, the other party is Fairy Tail from East Blue. Miss pointed to Zayla with both hands. Wanatwo. Wanatwo. Ah everyone, if you are bored, come and dance with the slaves the way of the SE. MR2 Bentham, a tough lady boy in a ballet suit, steps on ballet steps, sings and dances rap. Coming soon. Dressed like a monk, the blue-haired man MR1 Dasbonis suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. Come yet. All the advanced agents were instantly alert. Follow Dasbornis' line of sight. Waiting to see the spaceship coming from far and near. The mouths of all the advanced agents grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their shocked jaws all touched the ground. The ship is flying in the sky. MR3 Mr. 3 had a ghostly expression on his face. A mirage. That's a mirage. How can a ship fly in the sky? It's impossible for a ship to fly in the sky. Miss Valentine repeatedly exclaimed. Unfortunately, that wasn't a mirage. This is Fairy Tail, no wonder we need all of our advanced agents assembled. Mrs. Fingers looked solemn. I haven't heard that the other party can fly? With me like this, aren't all the traps I dug useless? The mole old lady Miss Merry Christmas cried strangely. It doesn't matter, I will make a move. MR5, the explosive fruit ability user, spoke calmly and confidently. Say it. He stretched out his index finger and began to pick his nose. The other side. The tall and dull man MR4 picked up the dachshund beside him. Slap. Slap. The dachshund transformed into a cannon, and opened its mouth to spit out a time bomb. MR4 grasped the timing, swung the 4-ton bat, and sent the time bomb flying. At the same time, MR5 took out a large booger and popped it out. Boom. Rumble. Chapter 28. Boom. Boom. Rumble. A terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. The powerful wind wave blew the Fairy Tail's hull and tilted to one side. The sudden attack caused the faces of the girls on the boat to change, and they filed out. Their eyes coincidentally locked on the advanced agents in the weathered rock area ahead. MR5, Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week, MR3, can't be wrong, those are the advanced agents of the Barlock Work Agency, and the unprecedented 9 agents appeared together. Vivi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he had already recognized the enemy's identity. It seems that the other party is ready to fight our Fairy Tail. Erza's mouth curled up. She never refuses a fight that comes to her door. Where's the boat? What happened to the boat? The previous explosion was no joke. Nami spoke nervously. Don't worry, Nami, this ship has self-defense magic. An explosion of this magnitude cannot destroy our guild. Mirajane laughed. Nami. Although I don't know what self-defense magic is. But it sounds like a lot of power. In short, there is no need to worry about the damage of the ship. Oh, President is so handsome. On the side, Juvia cheered like a little girl. Nami and Vivi took a closer look. Only then did I find out. I don't know when. Suyu has already come in front of everyone in the Pakistan Lock Work Agency. To be more precise, it came to Mr. 5, who has the ability to explode fruit. Don't flick your stinky boogers into the bottom of other people's boats. Suyu shouted angrily. The fist wrapped in thunder and lightning hit MR5, who was picking his nose and preparing for the second round of blasting with lightning speed. Whoosh! Boom! Mr. Explosive Man is shaped like a fired shell, flying backwards for hundreds of kilometers, and disappearing into the sky with the ear-piercing sonic boom. Just like 4 Emperor's red hair was slashed because of Captain Kid's opponent's shot. If only MR5 hadn't hit Fairy Tail with a booger bomb. Suyu couldn't do it himself, and punched him in seconds. But it was too late for him to regret it now. After solving the annoying booger man, Suyu's outwardly released energy was restrained, and he didn't make another move. However, this moment, Suyu just stood there. It brought a mountain of psychological pressure to a group of Locke advanced agents. Everything happened too fast. They didn't even realize it. Suyu had already arrived in front of them. With one punch, MR5, who was an advanced agent, disappeared without a trace. Monster. This moment, the word monster appeared in the minds of all the advanced agents. An understatement of a monster that kills an advanced agent with a single punch. Can they really fight against it? President, don't swallow it alone, let me do it. Erza jumped off the boat and came to Suyu's side. I want to fight too. Juvia let out a coquettish cry, and followed closely behind. Then I'll leave these miscellaneous fish to you. Suyu waved his hand nonchalantly. Say it. With a flash of his figure, he returned to the boat. As expected of the president, Nami joins the applause. Then Nami was the discovery. Suyu kept staring at himself. What's wrong? Nami's heart skipped a beat. It's rare to get a new power, Nami, don't you want to find some opponents to try? Suyu smiled. With Erza here, there is no need for me to appear. Nami shirked. This is really a pity. I wanted to say that I would reward 10 million berry for defeating one. Suyu said. 10 million? I'll do it. Nami suddenly changed his face, his eyes were blinded by money. Nami's heart moved. Celestial magic activates. Enter the form of the Taurus star spirit clothes. Alas, will Nami also transform? Vivi's eyes widened in surprise. I stayed on the boat for half a month. Vivi and Nami get along day and night. However, it was the first time I saw Nami's star spirit clothing form. Want to learn? Suyu asked. May I? Vivi's eyes lit up. Certainly. Suyu smiled mysteriously. The other side. With Suyu leaving, the opponents became 3 girls. The tense heartstrings of the Locke advanced agents suddenly eased. Ha ha, ha ha ha, as long as it's not that monster, it doesn't matter who else it is. Mr. 3 heaved a sigh of relief, and smiled with lingering fear on his face. Next second, the smile on his face froze again. The eyeballs of both eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. Because Erza made a move. Dress up, the armor of the Sky Wheel. The sword of dazzling Sky Wheel. Swish. Swish swish swish. Dozens of hundreds of magic swords fell from the sky like a torrent of steel. Wang Defa at number UN %, Candle Wall. Mr. 3 screamed and activated the Candle Fruit ability. Create a tortoise shell as hard as steel. Ding ding dang dang. The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing loudly. The desert land is full of smoke and dust. After a full minute, Erza's attack ends. All swords are homing. Is this the rhythm of instant killing? Nami said blankly. No, not yet. Erza shook her head lightly. Tap. The sound of footsteps came from the flying dust. The blue-haired man Dasbonis dressed as a monk stepped out calmly, unscathed. How could it be that he was unscathed? How did this guy eat Erza's attack? Juvia was taken aback. Is it Logia like the smoke man in Rog Town? Nami guessed. What about the white turtle shell over there? Mirajane tilted her head in confusion when she saw the large tortoise shell in the desert. It was probably made by MR3's ability, and it actually prevented Miss Erza's attack. The advanced agents of Barlock Work Agency and us, the general agents, really have a different level. Vivi looked solemn. Chapter 29. White candle inside the turtle shell. Wait a moment, this is my safe house, it's nothing more than Golden Week, let's say it's my partner, but why did you all come in? Mr. 3 yelled in dissatisfaction. What nonsense are you talking about, Mr. 3, if you don't hide in, you will definitely die. By the way, wouldn't you make the safe house bigger? Tough SEMR2 Bentham Road. In such an urgent situation before, it is already my limit to be able to do this. Mr. 3 retorted. Is that the Fairy Queen Erza from Legendary? It's even scarier than the rumors. Miss fingers and forehead were covered with fine cold sweat. Her clothes were torn, and blood was dripping everywhere on her body. It was the wound caused by being rubbed by Erza's flying sword because he couldn't dodge it before. Are you kidding me? What kind of ability is that woman? Didn't she want to kill us all with one blow? Miss Valentine yelled in disbelief. It's so crowded. The small face of the lowly girl Miss Golden Week is crowded and deformed. I'm so sorry. Mr. Babe, who took up the most space, apologized weakly. I've said it all, don't squeeze me anymore, I'm going to be out of breath. All the advanced agents shouted in unison, opened the turtle shell, and each of them breathed greedily. Are these guys idiots? Nami couldn't help complaining. Be careful, Nami, there seems to be someone missing. Juvia was concentrating, and then suddenly her eyes widened. Underground. I will handle it. Nami responded with a full mouth. She clenched the Taurus whip in her hand. Light of pale gold magic gathers at the tip of the whip. With Nami's swing, it fell heavily on the ground. Earth waves. The magic skill attached to the Taurus star spirit clothes exploded. Boom. Rumble. The earth crumbled and crumbled under Nami's magic. The Lock advanced agent walking underground, Miss Merry Christmas, the Zoan mouse fruit mole form ability, screamed, was shocked by the terrifying fluctuations, and fell into a coma on the spot. Get 10 million first. Nami sticks out her tongue with a smug expression on her face. Ah ha ha ha, don't get carried away, it's time for us to fight back. Harsh laughter sounded from the air. I don't know when. Miss Valentine has already floated above Nami's head. I am a light and heavy person who eats the light and heavy fruit of paramecia. I can freely control my own weight, and I am ready to accept 10,000 kilograms. Gilyalu. Before Miss Valentine could finish her sentence, she abruptly turned into a drowning murmur. That's because Juvia made a move. Water restraint. Juvia waved her hand lightly. A water dungeon is generated out of thin air. Lock up Miss Valentine, who has not yet had time to make a move in the air. Even if a strong person at the Four Emperors level falls into the sea, he can't overcome the wind and waves. Not to mention a small miscellaneous fish like Miss Valentine. Juvia's next move has not been connected yet. Miss Valentine's eyes turned white, and she fainted completely. So weak. Juvia blurted out. It's not that the advanced agents are weak, it's that everyone in Fairy Tail is too strong. The Princess Vivi, who was watching, murmured in shock. Wow, how could such a thing happen? What kind of ability is that blue-haired woman? This is unscientific. Mr. 3 screamed again and again. She can actually produce and control water out of thin air. Could it be that she is a Logia water fruit user? The tough guy and ladyboy Bentham also had a ghostly expression on his face. Water is the natural enemy of those with abilities. How could someone have the devil fruit ability to control water? Isn't this invincible? Miss, who is the calmest on weekdays, also lost her color with her fingers, disorganized. As demon fruit power, they met Juvia, who could control water, and they were almost overwhelmed. In short, this woman is not something we capable people can handle. Mr. 4, I'll leave it to you. Mr. 3 Lien Chan. Yes. Mr. 4 responded dully. Hold a 4-ton bat with both hands. Hit like a baseball player. Juvia, leave this guy to me too. Nami was full of enthusiasm and took the initiative to play. As long as you defeat an enemy, you can get 10 million rewards. This is what drives Nami to fight. And it can stimulate all her potential. Nami flicked the Taurus whip and wrapped it around MR4's metal bat with lightning speed. Hey! In just a moment of stupefaction, MR4 found that the bat in his hand was missing. At this time, boom! Doxhundrasa spews out a ticking time bomb. MR4 should have used the bat to hit the bomb precisely where the enemy is. But now without the bat, the inherent rhythm is interrupted. For a moment MR4 was also at a loss. Finally, in the ear-piercing beeping sound, the time bomb blew up MR4 himself. But for a tank like MR4, bombs can't take it away in one wave. At this time, Nami's offensive came again. Nami flying kick, accompanied by a crisp drink. The girl fell from the sky. Take the pose of Leo flying kick. He kicked hard on the buzzing MR4. Whoosh! The tall man like a mountain of meat suddenly flew backwards. Boom! Rumble! MR4, lose. 20 million, get. Nami happily gestured yes. Chapter 30. Okay. Well done. Nami, you are amazing. Seeing the little sister Nami easily get a double kill, Vivi couldn't help but flushed with excitement, and the blood in his body was boiling. If it wasn't for her knowing that her own strength was really low, forcing her to join the battle would only slow her down, so she would definitely have to join the battle. No, how can I be so powerful? Nami touched the back of his head in embarrassment, and spoke modestly. To be honest, even Nami himself was taken aback by his power. This is the first time she has used this power since she obtained the Taurus Star Spirit clothing. Nami himself knows how much he weighed in his original self. Compare it to yourself who easily kills Barlock Advanced in seconds. The span of strength between these is not just a simple description. All of this is thanks to joining Fairy Tail. Being able to join Fairy Tail is the greatest luck in my life. Nami thought to himself. Sudden change. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of breaking wind. A hedgehog-like thing slams at Nami. Nami little. Vivi's alarmed reminder has not yet fallen. Next second. The water flow cuts through. Juvia waved her hand lightly. A huge water blade shoots out. Knocks Ayla into the air with both fingers of Miss who was distracted by Nami. Water flowing whip. Water flow rises. Water flowing twin fangs. Water flow, is this over already? Juvia froze. A set of small tricks has already taken away Mrs. Finger's Ayla with a reward of 35 million. As MR1's partner, Miss means that Zayla's strength cannot be considered weak. The lethality of Paramecia thorn fruit is not low. Unfortunately. This time she met Juvia, the water element. Water magic Skygram's demon fruit power. But her thorns cannot cause any damage to the water element. Such a one-sided result would be expected. The battle started in just a few minutes. 4 more of the 9 advanced agents of the Pakistani Lock Agency were lost in battle. Nami and Juvia each took 2 kills. Plus the booger man who was dealt with by Suyu in the first place. There are still 4 of the 9 agents left. Wait a moment. Vivi's beautiful eyes swept across the battlefield. Only the top 3 digital agents are confronting Erza. There should be 1 more person left. But Vivi looked all over the battlefield, but couldn't find it anywhere. Until Vivi, don't be so nervous, come and have afternoon tea together. Suyu greeted casually. Vivi turned around, then widened her beautiful eyes. Because she suddenly found out. The last advanced agent who disappeared. At the moment, she is sitting opposite Suyu, drinking black tea and eating senbei leisurely. Miss Golden Week, President Siu, she is. You said Marianne, she's my new friend. Siu smiled slightly. Hey! Vivi couldn't help being stunned. Siu became friends with Miss Golden Week, an advanced agent from Lockworks? Marianne is a very well-behaved and quiet girl, and she is very good at drawing. Mirajane smiled. For the well-behaved and quiet Miss Golden Week. She also fell in love with it immediately. Even Miss Myra, wait. Vivi thought of the rumors she heard when she undercovered Barlock. Advanced agent Miss Golden Week has a very special ability. Can manipulate people's emotions through painting, and even turn enemies into friends. Could it be that even President Siu and Miss Myra have been recruited? Vivi was startled suddenly. Vivi, come over and eat some, I've done a lot. Mirajane greeted. Vivi nodded, making up her mind. If it's what she thinks, then it's up to her to find a solution here. The other side. A ruined area of weathered rock. Damn it, he was defeated so easily. Can this also be ranked as an advanced agent with us? He is really useless. Mr. 3 secretly slandered. I thought the 9 secret agents would attack together. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. However, the reality gave him a ruthless big bag. The opponent's strength is far beyond their imagination. The original 8-3 situation. In an instant, it became 3 against 3. Not to mention that the opponent also has an ultimate boss finale. This is simply an impossible task. Mr. 3 rolled his eyes and began to think about countermeasures. Ilusha, let's help too. Nami said. No need, Nami, Juvia, you guys just rest on the sidelines for a while, leave these 3 guys to me. Erza said. Do you actually want to fight against our 3 secret agents with one person? Don't underestimate the slave family. Tough Guy and Ladyboy Bentham suddenly exploded. SE boxing, gorgeous swan dance. It is so powerful that it is enough to kick away the prison beast boss Sphinx with one blow and attack Erza. Erza didn't dodge or dodge, defending Bentham's kick with the 2 swords in her hand. At the same time launch a defensive counterattack. The sword of Tianlun fell from all directions. SE boxing, Xia Tian's memoir of that year. Tough Guy SE Bentham rotates at high speed around the body. Like a large spinning top defense, it repels all flying swords. But in the collision between flesh and blood and the magic flying sword, only the flesh and blood will be injured in the end. When the rotation stopped, the Tough Guy and Ladyboy Bentham was covered in bruises and blood. Even so, he still didn't fall down and stood up. Even Erza couldn't help being moved by such a tenacious spirit. You are the first respectable opponent I have encountered in this world. Erza spoke seriously, and recognized Bentham as her opponent. Originally, I looked at Bentham's male and female attire. Erza still felt a little irritated and uncomfortable. However, after the actual battle, she also felt the tenacity of Bentham, a tough guy and ladyboy. A warrior with a tenacious spirit is worthy of respect. It's really an honor to be recognized by the enemy, so please enjoy it, my last way of being a ladyboy, bursting swan dance music. The tough ladyboy Bentham grinned and unleashed his strongest move. Bring it on! Erza, the armor of the sky wheel, clenched the double swords in her hands. In order to show her recognition for Bentham, she responded with all her strength. Skywheel Sword of Pentagram. Chapter 31. Tianlun, the Sword of the Pentagram. In the form of the armor of the sky wheel, Erza's strongest move exploded. The 2 swords in his hands draw a huge pentagram orbit in an instant, shining in the world. Ah, goodbye, that winter. Tough guy ladyboy Mr. Bentham, lost. The strong ladyboy's flower withers. That guy Mr. is really an idiot. He rushed up like a fool knowing that he couldn't win, but it happened. I've seen that guy upset for a long time. Mr. 3 sneered, and then silently walked to the side of Mr. 1 Dasbonis. Mr1, let's join forces. You attack directly, and I will assist you. At least one person must be taken down as a bargaining chip. Proposal for Mr3. Mr. 3. Das bonus, the green-skinned male monk, didn't respond at all. Still just standing there calmly, motionless. Brother 3 frowned displeased. However, he did not wait for him to continue lobbying. Swish! The sharp breaking wind came with the cold air. Mr3's pupils shrank suddenly. Candle wall. The solid defensive wall is instant, blocking the direct hit of Erza's flying sword when there is no time to send. If the tiger doesn't show its power, don't really think that I'm easy to bully. The Emperor's third brother went into a rage. Paramecia wax fruit ability, fully open. Liquid wax gushed out of its body. Solidified and formed under his control. In the end, it turned into a small white candle titan armor, completely surrounding Mr3. Mr. 3. See? This is my most outstanding work of art, Candle Champion. Mr3. Mr. 3 laughed triumphantly. Erza said nothing. Between waves. The sword of the sky wheel goes back and forth. Jingle. Sounds like iron strikes sounded one after another. It's useless to say it all, your sword can't hurt me anymore. Mr3. Mr. 3 is proud. Although it's a candle, it's really amazing hardness. Erza nodded slightly. As Mr3 said. The flying sword of the heavenly wheel armor really couldn't break through his defense. But Erza still has at least 100 ways to defeat him. Among the various armors collected by Erza, the armor of the sky wheel is only the most basic one. It is generally used for group attacks, and the attack power of a single target is not significant. Any other moves, just use them. Mr3. Mr. 3 completely carried himself away. Since it's wax, then use this. Erza makes a decision. Dress up. Gorgeous light blooms. Erza's image changed dramatically. Instead of the armor of the sky wheel, what appeared in people's eyes was a pair of fiery red armor. Yan Emperor's armor. Oh, Erza has transformed again. So handsome. Nami and Vivi, who saw Yandi's armor for the first time, couldn't help screaming in shock. Where is this? Erza has dozens of sets of armor. Mirajane and Juvia said. Nanny. Both Nami and Vivi couldn't help being stunned. The other side. Looking at Erza, who is holding a flaming sword and exuding a scorching aura like flames all over her body, the third brother is also stupid. Wait a moment, what kind of ability do you have? Why do you still have the fire attribute? This is a foul. It is undoubtedly a foul, Just as Mr3 and Mr. 3 screamed loudly. Erza, the armor of Emperor Yan, swooped forward. The flaming sword swung. Instantly ignited Mr. 3's candle champion. It's so hot. Mr3. Mr. 3 hurriedly escaped, rolled all over the ground, and extinguished the flames on his body. What moves do you have? Just use them. Erza smiled slightly. Return what Mr3 said earlier. Wait a moment, let me prepare. Mr3 seized the opportunity and delayed for a while. Paramecia wax fruit starts again. Wax Museum. Under the weight of death. Mr3 exploded to its full potential. It didn't take long to create tens of hundreds of candle avatars, densely scattered among the weathered rock areas. Oh! Erza frowned, showing some interest. In her past, all these candle clones made by Mr3 can be driven by him. However, Erza somewhat overestimated Mr3. These wax doubles are just wax figures. It's okay to confuse the public, but it doesn't have the slightest power to act. Mr3 made the wax doppelganger just to fight for the chance to escape for himself. Be aware of this. Erza shook her head in disappointment. The Emperor Yan's sword waved. The raging flames burned up all the wax figures. Don't bother with the clown Mr3 anymore. Erza turned around, and the Yan Emperor's armor was retracted. Her eyes fell on the last Mr1 Das Bonus. The guy who got in the way has finally completely disappeared. Finally, Das Bonis, who had been silent until now, spoke. "Aren't they your partners?" Erza said in a low voice. "Partner? It's just a bunch of trash that drags its feet." Das Bonus sneered. Erza's pretty face was slightly gloomy. Fairy Tail valued its companions the most, and would never allow others to insult them. "Okay, don't care about those rubbish, just use your strongest moves to attack. Of course, don't think about winning, the only thing waiting for you is defeat." Das Bonus spoke calmly. "Tch, what are you so proud of?" The last one said that Erza's sword couldn't hurt him, but now he's burned to the ground. "Erza, come on, beat this stinky guy." Nami waved his fist angrily, cheering for Erza. Erza said nothing. "Step forward calmly. There is no armor that converts power. Just attack Das Bonus in the most common form." Das Bonis did not dodge or dodge, blocking with his flesh and blood arm. Jingle. The sound of gold and iron clashing continued one after another. The sharp magic sword clashed continuously with Das Bonis' arm, sparking dazzling sparks. "I see." The first round of probing attacks ended. Erza and Das Bonis retreated respectively. "Your body is as hard as steel. If you can't cut the steel, you can't cut it." Erza saw through Das Bonis' confidence. Chapter 32. The secret of your ability to withstand my sword strikes is your body as hard as steel. If you can't cut through steel, you won't be able to defeat you. Erza said in one word where Das Bonis relied. "That's right, I'm the one who ate the dice fruit. Hitting and slashing are useless to me. Fairy Queen Erza, I admit that you are strong, but..." Das Bonis changed the subject. "Since I got this ability, no swordsman can hurt me. No swordsman can defeat me." Mr1 said confidently. "Oh." Erza raised an eyebrow. Originally, after seeing through the mystery of Das Bonus's ability, Erza was already planning to change her outfit, and defeated it with her powerful armor. The armor of the Skywheel really cannot break through the defense of the steel body. But Erza has many other options. For example, the Yandi armor that defeated Mr3 earlier. The power of fire that comes with it is something that Das Bonis is not immune to. There is also the lightning attack of the Thunder Emperor's armor, the beam cannon of the Star armor, and so on. Certainly. Even simpler and cruder is the armor of Purgatory, which is extremely destructive to a single target. With the absolute destructive power of the Purgatory armor, it can easily crush steel. Also, there are also the strongest Goblin armor, the Celestial armor that can activate celestial magic, the Heavenly God armor that can only be used after liberating the second magic source, and the real strongest opening mode, the Pure Heart garment. There are many ways to cut steel. The fast slashing steel body that Das Bonis is proud of, to Erza, there is no threat at all. As long as the powerful armor is used a little, the end of the battle is only a matter of an instant. Only. Erza couldn't pretend that she didn't hear Das Bonis' arrogant statement that a swordsman can never beat him. Although there are suspicions of being aggressive, Erza wants to defeat Das Bonis with a pure sword. For her in common mode, it is a little difficult to do this. But it's a different matter if you add her newly learned powers of this world. In the past 10 or so days, Erza has been able to release armament haki proficiently through dueling with Suyu. "Come on, quickly put on your previous flame armor, the flame attack of that armor may be able to cause some damage to me." Das Bonis reminded. Only when Yandi's armor is Erza's strongest hole card. "Thanks for the reminder, but it's not necessary." Erza held the sword in both hands with a firm expression. Why doesn't Ms. Erza change her armor? On the fairy tale, Vivi was secretly anxious. Probably because of what Mr1 said before, Erza wants to end this battle with a swordsman, let us wait and see. Suyu smiled. "I've already given you the advice. Since you don't listen, don't complain after you lose. Dasbonis said coldly. The moment the voice fell, his figure shot out suddenly. 5 fingers become claws, and then turn into sharp blades under the action of dice fruit. Master the cut. When Erza blocked Dasbonis' charge with a horizontal knife, the sharp blades collided with each other, sparking. Erza let out a breath. Black's airflow gradually wound towards the blade. Armament Haki, trigger success. The moment Armament Haki finishes winding, Dasbonis' complexion suddenly changed. From Erza's black sword, he felt a strong threat. Obviously, I didn't feel anything a second ago. But when the armed color was entwined, he actually felt a faint pain in his 5 fingers. Dasbonis was startled by this sudden change, and hurriedly backed away to distance himself. Looking carefully at the 5 fingers of his right hand, fine bloodstains appeared on his fingers. Nani! Dasbonis' pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe that Erza had hurt herself with a sword. What are you in a daze for? Just as Dasbonis was shocked, Erza swung her armed black sword and attacked. The pitch-black sword edge cut across a perfect arc and slashed towards Mr1. Dasbonis instinctively raised his hand to block. Pooh! Blood splattered. At the same time, it was accompanied by severe pain. A bloody gash appeared on Dasbonis' arm. What did you do? What power is on this sword? Dasbonis yelled in shock, and the expression on his face was no longer as arrogant and relaxed as before. Since obtaining this ability, this was the first time he was injured by a mere swordsman. This should be the power of this world, don't you know? Erza looked at Dasbonis strangely. As a native of this world, he doesn't even understand the power of this world. Asking this question to her, an other-world person, really lacks common sense. Listening to Erza's rhetorical question, Dasbonis' eyelids twitched. He realized that he might have really asked a stupid question. Could this be Haki? Dasbonis thought of the answer. That's right. Erza nodded. Sure enough, I didn't expect you to have even learned Haki. If that's the case, I can no longer treat you as a common swordsman. Dasbonis looked solemn, ready to fight. Destroying crack. Mr1 strikes again. Between waving, the terrifying sharpness attacked Erza. Erza dodges and dodges. A few strands of crimson hair fell down. And that's all. Drink. Erza snorted softly. Concentrate fully on the Haki trigger. Because I haven't fully mastered the use of Haki. The black lacquer on Erza's sword appears and disappears from time to time. Although it can only cut through enemies when Haki is attached. But this is already a big crisis for Mr1. If things go on like this, even scraping can kill it. Realizing this, Dasbonis immediately decided to make a quick decision. Spiral Slash. Darth Bonus unleashes his strongest moves. The arms turned into overlapping blades, spinning wildly like an electric drill. The sudden onslaught did suppress Erza for a time. But quickly, Erza adapted to his offensive and gradually regained the situation. Utilize the oppressive feeling brought by Dasbonis to further sharpen and upgrade your own Haki. It's over. On the fairy tale, Suyu spoke lightly. Let's continue our conversation, Mirajane, do you want to join fairy tale? Chapter 33. Desert Battlefield. The fierce battle between Erza and Mr1 Dasbonis lasted for 10 minutes. After paying the price of several strands of hair and partial damage to the armor, Erza finally struck the winning blow. The long sword rendered completely black by armament Haki slashed down with lightning speed. Pooh! The bright red blood rose more than 1 meter high. Dasbonis fell to his knees weakly. As expected of the Fairy Queen, I underestimated you. Snapped. The last bar lock Advanced Agent Dasbonis, lost. Oh, Erza 1 Erza is really amazing. Nami, the audience outside the stadium, did not hesitate to praise and cheer. You actually defeated the enemy with a simple sword, as expected of Erza. Juvia was also full of praise. No, I'm still far away, the so-called Haki power in this world, there are still many mysteries worthy of my discovery. Erza, who has felt the power of Haki, is full of longing. If only one day she is able to skillfully combine Haki with the armor of the Sky Wheel. Dozens of hundreds of armed magic black swords have been created. That must have been a very spectacular picture. Certainly. Now she is still far from that realm. The road still needs to be walked step by step. Fairy tale. Win. Miss Erza won. It's really great. Now, the advanced agents are almost wiped out. Vivi screamed excitedly. For this result, the expressions on the faces of Suyu and Mirajane didn't change much. Because I knew it from the beginning. Now, Suyu's gaze fell on quiet lowly across from her. Marian, what are you thinking now? Do you want to join us in Fairy Tale? Suyu asked with a smile. Recruiting Miss here for Golden Week is just Suyu's whim. First of all, the well-behaved, quiet, and laid-back little lowly is really attractive. Secondly, Suyu remembered that Miss Golden Week is not demon fruit power. Her means of manipulating emotions through paint is a superpower unique to her birth. She is a rare natural superpower in this world, and she is very cherished. Finally, there is the character of Miss Golden Week. Although it went astray for a while, but she cherishes her companions no less than everyone in Fairy Tale. For the sake of mystical purpose, Barlock's agents had little contact with each other. As for the identity of the boss Lock doll, it was only known at the last moment. However, even such a partner, after Miss Golden Week learned that they had been arrested, she still did not hesitate to risk herself and embarked on the journey of saving people without hesitation. This quality of cherishing partners is qualified to join Fairy Tale. Hey! For the solicitation from Suyu. Miss Golden Week is still a leisurely look. She breathed lightly and drank the green tea in the cup in one gulp. Thanks for the hospitality. Miss Jinzhou Dao thanked her, but still did not reply. It is precisely because she values her comrades that she will not join the enemy's camp now that her comrades are defeated. By the way, this is what Missile Sunday asked me to pass on to you, and our boss will come here in person today. Nani? Boss? Is that Cloak Dar? Vivi was taken aback immediately. That's it, let's settle this matter first. Suyu stood up. Look southeast. He doesn't have observation haki though. But dragon slaying magic also comes with powerful perception. He has already noticed the peepers in the dark. Not just Lock doll, but another voyeur as well. It's all here, and you're still hiding, are you a sewer rat? Suyu teased. Between raising hands, there was a thunderstorm. Boom! The terrifying thunder blasted away a huge weathered rock mountain. Next time, I won't hit it crookedly. Suyu said lightly. Goo ha 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 ha. The wind and sand are flying. Hiding in the dark, Shishibukaiji Lock doll finally shows up. He also held a dry corpse in his hand. That was MR3 who sneaked away with the help of the Wax Museum move. Goo ha ha ha, being able to defeat our agency's advanced agents with an almost overwhelming advantage, I have to admit, Fairy Tale, you really have two tricks. Shishibukai Gram Lock doll smiled calmly. On the surface, he is as stable as an old dog, but in fact, his heart has long been filled with turbulent waves. From the beginning of the encounter between Agent Advanced and Fairy Tale, he is already lurking here. So, he also witnessed the scene where Suyu sent MR4 flying into the sky with a lightning punch. Peek into Madara and see the panther. Only this blow. Enough for Clock Keter to place Suyu in the most dangerous category. Even from Suyu's body, K-Lock doll gave birth to the feeling when he faced the top players in New World. Not just Suyu. The rest of Fairy Tail isn't average either. Erza, the Fairy Queen, obviously has other powerful means. However, he defeated his most powerful subordinate with the simplest sword skill. That last armed sword was enough to threaten Logia's her. Except Erza. It was Juvia who was even more shocking and alarming to Locke. In Locke Doll's view, Juvia is simply a Logia fruit-capable person. As a person with abilities, he can control the water element that those with abilities fear most. This is simply cheating. Ability users are already at a disadvantage when facing water. For sand restrained by water, it is simply double attribute restraint. To be honest, after witnessing the overwhelming power of Fairy Tail, Locke Doll didn't want to show up. He was even ready to pack his bags and run away in the rain. However, without waiting for him to retreat, Suryu's thunder just landed and blasted him out. As a Shishibukai, wouldn't it be embarrassing to run away without even showing your face? This is how the picture is now. Only, if Locke Doll knew the price he had to pay for this face, he would definitely wish to give the face-loving self two big comparisons. Chapter 34. Clock Keeter, are you messing with everything? You are the behind-the-scenes boss of the Locke Work Agency. For so many years, you have been lurking in Alabasta, playing the so-called hero. What do you want to do? What is your purpose? Vivi's angry roar echoed under the sky. Guhahaha, don't be so excited, Miss Wednesday, or you should be called Alabasta Princess Vivi. Shishibukai Locke Doll spoke unhurriedly. As a member of the Bar Locke Work Association, you should be very clear about the goals, but it doesn't make much sense to talk about it now. Locke Doll changed the subject. Princess Vivi, you have really found a group of powerful helpers. I have been planning for several years, but because of you, it is almost completely bankrupt. Since you know how powerful we are, why don't you hurry up and surrender, maybe you can save your life. Nami yelled and threatened. Who do you think I am? Laozi is Shishibukai. Since you know my secret, I can only kill you all here, and none of you can leave alive. Locke Doll paused every word, and opened his mouth coldly. Even though there was a lot of panic in his heart, his momentum was not weak. Only the mouth is hard in the whole body. Shishibukai? Let me show you what you can do. Erza has no fear of Clockadar's intimidation, and she is full of fighting spirit. Wait, Erza. With a flash of lightning, Suryu came to Erza and patted her on the shoulder. Everyone has worked hard, let's go back to the boat and rest for a while, and leave the final finishing work to me. Suryu smiled. Yes, President. Juvia obediently agreed. President, you must beat that guy to the ground. Nami waved a small powder fist. Then leave it to the President. Erza also restrained her fighting spirit. Suryu turned around and looked at Locke Dar on the weathered rock. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense to each other, let's make a break. Suryu said lightly. The voice had not yet reached Cloak Doll's ears. His figure has already come close to Locke Dar. For Suryu's sudden flash of lightning, Locke Doll was also taken aback, but his reaction speed was not slow. He raised his hand and shot out a sharp desert sword. Boom! Huge pieces of weathered rock were cut in two. Suryu was also cut across the board. It's just and there is no blood. What Lockadar's desert sword cut off was only the afterimage of the electric light. Desert Vajra Saber. The hands and arms of Locke Doll turned into four sand swords. As the figure rotated, he attacked indiscriminately in all directions. Although it is a blade formed of sand, but its sharpness is not inferior to the famous sword. Enough to easily unfold a solid rock wall. Next second. Boom! The dull sound like the beating of war drums exploded. The bright gold lightning suddenly exploded. The Locke Dar Desert Diamond Sword collided with Suryu's Thunder Fist. The terrifying force caused the weathered rocks around the two of them to collapse one after another. Just a moment of stalemate. The desert diamond sword broke a huge gap. Under the incomparable power of the thunder fist, Kalakadar flew upside down. Finally, he stood again on the weathered rock mountain 100 meters away. Chi. His body surface has electric light looming. The body fell into a state of paralysis. But soon, the remaining electricity in its body is guided into the ground as much as possible. Come on, go ahead, let me enjoy a little longer. Suyu flicked his right hand lightly. The powerful electric current intertwined with the growth gun, piercing through the void, and in an instant it came to Kalakadar and exploded it. As the wind and sand flew, Cloak Doll's figure reunited, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, extremely gloomy and unsightly. Heavy Shalan! Kalakdal roared angrily, and waved a salamander roll. The tornado of Shasha rose against the wind, and it didn't take long for it to turn into a tornado like a natural disaster, crazily destroying everything around it. One piece after another, huge pieces of weathered rock were crushed by the tornado, and then absorbed. Accelerated by the gust of wind, it becomes a weapon more terrifying than bullets. If an ordinary flesh and blood body is involved, it is bound to be torn to pieces by the strong wind and gravel in an instant. As expected of a Shishibukai, there are indeed two brushes. Erza said solemnly. But for the president, it's all trivial. An attack of this level can't even touch the president's clothes kakuzu. An attack that can't be touched is useless no matter how strong it is. Nami said relaxed and freehand. However, the next second, something happened that she didn't expect. She just said that Lokdal's attack could not touch Suyu. With his back foot, Suyu took the initiative to rush into the opponent's desert. How did this happen, President Suyu? Vivi's beautiful eyes widened, and panic appeared on her pretty face. Don't worry, Vivi, that's the president. Mirajane smiled. She has absolute trust in Suyu. Since Suyu dared to rush in, it meant he was absolutely sure. That's exactly what happened. It has been nearly 4 months since I came to Pirate World. Shishibukai level Kalakdar was the first qualified opponent Suyu encountered. Suyu, who has never fought seriously, wants to enjoy this fight to the fullest. This moment, in the terrifying heavy Shalan, Suyu stood in the air calmly. The gravel accelerated by the centrifugal force of the tornado tore his clothes, but it couldn't cause the slightest damage to Suyu's body. The bright gold lightning swam around Suyu's body, like armor turned into thunder and lightning. With Suyu's mind moving, Gold's lightning suddenly expanded and defeated Shalan's tornado forcefully. Suyu is like the god of thunder and lightning flashes from all directions around him. It raged in all directions, triggering a series of terrifying explosions. For a long time, the shaking subsided. The smoke cleared. Suyu and Kalakdar were standing on the rocky mountain, wanting to look at each other. Call. Kalakdal took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the palpitations in his heart. That's about it. Glokdar da. I'm Shat, you're Thunder, we can't tell the winner based on our abilities. Chapter 35. Let's stop here. It's futile to continue fighting. With our abilities, we can't tell the winner. Lokdal pretended to be calm, and spoke in a deep voice. Want to come in Kalakdar? He has shown his strong side. The other party should also be able to feel that he is not easy to mess with, and he has already given the step. It is the best ending to just end the struggle and point to each other. However, contrary to Lokdal's expectations, for the steps he gave, Suyu didn't mean to go down at all. Are you so scared that you want to run away? I haven't even finished warming up yet. Suyu's teasing opening directly exposed Kalak's disguise. What did you say? Lokdalton was furious when his ideas were debunked. Don't forget, this is the desert, and it's my home field. In the terrain of the desert, as Logia sand fruit, I am invincible, and I am the king of the desert. Lock Dartel said in a restrained and intimidating way. Since you are so confident, don't talk nonsense anymore, just let me see the gold content of the so-called king of the desert. Suyu didn't like anything, so he made up his mind to compete with him. Since you insist on this, then don't be later. Lock Dahl's harsh words have not yet finished. Next second, the pupils of his eyes constricted. Suyu, who was locked in his line of sight, has disappeared without a trace. What followed was an unprecedented death threat. It was as if a giant dragon was watching him, looking down on him. It's really annoying to be long-winded. Suyu's faint voice suddenly exploded like thunder. Lock Dahl looked up suddenly. The fist that was brighter than the sun kept enlarging in his pupils. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Ang! There seems to be a giant dragon roaring between the sky and the earth. Boom! Rumble! The roar of the sky collapsing followed closely behind. Previously, Suyu said that he was still in the warm-up stage was not a lie. Clock Keter thought he had found out the details of Suyu's lightning ability. As everyone knows. Until now, what Suyu used was only the most basic elemental magic of thunder and lightning. This blow is the real Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Compared with common's lightning magic, its destructive power is several times more powerful. My god, is this the true strength of the president? Looking at the weathered rock area that was almost flattened by Suyu's punch, Nami was so shocked that he couldn't add it. President Suyu, you are really amazing. Vivi flushed with excitement. The president made a move, and he was able to catch it with his hands. I'm afraid that arrogant guy has been beaten to the ground. Juvia laughed. No, not yet. Erza's eyes were fixed, and she saw the wind and sand gradually gathering in the corner of the battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. A painful cough sounded. The flying sand condenses into shape. Shishibukai K. Lock Dahl half knelt on the ground, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood with an electric arc. He thought he had almost figured out the details of Suyu. The opponent's thundering ability may be stronger than his own in terms of performance. But relying on the desert's home field advantage, he would never lose. However, after witnessing Suyu's berserk attack earlier, Lock Dahl knew he was wrong, dead wrong. He is still far from touching the bottom of this man. What's the matter? Crocodile, isn't this going to work? Suyu said lightly sarcastically. Could it be that I'm only at your limit with just a little shot? The so-called Shishibukai, after all, is nothing more than this level. Snort. Lock Dahl snorted coldly. Suyu's ridicule aroused his inner anger. He didn't know how many years, but someone dared to underestimate him so much. Especially the other party is still a rookie kid who just joined the Grand Line. This is simply a shame and humiliation for Lock Dahl. If your purpose is to piss me off completely, then congratulations, you succeeded, and then I will show you the real hell. Lock Dahl opened his mouth faintly. Oh, then I really want to see your so-called scene of hell. With his hands behind his back, Suyu waited quietly on the rocky mountain, giving Zucker Lock Dahl time to launch his ultimate move. You won't be able to laugh right away. Lock Dahl clenched his teeth. His big hand slammed to the ground. Erosion, reincarnation. Logia sand fruit ability, fully open. Under the image of Clockadar's power. The weathered rock of Fang Yuan's kilometer cracks and decomposes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The time before and after is just a few breaths. All rocks are reduced to gravel. Immediately afterwards, Lock's body is transformed into sand elements, and it blends with the desert land. Boom! Rumble! The desert earth trembled violently. The vast desert land seemed to be resurrected, dancing its huge body wantonly. The desert is like the sea. Or in a sense, the desert is also an ocean. A sea of sand. There are waves in the sea. There are sand waves in the desert. The Shas Haman Glokadar who ate the ability of Logia sand fruit seemed to become the lord of the desert. Under his control, the boundless land of yellow sand created layers of waves. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The waves of sand under Klokadar's control rise against the wind. In the end, it turned into a terrifying desert tsunami with a height of 100 meters. The sight is terrifying. Such a huge volume is enough to easily bury a city and destroy an army. At this point, even if you regret it, it's already too late. Get ready to accept the funeral of the Lord of the Desert Sand, Storm, Big, Burial. K. Lockdoll said coldly. Ho ho, I've never seen this move before. Since you have already shown your last hole card, then I should be a little more serious. Chi chi. The gold-plated thunder surged out of Suryu's body, boundless, like a sea of thunder and lightning. Dragon Slayer Mystery Ming, you, Thunder. Chapter 36. Then, that, what the hell is that? Looking at the cascading and turbulent waves of sand, Nami and Vivi couldn't help being stunned. A sandstorm like a tsunami? This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Vivi's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her heart throbbed. The desert battlefield is indeed a unique environment for those with sand abilities. This attack is indeed a bit tricky. Erza looked a little solemn. Miss Erza, the president's words, there must be no problem. Nami swallowed hard, and asked weakly. No problem. It was Juvia who answered Nami with a firm tone. It's true that the sand-capable user's attack was powerful, but with the president's speed, it's easy to dodge it. Mirajane explained. Fortunately, this is an uninhabited desert area. If there is a city behind the president, then you can't avoid it, you can only defeat it head-on. Erza spoke. Hey! After listening to Erza and Mirajane's explanation, Nami and Vivi finally breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of their hanging hearts. However, reality is always unexpected. Burial in the face of K. Lokadar's menacing sandstorm. Suryu didn't dodge as Erza and Mirajane thought. A real man is to never back down. Whoever gets out of the way first is the dog. Boom! Rumble! Suryu is on full power. Thunder's Dragon Slayer magic was pushed to the extreme. The endless bright thunderbolts are like a vast ocean, with great momentum. Become me a dry bone in the desert. Lockdoll roared sharply. The desert tsunami hit Suryu. Suryu neither dodges nor evades. There was neither joy nor sadness on his face. Between waving hands, the sea of thunder boiled. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Ming Yule. Lost magic. The mystery of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic exploded for the first time in this pirate world. The ocean like golden thunder clashed head-on with the majestic desert tsunami. The world paled at this moment. Time and space seemed to stand still here. I don't know how long it has been. Maybe just for a moment. Rumble. There was a booming sound like the sky was collapsing. Boom. The most yang, the strongest and the most powerful thunder penetrated the loose desert tsunami. Endless electric snakes roamed among the gravel, attacking everything indiscriminately. The elementalization of Logia ability users is not invincible. Physical attacks can only scatter elements. However, attacks that are also elements can indeed cause damage. Even if K. Lockdoll hides his body in the vast sea of sand, it is useless. Because Suryu's Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Thunder is aimed at the entire sand sea. How, maybe, ahaha. Amid the collapsing desert tsunami, a scorched figure screamed and flew upside down, hitting the ground, unable to get up again. Fight, end. Shishibukaiji Lockdoll, defeated. Shua. There was a flash of lightning. Suryu returns to fairy tale. Pick up the teacup that is still warm, and take a sip. The huge deck was silent at first. Next second. Oh, I won, the president won. Nami cheered happily. I didn't expect to choose to defeat him head-on. The president of our family is really hacky. Erza sighed. This is also a matter of course, because he is the president of our fairy tale. Mirajane smiled. Meeting. Juvia opened her arms and was about to step forward. At this time, a beautiful figure ran past. She hugged Suyu first. Thank you very much, President Suyu, you saved this country. Vivi spoke gratefully. The red lips left a distinctive mark on Suyu's face. This time, not the intimidation of Whiskey Peak. Nor is it to stimulate Juvia's helplessness. Instead, Vivi complied with her heart and took the initiative to offer her thank you kiss. Wow! Seeing Vivi's sudden and bold move, Nami, Erza, and Mirajane couldn't help but look surprised. Next second, the three of them turned their heads in unison, and their eyes fell on Juvia in unison. What are you doing looking at me like that? Juvia smiled slightly, not showing any signs of getting mad. This is also a matter of course. Because, according to Juvia, Vivi just kissed Suyu's face. But she already got everything from the president. I even tasted that unforgettable taste. Everything about Suyu is engraved in her body. Compared with Vivi's small fights, the levels of the two parties are completely different. Think here. The sense of superiority in Juvia's heart suddenly arises spontaneously, and naturally she will not be jealous of Vivi anymore. Juvia, you really don't mind? Nami couldn't help asking. It's okay, I'm already an adult. I'm not the same as you little girls. Juvia had an Annie-like smile on her face. Nami. I always feel that Juvia's words coupled with this expression make people very angry, but she really can't help it. You can't give yourself up completely just to fight for this breath and stand on the same level as Juvia. Just when Nami was thinking wildly. Click. Click. The light of the strobe flashed in the air. Ha 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 ha, Sparacy. It's really Sparacy. It's wonderful. It's really a wonderful battle. I believe this will definitely become big news that shakes the world. The loud laughter full of excitement attracted the attention of Suyu and his party. Erza looked up suddenly. His sharp eyes fixed on the source of the laughter. Is that a bird? Erza couldn't help but froze. Suits and leather shoes, talking birds. Mirajane tilted her head cutely. Nami, Vivi, Juvia, and others also widened their beautiful eyes in amazement. Only Suyu. The moment I saw the birdman in a suit that looked like a bird. He has already recognized the identity of the other party. Although I don't know why he is here. But this is a good opportunity for Fairy Tail to become famous. Flappy. The birdman in the suit flapped his wings in the sky, gliding against the wind, and finally landed steadily on the deck of the Fairy Tail. Ahem, it's my first meeting, everyone from Fairy Tail, I'm Morgans, the president of World Economic News, please let me interview you all. Chapter 37. News King Morgans. Zoan Bird Fruit Albatross Form Ability. He is the president of the best-selling World Economic newspaper in the world today. Also has the title of one of the four Uranus of the Dark World. It has a pivotal position in the world news industry. As a senior journalist, Morgans has spent his life trying to make big news. Half a month ago, East Blue Cocoa Yoxi Village incident occurred. Fairy Tail and its president, Suyu, appeared in the newspaper as a dark horse. The first reward is to reach the top 80 million berry. This caught Morgan's attention. Relying on the keen sense of smell of professional journalists, Morgans decided that the Fairy Tail team was not meant to be mediocre. So, he traveled thousands of miles from the Grand Line to East Blue, wanting to collect information and visit. It turned out to be after East Blue. Only then did Morgans learn that Fairy Tail had entered the Grand Line. Ever since, he returned to the Grand Line non-stop. Shortly after this, word spread that Alabasta, which had been drought-stricken for 2 years, had suddenly experienced a torrential downpour covering the country. Morgan's sixth journalistic sense kicks in again. Intuition told him. Fairy Tail might be in Alabasta. And this rain is also related to them. Ever since. Morgan's was non-stop again. It took 2 days to get to Alabasta. After some visits and investigations. Confirmed the existence of the Fairy Tail Guild. And follow the clues all the way. Finally found Fairy Tail. And it was a full-scale confrontation between Fairy Tail and Barlock Agency. For Morgans, this was nothing short of luck. Another voyeur that Suyu sensed with a powerful sense before was none other than Morgans. You are Morgans, the president of World Economic News, the news king in Legendary is actually a birdman. Nami subconsciously opened his mouth in surprise. She has been in the sea for many years, so she is no stranger to the World Economic News. After all, she is not someone like the Straw Hat who never cares about the news. The newspaper she has read the most over the years is the World Economic News published by Morgans. Now, Nami was unavoidably surprised when the famous newspaper president himself suddenly appeared, and he was also a birdman. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's my honor that someone in Fairy Tail recognized me. For Nami's birdman title, Morgans didn't care at all, but flattered him. Erza frowned slightly, not feeling too cold about his flattery. So, what are you doing here? Erza asked. To be honest, I have been paying attention to Fairy Tail since East Blue. Your existence is simply the heroes of the era, and you are destined to become the storm of the sea in the next era. Okay, let's stop here for compliments, just say it. Suyu interrupted. Ahem, so I'll be blunt. I'm here to witness the birth of Legendary. I want to do a follow-up interview on Legendary's rise. Morgan said seriously. Are you so sure we can go all the way to the end? Suyu asked back. Well, to be honest, I wasn't sure at first, and I didn't have the idea of an exclusive interview, but after seeing the heroic fighting posture of everyone in Fairy Tail, and seeing the picture of Chairman Suyu defeating Shishibukai Lock, I am 100% sure that Fairy Tail will become a legendary. Morgan said firmly. I love to hear that. Suyu grinned. Then President Suyu, do you agree with my interview? Morgaz's eyes lit up. Compared to our exclusive interview, you should have something more urgent to report right now. Suyu said. Yeah. Morgans echoed it again and again. The defeat of Shishibukai Lock Dar is worth reporting, and I noticed that those guys seem to be agents of the Lock Agency. Is there a connection between Lock and Lock Dar? And the lady over here? Morgan's eyes fell on Vivi. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Vivi, Princess of Alabasta, Princess, Fairy Tail, Barlock, Shishibukai. There was a story in Morgan's mind that gradually connected. However, specific details need to be added. Suyu glanced at Mirajane. Mirajane understood immediately. Fairy Tail has been established so far, but it has been less than 4 months. Few people in the world know about the nature of the Fairy Tail Guild. Only a few people in East Blue who have been helped know. That's why. They have been looking for commissions to pick them up all the way. This is putting the cart before the horse. In the world of Fairy Tail. In the case of Common, the entrusting party initiates the entrustment to the guild. Then it is up to the wizards of the guild to choose whether to pick it up. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of popularity. Certainly. Speaking of popularity, Fairy Tail still has some. For example, Suyu, who offered a reward of up to 80 million for the first time. But this popularity is negative. The team whose president is rewarded by Marine, in most people's perception, is not much different from the general pirate group. Now, the appearance of News King Morgans is an opportunity. An opportunity to truly introduce the Fairy Tail Guild to the world. You can imagine. When the Alabasta incident came to light, the whole world is bound to shake. And defeating Shishibukai, saving Alabasta's fairy tale will also completely reverse the reputation. At that time, there will be an endless stream of commissions from all parties. That time. What Suyu should worry about is not being able to receive the commission. It's about worrying about entrusting too many things that can't be done. After all, in this pirate world, there are too many people in hell. Chapter 38. Nani. Shishibukai K Lok Dar is the source of the civil strife in Alabasta. How ambitious is he to want to usurp Alabasta? Sure enough. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Barlock Work Agency is K Lok Dal. I have long suspected that there are not many people who can lead such an organization in the first half of this period. Princess Vivi, you are a daughter of gold, and you have been an undercover agent in the Lock Work Agency for the country for a year. What an amazing princess! Please be sure to accept my exclusive interview. Ha ha ha, of course, Princess Vivi, don't worry, everyone in Fairy Tail is the core of this incident report, and I'm quite sure about this. The News King Morgans had an enthusiastic conversation with Vivi. With his status as the King of Darkness, there is no need to be too polite to the princess of a country. Being so enthusiastic at the moment is naturally related to Fairy Tail. After all, there will be frequent contacts in the future, and Morgans wants to make a good impression as much as possible. Morgan's interviews on the Alabasta incident lasted for a full hour. Then, Chairman Suyu, everyone from Fairy Tail, and Princess Vivi, this interview is over for the time being. I'll go back and sort out the materials first, and try to finish the report before the evening. Morgans bid farewell. Before leaving, he pulls out his camera. To Shishibukai, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, Lok Dal snapped his face and took continuous shots. After ensuring that there are satisfactory photos, I laughed and rode the wind. What an enthusiastic president! Mirajane complimented. Hee. Suyu chuckled. Others don't know, but Suyu, who is a time traveler, is well aware of the nature of this Birdman News King. For the sake of big news, it is commonplace to make up random stories. But as long as he doesn't discredit Fairy Tail, Suyu doesn't mind working with him. Also, interview with Morgans on the rise of Fairy Tail. Suyu was also slightly interested. Speaking of which, President, what should we do with those people below? Asked Nami. Let's leave this issue to Vivi to decide. Suyu looked at Vivi. I already contacted Koja an hour ago, and my father also contacted Marine. Let these guys spend the rest of their lives in prison to repent. Vivi said. If it were Suyu who made the decision, I am afraid that the heads of the culprits who have troubled the country will be cut off now. But since this is the client's decision, then Suyu has nothing to say. Just do it. Not long. The sand dunes in the direction of Yuba are flying with dust. The capable soldiers headed by Koza arrived on horseback. Vivi, you called me over so urgently, what's the matter? Koja didn't delay, and hurried forward to inquire. Without waiting for Vivi to speak. Oh. Koja, look. This guy is K Lok Dal. K Lok Dal. Shishibukai Gram Lok Dal is defeated. And these guys seem to be agents of the criminal organization Barlock Work Agency. They were all monsters that were offered bounties, but they were all killed. The people in the same group screamed again and again. Nani. Koza's eyes widened in shock. That's right, it's the Fairy Tail folks who defeated Clockkeeter and Barlock Works. Vivi proudly explained the ins and outs of everything to Koja and others. Negotiations yesterday. Speaking of Fairy Tail, Koja and the others didn't say anything on the surface. But Vivi can feel it. In fact, they still hold a skeptical attitude in their hearts. But now, Vivi can tell them upright. Fairy Tail is the hero who saved Alabasta. Hear all that Vivi has to say. Unprecedented huge shock occupied the whole body and mind of Koja and others. It turns out, it turns out that everything was done by K-Lock. However, we blame all the crimes on His Excellency the King. Damn cloak dar. Tears of regret and anger welled up in people's eyes. I really appreciate it, fairy tale folks. I apologize for my rudeness yesterday, you are well-deserved heroes. Cao Sha solemnly bowed to thank him. Do not mind. Suyu waved his hand calmly. Okay, the things that should be explained have been explained clearly, and I will leave it to Kosha and the others here, and we will set off back to Albina. Father and the others should already be preparing for the dinner party. Vivi smiled. Then let's go. Suyu nodded. Gravity magic is activated. Fairy tale sails again. The goal is the capital Albina. Hours later. The sun was setting. A magnificent city appeared in the sight of Suyu and others. The capital of Albina has arrived. At the same time, World Economic News hot air balloon headquarters and major distribution. Thousands of printers are firing on all cylinders. Tens of thousands of newsbirds are ready to go. 6 p.m. World Economic Evening News, Alabasta Event Special, released. Numerous newsbirds flap their wings and bring news to all parts of the world. The sea shakes at this moment. Nani. Shishibukai usurper incident. Shishibukai G-Lock Dar actually want to usurp Alabasta. By the way, isn't Shishibukai a member of the government? Why do you want to treat the member countries? Hey, I care more about fairy tale than Shishibukai. I have an impression of this organization. Not long ago, their captain was offered a reward of 80 million. Isn't this fairy tale a pirate? Why did he become a national hero? Wrong. Big mistake. Fairy tale is not some pirate group. Accept the entrustment, solve problems, I will help you if you have difficulties, so that's how it is. This is the Fairy Tale Guild, I want to entrust them to have a look. All over the world, countless people are discussing it constantly. Just as Suyu expected. As soon as the Alabasta incident was reported, the reputation of fairy tale in the hearts of the common people has been reversed. Certainly. There is balance in all things in the world. Fairy tale was able to turn positive because of this incident. Relatively, the marine and world government that indulge Shishibukai will become the target of criticism. The disclosure of Shishabukai's usurping the country is destined to be a heavy blow to the prestige of marine and the government. It's just that this has nothing to do with Suyu. If you do something wrong, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand at attention. Suyu is not the father of marine and the government, so there is no need to think about them. Chapter 39. The top of the red line. Holy Land, Mirajane. This is the center of the world. The world's #1 city is located. It is also the residence of the world nobles celestial dragons and the base camp of the world government. This moment. Sanctuary Center. The magnificent Pangu City Palace. The 5 elders who represent the highest power in the world on the surface, 5 elders gathered together. All because of the Alabasta incident reported by the World Economic News just now. Damn Clock Keter, damn it for causing us such trouble. 5 elders Jagaruja Satan, who had noble curly hair, cursed in a low voice. Only. The reason why he scolded Locke was not because Locke wanted to steal the country and caused Alabasta to suffer. What really angered him was the huge impact the exposure of this incident had on the prestige of the world government. Just less than half an hour after the news was released, they have already received contact from no less than 20 franchise countries. That BD Morgans doesn't even know what to report and what not to report. 5 elders with short gold hair and a gold beard looked ugly. And this guy? 5 elders, who was bald and scarred, picked up the 80 million reward on the table. Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale, this is the second time that Marine and our government have been disgraced, and they themselves have become famous for it. What kind of Fairy Tale Guild? This sea is the sea of our world government. Anyone who goes out to sea without permission is fine if they don't cause trouble. Once they make trouble, they are enemies and pirates. Holding a lifelong sword and wearing a white training suit, the swordsman 5 elders said decisively. The top priority now is Shishibukai affairs. We must appoint Clockadar's successor as soon as possible. The embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in an ant's nest. Once the balance of the 3 major forces collapses, it will definitely bring a huge direct impact to the world. Whitehair and Whitebeard 5 elders spoke solemnly. The other 5 elders also nodded one after another. After a moment of silence. Although I am very upset with this guy who made us lose face twice, but in this situation, it should be the best solution to let this guy who defeated K-Lockdoll take over as Shishibukai. 5 elders Jaguruja Satan-san offers his opinion. That's true. Although this so-called fairy tale team is just a rookie team, its strength is not bad. In addition, through this incident, it also has a certain reputation. Letting him serve as Shishibukai can save face to a certain extent. Bald Scar 5 elders chimed in. It's true to say so, but just after this happened, he was invited to become Shishibukai again. Where is the face of our government? The blonde and bearded 5 elders shook his head. Now is not the time to care about these things. The top priority is to properly handle the follow-up issues. Since these guys want to be the heroes of the people, why not give them this chance? Whitehair and Whitebeard 5 elders said. Humph, if they don't know good and bad, we have to let them know who is the master of this sea. Swordsman 5 elders sneered again and again. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The headquarters building is brightly lit. Marshal's office. That BDK Lockadar, who has been pretending to be safe all these years, is actually doing this behind his back. Marine Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face turned extremely ugly. Unlike the 5 elders, Marshal Sengoku is genuinely angry at K-Lockadar's kleptocracy. In contrast, Marine's loss of face and prestige is secondary. At the same time, Marshal Sengoku couldn't find anything wrong with Fairy Tail's actions this time. After all, the situation this time is completely different from that of East Blue. The previous East Blue event. Sengoku is unaware of Colonel Mouse's evil deeds. Just because Suyu brutally destroyed a marine base and killed Marine's righteous colleagues, the decision to offer a reward was made. It was too late to know afterwards, and it was irreversible. This time the Alabasta event. Everything has been clearly presented. Even the end result also damaged Marine's prestige. Marshal Sengoku doesn't think there is anything wrong with Fairy Tail. At the same time, he also realized more deeply the mistake of his arbitrary behavior last time. Fortunately. Now, there may be room for redemption. Tab. Vice Admiral Crane, the vigorous Marine Chief Staff Officer, came. Sengoku, Alabasta's side, Hina has already gone to contact them first. In addition, Jun and the others are not far from Alabasta. I have notified her to recruit Fairy Tail as our marine representative. Vice Admiral Crane reports. Well, I don't worry about your work. Marshal Sengoku nodded. After a while. Anything else? Seeing Vice Admiral Crane still looking at him, Sengoku couldn't help asking. Sengoku, Cloak Dar might not be the first about the Shishibukai stealing. Vice Admiral said quietly. Of course I know this kind of thing, Zaya-he. Marshal Sengoku sighed. He is very clear about the meaning of Vice Admiral's Crane words. In present-day Shishibukai, a king also exists. It's just that 8 years have passed. It's been too long. Besides, we Marine have no right to investigate whether it's the Shishibukai regulations or the world government regulations. Not to mention, that guy has some kind of connection with the government. Marshal Sengoku shook his head helplessly. He would certainly like to do something, if he could. After all, the death of his only son was also related to that man. Although we can't do anything from our standpoint, maybe we can entrust it to others. Vice Admiral has something to say. Zaya do you want to? New World. Are you kidding? What the hell does this guy mean? The land of love and passion and toys. De Rice Rosa capital, Royal Palace. King Doflamingo brows up, furious. Chapter 40. De Rice Rosa. The two-story Highland Palace. Now, what's the matter? Dover, now, what happened? Why are you angry? Nah. Nana blame Toripole with a disgusting snot all over his body, so Nana. King Doflamingo of the Kingdom of Shishibukai and De Rice Rosa did not speak again. It's just that his face was gloomy as if water was dripping out, and the veins on his forehead were even more swollen. Express his inner anger and dissatisfaction. Just a few minutes ago. Look at the things reported in the World Economic News about the failure of Cloak Dar to steal the country. Doflamingo is still cheerful and has become a fun person. Commenting on K. Lokadar's plan, full of superiority. As Shishibukai, the two of them have a lot in common. One of the biggest points is that they all once stole the country. It's just that Cloak Doll's plan to steal the country for many years failed. And he succeeded in stealing the country as early as 8 years ago. All these years of mixing is called a wind and water. Originally, Doflamingo was just having fun with the Alabasta incident. Until I saw the last page of the newspaper, Morgans interviewed Tsuyu, the president of Fairy Tail. If you have similar distress, people whose country is oppressed by pirates or Shishibukai, please feel free to initiate a request to us, Cape Tianya, the mission will be accomplished. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is just a very common. But the speaker has no intention, but the listener does. The more Doflamingo read this sentence, the more glaring he felt. His intuition told him that what Tsuyu said seemed to be provoking and shouting at him. Because he has a guilty conscience. The king's position is indeed not right. Hey, Dover, this shouldn't have any special meaning. Torre Port Road. Maybe, it's just fairy tale, if you really dare to come here to make troubles, they will definitely let them come and go, don't confuse me with a piece of trash like K-Lock. Doflamingo sneered sinisterly. Sphinx? The Whitebeard pirates. Everyone, the nickname is the nickname, the fairy tale not long ago, this time has another big event. Sage, the captain of the 4th team, waved the newspaper in his hand and said in surprise. Hey, you're making trouble again in such a short period of time? What a problematic team. First team captain Phoenix Marco said casually. Marco, what they did is not a bad thing. Sachi corrected. Oh, so what did they do? 5th Division Captain Foil Vista asked curiously. Clockkeeter, they smashed Shishibukai Clockadar's plot to steal the country this time and saved a country. Sachi shared the newspaper in his hand with a group of partners. Nanny. It's Q-Lock. This is really, being beaten so badly. That Q-Lock, I remember challenging Daddy before. Ever since I failed to challenge my father, there has been almost no news about that guy. I didn't expect. But to be able to make that cloak doll look like this, the president of Fairy Tail is not ordinary. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but be amazed. The Fairy Tail Guild, accepts commissions, does everything. If I entrust them to fight Kaido together, I wonder if it will work. Huoquan Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, said thoughtfully. Entrust Fairy Tail to defeat Kaido? It's better to avoid it, Ace. First of all, do you have money? The commission to defeat the 4 emperors is not a small amount. The captain of the 3rd team, Diamond Jaws, said. Ace fumbled all over his pockets, but didn't find a single coin, and finally just grinned in embarrassment. Even if the entrustment is really made, the other party may not accept it. After all, the target to be crusaded is the 4 emperors Kaido, and the likes of K-Lock are almost the same. Yi Zhang, the captain of the 16th Division, shook his head. Besides, even if the other party really took over our commission, in the end, it's just going to Wano Kuni to give away the head. Captain Ace, listen to Dad, continue to wait for the opportunity, don't rush for success. Blackbeard Teach persuaded. Ah ha ha ha, that's right. The Island of Ghosts in Wano Kuni. The base camp of the 100 Beasts. Fairy tale, do these innocent guys want to be heroes? The 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts gulped their booze and got drunk. Boom. Red's wine gourd shattered with a bang. Heroes? Don't laugh Yura off, you little brats, you're just playing house games. The so-called heroes don't end well in the end, oh, a little bit. Red Force. 4 emperors red hair pirates. Ah ha 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 ha, fairy tale, what an amazing team. 4 emperors red-haired Shanks laughed. Shanks, I have a hunch that their appearance may change the existing world pattern. Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the Red Mission, said solemnly. Well, don't think so much now, drink and drink first. Boss, Baker, here's to the rescue of Alabasta. Oh. Sabayati Islands. 13th Red Tree. Shucky's ripped off bar. Fairy tale, what an interesting team. What do you think, old Ray? Over half a century old, Shucky, the proprietress who still has charm, spits out smoke rings. Well, what a team full of youth and vitality, Chairman Suyu, what an enviable man. The big pirate in Legendary, once the right hand of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh said enviously. Old Lay, have you committed the same old problem again? Ah ha ha ha, just kidding. Just kidding. The handsome pirates. Captain, Fairy Tale from East Blue has made another big event this time and stole the limelight. The deputy captain of the Junmi I regiment raised his eyebrows. It doesn't matter, my 200 million bounty is beyond their reach. I am still the brightest heart in the sea this year. More importantly, in terms of beauty, he is absolutely inferior to me. The captain of the handsome regiment, White Horse Cavendish, shook his hair with a narcissistic expression. Chapter 41. Under the full promotion of the News King Morgans, the events of Fairy Tale and Alabasta continue to ferment. This moment, standing at the center of the world's hot topic is Suyu and his party. Accepting the highest banquet courtesy of the royal family of Alabasta. President Suyu, Alabasta, will never forget this great kindness. On behalf of all the people of Alabasta, I would like to respect President Suyu. King Cobra said solemnly. King Cobra, you are being polite. Now that you have accepted Vivi's commission, you must go all out. Suyu raised his glass. Chairman Suyu is really young and promising, let me toast to you again. King Cobra raised his glass again. Okay, Dad, don't you drink a lot on weekdays? Don't force yourself. Besides, when it comes to drinking, even 100 dads can't compare to the president. Vivi blocked the way. Vivi, is your dad such a bad drinker? Don't look at me, your dad was also a big drinker when he was young. Cobra, who was underestimated by his daughter, suddenly looked unconvinced. It's not that Dad's drinking capacity is poor, but that the president is really too strong. Vivi said seriously. Then I will too. The Jackal Jiaka, who is quite confident in drinking, took the initiative to join. And I. Falcon's Bell also volunteered. By the way, Captain Ikaram, aren't you together? Bell looked to Ikaram. No, I'll drink it myself. Ikaram waved his hands again and again. Joke. He had seen Suyu drinking in Whiskey Peak. Fighting wine with Suyu, isn't it looking for abuse? Then let's go, the three of us. With the support of the strongest warriors from the 2 kingdoms, Cobra was immediately full of confidence. Immediately challenged Suyu to fight wine. For the door-to-door challenge. Suyu had absolutely no reason to refuse, and immediately agreed. And Just an hour later, King Cobra, Bell the Falcon, and Jocker the Jackal all rushed to the street. Ah, what a worrying father, I have already said it. Vivi waved his hands helplessly. Vivi, you are a good daughter of my father and a good princess of the kingdom. I have really worked hard on you so far. This time Alabasta can. The drunken cobra was talking in his sleep to himself. What are you talking about? I am the princess of the country, this is what I should do. Vivi smiled. But Dad also hopes that you can live a carefree life like a common girl, enjoy the journey of life, and do what you like. However, finding a boyfriend is a bit too early for you, Vivi. If you can, try to wait until you are an adult. Of course, if you really like Vivi, Dad will not stop. King Cobra, who was sleeping, shook out all the thoughts in his heart. Wow! Vivi blushed immediately, and hurriedly ordered Ikram to take the nonsense old father back to the room to rest. Drink and eat. Under the leadership of Vivi, the fairy tale girls came to the big bathing pool of the palace, soaking up the hot water beautifully. The girls of Ying Ying and Yan Yan are playing with each other, full of vitality and spring. By contrast, the men's bath next door is going to be much colder, and only Suyu can enjoy it. Being alone also has the benefits of being alone, at least it is quiet enough. Just when Suyu was thinking so, suddenly, he only felt a strange feeling coming from somewhere in his body. To be completely enveloped by something warm. At the same time, the girls' bath next door. Hey, where's Juvia? Where's Juvia? This is Nami's voice. Really, why did Juvia suddenly disappear? Vivi asked suspiciously. Mirajane covered her mouth and smiled lightly. If you want to find Juvia. Erza jumped up. Skip the block in the men's and women's baths. Go straight to the bath next door. Pull out Juvia who was hiding under the water. Hey, Juvia, why are you on the president's side? Nami asked in surprise. Cough cough. Juvia seemed to be choking, and made a swallowing motion. That's it. I think the water temperature at the president's side is more comfortable, so I came here. Juvia was talking nonsense. Is that so? Vivi is suspicious. Obviously both sides use the same hot water. If that's the case, then I'll try it too. Mirajane smiled slightly, and joined in generously without even wearing a bath towel. It's troublesome to change back and forth, and I'll soak it up here too. Erza nodded. Nami, Vivi. Do everyone in Fairy Tale even take a bath together? The two indigenous girls looked at each other, and after a while they both nodded, making up their minds. Then, let's go too. Poof. Poof. The noise escalated. Yeah. Suyu shook his head helplessly, the rare piece was gone. The next day, early in the morning, Suyu moved away the little white feet that were resting on her body. Without disturbing the sleeping girls, Suyu got up quietly and came to the square in front of the palace. Fairy Tale stands quietly. Compared with yesterday, the scale is bigger. At the same time, earth-shaking changes have taken place inside. Last night's banquet, after confirming with Vivi, this Alabasta Time Commission has come to a successful conclusion. And not as Suyu expected. The completion of the mainline commission brought a considerable amount of upgrade points. Guild level +1 again. Upgrade rewards will also be issued immediately. It's just that the upgrade reward this time is not magic, nor is it a new partner call. It's a complete upgrade of Fairy Tale. First of all, the most intuitive thing is the scale change of the ship. More partners can be accommodated. The second is the increase of the flight function. The flight of Fairy Tale so far has been achieved by Suyu's gravity magic. But after this upgrade, the Fairy Tale can fly in the sky by itself without the help of gravity magic. At last, Fairy Tale has also upgraded and deployed attack methods that were not available before. Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter. Chapter 42. Magic Cluster Cannon, Jupiter. This is a powerful magical weapon in the world of fairy tale. First appeared in the all-out showdown between Spectre and Fairy Tail. At that time, Erza, who was an S-level mage, summoned the strongest defense of the Vajra armor, but she could barely block it even after exhausting her magic power, which shows its power. Certainly. With the ancient weapon of this world. Compared with Pluton, which claims to be able to shoot an island in one shot. The power of the magic cluster cannon Jupiter is far from enough. Although it is not enough compared to the above, it is also more than the following. Compared with the battleship cannons of this world, Jupiter could almost be described as a dimensionality reduction strike. Even if one day in the future they will be surrounded by fleets. The main force of the guild is also performing tasks outside. Leftovers can also manipulate Jupiter, striking from the air. One cannon and one ship are nothing to worry about. 8 in the morning. Fairy tale girls wake up one after another. Good morning, President. Nami rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. By the way, President, is this an illusion caused by my hangover and dizziness? It always feels like our boat has grown bigger. Vivi said uncertainly. This is not an illusion. After we fell asleep last night, the President slightly upgraded the ship. Mirajane blinked playfully. Nanny. Can't tell, the President still has this skill. Nami's beautiful eyes widened. Next second. Whoops. Suryu's big hand made intimate contact with the back of Nami's head. Ha ha ha. Time flies. Another week in a blink of an eye. During this week's rest period, Vivi took Fairy Tail to see the customs of Alabasta. At the same time, because of the news reports, the whole country knew about Fairy Tail saving Alabasta. Every time Suryu and his party go to a city, they will receive the warmest welcome from the people of Alabasta. With a week-long parade of heroes wrapped up, Fairy Tail is ready to set sail. At the same time, Alabasta also has big things happening. 10 o'clock in the morning. Royal capital, Albina. The streets and squares were crowded with people. Crowds are also constantly gathering in major cities in Daxia, which is extremely lively. Because the Princess Vivi's aspiration speech ceremony is about to begin. Originally, this was what Vivi had to do when he was 14 years old. But a year ago, in order to investigate the root cause of the country's civil strife, Vivi went undercover to the Locke Agency. Until now, everything is finally over. To further inspire the nation, King Cobra specially arranged for this ceremony. This moment, under the eager anticipation of the people of the whole country, Princess Vivi stepped on the red carpet and stepped onto the high platform of the square. Looking at the princess on the stage, the people in the audience were all taken aback. These 5 big and 3 thick hot-eyed women's rough guys are Princess Vivi? Their Princess Vivi of Alabasta is obviously the cutest girl. No. That's not Princess Vivi. Ah, that's Captain Ikaram. Captain Ikaram, what are you doing? Captain, you can just dress up as a woman, why do you still have to dress up like a princess? Where is Princess Vivi? Where is the princess? No male princess. No male princess. Looking at the hot-eyed female costume Ikaram on the high stage, the whole audience was in chaos, and all kinds of rotten tomato leaves were thrown towards the stage. Ikaram, the captain of the king's army guard, didn't care, he just stood on the railing and performed a fan dance to enliven the atmosphere. Next second. Everyone. The voice of the Princess Vivi spread throughout the country through the phone bug. It all started from that day. I took a little adventure for a while. It was a day of crossing the dark sea and looking for hopelessness. In the dark storm, I met a small boat, which held the helpless. My hand says to me. Alabasta East Port, Tamarisk. The fairy tale moored quietly. Deck. Holding the phone bug, Vivi told the whole country about her big adventure. It is the greatest luck in my life to be able to meet everyone in Fairy Tail. I have gained courage and kindness from everyone. This time I want to pass on this courage and kindness. So please forgive my waywardness, I may have to go out for a while. Hey, do we still have to go after all? Master Vivi. Falcon Bell heaved a sigh of reluctance. Why are you so lost, Bell? Haven't we decided a long time ago? We must support Vivi-sama's choice to the end, and cheer for Vivi-sama's new adventure. Jackal Giacca said. Princess Vivi, what does this mean? All over the kingdom, the people looked at each other in blank dismay. After a moment of sluggishness. Ha ha ha, do you need to say that? Master Vivi is preparing to walk with the heroes. Go and help other people in need. As expected of our princess. Heroes of Fairy Tail, we must protect our princess. All the people of Alabasta are seething and laughing. Did you hear that? Vivi, everyone is cheering for your new journey. King Cobra wiped his eyes. Bon voyage. East Harbor, Tamarisk. Southeastern waters. A large marine warship braved the wind and waves, and approached the Fairy Tail. Ah, what did I hear earlier? The princess of a country wants to join Fairy Tail. Does the princess want to become a pirate? Wearing an M hat, a floral dress, and a long skirt, the eye-catching young beautiful girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Peacock sauce, Fairy Tail is not strictly speaking a pirate group. And Princess Vivi of Alabasta, she is really amazing, she is our idol. The young Marine Sergeant Skylark said with a full face of admiration. A princess from a country becomes a member of Fairy Tail. It's really not a trivial matter, but as long as today's negotiation is successful, then there will be no problem at all. Admiral of Headquarters Alternate Momuzagi Jun said in a deep voice. Miss Jun, look over there, someone is approaching Fairy Tail, that is. Marine Beauty Colonel Hina's eyes widened suddenly. Who is that? Peacock, the little granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, Marine's chief staff officer, asked quickly. Son of the devil. Hina took a deep breath and said the name. Nico Robin. Chapter 43. Gaga. The phone bug hangs up. Princess Vivi's resolution speech is over. Okay, let's go. Vivi raised her small powder fist full of vitality. Before that, Myra, you go get that out. So you said. That. Vivi tilted her head in confusion. Ga. Karu, the super fast running duck who joined Vivi, also followed suit and tilted his head. That's it, this one. Nami showed Vivi the Fairy Tail logo on his arm. This is the symbol of the guild, and it is also the symbol of our partners. Can I have such a handsome logo too? Vivi's eyes lit up. Of course, Vivi, have you figured out where to print the logo? You can also choose the color freely. Nami reminded. Where is the print? Isn't it unified on the arm? Vivi was taken aback. Of course not. The president and I both have right arms, Erza has left arms, and Juvia and Miss Myra have left thighs. The colors chosen by everyone are also different. Speaking of Vivi, you know it right. Nami said. Oh. Vivi reacted. They both bathed in the same pool. Now after Nami reminded, Vivi also remembered. He frowned and thought for a moment. Several options were denied. Ended up being the last one left. Then I'll just print it on the back of my hand, and choose beige in color for the color. Vivi makes a decision. Quack quack. Karu, the super fast running duck, waved his wings, signaling to print the logo on his duck wings. Okay, then come one by one. Mirajane walked out with a magic seal. Vivi reached out to the back of her right hand and closed her eyes nervously. I thought the process of getting a tattoo might be a little bit painful. But never thought about it. Just for a moment. The Fairy Tail logo is the branding complete. In Vivi's dazed effort. Karu's logo is also branded. Congratulations, Vivi, from now on, you are also an official member of Fairy Tail. Nami applauded again and again. Facing the sun, Vivi looked at the logo on the back of her hand, and her joy was beyond words. At this time, jingle bell. The service bell rang. Who will come at this time? Nami whispered suspiciously, and activated the magic lifting platform. It doesn't take a moment. 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared in the sight of everyone in Fairy Tail. Miss Golden Week and Missile Sunday, what are you doing here? Vivi's eyes widened in surprise. Nami changed the form of the Taurus star spirit clothes, and subconsciously protected Vivi behind her. I've heard of the name of Fairy Tail, I'm here to entrust you with a special task this time. Robin smiled slightly. The plain hand waved lightly. A large package on the lift table is delivered above the deck. The moment it was opened, the golden light suddenly shone brightly. Gold and precious stones abound. Wow, Ms. Robin, please sit down. Nami suddenly fell, and his eyes were completely blinded by money. He even moved a seat for the big benefactor Robin graciously. Miss Robin, what do you want to entrust us with? Mirajane asked. I want to know a piece of history. Robin spoke solemnly. History. Erza raised her eyebrows in surprise. History is the carrier of time. What happened in the distant past is recorded by history, but in the past about 800 years ago, there was a blank history, commonly known as a blank one. 100 years. I want to know that blank history. This is my commission. Robin spoke quietly. A blank 100 years. Erza, Mirajane, and Juvia all looked at each other in blank dismay. Even Nami and Vivi, who were born and bred in One Piece world, are full of question marks. I just feel that Robin's commission is too abstract and completely incomprehensible. Others don't understand. But Suyu is very clear. Okay, this commission, we accept it. Suyu agreed without hesitation, and immediately changed his style of painting. It's just that the difficulty of this commission is far from enough. Have to. The president is going to start ripping off again. Nami couldn't help but slander in her heart. This time she got it right. Don't take the initiative to show off, talk about business. After all, last time she almost carried 80 more small goals for this. No problem, I will pay back the part that is not enough. The premise is that President Suyu can give me a job opportunity. Robin answered without hesitation. I will also help Sister Robin to work together. Marianne, a leisurely girl with superpowers, agreed. Suyu smiled with a tacit understanding. Both were people he had invited. Naturally, he will not refuse now. For Chairman Suyu's decision, Erza and the others will not have the slightest opinion. Only Vivi had a slightly unnatural expression on his face. After all, both Robin and Marianne were once members of the Barlock Works and participated in Kelkitter's plan. Working with former enemies is somewhat difficult. Only think carefully. She was able to meet everyone in Fairy Tail. Alabasta can now be saved before the worst happens. Robin also contributed a lot. Prince Vivi, although it doesn't do anything, I still want to say sorry to you and Alabasta first. Robin walked up to the dazed Vivi. Sorry. Marian also apologized. It's okay, it's all over, and if it wasn't for Missile Sunday that you concealed the identity of me and Ikaram, we wouldn't have been undercover for so long, let alone meet everyone. Vivi quickly waved her hand, expressing that she no longer minds. Of course, generosity is one aspect. It's impossible to say you don't mind at all. Vivi is a kind and understanding girl. I know that both Robin and Marianne were invited by Suyu. She didn't want to embarrass Suyu. Thanks. Robin and Marianne thanked Vivi for his tolerance. Robin and Marianne, come over here and think about where you want to put the logo. Mirajane waved. Not long. Robin made the first decision. Option to brand the black fairy tale logo on the back of the left hand. The girl with leisurely superpowers chose the position of her right calf. Indicates that the planting of grass is completed. Fairy tale members get another +2. President, a banquet will be held next, welcome new partners to join us. Juvia suggested. Don't worry about the welcome ceremony. Silyu turned around and looked towards the southeast. A large marine warship is approaching. It's marine, what are they doing here? Nami woke up from the temptation of money. Aside. Robin pursed his lips nervously. The joy of joining Fairy Tale suddenly disappeared. Chapter 44. Alabasta East Harbor. Fairy Tale makes contact with the Naval Headquarters warship. Led by Admiral of Headquarters Alternate Momuzagi-jun. Several heroic marine female soldiers walked through the gangway and landed on the deck of the Fairy Tale. Colonel Hina, the handover of K-Lock should have been completed, do you have anything else to do? Vivi looked at Marine, a pink-haired beauty in a suit and leather shoes. Marine Haitian Colonel Hina, currently serving in the G6 branch not far from Alabasta. This time, Colonel Hina is solely responsible for the handover, custody, and management of Shishibukai Lockadar and Lock Work Agency advanced agents. Within the past week, Vivi, Silyu, and others have met Hina more than once, and they are now half acquaintances. Could it be that Ms. Hina has thought about it and plans to accept my invitation? Silyu smiled. In the past few encounters, Silyu also sent an invitation to join Hina. Momuzagi-jun. What's going on? She came here this time to recruit Silyu. This hasn't been said yet. On the contrary, the other party poached his feet first. Feel the gaze from the big sister head Jun. A little unnaturalness appeared on Hina's face. No, President Silyu, Princess Vivi, I am not here this time for the follow-up of Barlock, the details will be explained by Momuzagi-jun Vice Admiral. Hina took a deep breath and said calmly. Naval Headquarters Momuzagi-jun Vice Admiral. Vivi and Nami stared at each other. Obviously heard the name of Momuzagi-jun. The number of female sailors in the marine is scarce. Especially the powerful beauty marine. Jun, who is Admiral's alternate, is the first echelon under Admiral. With outstanding appearance and strong strength, it is inevitable that he will become the focus of attention. Certain news agencies are most fond of reporting on events related to Momuzagi-jun. The more reports are made, the more people will naturally know about it. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? Is she a formidable figure? Juvia whispered. Amazing. Robin took a deep breath, her pretty face was no longer as calm as before. Jun glanced at Robin calmly. Devil's son Nico Robin. Although this is not the goal of her trip. But now that we have encountered it, we can't just sit idly by. But right now, of course, the recruitment task is more important. After the recruitment is successful, let Silyu donate Robin as a vote, and everything will be done, the best of both worlds. Think here. Jun didn't delay any longer, he took a step forward and faced Silyu directly. I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momuzagi, and I am here with 5 elders and Marshal Marine. Before Jun finished speaking. I reject. Silyu was straightforward and refused without hesitation. Jun. I haven't started explaining this yet? The other party refused so simply and neatly. At least you have to listen to it first before deciding, hey. Just when Jun was slandering and dazed, Silyu looked over Jun and landed on the young sailors behind him. What's your name? Silyu asked knowingly. Our name is Skylark. Suddenly being called to by Silyu, the soft girl Sergeant Yunk was suddenly at a loss. Stupid, Skylark, don't casually talk to strange men, ignore them here. Major Peacock, a beautiful girl with long legs, taught. But Peacock, our mother taught us that it is impolite to ignore others. The soft girl Lark said weakly. I see, Skylark and Peacock are really good names. By the way, do you want to consider joining our fairy tale? Suyu extended the invitation with a smile. This reverse operation, from the recruited party to the recruiting party, directly stunned Jun. Even Erza, Nami, Robin and other fairy tale girls couldn't help being stunned at the moment. All the pretty faces looked weird. Obviously already have them, but still see one and love the other. When I saw a pretty girl, I wanted to invite her to join. It is really greedy. It seems that it is because of too much energy, Mirajane thought. If Suyu were to know what the girls were thinking, he would definitely cry out for being wronged. Because he really has no other ideas. It's just simply considering that the guild's manpower is not enough. It may not be possible to cope with the large number of entrusted orders. So I want to invite as many talented people as possible. Certainly. Not just anyone can join Fairy Tale. At least it must be someone who Suyu is familiar with and knows the basics. Needless to say, Hina is one of the representatives of the new generation of Marine. As for the Skylark and Peacock, they are also the best of the next generation of Marine. Especially Peacocks. As the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, Marine's chief staff officer, she has great potential. As for the soft girl Lark. Although the current strength is worse. But that's not a big deal. As long as you join Fairy Tale, you will have the opportunity to awaken magic, and your strength will definitely increase greatly. After all, even a weak chicken like Nami can easily kill Agent Locke advanced in seconds after awakening magic. Ah! Listening to Suyu's sudden invitation. The soft girl Sergeant Young suddenly opened her mouth wide. Grabbing the hem of his clothes with his slender hands, he was at a loss written all over his face. Even the Peacock, who is shaking his character, is stunned at the moment. Never expected that the other party would come up. Aside. Looking at the bewildered Skylark and Peacock. Hina couldn't help but nodded sympathetically. Think back then. She met Suyu for the first time, and before she could say a few words, she was invited. Hina's expression at that time was the same as that of today's Skylark and Peacock. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Finally. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momuzagi Jun came back to life. Hastily opened his arms vigilantly. Like an old hen protecting a calf, she guards the three of them behind her, Lark, Peacock, and Hina. The look at Suyu gradually became unfriendly. She came to recruit Suyu on this trip, but before she could say anything, she would be poached first. The other party actually wanted to abduct his important sisters from the very beginning. Also, Jun scanned the deck and noticed something. The entire fairy tale, except for Suyu, is all beautiful girls, which can't be tolerated by Jun. This guy is definitely not a serious person. As long as I'm here, Skylarks and Peacocks will never be allowed to be cheated away. Just when Jun thought so. Speaking of Momuzagi Vice Admiral, do you want to join Fairy Tale too? Suyu directly invited Momuzagi. Chapter 45. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, do you want to join us on Fairy Tale? Suyu extended an invitation to Jun. Anyway, it's a casual thing. It's okay to be rejected. If you succeed, you will earn blood. Suyu naturally didn't hesitate to talk about it. Momuzagi Jun. Listened to Suyu's sudden straight ball invitation. Jun was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. It's not enough for this guy to focus on Skylarks and Peacocks. Now even she is being targeted. Only. Whether it's her or Lark, Peacock, Hina. All are marine civil servants with formal establishment. Putting aside a good establishment, he jumped to a precarious pirate team. What a fantastic idea is this! I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral's alternate Momuzagi Jun. This trip is jointly commissioned by 5 elders and Marshal Sengoku to recruit Fairy Tale President Suyu to succeed 7 warlords of the sea. Jun stopped talking, and told his reason for coming seriously. At the same time, a letter of appointment was handed over to Suyu. So I have already said, refuse. Suyu didn't even look at the documents, and waved his hands calmly. From the very beginning, he knew the purpose of Jun's visit. 7 warlords of the sea, to put it nicely, is one of the 3 major powers in the world. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a lackey of the world government. Fairy tale is fairy tale. Will not become a vassal of others, especially the world government. Regarding this point, Suyu didn't hesitate for half a second. Do you know what invitation you declined? Jun asked back in astonishment. I thought he would hesitate a little after knowing the detailed invitation. Unexpectedly, Suyu's rejection was still so straightforward, without even the slightest hesitation. This kind of thing is irrelevant, but you are now being invited by me, the president of Fairy Tail. Suyu said seriously. The identity of Shishibukai can bring a lot of convenience to your future actions. Don't you want to know about this? Jun spoke earnestly to persuade. This sea is the territory of the government. No matter who you are, you need the government's permission to legally operate at sea, otherwise you will be classified as pirates. If you don't want to become pirates, you need a reasonable identity. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, about this, my father, the King of Alabasta, has submitted a report to you. Marine, Fairy Tail is our Alabasta certified team. Princess Vivi said seriously. Really? Hina nodded. It was she who submitted the application papers for Alabasta. There is a world government joining the big country as a backing guarantee. In theory, Fairy Tail can legally operate at sea. Of course, this theory also needs the approval of the above before it can be realized. If you change to normal time. For Alabasta, who just suffered from Shishibukai disaster. In order to appease the higher authorities, they will open the door of convenience as much as possible. Only. This time the situation is special. Suyu rejected Shishabukai's invitation, not giving Marine and the government face. Naturally, Marine and the government will not give him face. Even with Alabasta as a guarantee, the application paperwork will not pass. At that time, Fairy Tail is still unorganized at sea. Why is it like this? Listening to Jun saying that the application has a high probability of not being approved, Vivi shook her head unacceptably. Accepting Shishabukai's invitation is the only option for you Fairy Tail to be able to legally operate at sea. Jun said firmly. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, is this threatening me? Suyu smiled. I didn't mean that. I was just explaining to you the pros and cons of everything. The specific choice is still up to President Suyu to decide. Jun spoke calmly. I see, if I don't become Shishibukai, Jun Vice Admiral, Peacock, Skylark, Miss Hina won't join us in Fairy Tail. Suyu thought seriously. Everyone. Whoever says you become a Shishibukai, we will join you. The corner of Peacock's mouth twitched, unable to bear it any longer. I wonder how much this guy wants them to join. What, isn't there no benefit at all? Then add a fart. You go. Suyu waved his hand. Mirajane couldn't help chuckling. Nami, Vivi, and the others looked at each other and reacted. Vice Admiral Jun pursed his thin lips. She also saw it. Suyu didn't really want them to join the group so urgently. From beginning to end. This guy has been deliberately changing the subject, not oil and salt. It is obvious that he does not intend to give face to Marine and the government and become Shishibukai. That being the case, Jun will no longer try to persuade him with a shy face. It seems that our negotiation has broken down. Even so, I respect Chairman Suyu's choice. Jun spoke calmly. Then please go back. Suyu made a gesture of invitation. Before then, I have another thing to do. Jun's eyes fell on Robin. What should come is finally here. Robin clenched his fists nervously. Nico Robin, son of the devil, since I met you here, I will never turn a blind eye. Jun said decisively. Yeah. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Before he was so hard to make jokes. Part of the reason is precisely to divert attention. Don't want to conflict with Marine because of Robin's problem. Certainly. It's not because Suyu is afraid of Marine. What Suyu really wanted to avoid was to prevent Robin from feeling that because of her, Fairy Tail was involved. Only. Conflict is now inevitable. That being the case, Suyu will not be polite anymore. Well, you want to take Robin away. Suyu came to Robin's side. Grab her slightly trembling little hand. See this sign? Suyu showed the black Fairy Tail logo on the back of Robin's hand to everyone in Marine. This is the symbol of Fairy Tail, the symbol of a partner. Robin is now a member of our Fairy Tail. If you want to take her away, then be ready to fight with me and Fairy Tail. Suyu changed his previous harmony. The moment the voice fell, an aura so fierce that it seemed to split the sky rushed up from him, overwhelming all directions. At this moment, the wind stopped and the clouds became quiet. There was no longer any waves in the rough sea. Under Suyu's coercion, even marine elites like Hina and Peacock couldn't help but widen their eyes at this moment, feeling as if their breathing was about to stagnate, unable to speak a word. Until now. Suyu gave them the impression that she was a good talking friend next door. Until now. Feeling this indescribable coercion, they were suddenly startled. The man in front of me is the existence that once crushed and defeated Cloak Dar. As expected of a man who can defeat Shishibukai K-Lock Dar, but as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, I must be responsible for the justice behind me. Jun took a deep breath, his expression firm. Bang! The famous sword Jinpiluo unsheathed. Chapter 46. As the president of Fairy Tail, there are two compulsory courses. 1. Gag. This is a necessary skill in order to deal with the council's occasional difficulties. 2. Protect the calf. Everyone in the guild is an important family. Bullying by others is absolutely not allowed. Now, Robin is already a member of Fairy Tail. Marine wants to take Robin? Then let's fight. Change, armor of the Sky Wheel. No need for Suyu to make a move. The moment Momuzagi drew his sword out of its sheath. Erza is the magic knight. The sword wings of the heavenly wheel armor flapped, driving her figure to shoot out. When gold and iron clash. Erza used great power to take Jun away from Fairy Tail. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Erza spoke calmly, surrounded by swords raining ups and downs, and the scene was spectacular. Ilusha, Queen of Fairies, I have heard about your name for a long time. This skill of controlling flying swords is really extraordinary, but it may be very effective for ordinary miscellaneous fish, but it is useless for me. Jun stepped on Moonwalk, kept volleying, and looked at Erza calmly, with great confidence. She is Naval Headquarters Admiral Alternate, the first tier below Admiral. Among Vice Admirals, only the oversized Garp can stand above her. Erza's fencing skills really look extraordinary. But, from Jun's point of view, controlling so many swords at the same time is just a show after all. A real swordsman should specialize in one sword. Erza's moves are very effective against miscellaneous soldiers. However, once you meet a master with knowledge, it will not be of much use. The best proof of this is the recent report of the Alabasta incident. Except for Suyu's fight with K-Lock Dar. Morgan's also focuses on Erza's fight with Mr1 Dasbonis. Even a mere Dasbornis can't be won quickly. In Jun, the so-called Fairy Queen is nothing more than that. Only. What Jun doesn't know is the fight with Dasbornis. Erza didn't even show 10% of her own strength. Then let me experience the strength of Marine Vice Admiral. For the contempt in Jun's words, Erza could naturally hear it, but she didn't care. Raise your hands. The sword of Tianlong confuses the sky. Dozens of magical flying swords shot towards Jun under the control of Erza. Jun's expression was slightly condensed, but he did not relax in the slightest during the battle. The famous sword Kimpira is wrapped around the mighty armament Haki, and the observation Haki is unleashed. Without missing anything, they knocked all of Erza's flying swords into the air with precision. Skywheel Sword of Pentagram. In the armor form of the Skywheel, Erza wields a sword with both hands. The sword of the pentagram fell with lightning speed, and the speed was extremely fast. However, Jun has already read Erza's actions with the powerful observation Haki. The famous sword Jinpira wrapped around armament Haki swung down. The 100-meter sword energy smashed Erza's pentagram sword forcefully, and at the same time, it continued unabated, destroying Erza's sword wings. "It's over," Jun whispered calmly. Her high-heeled feet broke through the atmosphere, and shot out towards the unbalanced Erza. "It's not over yet." Erza had no fear. Change. The light of the magic night shines. The armor of the Skywheel that controls the multiple flying swords is retracted. In its place is a new set of black armor. Armor of Kuroba. Kuroba, Moonlight. Erza strikes again. The characteristic of the armor of the Skywheel lies in the number of swords. And the characteristic of Kuroba's armor at this moment is speed. Under the blessing of Kuroba's armor, Erza's flying speed skyrocketed. Even Jun's observation Haki can hardly keep up. Jingle. The sound of gold and iron colliding was loud in an instant. Under Erza's extreme speed, even Jun was suppressed for a while. Had to rely on observation Haki to passively block. This moment, there was no trace of calmness on Jun's face. "I thought the armor of the Skywheel was Erza's trump card." Unexpectedly, Erza changed into a new set of armor in the blink of an eye. What exactly is this ability? Besides these two sets of armor, does Erza have other armors? Many thoughts ran through Jnan's mind and Jun's mind. Next second, her guess became reality. After it became clear that the armor of Kuroba could not take down the opponent, Erza changed her costume for the third time. The Thunder Emperor's armor. As the name suggests, this is armor with the attribute of lightning. The weapon in Erza's hand is also converted into a thunder gun that opens and closes. When Erza's thunder gun collided with Jun's famous sword Kinpura, Chi-Chi, triggered by a powerful thunder and lightning force. Through the blade, it is transmitted to Jun's body. Just for a moment, Jun's body was stiffened and paralyzed by the lightning. Drink. Erza suddenly exerted strength. The thunder gun hit the famous sword Jinpiluo. With a huge force that penetrated the back of the paper, Jun was shot down and smashed on the deck of the warship. "Jun Vice Admiral!" The soft girl Skylark yelled worriedly. "How could such a thing happen? That's Miss Jun." The peacock pretty face of the shaking girl showed shock irresistibly. "Ilusa, the Fairy Queen, what kind of ability is she? What's going on with those special armors one after another?" Hina's face was also full of shock. "Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, it should be more than this level." Erza stood on the mast of the warship, pointing her spear at Jun on the nail plate. Cough cough. Jun opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of electric arc, and slowly got up. "Ilusa, the Fairy Queen, I admit that I underestimated you before, but I won't anymore. I will do my best." "Just what I want." Erza is also full of fighting spirit. Swish. The sword energy is horizontal and vertical. The knife is shining. Ah ah ah. The mainmast is going to break. The screams of the sailors continued one after another. "I knew it, how could Miss Jun lose?" Peacock breathed a sigh of relief. "Turn around and face the fairy tale people." With his backhand, he untied the whip pin to the back of his waist. "Major Peacock, what are you going to do?" the soft girl Skylark asked nervously. "We must also practice our own justice," the peacock said firmly. "But, how could we have won?" Skylark said weakly. "The second in command of Fairy Tale is Jun Vice Admiral, who has almost suppressed the strongest on their side. Not to mention Silyu, the president who is stronger than Erza. I also want to learn about fairy tales tricks. Colonel Hina steps forward. On the surface, it is helping the peacock. In fact, it is resolving conflicts. Define conflict as sparring. After all, Peacock is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, the great staff officer. If something happened, they couldn't explain it at all. Come on, fairy tale president, let me train you properly. The peacock licked the corners of its mouth charmingly, and flipped its wrist, about to launch the whip fruit ability to Silyu. Since it's a whip, let me. Don't wait for Nami to change into the Taurus star spirit clothes. Next second. An astonishing accident happened suddenly. Two streams of sea water rushed up suddenly. Like tentacles, it restrains the peacocks who are caught off guard. Water restraint. That's Juvia's shot. Chapter 47. Naval Headquarters Major Peacock. Possesses the Paramecia Whip Fruit ability. Can command all that is whipped by her. Even if it is a building, if it is hit by her whip, it must obey the command. This ability is similar to Perona's Ghost Fruit and Sugar's Childlike Fruit, and it almost touches the rules. Even a person whose strength is far superior to that of a peacock, will be hit once he is whipped. Relying on this ability, coupled with his own character of shaking S. Even if the opponent is at the Shishibukai level or even stronger, Peacock dares to give it a try. However, the battle has not begun, it is declared over. She didn't even have time to use the whip fruit ability. Sea water tentacles that fell from the sky wrapped her body. The energy from the sea instantly rendered the capable user powerless. She could only watch Juvia grab her weapon. Who do you think you are, and how dare you try to teach my family's president? Listen carefully, the president has always been the only one who can teach others. Juvia said seriously. Say it. Juvia turned around. Hand over the peacock's whip to Silyu. Just when people thought Juvia was trying to get Silyu to teach Peacock. Next second. The unexpected happens. I saw Juvia bent down by herself and raised the small leather drum. Come on, President, please don't show mercy, teach Juvia to your heart's content. Juvia was full of anticipation and eagerness to try. Nami. Vivi. Skylark, wow. Hina. Silyu. Look at the whip in his hand, and look at Juvia's expectant eyes. If there were no one else here, Silyu would really like to try. Okay, that's it. Myra covered her face and dragged Juvia away. Wow! The seawater tentacles that bound the peacock dispersed. The weak peacock immediately fell to the deck. Peacock, are you all right? Skylark and Hina hurried forward. It's not bad. Without the suppression of the sea water, her lost strength gradually recovered. The girl from before, what the hell is going on? How did she do it? The peacock whispered softly. The exquisite pretty face is full of shock and disbelief. This was the first time in her life that she met someone with the ability to control water. Logia fruit ability. Hina spoke word by word, and said the name she got from the agents of the Barlock Work Agency. Before that, she still couldn't fully believe it, and felt that this ability was too nonsense. As a demon fruit power, hated by the sea, it turns out to be able to control water, which is simply too contradictory. But after witnessing Juvia's shot with his own eyes, she also had to believe that this outrageous ability really existed. Logia fruit, how can this ability exist? The peacock couldn't help screaming in surprise. In this sea, nothing is impossible, Miss Peacock. Silyu smiled slightly and handed the whip back to the peacock. After this battle, even she didn't have the slightest fighting spirit. His whole body and mind were shocked by the existence of the shui shui fruit. President Silyu, is that really a fruit? The soft girl Skylark asked curiously. Humph, this is the secret of our guild. If you want to know, then become our partner. There are unexpected surprises waiting for you. Seoyu laughed. No. No need, forget it, I don't want to know. Skylark shrank its neck weakly. Ha ha ha. Seoyu smiled, did not continue to press, and turned to look at the battlefield between Erza and Jun. Ilusha, we are about to leave. Learn. Erza said she knew. What do you mean? Because you are going to leave? So you plan to make a quick decision. Jun heard Seoyu's overtones. Yes. On the mast of the warship, Erza nodded calmly. I admit that it was my fault for underestimating you at the beginning, but, you should also know that you and I have similar strength, and we can't tell the winner in a short time. Jun's determined opening at the other end of the mast. Erza didn't speak anymore. Jun gritted his silver teeth lightly and swung his knife to attack, wanting to prove his judgment with practical actions. Facing Jun's surprise attack, Erza remained unmoved. When Jun came within 10 meters of her, Erza finally moved. Change, Armor of Purgatory. The heavy black armor attached to Erza's delicate body exuded a powerful oppressive force. This sudden change made Jun's pupils shrink suddenly. It's too late to evade, only time to cross the knife. Boom! Erza swung her pitch-black serrated heavy knife and smashed it on Jun's Kimpira. When? A dull voice like Huang Zhongdala sounded. Circles of shock waves of power visible to the naked eye spread, causing ripples in the atmosphere like water waves. Whoosh! Boom! Under the ultimate power of Erza's purgatory armor. Even Jun, who was Admiral's candidate, couldn't hold on any longer. Even with the blessing of armed color, her hands were bursting open, and blood spattered. The whole person was pushed down by the saber energy of the heavy serrated knife. Rumble. The large warship exclusively owned by Vice Admiral was cut in half by the aftermath of the armor of purgatory. Wow! Ah! The warship was cut apart. What kind of monster is this? Jun Vice Admiral. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, are you okay? The horrifying shouts of the sailors continued one after another. Cough cough cough. Jun grabbed the lower deck and jumped up. Opening his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His pale face was already occupied by shock and horror. You are an amazing opponent. This time I won because you are not familiar with my power. If there is a chance, we will fight again next time. After leaving these words, Erza jumped and returned to the deck of Fairy Tail. Yet, I won. As expected of Erza. Nami happily stepped forward to high-five Erza. Even the Momuzagi Vice Admiral in the headquarters is. Erza is really amazing. Vivi was amazed again and again. How so? Miss Jun really lost. Two little sparrows murmured unconsciously. We are about to leave, you are still not leaving, do you want to join after you have figured it out? Seoyu asked with a smile. Hina's complexion changed. Hastily pulled the absent-minded peacock and skylark away. Etc. Seoyu seemed to have thought of something. Hina paused. Anything else? Cough cough. Seoyu cleared his throat. Go back and tell your lords that if you want to fight us, you must send at least 2 admirals to play. Seoyu Haki's opening. Slap. Hina staggered, didn't speak anymore, and fled in a hurry. Ha ha ha, let's go. The fairy tale set sail, and gradually drifted away under the awe-inspiring eyes of the sailors. Thanks to the boss of Devil King CWK for the reward of 1000 points. Chapter 48. Alabasta East Port, 10 minutes after the Shishibukai invitation event. At the top of the Red Line, the Holy Land Marijois, the Pangu City Hall. Nanny. That ignorant brat who turned down our Shishibukai invitation. Not only refused, but also sunk all the warships of Vice Admiral Momuzagi who went to invite him. Even openly shielding that woman, shielding that devil's son Nico Robin. Arrogant. Really arrogant. That guy didn't take us seriously at all. Since he doesn't give us face, then we don't have to be polite. They want to be the heroes of the sea? It's a good idea. I want to see if there is any man who is not afraid of death and dares to ask a man who offers a reward of 500 million. The old people who represent the highest power in the world on the surface give orders. And just a few minutes later, countless newspaper delivery birds are rushing to all parts of the world with new reward orders that the government has prepared for a long time. Nani. Another man with a reward of 500 million was born. Suyu, the president of Fairy Tail, is such an amazing man. The first time the reward was 80 million, it's been less than a month, and it's risen to 500 million. It's unbelievable. It's nothing to believe, it's a matter of course. After all, he defeated that Shishibukai. The man who defeated Shishibukai G Lockdal is worth the 500 million bounty. It's just what I don't understand is, didn't Fairy Tail save a country this time? Why did the reward go up? Is there any other secret behind the Alabasta incident this time? Is it really possible to entrust Fairy Tail? Those guys don't think they want law enforcement to fish, and trick us into killing us as pigs. I don't know, but I dare not entrust a man with a reward of 500 million to do things for me. All over the world, countless people are talking about it. New World, De Rice Rosa. Phew furfur, I wonder how amazing these guys are? It turned out to be only 500 million. Shishibukai da Flamingo laughed smugly. It's only 500 million. If it weren't for Dover, you became Shishibukai, and the bounty now has reached 1 billion. The top cotter Diamante boasted. A mere fairy tale is nothing to be afraid of. A handsome pirate ship. Captain, Captain, something is wrong, your bounty has been overtaken, and it's a big chunk. The crew of the Junmi regiment screamed in shock. What did you say? Bama Cavendish, the captain of the Junmi regiment, who was admiring his beauty in the mirror, was suddenly taken aback. 5 to 5, 500 million, what are you kidding, what are those marine guys thinking? How can anyone increase the bounty of more than 400 million all of a sudden? Cavendish couldn't believe it. He thought that his own reward of 200 million was destined to be the most dazzling star this year. Unexpectedly, a dark horse appeared out of nowhere. Directly surpassed him by more than twice. How to play this? There are 500 million Suyu in front. His 200 million was completely eclipsed. For a long time. Fortunately, although his bounty is higher than mine, but in terms of beauty, he definitely can't beat me, and the crew also. No, Captain, the leader of the Fairy Tail Guild is also a rare handsome guy, and the crew members are first-class beautiful girls. Cavendish. People are hard to tear apart. East Blue, Kokoyasi Village. Mr. Jian. The big thing is bad. Nami. Nami has also been offered a bounty. The exclamations of the villagers continued one after another. Nani. What are you talking about? Why did this happen? President Suyu and the others saved the country? Why? Feng Jian shook his head unacceptably. Although I don't know what happened, but believe it, believe in Chairman Suyu, believe in Nami, and believe in Fairy Tail. The blue-haired girl Nyoki Jo said firmly. Fairy Tail. Ooh. The girls' voices erupted everywhere. 10 million, 500 million, the president's bounty has risen to 500 million. Nami said in surprise. Miss Erza has also been offered a reward, 79 million, which is 1 million short of the president's initial reward. That's amazing. Vivi was amazed again and again. So. Erza smiled smugly. The feeling of being offered a reward seems not bad. Nami, Juvia, you have also been offered a reward. Nani, do I have it too? Nami was taken aback. Little thief, Nami, has a bounty of 360,000 berry. Juvia, a bounty of 54 million. Leisurely lowly Marion said. 333. 36 million, isn't that higher than our long? Am I that good? Nami was stunned. The second deck of the guild. I'm sorry, I really am a troublesome woman, it's all because of me that you... Well... So you interrupted Robin's apology with a wave. It's nothing more than a bounty among my partners. Even if I don't get promoted this time, it will be the same next time. Besides, I didn't intend to become a Shishibukai in the first place, and it has nothing to do with you. President. Robin pursed his lips. Although Suyu said so, she would not really distance herself from what happened just now. After all, this conflict was indeed caused by her, nothing else. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Speaking of which, I have prepared a small gift for you to join the membership. Suyu smiled mysteriously, and took out a paper tube from his hand. Open it and have a look. Robin took it. Open the paper tube. Take out the large paper inside. Wait to see the text above. Robin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit. This is historical text. Chapter 49. This is the extension of the historical article. Looking at the gift that Suyu gave him, Robin was shocked beyond measure. What shocked Robin even more was the content recorded in this historical article. Information about ancient weapon Pluto. That's exactly what she was looking for during her 3 years at Alabasta. Originally, she had given up after Lockdoll's plan fell through. Unexpectedly, there is no doubt and no way out in the mountains and rivers, and there is another village with dark willows and bright flowers. Now when she gave up, what she had been looking for 3 years appeared so easily and suddenly. I came across this by chance when I was sightseeing in the capital. I thought it was quite interesting, so I made a rubbing copy, as long as it is what you want. Suyu said nonsense. In fact, he sneaked into the funeral hall and made rubbings for Robin. After all, Robin is a problem child who needs to be comforted by something that interests her. Robin pursed his lips and looked at Suyu with a look of emotion on his pretty face. Although Suyu said it was accidental, she could feel that it was not the case. Whether it's the previous conflict with Marine, or the present surprise gift, Robin can deeply feel the heart of the man in front of him, and it's definitely not a lie. President, do you want to know what is recorded on it? Robin seemed to have made some kind of decision, and her pretty face looked more serious than ever. With Lockdoll, she made the decision right from the start. In the end, even if he did get information about the ancient weapon, he would never tell Kay Lockadar or anyone else. But now Robin has changed his mind. If it was this man, she could give everything she had. However, more than Robin expected. I do not want to know. Suyu smiled slightly. Because I already knew it. Okay, everyone, let's start celebrating the addition of new partners. Suyu announced. Oh. Fairy tale, the banquet is in full swing and the atmosphere is cheerful. This moment. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters Office. Marshal Sengoku couldn't relax. Because just now, he has already received a report on the whole process of Jun's contact with Suyu. Previously, they, as well as the 5 elders, have only received reports of a breakdown in negotiations and the destruction of the warship. Until now, the full report is finally out. If the 5 elders knew that Erza defeated Momuzagi Jun, who was Admiral's alternate strength, in a short time, it will definitely not be released according to the previously proposed reward amount. Send at least 2 admirals, this is really... Sengoku, this is not a joke, that man is qualified to say that. Vice Admiral, Marine Chief Staff Officer, said solemnly. I know. Marshal Sengoku shook his head. Being able to defeat Jun in such a short period of time, the bounty of the Fairy Queen Erza alone is enough to reach 500 million. As for Suyu, who is the captain, it is not an exaggeration to double it. Finally, there is this girl who can freely control water elements. She is suspected to be a Logia water fruit capable person, if this is true. Zayahi, it's all my fault. If the East Blue Base incident happened, I could listen to you and investigate first before making a decision. Maybe it won't be now. Marshal Sengoku sighed, remorseful. No. Even if there is no initial reward, the result will still not be much different from now. The Vice Admiral Crane shook his head. Fairy Tail has their own ambitions, and they will never be inferior to others. The next day, early morning. Fairy Tail deck. Suyu woke up early. Open the system panel with a wave of your hand. Fairy Tail LV9. President, Suyu. The Lost Magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic 100%, has unlocked Dragon Slayer Mystery. Dragon King species is not activated, Thunder Dragon King mode to be unlocked. Guild members, S-level Mage Fairy Queen Erza, S-level Receptionist Demon Mirajan, Star Spirit Mage Nami, Vivi, Karu, Robin, Marianne. 87% to the next level. Sure enough, the increase in guild members can also get upgrade points. Suyu nodded. East Blue Kokoyasi Village event. Completed Nami's main quest. Plus the addition of Nami, a member of the protagonist group. The addition of the two increases the guild level by 2. This time the Alabasta event entrustment ended, and the guild was upgraded again. And then yesterday, the addition of Robin, Vivi, Karu, and Marian made the guild level +1 again. Upgrade rewards have also been issued. After Erza, Mirajane and Juvia. The fourth place, no, more precisely, the fourth pair of partners from the fairy tale world has come to One Piece world. Because this time the call was not a single person, but a pair of double yolk eggs. Although he still doesn't know his identity, Suyu knows his location. He looked up to the sky. This time the partner is Heaven. President and President. The girls' surprised cheers brought Suyu back from his thoughts. Nami jumped up and down in front of Suyu. Change yourself. She put on a black and white maid outfit on the spot. General, President, I have awakened a new magic again, this time it is the power of the Virgo Protoss. Nami showed off. This is a matter of course. As long as you work hard and continue to complete the commissions in the future, there will be more surprises. Suyu smiled. Really? Then I will definitely work hard. Nami clenched his fists vigorously. President and President. At this moment, the cheers of the girls' surprise sounded again. Vivi rushed in front of Suyu, her little face flushed with excitement. Hee hee, Vivi, you should be awakened too. Nami giggled. Yeah, it's really unbelievable, this is the power of magic. I thought it was a fairy tale in a book, but I didn't expect that one day it would actually appear and happen to me. Vivi said excitedly. Last night, she learned from Nami that joining Fairy Tail would bring unexpected magical surprises. At first, Vivi didn't care, after all magic is too fantastic. Until now personally experiencing the awakening. She finally believed in this fantastic reality. Nami, Erza, Juvia, aren't you using the devil fruit ability, but the power of magic? Asked Vivi. That's right. Erza nodded. Vivi, what magic have you awakened? Start showing it. Juvia asked curiously. Chapter 50. Come on, hurry up and show us your magic. Nami asked curiously. Vivi nodded lightly. My mind moved. Magic light shines. Wait until the light converges. Vivi's image has also changed. Water Blue's long hair, which was originally loose, was tied into a high ponytail. A band with an M engraved on it is worn on the forehead. The water blue dress is also replaced by a set of heroic battle clothes. At the back of Vivi's waist, there is also a piece of equipment that looks like a scorpion tail. This magic seems to be somewhat similar to mine. Nami nodded suspiciously. That's right, the magic awakened by Vivi is the same as Nami and you, it's all Protoss magic, and this is probably the Protoss clothing of Scorpio. Erza explained. Scorpio, yes, this is it. Vivi's eyes lit up. Scorpio. Nami rolled his eyes. His eyes fell on the scorpion tail behind Vivi. Speaking of which, Vivi, how is your scorpion tail equipped? Could it be, let me see. Nami started immediately, wanting to see where the scorpion tail connects. No, Nami, don't take off my clothes, the president is still here, I'll be shy. Vivi struggled. What does it matter, we are all partners who have taken a bath together. Nami pushes the boundaries. Just when the two girls were fighting. Quack quack. Running duck Karu quickly ran out of the cabin. Karu, who has been inseparable from Vivi since childhood, this time Vivi joined Fairy Tail, and he also brought him along by the way. The super fast running duck who joined Fairy Tail with Vivi has also awakened its magic at this moment. Karu, have you also awakened the power of magic? Vivi said in surprise. Quack quack. Karu nodded repeatedly. What kind of magic is it? Nami, Juvia, and others are also interested. In the eyes of everyone. Karu the super duck spreads his duck wings. One jumped off the boat. Whoa, Karu! Vivi hurried to the side of the boat and looked down. Next second. In Vivi's shocked eyes. The super fast running duck Karu actually flew up. Ducks, can fly too. Nami was taken aback for a moment. This should be the magic of the Transcendence Wing. Mirajane spoke. Karu has become a super fast duck. Vivi murmured softly. Good morning, everyone. Robin and Marian came out of the cabin and greeted each other. It's just in time, Robin, Marianne, you should also have awakening magic. Erza asked. Well. Robin nodded. Wait a moment, that's magic, magic that can be called a miracle, Robin, your attitude is too calm. Nami couldn't help complaining. Well, of course there is some inner shock, but this is the wonder of Fairy Tail, isn't it? Robin smiled slightly. In fact, don't look at her so calm. Actually, when I just woke up in the morning, Robin was stunned. Never imagined. There is such a miraculous power as magic in this world. And he finally knew too. What everyone in Fairy Tail uses is not the devil fruit ability, but the power of magic. That's the great thing about Fairy Tail. So, Robin and Marianne, what type of magic have you awakened? Suyu asked. I'll come first. The leisurely lowly Marian raised her hand first. I saw her take out a paintbrush. A cannon was drawn on the ground. Next moment, the magic light flickered. The cannon was loaded by hollow and fired a single shot into the sea ahead. Immediately afterwards, Marianne drew another cute puppy, which was also resurrected. Wow! Nami and Vivi opened their mouths together, already stunned. Drawing magic, the magic that makes the pictures I draw move. Marianne said. Suyu nodded. Marianne was able to match the drawing magic within his expectations. After all, she was originally a painter, and she was a good match for painting magic. Suyu's gaze then fell on Robin. What magic can Robin with the flower fruit ability match? He is also quite curious about this. So. Robin nodded, opened his arms, and activated his new ability. The warm spring breeze is blowing. The spirit of spring swept through Fairy Tail. Flowers and plants sprouted on the deck without warning. There are also sprouts protruding from the boat fence, which is full of vitality. This. What kind of magic is this? Nami and Vivi opened their mouths in shock again. Erza and Mirajane looked at each other, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They have already recognized that this is the magic of Vlad Sinkin, one of the founders of Fairy Tail and the fourth among the 10 holy wizards. Wood magic. Suyu frowned slightly. Robin nodded. This is magic that can manipulate nature. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up. The wood magic of the fairy tale world is similar to the Logia Mumu fruit of the One Piece world. More importantly, this spell works well with Robin's flower fruit. Flower fruit and wood magic. Even if Robin develops a big move like wood style true several thousand hands in the future, it is not surprising. The magic demonstration session of the new members is over. The next step is the actual combat adaptation stage. Karu, the super fast duck, is practicing flying with a crew. It can carry Erza wearing armor, and it can easily carry Vivi on long-distance flights in the future. The other side. Scorpio Vivi is the opponent of Virgo Nami, and each is familiar with new powers. Marion uses painting magic under the guidance of Mirajane and Juvia. Certainly. It was Mirajane who was in charge of guiding, and Juvia was purely here to make trouble, allowing Marianne to draw many of the toys she wanted. At last, Suyu is seriously discussing with Robin the possibility of combining flower fruit with wood magic. Time passed bit by bit. At noon. Hi. There was a loud laugh from the air. President Suyu, here I come again. News King Morgans glides against the wind and lands on the deck of the fairy tale. He untied the large sack he was carrying behind his back and handed it to Suyu. These are commissions from all over the world, and they are really lucky to have the help of Chairman Suyu. Chapter 51. Hey, I'm here again. The News King Morgans landed with flapping wings. Send a sack of power of attorney to Suyu. This, are all of these commissions? Nami's beautiful eyes widened. Exactly. Morgans nodded. After the Alabasta incident this time, the name of fairy tale has been resounded all over the world, and these are only part of it. Is there anything else besides these? Vivi is also full of surprise. That's right, because everyone is in the first half, so I screened them in advance. These are all commissions from the first half of the Grand Line, New World, and Four Seas. If President Suyu wants to check it out, I will send again next time. Morgans said. Because fairy tale is mobile, it doesn't have a specific base. In addition, for many civilians in One Piece world, it is extremely difficult to go to sea. So, Suyu deliberately set Morgans as a transfer station for entrustment. He will accept commissions from all over the world on his behalf. Also, in fact, the number of consignments was actually higher, but because President Suyu's bounty suddenly skyrocketed, some consignors withdrew their consignments on the way. Morgans reports. It doesn't matter. Suyu didn't care. Will revoke the commission because of his bounty. Either it's an insignificant little thing, or it's just a fad. It's good to take the initiative to withdraw, so that they don't have to work hard to filter. Ha, of course, these stupid idiots, it is their own loss to revoke the commission, and I will blacklist them later, even if they want to commission next time, they will not give it. Morgans flattered him quietly. Thank you, it's just time for dinner, do you want to have some together? Suyu asked. Ha, thank you in advance. Morgans did not refuse, and immediately agreed. Drink and eat. Work begins. The first is to organize and filter. The entrusted task of this sack is graded separately. Some urgent orders should be dealt with first. As for the secondary, take your time. After all, Fairy Tail still doesn't have enough manpower. Also, commissions with permanent pointers or life cards are also prioritized. After all, the Grand Line magnetic field is chaotic. If there is no permanent pointer or life card to guide, even a professional navigator may not be able to reach the destination. This time Morgans was able to accurately find Fairy Tail. It is precisely because Morgans returned to Alabasta once a few days ago and made a life card for Suyu. Suyu also learned how to make life cards from Morgans, and made a copy for each partner after preparation. After working hard for 2 hours, All entrusted tasks are sorted and sorted out. Robin and Erza took out the map and began marking the entrusted locations. Nami and Vivi came to Suyu with a bunch of crude power of attorney. President, what should we do with these 3 no products? Asked Nami. The so-called 3 no products refer to no pointer, no life card, and no entrustment fee. These may be due to the inexperience of the first entrustment, which leads to forgetting. There are also some who are really too poor to pay the commission, and they have the idea of giving it a try. Let's announce it on the task board first. If you encounter it on the way, then let's solve it by the way. Suyu made a decision. At this time, Suyu glanced out of the corner of his eye. Looking at one of the 3 no powers of attorney, his brows suddenly raised slightly. Before Nami packed up, Suyu pulled out that interesting power of attorney. Look for the golden land of Shandora. Commissioned human Braun Kulik. Ha ha ha, President Suyu, are there any interested commissions so soon? Let me see, the golden town of Shandora, seems familiar. Morgans was taken aback. Nani? Golden country. Nami on the side moved his ears, and suddenly became excited. The golden town of Shandora, this is the place recorded in North Blue's folktale King Nolando. In Legendary, 400 years ago, Nolando led an expedition to an island with a golden city, but, when he arrived there again, everything has disappeared, the golden city of Shandora has disappeared. The knowledgeable Robin tells the stories he knows. What, it turns out it's just the bragging of the big talker. Nami suddenly lost interest. No. No. The golden country is real. Suyu spoke calmly. As a traverser, Suyu is very clear about the Sky Island Golden Town. And it was also a must-go place that Suyu had decided a long time ago. Because I want to experience the customs of Sky Island. The massive amount of gold in the Golden City is also not to be missed. There is also the bell of the wonderful Golden Bell Tower and the historical text on the base. Also, more importantly, Sky Island's god Enel, or more accurately his Logia Thunder Fruit ability, is something Suyu desperately needs. His Thunder Dragon Slayer magic has been raised to 100%. If you go one step further, it will be a higher level Thunder Dragon King mode. But, no matter how hard Suyu tried, he still couldn't cross this barrier and couldn't activate the Dragon King species. Sky Island's Thunder Fruit ability, Enel, may be able to help him break this barrier. The above is the reason why Suyu wanted to go to Sky Island before. Now, there are 2 more reasons to go to Sky Island. First of all, there are new partners in the sky waiting for him to respond. The second is this commission from the descendants of Nolando. It seems that it has been decided, our next mission. Mirajane smiled. Would you like to find it? The golden town of Shandora in Legendary. Nami and Vivi looked at each other with great interest. Ha ha ha, looking for the golden town in Legendary, this is really not to be missed. President Suyu, please allow me to follow and record the whole process. Morgans rubbed his hands together excitedly. No problem. Suyu nodded in response. It should take a few more days from here to Gaia, where the client is, so I'll go back and make some preparations first. After saying that, Morgans left in a hurry. President, there are just a few commissions in this area. I want to take the newcomers to practice and get used to it. We will meet up in Gaia in 3 days. Erza said. Then go and come back quickly, if you come back late, you will miss the good things. Suyu laughed. Chapter 52M. Boom boom boom. 3 magic power boats sailed out from the bilge of Fairy Tale. Under the leadership of Erza, they galloped to the island where the client was. With 6 people and 1 duck going out. Only Suyu and Mirajane remained in the huge guild. Fairy Tale, which had been bustling for many days, returned to calm. Looking at Mirajane approaching, Suyu immediately took it into his arms and took it into his arms. This period of time is due to everyone acting together. Silyu never had the chance to be alone with Mirajane. In addition, Myra's character is not as unrestrained as Juvia's. He wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it, so Silyu had no choice but to take the initiative. Only. Without waiting for Silyu to start. Here, President, these are what we prepared for the President. Mirajane handed a stack of power of attorney to Silyu's arms. So much. Silyu raised his eyebrows. Because you are the President, everyone has gone to work, how can you be lazy, and the President is very fast. The corners of Mirajane's mouth rose slightly. I'm fast? Myra, are you provoking me? Silyu smiled. If the President finishes quickly, then during the period before everyone comes back, whatever the President wants to do can be done. Hey, can you really do anything? Silyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Certainly. Mirajane blushed slightly. Make a deal. Silyu snapped his fingers. Chi. There was a flash of lightning. Silyu disappeared from the boat. 2 days later. After completing all quests, Silyu returns to Fairy Tail. Ah, did you finish it so quickly? You really deserve to be the President. Mirajane praised. It's all thanks to Myra's reward as motivation. Silyu smiled slightly. The President is really. Mirajane blushed slightly. The President has worked hard these 2 days, I'm going to prepare delicious food now. Before Mirajane fled to the kitchen, Silyu flashed directly in front of her, and took her whole body into his arms. Compared to your cooking, I have something more to eat now. A cup of tea and a pack of snacks after hard work are always the most delicious. For this, Silyu feels particularly deeply. After waiting for 2 full days, I finally got my wish. This feeling is stronger than usual. Not just for Silyu. The same is true for Myra. The only slight downside is that the reward time is too short. Only half a day later. Erza's team has 6 members and 1 duck, and Guy returns. Miss Myra, I'm starving to death, please get some food first. Nami lay on the dining table, and said weakly, already exhausted. I'm coming. Mirajane hurriedly began to prepare. Myra, what's the matter with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Or let me do it? Erza asked with concern. No. It's nothing, okay, Erza, go and sit down too, dinner will be ready soon. Mirajane waved her hand. Oh well. Erza didn't ask any more questions. Hey. Mirajane breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and started to work. Drink and eat. The girls of Fairy Tail rested separately. It didn't take long to fall asleep. Because of the 2 days of running around, it is really tiring. Nothing to say all night. The next day, early morning. Grand Line, Gaiakin Island. Father, you haven't slept all night, have you? Masla, the captain of the ape group, who looked like an ape, walked towards the man with a chestnut head and a diamond face. He is Wen Bron Kulik. 400 years ago, the grandson of Wang Wen Bron no Lando. It's all due to the letter sent by that guy Morgans, who made my father wait for 3 days, and I don't know if Fairy Tail will come. Could it be that we were fooled by Morgans? Var. The orangutan-like captain of the orangutan pirates shook his head. An ape, an orangutan, plus Wen Bron Kulik who adopted them since childhood. The team formed by the 3 of them is the Ape Mountain United Army. In the past 10 years, has been working to find Shandora, the Golden Land in Legendary. Even sometimes Lian Wen Bron Kulik himself is not completely convinced that the Golden Country really exists. But, in order to get rid of the infamy of the big talker carried by the ancestor Nolando, he still resolutely bet everything on himself and fought against fate. 3 days ago, the paperbird brings a message from Morganth. The letter consisted of only 1 short line. It's an honor, your commission has been taken over by Fairy Tail, get ready for President Silyu's arrival. The moment I saw this reply from Morgans, Wen Bron Kulak only felt the blood rushing to his head. Originally, he just cast his power of attorney with an attitude of trying. In the rush of the situation, some things were even forgotten. I thought there would be no response to my commission. However, surprises always come unexpectedly. Since then, Wen Bron Kulak has been waiting eagerly by the coast. For 3 days in a row, there was no movement. Because intuition told him that this might be a unique opportunity. If he missed it, he might not be able to achieve his long-cherished wish in his life. "Father, why don't you go and rest first? We are here to help you watch." Masla the ape was concerned. Swish! Wen Bron Kulak suddenly stood up. He looked at the end of the sea level, his body trembling uncontrollably. Because fairy tale, here we come. Chapter 53. Ruins of Gaia Island. The fairy tale docked. "Are you the Wen Bron Kulak who commissioned us to find the Golden Land?" Suyu spoke calmly. "Yes. I am Wen Bron Kulak." The middle-aged man with a diamond-shaped face and chestnut head spoke tremblingly. "About your commission." Suyu didn't finish his sentence. I know, President Suyu, last time I was in a hurry and forgot to mark the entrustment money. Here is all my net worth, please accept it. If it is not enough, please allow me some time." Wen Bron Kulak pushed a bag of gold in front of Suyu. This is the result of his many years of salvage operations on the seabed. "Wow, gold!" Nami's eyes lit up when he saw the gold. At work for the past 2 days, they helped solve problems on several islands. But in the end, he didn't receive much reward. Because the people of those islands are really poor. It is even more difficult than everyone in Kokoyasi village. Even Nami, who regards money as his life, is not good at charging them too much. They even distributed the treasures of the pirates they conquered to the poor. Although he didn't make much money, Nami liked the atmosphere very much. Of course, if there is still money to be made, all the better. Just like now. I thought this was also a 3-no mission. Unexpectedly, I saw a lot of money as soon as I came. That's enough. Suyu nodded calmly, signaling Nami to accept the reward. Immediately turned around and returned to the boat. "See." The orangutan and the orangutan panicked immediately. "It's just that my father was beaten by Kai Feng. The other party did not come to help complete the commission at all. Instead, they came to impose protection fees. My father was bullied by Chi Kuokuo." The 2 monkey sons naturally couldn't bear it. The gesture is to stand up for the old man. At this time, Suyu turned around. The sharp gaze at that moment made the orangutan and the orangutan shudder, not daring to make the slightest movement. "What are the 3 of you standing there for if you don't get on the boat? Don't you want to find the Golden Town?" Suyu asked back. "Ah. Oh. Although they didn't know what was going on, the 3 of them boarded the boat quickly. "President Suyu, I don't have much to say about the Golden Township, please listen to me." "No, I'm fine." Suyu waved his hand, interrupting his story. Wen Bron Kulak. He doesn't even want to hear the information that the client has. Are they really here to help find the Golden Country? Or is it not enough to take the gold, and want to sell them to Marine as well? The faces of the orangutans and the apes became more and more solemn, and they felt that the future was gloomy. "Uncle Litsuto, the president of my family knows much more about the Golden Country than you, so just follow along." Nami explained with a smile. "President Suyu, do you really know where the Golden Country is?" Wen Bron Kulak mentioned it nervously. "Ah, of course I know. So far you have been searching under the sea but have found nothing. This is also a matter of course, because the Golden Land is not under the sea, but in the sky." Suyu pointed to the sky. "Nani?" The 3 of Kulak all stared round their eyes. I was deeply shocked by the truth revealed by Seoyu. Next second, something that shocked them even more happened. I saw Seoyu lightly stepping on the deck with his right foot. Gravity magic, activate. Under the pull of reverse gravity, the fairy tale floated up into the air and headed straight for the Wanmai Sky Island. Although the flight function has been added, gravity magic is more convenient for things like vertical lift. Wait for me, President Seoyu, I haven't boarded the boat yet. The shouts of News King Morgans came from far and near. Seoyu paused for a moment. Wait for Morgans to come aboard. The gravity magic was fully activated immediately, and with the fairy tale, it rose extremely fast. 5 minutes later, the fairy tale landed on the Bibai Sea, which was 7 kilometers above the ground, and its speed slowed down a little. The overweight phenomenon that weighed on Kulik, Morgans, and others was slightly relieved. Hey! Everyone quickly took a deep breath. The Golden Country, is the Golden Country really in the sky? When Braun Kulik glanced around nervously. The other side. The little faces of the girls in Fairy Tale also showed excitement. This commission is not so much a task as it is an interesting trip. Fairy Tale climbed slowly along the island cloud trail. Finally arrived at an arch, which was written as the Gate of Heaven. Ignoring the blackmail of the sour plum-faced old woman who is the gatekeeper, Seoyu turned a blind eye and continued to move towards the upper layer of the island. President, what did the old lady with the sour plum face seem to be talking about? Erza said. It seems that we are required to pay entry fees, $1 billion per person. Robin spoke seriously. Don't say such terrible things, Robin, it's impossible, it must be saying welcome. Nami waved his hands again and again, unwilling to accept the fact that he had to pay. Another 5 minutes. The fairy tale climbed over the last thin clouds and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ahead, the endless white sea, sparkling in the sun, is too beautiful to behold. Wow! So beautiful! This is the scenery at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It's like a real heaven. The girls all sighed, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them obsessively. Gaia! There is, the Gaia that disappeared. 400 years ago, the Golden Land did not sink into the sea, but was sent up to the sky by the soaring ocean current. My ancestor Nolando did not lie, the Golden Land is real, yes. When Braun Kulik clenched the rails of the boat with both hands, staring unblinkingly at the huge island in the distance, hot tears fell unconsciously. Very good. That's really nice, Dad. The apes and orangutans were also moved to tears. Ha 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 ha, the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the golden town of Shandora in Legendary, this will definitely become big news that shocks the world. Morgans laughed excitedly and kept pulling the shutter of the camera to take pictures of everything along the way. President, shall we go to the Golden City? Nami, who was blinded by money, couldn't wait to say. Don't worry about this, before that, pick up someone first. Seoyu said. 10,000 meters high. The village hidden between the white cloud Shinobi village. This is the village where the natives of Gaia Island and the Sandia people have lived for generations for 400 years. This moment. Really, Wendy, how many times have I told you, don't push yourself too hard, and all of you in Sandia, don't fight recklessly just because you have Wendy's treatment. The little white cat put its hands on its hips and scolded in a childish voice. Okay, Xiaolulu, I'm fine. Everyone in Sandia is also eager to take back their homeland. Alas, it would be great if everyone was here, and we can definitely help solve it. Wendy, the dragon slayer in the sky, sighed softly. At this time, Wendy, over there, a boat came from outside the village, and the logo on the boat is the same as the one on yours. Sandia girl Aisha said anxiously. Chapter 54. Sky Island, Cloud Shinobi Village. This is the village of the Sandia clan. 400 years ago, Gaia Island was sent to an altitude of 10,000 meters by a huge soaring current. The island that originally belonged to the Sandians was invaded by the god of Sky Island at that time, and it was renamed the Island of the Gods, Apayadu. Due to the chain reaction caused by the lack of oxygen at high altitude, even Sandia with the big warrior Karl Gala can only retreat. Established their village outside the Island of the Gods and named it Cloud Shinobi Village. Thus began the 400-year-long battle for the island between the Sandia people and the Sky Island people. This battle finally came to an end 5 years ago. But it was not the Sandians who finally won the victory. Of course the people of Sky Island are also losers. The winner belongs to an outsider. 5 years ago, Enel, who destroyed his hometown of Birka, led the gods to Sky Island. Destroyed the people of Sky Island and Sandia with overwhelming strength, and became the new god of Sky Island. Since then, the enemies of the Sandia clan became Enel and the god soldiers. Occasionally, the old gods of Sky Island get involved, leading to a three-way melee. But the relationship between Shandia and the old god of Sky Island, Sky Knight Ganfur, was reconciled 3 days ago, and now it is no longer tense at the first meeting. All because of a kind girl. Fairy tale Sky Wizard Wendy. 3 days ago, the starting point of Wendy and Xiaolulu summoned by Suyu to One Piece World is Sky Island. Unaccompanied Wendy and Xiaolulu met the old god Ganfur of Sky Island and were warmly received by Ganfur. Wendy and Xiaolulu also have a good impression of the warm-hearted grandfather. Shortly after this, Gamford went out because of the whistle. On the way, unfortunately, he was involved in the battle between Sandia and the divine soldiers. The three parties fought fiercely and suffered heavy losses. At this time, Wendy followed Ganfur to the battlefield. Look at the injured people. The kind-hearted Wendy didn't care about anything, and even used sky magic to treat Sandia's wounded. Several Sandia warriors who were seriously injured and dying were miraculously pulled back from the death line by Wendy. It is precisely because of this. The Shandia people who have always been the most xenophobic accepted Wendy and Xiaolulu, and regarded Wendy as a saintly existence. Even the old god Ganfur of Sky Island followed suit, and he was no longer a thorn in the side of the Sandia clan, so he wouldn't start fighting as soon as they met. Back to the present time. Outside Cloud Shinobi Village, Bibihei. Fairy Tale rides the waves. Look, there is a village over there. Build a village on the cloud. Nami said in surprise. This is really unbelievable. Islands really exist at a height of 10,000 meters, and there are still people living on clouds. Even the well-informed Erza couldn't help being surprised at this moment. This is a mysterious scene that she has never seen in the world of fairy tale. If I could be on the soft cloud with the president. Wow, it's too bad, just thinking about it. Juvia laughed idiotically for a while, and breathed a little short of breath for a while. If Shandora, the land of gold in the legendary, really exists, then, is it true about that legendary? Is there a history here too? Thinking of this, the expression on Robin's face gradually became agitated. What a spectacular sight, but President, what are you bringing us here for? Mirajane asked puzzled. Well, I'll find out later. Suyu smiled mysteriously. The residents over there don't seem to welcome us very much. The voice just fell. Only the whistling sound of breaking wind could be heard. The Sandia warriors headed by War Ghost Weber ran on the White Sea with their feet on shell equipment, and surrounded the fairy tale. Who are you guys? What is the purpose of coming to us? Praying Mantis Kamakili snapped. Looking at your attire, it seems that you are not from Sky Island, that is, from Qinghai? You are from Qinghai. Sandian beauty warrior Lockie makes the judgment call. Go back quickly, Qinghai people, you are not welcome here. The strongest warrior in Sandia, War Ghost Waver yelled. I'll give you 3 seconds, 3, 2. Seeing that the incendiary cannon was about to burst. Wait a moment, Weber, Lockie, Don't do anything, they are the fairy tale partners that Wendy and Xiaolulu are waiting for. Look at that sign. Aisha, a young Sandian Lolita girl, screamed to stop. That sign. Really? Really? Same logo as Wendy and Xiaolulu. All the warriors in Sandia widened their shocked eyes. Next second. President, everyone! The girl cried out in surprise. The little white cat Xiaolulu used wing magic to take Wendy off and landed directly on the deck of the fairy tale. Wendy, Xiaolulu. It's Wendy and Xiaolulu. So that's the reason, that's why the president brought us here. Erza, Juvia, and Mirajane were all pleasantly surprised. Miss Erza, Miss Myra, Miss Juvia, and President, woo woo woo, you are finally here. Wendy stepped forward excitedly, hugging familiar partners and the president one by one. Wendy? Xiaolulu? Are they also fairy tales partners? Vivi tilted her head in confusion. Well, depending on the situation, it should be. In short, the members of Fairy Tale are not only us on the ship, but also partners in other places. As for the details, don't go into details. Nami told Vivi and Robin and others the explanation that Suyu told her. Oh. Vivi nodded blankly. As for the smart Robin, he naturally wouldn't go into the matter of why there are partners on Sky Island. Wendy, let me introduce, everyone here is also Fairy Tale's partner, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Marianne, Super Duck Karu, and everyone, this is Wendy and Xiaolulu. Erza introduced to both parties. With the sign of a partner, Nami and the others quickly became one with Wendy. The other side. Because of Wendy, the warriors in Sandia are no longer hostile to Suyu and his party. Everyone, they are the president and partners of Fairy Tale that I keep mentioning. Wendy proudly introduces Fairy Tale to Sandia. Since you are Wendy's partner, you are also our Sandia's friend, everyone, go prepare delicious food and wine. The old chieftain of Sandia ordered. Next second. The old chief's eye was drawn to the chestnut head in front of the statue of the great warrior Karl Gala. Looking at the familiar chestnut head, the old chief suddenly widened his eyes and stepped forward quickly. Could it be, you, are you a descendant of Nolando? As soon as the word Norlando came out, Sandia, who had been calm, suddenly exploded again. The strongest warrior in Sandia, Weber, hurried forward and came to Wen Bron Kulik. I am a descendant of Nolando, my ancestor Nolando used to be with this statue, this big warrior Karl Gala. That's right, Bron Nolando and my great ancestor warrior Karl Gala are the best friends. War Ghost Weber's eyes were red. 400 years ago. Because of the soaring ocean currents, Nolando was dubbed the king of liars and died of injustice. The big warrior Karl Gala also died of depression because he failed to fulfill the agreement with his best friend. Now 400 years later, their descendants gathered in front of the statue of the great warrior Karl Galas, marking the perfect end to this encounter. The News King Morgan screamed excitedly. Chapter 55. Explorer Wen Bron Nolando and Sandia warrior Karl Gala. After a long interval of 400 years, through their respective descendants, they finally meet again. For 400 years, the Sandia never gave up for a moment to regain their homeland. In addition to the deep nostalgia for my hometown, I also want to ring the golden bell and fulfill the promise I made. The other side. Norland's descendants have never given up their pursuit of the Golden Land. Coming to Kulik's generation, with the help of Fairy Tale, the long-cherished wish of the Wen Bron family for 400 years has finally come true. Wahahaha, Sparasi. It's really Sparasi. Apart from the parties involved, the most excited person in the audience was the News King Morgans. Morgans naturally knew the story of the big talker Nolando that was circulated in North Blue. Before, he only thought it was a childhood story, a lie fabricated by Nolando. But ever since he knew that Silyu had taken over this mission 3 days ago, he had been vaguely looking forward to it. Relying on the intuition of a professional journalist, send a peer request to Silyu. As expected, his intuition once again brought him super big news. When Braun Nolando is not a big talker. Shandora, the Golden Land, is real. It did not sink into the bottom of the sea, but came to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Sandia and Nolando, reunited after 400 years. All of these will definitely shake the entire sea. Besides, there is also the Golden City and the Golden Clock Tower mentioned in the story of Nolando. Thinking of this, Morgan's body couldn't stop shaking. Hey, the old chief, Wendy and Xiaolulu said that if it is fairy tale, it will definitely solve the problems that have plagued us for many years, and it will definitely solve Enel. Let's ask them. The young girl Aisha said expectantly. But is this kind of thing really possible? Enel is a very dangerous person. Everyone from fairy tale is our most important guest, and they even brought the descendants of Nolando. How can we put our guests at risk? The old chief hesitated. Chief Sandia, don't hesitate, fairy tale and Chairman Silyu are heroes of the sea, they. Knowing the predicament Shandia is facing now, when Braun Kulik immediately introduced fairy tale to everyone in detail. If Wendy's relationship is used to ask Silyu to take the risk of fighting Enel, the simple Sandia will feel uneasy. But if a formal commission is initiated as recommended by Braun Kulik, the meaning will be different. As for the cost of entrusting gold, it is the most useless thing for Sandia, and she will not feel distressed in the slightest. Oh well. The old chief made up his mind and walked up to Silyu. President Silyu, although it is a bit abrupt, please listen to the request of the old man. If possible, please President Silyu help us get rid of Enel. Light the fire of Chandora. The old chief bowed solemnly. On behalf of the Shandia clan, a request was made to Silyu and Fairy Tale. Gudong. Gudong Gudong. All the men, women, and children in Sandia watched Silyu nervously, waiting for his response. President. Wendy opened her big watery eyes and looked at Silyu eagerly. Stayed here for 3 days. She also learned about Sandia's past from Aisha. The kind Wendy naturally wants to help. However, his own strength is insufficient. If it is the chairman, it will definitely be possible. Wendy firmly believed. Sure. Silyu grinned. Sandia, I have definitely received your commission, Myra, prepare the paperwork. This trip to Sky Island was originally Silyu's biggest goal, how could he refuse? Quickly. The power of attorney is completed. Sandia's commission relationship with Fairy Tale is established. The work has been taken over, so let's make a quick decision, old chief, warm up the wine and wait for a while, we will go back as soon as we go. With a wave of his hand, Silyu gave the order to set off immediately. The old chief and others couldn't help being stunned by this vigorous and resolute gesture. When he came back to his senses, the Fairy Tale had already set sail, heading for the Island of Gods, Apaidu. Weibo, is this, is Fairy Tale reliable? How many enemies do they have, what are their abilities? They set off without knowing any information, and besides the president, everyone else is woman. Sandia warrior Mantis Kamakili doubtful opening. Next second. He only felt pain in his calf. Was kicked severely by the little girl Aisha. Stupid Kamakili, Wendy said that her president is the most powerful person, just wait and see, even Enel will definitely be beaten to the bum. The little girl Aisha said swearingly. No matter what, we can't just sit and wait and inform the warriors who are still active to prepare for the expedition. War Ghost Weber ordered in a deep voice. Island of Gods. Giant bean vines. The second floor of the island cloud. God's abode. Enel, a boy with big ears wearing a white turban, lay leisurely on his side on a fur chair, gnawing a red apple in his hand. It's really noisy today, those guys in Sandia really can't learn well. Enel had a cruel sneer on his face. Combine the waves of thunder fruit with observation haki called HeartNet. He can easily monitor the sound of the entire Sky Island. Naturally, the voice of Cloud Shinobi Village, where the Shandia were located, could not escape his perception. Master Enel, do you want me to lead a team to destroy them? The broad and fat soldier of the gods opened his mouth in Dashan. No, if they're all dead, how can I have fun? But... He changed the subject. Sandia can stay a little longer, but those Qinghai people who entered the country illegally this morning. Hehe, tell the 4 priests, prepare to give the Qinghai people a trial. Enel grinned cruelly. Chapter 56. 10,000 meters high, White Sea. Fairy Tale rides the wind and breaks through the waves. 10 minutes later. An island appeared in the sight of everyone in Fairy Tale. Another minute. Apaidu, the island of gods, has arrived. The Fairy Tale sailed slowly along the river into the island. It's really an incredible island, the plants here are too big. Nami couldn't help but exclaim. I'm afraid it's because the place receives sunshine all the year round, which causes the growth cycle of the plants to change. Robin explained. Wow, ha ha ha, the Gaia Island where the golden town of Shandora in Legendary is located, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the island really came to the sky? War correspondent Morgans laughed excitedly. Click. Click. The shutter of the camera keeps pressing, recording everything along the way. Not long. Fairy Tale came to the end of the river. An ancient altar appeared in everyone's sight. Morgans flapped his wings, came to the altar, and began to record. Myra, switch to flight mode. Suyu said. Yes. Mirajane immediately controlled the Fairy Tale manually, entered the flight mode, and slowly flew into the sky. Wait for me, wait for me. Morgans called hurriedly, flapping his big wings and was about to return. At this time. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound of breaking wind. Morgans was taken aback. The body instinctively rotates and leaps. Only then did he narrowly avoid the sniper attack from the sky. Who plotted against my uncle? Morgans looked up suddenly. This BD can speak human language and has a good reaction speed. So, it's just right to dedicate it to Mr. Enel to relieve boredom. The man riding the Sanshang bird nodded to himself. Nanny. Hearing these words, Morgan's lungs were about to explode. Not since he became Uranus of the Dark World had anyone dared to speak to him like that. He is called a beast, and he is regarded as a rare beast, and he wants to capture it for people to enjoy. It is tolerable or unbearable. Evil animal, in front of my heavenly knight Shura, don't hesitate to catch him without a fight. Priest Sarah yelled loudly, and hunted Morgus again. I outnumber you in percent. Morgan scolded again and again, tossing and turning, dodging again and again. Although his personal combat power is not very good, his escape skills are top-notch. Otherwise, it would be impossible to mix up the title of Uranus in the underground dark world of New World. After several rounds of dodging, Morgans finally managed to escape back to the Fairy Tale. With Suyu backing him, Morgan was full of confidence and began to clamor in a high-flying way. People from Qinghai, Lord Enel is very upset about your illegal entry this morning. If you don't want to further anger God, you should know how to do it. Celestial Knight Shura spoke arrogantly. However, threats and intimidation against him. The girls on Fairy Tale seemed to have never heard of it. At this moment, there is a fierce scramble to fight. Finally, after a round of draws, Wendy was lucky to get the first chance. UBD from Qinghai, stop joking, who do you think I am? I am the priest who is in charge of the rope trial with a survival rate of 3% Shu Law, the Sky Knight. Hearing the fighting of the girls, Celestial Knight Sarah's nose was almost crooked. Wow ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Morgan immediately laughed happily. What Sky Knight? It's just a frog in a well. Who do you think you're facing? What's in front of you now is fairy tale. Wendy, go. Relax, don't be nervous. Your words, it must be possible. Encouraged by Erza, Mirajane and others. Wendy, the mistress of the sky, nodded heavily. I will work hard. Then let's go. Xiaolulu activated the magic wings. Take Wendy to the sky. It's you, I know you, you are the girl who was picked up by that guy Gonfort, and you are my enemy, you are really audacious. Sky Knight Sura sneered again and again, not paying attention to Wendy at all. Wendy looked determined, unmoved in the slightest. The strong wind wrapped around her arms like the wings of a dragon. Tianlong's wing strike. Wendy attacked, and the powerful storm dragon wings flapped towards the Sky Knight Shura. Nani! Sky Knight Shura was taken aback, his pupils constricted suddenly. Quickly maneuver the Sanzang Niao to dodge cross-legged. However, the aftermath that followed still made him and his mount Sanzang Niao stagger. Dragon's Nami Kaze. Wendy pursues. With a wave of his hand, a huge tornado took shape and raged in all directions. The invincible Azura of the sky, who was fighting directly, ran away with his head in his arms, no longer the arrogance and complacency of before. Wah ha ha ha, good fight, Miss Wendy, you really deserve to be fairy tale. The News King Morgans laughed happily. Wendy's sauce is amazing. Both Nami and Vivi's eyes widened. Originally, I saw Wendy's weak and unconfident appearance. They were also slightly sweating for Wendy's battle. However, after watching Wendy make a real move, only then did they realize that Wendy, who looked weak, was much stronger than them. Something seems wrong. Robin frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. There are a lot of lines in the air. The laid-back girl Marianne also noticed something. Next second, a sudden change occurred on the sky battlefield. The figures of Wendy and Xiaolulu, who were carrying the Sky Knight Zara, froze suddenly. How is this going? Wendy struggled in panic. When are these lines? Xiaolulu's expression changed drastically. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sky Knight Shura was panting and laughing. I admit that you do have something, but now you have completely fallen into the trap of the trial of rope, and the only thing waiting for you is death. Shura spoke coldly. While retreating and fleeing in defeat, he was also secretly laying down the Shenjiun trap. People who break in without any preparation will be entangled by the rope cloud without knowing it, and finally they will be unable to move and let themselves be slaughtered, just like Wendy and Xiaolulu now. Not good. Wendy and the others were caught. Nami and Vivi were secretly anxious. It doesn't matter. Erza spoke calmly. Wendy, it's fine. Mirajane is not worried either. Full of confidence in Wendy. Cross-legged, burn them to death. Celestial Knight Shura gave the order. The 3-foot bird took the lead with its legs crossed, its beak opened wide, and the flame shell hidden in its beak spewed out hot flames, attacking Wendy and Xiaolulu. Facing the impact of the flames, Wendy calmed down instead. So what if the hands and feet are bound? She is the Sky Dragon Slayer Mage. Tianlong's Roar. Chapter 57. Even if the hands and feet are bound, Wendy still has the means to attack. Because she is a Sky Dragon Slayer who feeds on the atmosphere. While opening his mouth, air from all directions entered Wendy's small mouth, and then spit it out, turning into the roar of a dragon. Boom! The raging storm roared out. In an instant, the gushing flames engulfed the flames. And the wind fuels the fire. With the help of the strong wind, the flame is also further blazing. Merged with Wendy's roar. Turned into a flaming tornado of fear. Facing the Sky Knight Shura and Sanzang Niao turned back cross-legged. Nani! The Sky Knight Shura lost his voice in shock. Never expected this to happen. It was already too late to dodge. The flame tornado rushed past, burning the Sky Knight Shura and Sanzang Niao cross-legged. Wah ha ha ha, you deserve it, I told you a long time ago, what you are facing is fairy tale. Morgans laughed heartily. Maiko of the Sky. This is the power of the Sky Dragon Slayer. Same as the President, strong enough to fight dragons. Nami, Vivi, and Robin all murmured in shock. Also deeply shocked by this scene was the old man riding the Madara Pegasus. He is Genfer, the former god of Sky Island, and the current Sky Knight. Not long ago, resting in the land beyond the clouds, he noticed the battle on the Island of Gods. Riding Pegasus, Pierre arrived at the first time. Then I saw this unforgettable scene in this life. The girl he had picked up a few days ago roared and knocked down the Sky Knight, whom even he couldn't win. Is this still the Wendy he knew? Here's another one riding a Pegasus. Hey, that old man over there, are you also a subordinate of the so-called god Enel? Cried Morgans. No, no, he is Lord Gan, not a bad guy. Wendy saw the dumbfounded Gonfort, and quickly waved her hands. After a while, Wendy and Gonfort landed on the deck of the fairy tale one after another. President, I did it. Wendy stepped forward happily. Thanks for your hard work. Suyu nodded with a smile, and touched Wendy's head with his big hand. Hey hey! Wendy's face was immediately filled with enjoyment and satisfaction. By the way, President, this is the Lord Gan I mentioned. When I didn't know what to do, it was Lord Gan who took me in. Lord Gan, this is my President Suyu and our partner of fairy tale them. Wendy quickly introduced to both parties. My Wendy is really taken care of by you. Suyu nodded. No, no, I didn't do anything. Ganfer waved his hands again and again, and then looked a little solemn. Wendy and her friends, let me lead the way for you, leave Sky Island as soon as possible. Leave? Why? Erza asked back. You have defeated Priest Shura, Enel will never let it go, if you leave now, maybe there is still time. Ganfer said anxiously. But, we were going to defeat that so-called god Enel. Nami said. Well. Beat Enel? The Gonforts were dumbfounded. In a minute. When it was learned from Wendy that they had accepted Sandia's commission to attack Enel, Ganfer's eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body was shocked beyond measure. Enel. Enel's power has already surpassed the scope of human beings, you really. Maybe the so-called god Enel is strong, but we will grow above him. Robin spoke calmly. Get the unanimous approval of the girls. After a moment of hesitation, Gonfort chose to believe. Then, I have something to ask. Ganfer fell on one knee in front of Suyu. I am the former god of this Sky Island. Because of my incompetence, my subordinates were enslaved by Enel, so please save them. Gonfort asked. We, fairy tale, are not into this kind of thing. Instead of kneeling down and begging, why don't we just hand over the power of attorney? Suyu smiled slightly. Myra handed over the power of attorney in due course. Gonfort took over and finished writing under Wendy's guidance. Entrust and establish. Ganfer, the former god, I have indeed received your commission. Come with us. Fairy tale took off and meandered toward the depths of the forest. Not long. Fairy tale came to a special forest area with countless spherical clouds. What is this, a spherical cloud? Curiously, Vivi stretched out her little hand towards a certain ball cloud. Do not touch. Ganfer's complexion changed, and he quickly yelled a reminder. However, it was still a step too late. Vivi's little hand has already touched the ball cloud. Boom! A grotesque toy jumped out of the cloud of balls, scaring Vivi down on the deck. Call! Gonfort breathed a sigh of relief. We have entered Priest Shadley's territory. These are phantom ball clouds, which contain all kinds of weapons. If you touch them randomly, they may cause an explosion. Gonfort explained concisely. Heard it would explode. Nami, who originally wanted to try it, quickly withdrew her little hand. Haha, why don't you try it? It's fun to startle Yun Ming Ming, hurry up and try what will come out. The trial priest of the ball, Shadley, who became fat into a ball, appeared. Behind him is a dragon of ball cloud. The ball clouds containing gunpowder are connected in a series, and once they touch the ball clouds, they will trigger a chain explosion. Since you've talked about this, let me try it. Robin smiled slightly. Sadly. There are really fools. Next second. Something that shocked and horrified Shadley happened. I saw Robin waving his plain hand lightly. Quartet Forest Linton revived. A huge wooden hand grew out of the old tree, and with a wave of his hand, he fanned the cloud of balls in the forest, gathering towards Shadley. It's all for you. Robin smiled and waved. Ding! The first exploding ball cloud lights up. Immediately afterwards. Boom! Rumble! A series of horrible explosions occurred. Mori Daigo Sadali, defeated. Chapter 58. The Cave of Spica. White silk-made costume Nami activates the power of the Virgo star spirit clothes. A large hole suddenly appeared out of thin air in the marsh cloud land. A bewildered expression appeared on the bewildered face of the marsh trial priest, Guard Commander Gaydaz. I only felt that my feet were empty, and then my body fell out of the hole uncontrollably. Gaydaz, the third priest under Enel's command, lost. Successful. Maid outfit Nami gave a happy thumbs up. Miss Nami is amazing. Wendy applauded again and again. No, it's not that powerful, it's the priest from before, who doesn't look very smart. Nami scratched her head in embarrassment. Let's go. Suyu smiled slightly, and steered the fairy tale towards the next destination. A corner of the deck. Sky Knight Ganfer stared blankly at fairy tale. First was the Sky Knight Shura, then the Mori Daigo Sadali, and now the Sora Guard Commander Gaydaz. 3 of the 4 strongest God-tier officers under Enel's command have been completely eliminated. What shocked Ganfer even more was the trajectory of the journey. In general, it is impossible for someone to encounter the trials of priests one after another, unless they deliberately detour. The fairy tale seems to be taking a casual sightseeing stroll, but in fact everything on the route is under control. In other words, this was the result of Suyu's deliberate detour to find the priest. The facts are just as Gonfort expected. The successive encounters with priests along the way were all in Suyu's plan. Since the commission is to be completed, it must be as beautiful and perfect as possible. At the same time, everyone in fairy tale should have a sense of participation as much as possible. Leveling up the guild brings rewards for Suyu. Participating in the entrustment and completing it will bring benefits to Nami and others. At the same time, just when Suyu and his party were heading towards the final trial site, Sandia warriors headed by War Ghost Weber also landed on the Island of Gods. Weber, come and see, this guy seems to be that BD Sarah, Priest Sarah has been killed. Mantis Kamakilai looked at the charred corpse on the ground and screamed in shock. After a few minutes, Weber, the priest Shadley who was in charge of the trial of the ball has also been killed. Warrior Jebeo rushed from another direction to report the amazing news. There is also Gaydaz, the priest Gaydaz has also disappeared. Bell Warrior Loki was next. Nanny. Even Shadley and Gaydaz were killed. This, is it all caused by fairy tale? Mantis Kamajli's voice raised more than an octave, and the shock in his heart was as turbulent as a wave. Not long ago, Suyu accepted the entrustment of the chief of Shandia to crusade against Enel, and set off for the Island of the Gods. The warriors of Sandia also set off immediately under the leadership of the war ghost Weber. Thinking of coming to support, trying to remove obstacles for fairy tale as much as possible. The god Enel and the others couldn't deal with it, but the priests could still deal with it to some extent. The Shandia warriors split up and rushed to the location of the priests. The result was discovered later. The powerful priest has been defeated. They couldn't think of any other possibility other than fairy tale. Without any intelligence, they were able to defeat the priests one after another. Their words, maybe they can really defeat Enel. Shandia beauty warrior Loki blushed with excitement. Call everyone, gather directly at the place where Enel is, and light the fire of Shandora. This kind of thing must not be left to others. War Ghost Weber said firmly. Huge bean sprouts. Island cloud second floor ruins. God's abode. Disappeared again. Enel's complexion suddenly sank, and he no longer had the old god's presence and leisurely composure. Once was a coincidence. Twice by chance. The third time is inevitable. At first, his heart network radio waves detected that the voice of Sky Knight Zara disappeared. Enel didn't pay much attention to it yet, and even teased him that he probably wasn't blessed by God. Then the demise of the second priest, Sadali. Enel's expression was a little unnatural, but he was barely able to calm down. Until the disappearance of the third priest Gaydaz. Enel finally couldn't hold back and could no longer sit on the Diao Yute. He can feel it. The other party is deliberately looking for trials and breaking through trials. Master Enel, by now, those Qinghai people should have been killed. The white and fat soldier Dashan flattered him. The ones who got killed were Shura and the others. Enel said in a deep voice. Nani. Seeing Enel's face as black as the bottom of a pot, Shenbing Dashan froze in fright. Pass my order, summon all the members of the divine soldiers, and gather in the Iron Trial. Chapter 59. Center of the Island of Gods. The huge Demon Island cloud layer. On ruins of ancient buildings. One by one, figures dressed like pleasant goats stood, bleeding endlessly. They are the divine soldiers that Enel brought here from his hometown of Birka. Standing at the front of the Shenbing team is the white and fat Shenbing Dashan. As well as Mori Daigo Shadley's two younger brothers, Nakago and Zyogo. At the moment they are gnashing their teeth and staring at the fairy tale approaching from far away. Oh, this is really a grand welcome ceremony. Looking at the assembled soldiers, Vivi is not only fearless, but eager to try. It's just right to come out at once, so we have to find them one by one. Erza draws her sword. You bastards from Qinghai, did you do it? Take our big brother Shadley. Brother Sadali, were you the one who killed him? Zhongwu and Xiaohu's eyes turned red, and they shouted angrily. Hey, I did it. Robin nodded calmly. How dare you say it, everyone, come on. Following the order of the Shenbing Dashan, all members of the Shenbing team charged. Slash shells, shock shells, flame shells. All kinds of attacks struck towards the fairy tale. An invisible magic barrier rises. It is easy to block the onslaught of the Shenbing team. Next second. Fairy tale girls, strike! Dancing in the wind and sand. Vivi put on the Scorpio star spirit clothes and rushed towards the god soldiers. Earth waves. Nami, the Taurus star spirit clothes, swung his whip, causing the ground to crack. Skywheel the dazzling sword. Erza, the armor of the Skywheel, waved her hand lightly. Flying swords crisscrossed, killing dozens of divine soldiers in a few rounds. The water flow cuts through. Tianlong's hook claw. Magnificent magic tricks appear frequently. The Sky Knight Gamfer who watched was dumbfounded. He originally planned to go to help out, but the current posture, he has no part in it at all. Why do human beings always fight for each other? At the highest point of the Dayun ruins, a bald man sat cross-legged, with a compassionate expression on his face. He is the last and strongest priest under Enel's command, the empty herdsman Om. In charge of the trial of iron with a survival rate of 0%. If you want to stop the war, you have to kill everyone. The whisper of the priest Om. Following his order. The 10-meter dog lying in the ruins rushed out suddenly. Charged to the battlefield like a monster from hell. However, before the big dog rushed into the battlefield. Sit down. The girl's order sounded. Snapped. The big dog named Shang-Ji sat down with a snap, and soon panted with his tongue lolling. Shake hands. The laid-back girl Marian stretched out her little hand. The big dog raised its paw holily and obediently, and shook hands. Under Marianne's own superpower, the big dog Shang-Ji has become her most loyal friend. Following Marianne's order, the big dog jumped up and jumped into the magic weapon to activate the unparalleled mode. It was only 2 minutes before and after. Enel's magic team, including everyone including the magic soldier Dashan, was wiped out. On the huge island cloud layer remains, only the priest Om is still standing. It's really sad. It might be easier to just be killed by the divine soldiers. Once you fall into my iron trial, it won't be so simple. Boom. Priest Om Zwangbai hadn't finished speaking, but it stopped abruptly in the next second. Chi. Gold flashed. A big foot stepped on Priest Om's face, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. If the Priest Om speaks well and doesn't pretend to be like that, it's fine. So you didn't bother to argue with him either. I plan to leave him for the girls to practice with. Helplessly, the Priest Om has been dragging it like 2 to 5 to 80,000 from the beginning. So you couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't bear to watch. Only then did the decision to impose sanctions be imposed. This moment, Priest Om was terrified. No longer the previous arrogance and pretense. There was nothing but horror and disbelief on his face. I was horrified that I, the strongest priest, would meet face to face. No, I didn't even see the other person's face, or I was stepped on by others. And the most shocking and unbelievable thing for him was the way Suyu moved before. This unique electro-optical flash movement is clearly the move of the god Enel. But why? Where is Enel? Suyu said indifferently. A hole, vomit. Blood mixed with teeth spit out from Om's mouth. Never mind. Suyu exerted a little force on his feet. Click. Priest Om tilted his neck and pouted completely. Yeah ha 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 ha. At this moment, arrogant laughter sounded. Suyu turned around and his eyes fell on the mast of Fairy Tail. God Enel, finally appeared. Look at the long-eared boy on the mast. The corner of Suyu's mouth gradually raised an arc. Thunder Dragon King mode is on, just today. Exploding on shelves tonight. Chapter 60. Dragon King. As the name suggests, it stores the seeds of the power of the Dragon King. This is what appears when Suyu's Lightning Dragon Slayer magic hits 100%. It is also a must for Suyu's Lightning Dragon Slayer magic to reach the next new stage. As long as the Dragon King species is fully activated, release the power of the Thunder Dragon King in it, and merge with its own magic power, sublimation. At that time, Suyu's strength will definitely be fully improved, and the Dragon King mode will be activated. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is very difficult to actually achieve it. Until now, Suyu has tried many methods. It was still impossible to activate the Dragon King species even a little bit. The guild's upgrade rewards for so many times have no relevant help. If you want to really open the Thunder Dragon King mode, you can only rely on Suyu to explore by himself. Although this is only Suyu's own conjecture, the key to unlocking the Thunder Dragon King seed should be thunder and lightning. As long as it can absorb excess lightning power, it might be able to activate the Dragon King species. In order to verify this conjecture, when Suyu was in East Blue, he entered Thundercloud alone and received the baptism of heaven and earth thunder. However, even if they ate up the thunder, they still failed. Common's Thundercloud is simply not enough. Speaking of the power of thunder in One Piece world, several options also popped up in Suyu's mind. The first is one of the initial 3 islands of New World – Thunder God Island. That special island is always full of thunder and lightning, and there are constant thunder and lightning. It's just that the journey is too far, so it's temporarily postponed. Followed by 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The thundercloud Homais Zeus, which she built with the soul fruit, is also a powerful discharge source. More importantly, she also continuously creates thunder Homais. It's just that Tsuyu has no friendship with Big Mom. It is too early to start a war with the 4 emperors. The last remaining option, which is also the best and most likely to succeed, is the Logia Thunder Fruit. Sky Island, Golden Land, Logia Thunder Fruit God of Abilities Enel. Since entering the Grand Line, Tsuyu has been looking forward to this moment, looking forward to meeting Enel. Now finally achieved. Watching Enel crouching and eating an apple on the mast of the fairy tale. Although he invaded the guild territory without authorization, Tsuyu was not angry at all. After all, in Tsuyu's opinion, Enel is simply a big fat sheep. No, a big customer, rushing to give him warmth. Considering the welfare after this, the sheep will forgive this small transgression now. Yahahaha, to be able to do this, I have to admit, you guys did a great job. Enel crouched on the fairy tale mast, and smiled admiringly. Even if the priests and divine soldiers under his command were all wiped out, he still didn't care at all, let alone anger. Because in his opinion, only the truly strong are qualified to be God's servants. Priests and divine soldiers will be destroyed just because they are too weak. Weak guys are not qualified to follow him to the infinite land. Even without fairy tale. Someday in the future, after his plan succeeds, he will initiate a survival trial. Only the 5 strong men who survived to the end are eligible to become his subordinates. Now, Tsuyu and Fairy Tail just weed out the weak ones ahead of time. Weak guys have no human rights and cannot become followers of God, but you are qualified to follow me, kneel down now, and swear an oath to God. Enel issued Zhong-Er's utterly arrogant declaration. Little ghost, who are you talking about? What a big tone, you actually want to make us surrender, do you know who you are facing? The war reporter Morgans angrily reprimanded and refuted. What is in front of you now is Fairy Tail. You should be the one who really wants to surrender. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. Morgans made a coat out of tiger skins, yelling and drinking to his heart's content. With Fairy Tail and Tsuyu at his back, he's fearless. Fairy Tail. Although Morgans was a little arrogant, what he said was like a villain's lines. But that's pretty much what they mean. Rather say. For an arrogant guy like Enel, it is enough to have a bad-mouthed player like Morgans. It's just that Common's refutation and reprimand are a little weak. In a minute, Morgan's blah 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 just came to an end, and Enel's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he scolded all the time. It's good if you know you're afraid, but who the hell are you kidding? Morgans dictated. Enel didn't speak. The answer to this question is Ganfur, the Knight of the Sky. Enel. Ganfur yelled loudly and revealed Enel's identity. Enel? This guy is the Sky Island god Enel that Sandia and those god soldiers said? I don't know what's so great about the so-called god, and that's all I dare to say. Morgan spoke disdainfully. Enel ignored Morganth, and his eyes fell on Ganfur. In his view, Morse is a bird and a beast. As a god, if he is angry with animals, that's too low. Enel, my men, what the hell have you done to them? Ganfur stopped drinking. Yahahaha. Enel's figure flashed. Transferred from the mast of Fairy Tail. Moment flashed to Ganfur's side. Nani. Morgan stared wide-eyed, startled. Having been in the New World for so many years, he has reached the status of Dark Uranus. He has also learned a little bit, and he also knows a little bit about observation haki. But with his observation haki, he couldn't keep up with Enel's speed. The only thing he saw was a fleeting flash of dark blue lightning. But how is this possible? You should be the only one with Logia Thunder Fruit ability in this world. Don't be nervous, Gonfort, your subordinates are very good, they are all very useful, I won't do anything until that is done. Enel looked at Gamfer teasingly. What is that? Ganfer said in a low voice. This can only be expected by yourself, at most it will be completed in 1 year, and you will know when the time comes. Enel's face curved slightly. 1 year? Don't be silly, you don't have that much time, big ear boy. Morgans instinctively answered with a foul mouth. The voice just fell. He suddenly widened his bird eyes. The feathers all over the body stand up as a warning. You birdman and beast, I have endured you for a long time, are you so anxious to seek death? Enel's voice exploded in Morgan's ears like thunder. Chi chi. Deep blue electric light flickers. Just for a moment. The foul-mouthed war correspondent Morgans was robbed. The body was scorched black under the power of thunder and lightning, and he fell to the ground powerlessly. All this happened in a blink of an eye. Even a strong person like Erza didn't react. Until Morgans was electrocuted. Erza's magic flying sword finally arrived. The flying sword rushed over and cut off Enel's head. It worked. Nami smiled happily. Is this the so-called god of Sky Island? Vivi was taken aback. No. Not yet. Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, as if thinking of something. No entity, this guy is Logia too. Erza reacted. Chi chi. Current surges. Enel's severed head turned back upside down and healed as before, without any signs of injury. This guy is also a Logia ability user. Nami's beautiful eyes widened, and she also reacted. A person with the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit is enough to aspire to be the strongest even in Logia. With a solemn expression, Robin revealed Enel's ability. In the general cognition of people on the sea, Suyu is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user. Robin thought so too until he joined Fairy Tail. Robin didn't know until he joined Fairy Tail and awakened the magic power. Suyu is not a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, the real Thunder ability user is someone else. It's just that even Robin didn't expect that they would meet so quickly. But Robin glanced at Suyu and saw the smile on Suyu's face. She felt that Suyu seemed to have expected it. In other words, the president of his own family came here for this person with lightning ability. If that's the case, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Change clothes Thunder Emperor's armor. Erza also saw through Enel's ability. It's just not as deep as Robin thought. For Enel with dangerous abilities. What Erza wanted was to defeat it before it caused more damage. To deal with those with lightning ability, the Thunder Emperor's armor is the best choice. In Fairy Tail Civil War, Erza used this set of armor to fight against Lagosas. Through the Thunder Emperor's armor, the attacks of those with lightning abilities can be greatly reduced. As an S-class mage, Erza is no less than Lager thus. Even Enel is more difficult to deal with elemental immune entity attacks than Lager thus. But Erza still has the power of Haki in this world, so it's not a big problem to take down Enel with some effort. Wait a minute, Erza. Suyu called Erza who was about to attack. This guy is my prey, Erza, you can rest with everyone first. Suyu said. The voice fell. Gold flashed. Suyu flashed in front of Enel. Seeing Suyu approaching with lightning, Enel, who originally planned to speak harshly, couldn't help shrinking his pupils in surprise, just like Morgans before. He is most familiar with this way of moving. This is clearly a method that belongs to him alone as a person with the ability to thunder, but it has appeared on others. Who are you? Enel stopped drinking. Suyu ignored it. With a light wave, gravity magic engulfed the electrocuted Morgans and came to Wendy. Wendy nodded knowingly, and quickly used sky magic to help with the treatment. Although Morgans is not a member of Fairy Tail, the relationship during this period of time is considered pleasant, so Suyu naturally won't let him go. Ask for flowers. A hole, Do you know what you're doing? You're ignoring God's question. Enel, who was completely ignored by Silyu, was furious. God? The god of Zhong-Er? Indeed, Zhong-Er is sick. The little devils in the world like to call themselves gods. Silyu sneered. Hateful. Although I don't understand what Zhong-Er means. But judging from Silyu's expression, this is not a good word. Disappear. Enel raised his right hand. Chi. Rice wife. A raging thunder shot out from Enel's right hand, hit and wrapped Silyu's body. Yahahaha, this is fighting with God. Ga. Enel's smug laughter stopped abruptly before it fully surfaced. Because he saw it. Silyu, who was hit by his own lightning, was not only fine, he was even scratching his ears. How is it possible? Discharge. Enel strikes again. The big hand swung down brazenly, and a terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky, covering Silyu. This time, Silyu didn't pick his ears again. However, what happened next almost made Enel doubt his life. I saw Silyu opened his mouth and took a breath. Suddenly, the lightning covering his body seemed to be drawn, and all of them fell into his mouth. Herp, it tastes good, do you have any more? After eating all the thunderbolts released by Enel, Silyu burped and nodded in satisfaction. Xe. Look at Silyu who feeds on thunder and lightning. The mighty god of Zhong-Er, Enel, is completely dumbfounded at the moment. That was the ultra-high voltage current released by him as a thunder fruit-capable user. It's fine if it's just carried by common. But it turned out to be eaten in this way. How can human beings eat thunder and lightning? Not just Enel. Nami, Vivi, Robin, Marianne, Sky Knight Gamfer, and the Sandia warriors who just arrived and saw this scene were all stunned and terrified at the moment. Oh my god, the president ate the thunder and lightning. Nami said in surprise. The president is not afraid of thunder and lightning attacks. I expected it, but how did you do it? Robin's beautiful eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. It's nothing surprising. This is the characteristic of Dragon Slayer magic. It can feed on corresponding elements. For example, Wendy can swallow the atmosphere, and the president can swallow lightning. By eating the corresponding elements, you can also strengthen yourself. Erza introduced concisely. If that's the case, wouldn't it be invincible? Vivi's eyes lit up. That's true, that's right. Logia Thunder Fruit ability users are a huge threat to others, but only against the president, they are naturally invincible. Robin analyzed calmly. For the magic and so on that the fairy tale girls discussed, Muffer couldn't understand much. But the only thing he knew was that Enel's lightning ability, which he was most afraid of before, couldn't make any waves in front of Silyu, and this battle was over. The Sandia warriors headed by War Ghost Weber also had the same idea. Unbelievable, that man actually ate Enel's lightning. Enel's strongest attack is completely ineffective against Wendy's full length. In this way, it is not natural to be invincible. Ha ha ha, the end of Enel is coming. All the warriors in Sandia shouted and laughed with excitement. Hearing Sandia's laughter, Enel felt harsh and became more irritable. What's the matter? The god of Zhong-Er, this is the end? The so-called god, this is it. Silyu teased and sneered. Don't get carried away, everything has just begun, I want to see how much lightning you can eat from me. Enel gritted his teeth and shouted sharply. He took out a golden stick from behind, spun it twice, and then slammed on the guya drum above his left shoulder. Chi 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 chi. Raging thunder and lightning flickered from the taiko drum behind him. 30 million volts thunderbirds. Jittery. Accompanied by a sharp bird song. A gigantic lightning bird formed entirely from lightning. It's not over yet. 30 million volts, ultralisk. Enel then hits the taiko drum on the right. A huge thunder beast also made entirely of lightning manifested and galloped forward. In the sky are swooping thunderbirds. On the ground are galloping thunder beasts. The terrifying deterrent power alone is enough to make people chill. But facing the charge of Thunderbird and Thunder Beast, the expression on Suryu's face remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. Opening his mouth and inhaling, the Thunder Beast and Thunderbird were immediately out of Enel's control, and they were immediately submerged into Subao's mouth. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel was impatient, and struck the thunder drums on both sides at the same time. The dragon of thunder and lightning dances in the wind, majestic and majestic. Then a sliding shovel slipped into Subao's stomach. Not enough. Not even close. If you want to activate the Dragon King seed and activate the Thunder Dragon King, you are still 1,000,000 points away. Chapter 61. Call. Suryu took a deep breath. The Thunder Dragon made by Enel was sucked down by it like noodles. This operation made Enel's eyes darken, he staggered and almost fell down. From the original Rice Wife to discharge, and then to Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, and Thunder Dragon. Suryu never refuses anyone who comes, that is, eat as little as possible. His body is like a bottomless pit, which can never be filled. This happens, all because of the Dragon King species in Suryu's body. Even a Dragon Slayer mage has a limit to the amount of elements that can be swallowed and replenished at one time. But until now, all the lightning energy swallowed by Suryu was used by him to activate the Dragon King species. It is precisely because of this that Suryu can continuously absorb the thunder released by Enel. Is the so-called god only at this level? You should have stronger moves, just use them. Otherwise, when I make a move, you will have no chance. Suryu grinned and continued to use aggressive methods on Enel. Are you kidding? Sure enough, Enel took the bait and stopped drinking in anger. Although I don't know what kind of tricks you use to counteract my lightning attack, but in this world, there is only one Thor, and that is me, the god Enel. Enel growled again and again. He firmly believes in this world, except for his genuine thunder fruit ability user, no one else will be able to coexist with thunder and lightning. Chi chi. Chi 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 chi. Under the stimulus of anger, Enel Thunder Fruit is fully capable. Countless electric snakes are like tentacles of demons, surrounding his body. Boom. A dull drum beat. Boom boom boom. Enel waved the golden stick and struck the 3 thunder drums behind him one after another. Stimulate your own potential and guide all the lightning power accumulated in your body so far. Boom. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the sky and 993 moved the ground. Endless dark blue thunder surged out of Enel's body. Layer upon layer, intertwined with each other, wrapped around Enel's body. Yahahaha, 200 million volts Thor. Enel's roar of laughter rumbled across the sky like thunder. A titan made entirely of thunder and lightning appeared in the world, not angry and majestic. This moment, Enel is like the incarnation of the god of thunder and lightning who is in charge of heaven's punishment. The violent and destructive aura spread to all directions, making people tremble with fear. You are just weak mortals, and I am a god. A mortal can never kill a god. Now get ready to accept the punishment from the gods, yahahaha. Enel, who transformed into a thunder titan, laughed wildly and arrogantly. Thor's titan stance swelled his self-confidence to the extreme. He is confident and invincible, and he is the omnipotent god of thunder and lightning. Enel does have the confidence to be arrogant in front of the terrifying Thor titan. Whether it's Ganfer or the proud warriors of Sandia, even someone as arrogant as War Ghost Weber could not help feeling astonished and desperate. There was no thought of fighting against it in my heart. This terrifying power is beyond their common sense. This is a terrifying force comparable to natural disasters, and it is simply not something that human beings can resist. President. Can you still eat? Vivi clenched her little pink fist nervously, Certainly. Erza said naturally. Our president is a glutton. Mirajane smiled. Whether it is common eating and drinking, or thunder devouring, or when eating her, there is always not enough to eat, Myra has a deep understanding of this. Then I'm relieved. Come on, President, eat that big guy. Nami waved his small fist and shouted. No problem. Suyu gestured okay to Nami and the others. Then he wiped the corners of his mouth, eyes full of covetousness and aggression. As long as one eats and absorbs this Thunder God Titan, perhaps the Dragon King species can be truly activated. Feel Suyu's greedy gaze. The arrogance and complacency on Enel's face couldn't help but stagnate. In front of God, if you dare to speak boldly, even if you are too self-sufficient, there must be a limit. Thor Titan Enel shouted angrily. Are you afraid? Suyu said lightly. Afraid? Are you kidding me? This word doesn't exist in God's dictionary. Enel retorted emotionally. Now, the one who should be afraid is you. Say it. Enel suppressed the uneasiness and throbbing in his heart. Thor's Titan clenched his fists tightly and smashed down towards the Soviet army with the force of breaking mountains and cracking rocks. Chi-chi! The golden thunder diffused from Suyu's body like flowing water. The jaw of the Thunder Dragon. Under the control of Suyu, Gold Thunder turned into a huge dragon jaw. Don't dodge or dodge, meet Enel's Thunder God Fist. Thunder Dragon's jaw suddenly closed. Tear. In the blink of an eye, the arm of the deep blue Thunder God Titan was torn off by the jaw of the Brontosaurus. With 2 slaps of Gaba, it was completely absorbed by Suyu. Nani. Before Enel could react, Suyu jumped forward. The Thunder Dragon's jaw bit his shoulder. A large piece of meat was torn off again, followed by the waist, torso, head. Suyu was unceremonious, devouring Thor's Titan one bite after another, full of wildness. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the girl and Sandia warriors, the invincible Thor Titan didn't even have a chance to fight back, and the whole being eaten by Suyu was riddled with holes. It was only a few minutes before and after. Only a small piece of Thor's Titan remains, including Enel's body. Even so, Suyu still has no intention of letting go. The Thunder Dragon's jaws opened, and Enel's body was swallowed together. Waiting to drain the thunder from Enel's body, then he spat it out in distaste. Boom! Enel fell to the ground. He was a little confused. He couldn't figure it out anyway. The most powerful move of Logia Thunder Fruit ability. The Thunder God Titan built with 200 million volts of lightning can be cracked so easily. It will be eaten by others. In this world, there really are people who feed on thunder. This unscientific. Enel forced himself to stand up. His face was pale. His forehead was covered with sweat. There was an infinite emptiness in the depths of his body. No matter how he calls himself God, it can't change the fact that I am a human being, and being human has limits. When using abilities to create elements, what is consumed is the physical strength of the ability user. Enel, who had previously been hit by the aggressive law, released everything without reservation. Only then did he show the invincible Thor's posture of standing upright. In the end, Suyu was easily wiped out. Let go of your old strength. New power is not born. Enel is at the end of his strength at this moment. Since getting the invincible Thunder Fruit, this is the first time he has experienced such a state of almost powerlessness. But even if Enel's lightning power has been drained and devoured, Suyu is still not satisfied, still dissatisfied. Because still close. Even if it swallowed 200 million volts of Thor's Titan, the Dragon King species in Suyu's body still failed to activate successfully. In his feeling, it was just a little bit worse. The progress bar has reached 99.9%, and there is only one last shiver. A final kick is just short of the last kick. The result is that it can't be successful. This feeling reminded Suyu of the previous life's Bing Zixi chopping knife routine. More than 60,000 knives were hacked in the entire live broadcast room, but it was impossible to cut it down. It doesn't matter if it can't be cut and it doesn't move. But Thunder Dragon King mode, Suyu wants it anyway. Suyu's eyes fell on Enel again. Feeling Suyu's man-eating gaze, Enel couldn't help but tremble and fell to the ground. Chi. There was a flash of lightning. Suyu came to the terrified Enel. You have reached your limit before I even made a move. Is this a god? Suyu teased. Using the aggressive method again, I want to stimulate Enel's potential. What he knows, besides Thor's Titan, Enel has another big move. Laying is enough to destroy a country and an island. If you can eat that, maybe it's enough. Only this time, Suyu's aggressive method failed. No matter how aggressive Suyu is, nothing is nothing. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Aren't you a god? Continue to discharge me. Suyu grabbed Enel's neck and lifted him up like a chicken. No, I really don't have a drop. Enel's face turned liver-colored. This moment, he finally realized the gap in strength between himself and Suyu, which was like a natural moat. Suyu treats him like he treats the common people, completely crushing him. An unprecedented fear took hold of Enel. What a useless god! Suyu shook his head. He smashed Enel back and forth like a rag. After only a few back and forth, Enel's body was in tatters, and he collapsed on the island cloud like a dead dog. Suyu waved his hand down. Click! Brilliant thunderbolts, one after another, hit Enel. Suyu's original intention was to restore Enel's health and let him fight for another Thor Titan to eat. However, the Logia ability user in One Piece world does not have the setting of eating the same element to restore blood and blue. The exhausted physical strength can only be recovered slowly by eating meat. Enel couldn't digest the thunder sent by Suyu. See. Suyu could only shake his head, but gave up temporarily. President. The president is amazing. What the hell, Enel, turned out to be a paper tiger. The girls of Fairy Tail hurried forward and surrounded Suyu. The other side. The warriors of Sandia also stepped forward excitedly. Enel. Enel is down. God, Enel is really defeated. Fairy Tail, long live. President Suyu, long live. The cheers of the Sandia warriors awakened the only wounded person on the field. War correspondent Morgans got up and limped forward. Looking at Enel like a dead dog. Morgans was taken aback for a moment. Immediately burst out laughing. You stinky brat still has today. I told you long ago that you would surrender, but you still dare to resist. This is what will happen, and you deserve it. Morgans laughed gleefully. He couldn't get enough of it just by laughing. He stepped forward, kicked Enel twice, and retaliated fiercely. However, just as Morgans returned refreshed. Caw caw caw. There was an overwhelmed clicking sound suddenly. A series of large and crisscrossing cracks spread in all directions. Before people have the idea of running away, only a bang was heard. The battlefield that endured Suyu's battle with Enel shattered. With the shattering of the island cloud ruins, the magnificent city hidden beneath has finally been seen. Ah! Ah ah ah! The Shandia warriors shouted one after another, full of excitement and ecstasy. It hurts so bad, here is. Morgan stood up, covering the big bag on his head, looking at the scene in all directions. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There is no mistake, here. This is the golden land of Radara in Legendary. Robin, who was falling steadily under Suyu's gravity magic, spoke excitedly. What? This is the Golden City. Vivi was taken aback. Golden gold. Nami's eyes are blinded by money. For the first time, Sayazi ran wildly and began to look for treasures. However, 5 minutes later, The president lied, saying that the Golden Land is full of gold, but there is not even a hair of gold here. Nami pouted, looking downcast. Golden Bell. Where's the Great Clock Tower? Where is the Golden Clock Tower? Why can't I find it? On the other hand, the Sandy warriors headed by Jean Weber also lost their original excitement and joy. For gold, they don't care. But the Golden Bell Tower is almost a symbol of Sandia. It also bears the 400-year agreement between Nolando and the great warrior Karl Gala. Obviously the Golden Town has been found, but there is no gold and Golden Bell Tower. What's going on? Erza, Myra, Juvia and other girls all looked at Suyu eagerly. If it is the chairman, there must be a way. The girls believed so firmly. Feel the sight of the women. Suyu temporarily put aside the matter of turning on the Thunder Dragon King mode. Don't worry, there will be gold, and there will be golden clocks. Suyu walked near the clock tower square. He gestured to the sky for a size. Click. Rumble. The Kanjin thunderbolt pierced through an island cloud hundreds of meters above the sky. A huge thing then fell from the sky. Under the shining of the sun, infinite golden light blooms. Yellow, yellow, gold. That's the Golden Bell Tower. The golden bell has fallen from the sky. The screams of the girls and the warriors continued one after another. Suyu leaped forward, supported the base of the Golden Bell Tower with one hand, and landed firmly. When 0.1. The melodious, high-pitched, and beautiful bells sounded like fairy music, spreading throughout the entire Sky Island. After 400 years, the fire of Shandora is lit again. That night, in the golden city of Shandora, the bonfires are brightly lit, illuminating the night sky. Enel, the common enemy of Shandia and the people of Sky Island, died. Coupled with the return of the Golden Clock Tower and the central harmony of Fairy Tale, the centuries-old grievances between Sandia and Sky Island have also come to an end. The two sides celebrated freedom to the fullest, and the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Fairy Tale, which defeated Enel, was naturally the center of the party. Thanks to both the people of Sky Island and Sandia. Only this moment, Suyu lacked interest. Because there are still two problems before him. The plan to activate the Dragon King species by absorbing the thunder and lightning power of Enel's four directions failed. He had to find another way. Besides, another problem that plagues Suyu is that of new partners. After completing the Sky Island Big Plot Commission, the guild level will undoubtedly be +1 again. The upgrade reward this time is still the call of the Fairy Tale Companion. Coincidentally, the location of the summoned partner happens to be in Sky Island. However, this time the partners seemed a little mischievous and played hide and seek with them. It has been more than half a day since the summoning, but still did not show up. President, what is attached to the trouble? The little girl Wendy with blue hair and white silk came to Suyu's side and asked with concern. I'm wondering how to separate Enel's Thunder Fruit ability 100%, Wendy, do you have a way? Suyu asked casually. I'm sorry, the president. Wendy looked frustrated. However, next second. Of course I can. Wendy spoke confidently. Chapter 62. Devil Fruit. This is a special product of the pirate world, and there are countless mysteries, no one knows where it was born. According to the research theory of Vegapunk, the world's #1 genius scientist, Devil Fruit's ability comes from the ancient people's prayers and was born out of human desires. Certainly. This is still an unproven theory. Same. There is also a set of theories about the transmission of Devil Fruit. According to the common sense of the public, after the death of the previous Demon Fruit power, the ability will be randomly regenerated. But few people know that Devil Fruit's ability will sometimes be randomly transferred to nearby fruits. Suyu, who is a time traveler, naturally knows this secret. However, he is not sure whether this theory will be 100% successful. After the plan to activate the Dragon King species by absorbing the lightning released by the Thunderbolt ability failed, Suyu had to start thinking and looking for other possible solutions. For example, directly obtain the Logia Thunder Fruit ability. Regardless of whether he can successfully activate the Dragon King seed, getting Thunder Fruit is good for Suyu. The question is how to get it. Killing Enel is a matter of minutes for Suyu. Now Suyu is worried about whether the ability of Thunder will be transferred to the nearby fruit after killing Enel. If you accidentally let Xingglei run away, it would be too much trouble to find it again. Just when Suyu was thinking about this question, Wendy came over and saw through Suyu's troubles. Suyu just asked casually, but actually didn't have much hope in his heart. Wendy's reaction was also quite different from Suyu's expectation. Because he couldn't do it and was afraid of disappointing Suyu's expectations, he seemed a little nervous and disappointed. Suyu just wanted to comfort Wendy that it's okay if she can't do it. However, it was never thought of. Next second, Wendy changed the topic suddenly, and responded confidently. Suyu. Rao Suyu couldn't help being stunned when he heard Wendy say there is a way to do it. He had to think about whether Wendy might be amusing herself. Only. With Wendy's personality, it shouldn't be wrong. What's wrong? Chairman. Wendy smiled. Wendy, what I said earlier was a way to separate Devil Fruit's abilities from other people's bodies. Suyu emphasized seriously. I know. Wendy complied naturally. Another moment of silence. Then try 18. Suyu chooses to trust Wendy. Anyway, just try, even if you fail, there will be no loss. If you accidentally kill Enel, it's fate. But with Wendy's kind personality, she wouldn't just kill others casually. Even if the opponent is a heinous person like Enel. Quickly. Suyu took Wendy to the cage where Enel was held. Seeing Suyu approaching, the two Sandia warriors hurriedly bowed and saluted. Okay, you guys go to the banquet too, and tell the others to stay away from here for now. Suyu waved his hand. Yes. The two Sandia warriors led the retreat. Suyu's eyes fell on Wendy, ready to watch her show. However, Wendy was not in a hurry to act. Hey, President, if I help you separate Devil Fruit's ability, can you promise me a request? Wendy asked. Of course, not to mention 10 are fine. Suyu complied without hesitation. Even without it. For Wendy's request, Suyu will never refuse or hesitate. Not to mention if Wendy really helped him solve this trouble. It's really reassuring to have the chairman's words. Wendy smiled slightly, and stretched out her little hand to the seriously injured and unconscious Enel. Scarlet's magical light spread out, covering Enel's body. Ah ah ah! A shrill scream followed. Wisps of electric arcs were separated from Enel's body. Suyu frowned slightly. Look at this picture. In his mind, the scene of the next-door Hokage World Akatsuki organization separating the tailed beast appeared involuntarily. Judging from this situation, the Thunder Fruit ability in Enel's body is indeed being separated. Only. How did Wendy do it? Suyu didn't remember that Wendy had such evil magic. Cemetery. A flash of inspiration flashed in Suyu's mind. In addition to being similar to the separation of the tailed beast, this scene is also similar to the separation of magic power. And Suyu finally figured out what kind of magic this is. Its name, separation and attachment. As the name suggests, this is magic that can perform additional detachments on any object. It belongs to the deep usage of high-level additional magic. The person who created this magic has a lot of background. She is the 12 shields of the protector of the kingdom of Alberice in the fairy tale world, with the scarlet title of Despair. Known as the Alberice Double Wall together with the magic king Olgast, its strength far surpasses the other 12 shields. In addition to this identity, she has another even more terrifying identity. That is the mother of the Dragon Slayer, known as the Dragon Mother Irene. It was she who created dragon-slaying magic by attaching the power of dragons to humans. There is also a deep bond between Irene and Fairy Tail. Fairy Queen Erza is her daughter. Also in the final battle, Irene once captured Wendy's body through additional magic. In the next 100 years of missions, he helped Wendy solve powerful enemies several times. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that Wendy was able to master separation and additional magic. Suyu thought to himself. Only Wendy participated in the Sky Island Commission and defeated the priest Sara to obtain a skill improvement. Just when Suyu was thinking about these things, Wendy's separation of Enel and Devil Fruit's abilities is also coming to an end. The arcs escaping from Enel's body gathered in mid-air. In the end, it turned into a perfect lightning symbol. Is this the essence of Devil Fruit's abilities? Without waiting for Suyu to observe Thunder Fruit's lightning symbol further. Next second, Wendy waved her hand. Additional magic is activated again. The thunder and lightning symbol turned into a flash of lightning, rushing straight into Suyu's body. Just for a moment, Suyu's body froze. But this is not a bad phenomenon. Suyu could clearly feel it. With the incorporation of Thunder Fruit's ability, the Dragon King in his body began to change. Draining Enel during the day and absorbing massive amounts of lightning failed to shake him. But now, with the integration of Thunder Fruit's ability, the Dragon King species is indeed blooming. This time the direction is finally right. Suyu couldn't care less about anything else. Sit down immediately and close your eyes. Feel the changes in your body carefully. Activate Dragon King Seed with Thunder Fruit ability. Evolution and metamorphosis are happening. Wendy glanced at Suyu, raised a corner of her mouth, and left straight away. City Center, Clock Tower Square. Wendy, where have you been? Xiaolulu stepped forward immediately. It's nothing, I had a little trouble with the president earlier. Wendy said. Hey! The drunken Nami rushed forward. Mirajane and Juvia also cast strange glances. Wendy, the president didn't do anything to you, did he? Asked Nami. Wendy was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. It didn't exist before. Wendy shook her head. However, maybe you can try it later. She added in her mind. It's fine if you don't have one, Wendy, you are still young, you have to wait until you grow up a bit. Nami, who was already drinking, put on a posture like a close sister, and spoke earnestly, which made Wendy speechless for a while. Okay, Nami, you're drunk, take a rest first. Vivi helped Nami walk away. Wendy, where is the president now? Erza stepped forward. Wendy didn't speak, but just looked at Erza quietly, a strange look flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? Wendy, looking at me like this, is there something on my face? Erza asked puzzled. It's nothing, as for the president's side, it's better not to bother now. Wendy said. Say it. She turned straight and walked towards Fairy Tail. Hey, Xiaolulu, do you feel that Wendy is a little different today? Juvia asked suspiciously. Xiaolulu frowned. Well, Wendy is Wendy, probably because she drank some wine earlier, I told her not to drink. As Xiaolulu said, she quickly spread her wings and followed Wendy. The other side. Wendy jumped, boarded the fairy tail with the wind, walked into the guild cabin, and stared at the ground for a long time. It wasn't until Xiaolulu greeted her that she followed her upstairs to her own room. One night, noisy. The next day, early morning. The bell tower square was filled with people in a haphazard manner. In front of the golden clock tower, Robin held his cheek with one hand, and looked at the base of the golden clock intently. As she expected, the Sandia family and the golden clock tower also carry history. Only, what was recorded on the base of the golden clock was still not what she wanted. Like Alabasta, what is recorded here is still a weapon. The identity and location of ancient weapon Poseidon. For ancient weapon, Robin has no interest at all. Wah ha ha ha, is this the historical text that is completely banned by the world government? I didn't expect that there is a historical text under the Golden Clock Tower. The News King Morgan stepped forward with a smile. Oh, I was shocked when I saw it yesterday. Robin spoke perfunctorily. In this world, the only person who can decipher this kind of writing is probably Miss Robin. Morgan sighed. Robin didn't speak. The O'Hara incident 20 years ago, forget it, let's not talk about it. Morgans tactfully stopped the subject. To be honest, he also has a strong interest in historical texts. Want to know what is recorded above? I want to know what happened in that period of history that was strictly prohibited by the government. Want to know about the ancient weapon in Legendary. But so many years in the sea. What should be touched and what should not be touched? Morgans could still figure it out. Historical texts are forbidden items that must not be touched. 20 years ago O'Hara was razed to the ground for touching history. The only survivor. Even when he was only 8 years old, he was offered a reward of 79 million. If he dared to touch the historical text, he might not know where the head would fall the next day. Hey, Morgans, are you also interested in historical texts? Just then, a faint voice sounded. Since you're so interested in Morgans, Robin, you'd better tell him about it. Suyu said casually. Robin was taken aback for a moment. I will understand immediately in the next second. Okay, what is recorded in this historical article is about. Wait a moment. Before Robin could speak, Morgans interrupted quickly, covering his ears tightly with his wings. I don't want to know at all, don't mess with me, Chairman Suyu, I know what can be reported and what can't be reported. That's it, it's good that you understand. Suyu nodded. Morgaz's heart shuddered. He also reacted. I understood what Suyu meant. The final battle yesterday. Because he was electrocuted by Enel, he couldn't see it. However, afterward, I learned the general situation through a series of sidestepping. Guess that Enel, the god of Sky Island, may be the real Logia Thunder Fruit capable user. If Enel is the person with the ability to thunder, then what ability is Suyu? And all the weird powers of fairy tale. These were originally breaking news prepared by Morgans. But now we have to hold back and postpone it for the time being. Besides, another breaking point of the Sky Island incident also needs to be considered. If you change to do before, Morgans must have recklessly reported everything about Sky Island as embellishment. At that time, there will inevitably be a wave of searching for the golden land of Sky Island in the world. This move has the potential to bring about catastrophe for Sky Island. After all, the temptation of the Golden Bell Tower is too big. Think it over and over again. Reason triumphs over desire. Morgans brings together Ven Bron Kulik, Sky Knight Gonfort, and Shandia's storytellers, and it says it all. I don't agree with reporting Sky Island, just leave it as it is. Knowing the greed, cruelty, and violence of pirates, Bron Kulik refused on the spot without hesitation. I don't want Sky Island, which has finally recovered its calm, to be infested by pirates. However, his opinion was unanimously opposed by the old chief of Sandia and the war ghost Weber. No. You can't continue to let Nolando suffer innocent injustice. You can't let Nolando be ridiculed as a big talker anymore. The old chief said firmly. If it was the big warrior Karl Gala, he would definitely choose to report without hesitation. How can you let your best friend continue to be ridiculed because you are afraid of these things? War Ghost Weber said firmly. On this point, I also have a few opinions. Sky Knight Ganfer spoke solemnly. First of all, the Golden Bell Tower will reappear. In the future, we will definitely ring it every day. At that time, the secret of the Golden Town will definitely not be kept for too long. Secondly, it is extremely difficult for the pirates from Qinghai to come to Sky Island. Even if someone does come up by chance, we are not lambs to be slaughtered. That's right, what are the pirates in Qinghai? We're not vegetarians. We must protect it this time. Warriors such as praying mantis Kamakilai also echoed. Ha ha ha, then it's decided. Morgans rubbed his hands together excitedly. He was really worried before. I'm afraid nothing will be reported about Sky Island. Obviously he has big news in hand but can't report it, he will definitely make something wrong. That's it, President Suyu, do you have any comments? Morgans asked Suyu for instructions. Nothing. Suyu shrugged. Originally, what he didn't want Morgans to report was only the history of this article. As for Sky Island, it is not within his jurisdiction. But now that it's all here, then let's do something by the way. After a few minutes, Mirajane delivered what Suyu ordered to Genfer and Chief Shandia. This is the symbol of fairy tale. The two were suddenly taken aback. Ha ha ha, hurry up and thank you, President Suyu lent you the flag. With the protection of fairy tale's flag, ordinary little pirates dare not come to make trouble. Morgans laughed and explained the meaning of the flag. Nani. Genfer and the chief of Sandia were immediately flattered, and their hearts were filled with infinite joy and gratitude. The carnival will resume immediately. Until the night 3 days later. Suyu finally escaped from the encirclement of enthusiastic Sky Icelanders and Sandians and returned to the fairy tale lair. Not waiting for Suyu to take a good rest. Dang dang! There was a knock on the door. Open! Basilolita Wendy came forward. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, President. Chapter 63. Late at night. Fairy tale. President's room. President, is the integration of that ability going well? The blue-haired Basilolita Wendy asked. Suyu nodded. The Logia Thunder Fruit ability stripped from Enel's body has now been fully integrated into Suyu's body, and has successfully activated the Dragon King seed. The Thunder Dragon King mode has been successfully launched, and it is still growing. It's all thanks to your help, Wendy. Suyu got up, and gently touched Wendy's small head with his hand. It's good if it goes well. Wendy patted Suyu's big hand away calmly. Since that's the case, it's time for you, President, to fulfill your promise. So, Wendy, what do you want me to do? Suyu sat down on the sofa chair at the desk. Haven't you noticed yet? What a dull president. Wendy chuckled lightly. There was a long silence. Irene Belsirian, it should be. Suyu let out a light breath and said the name. Bingo. Erin snapped her fingers. There was another long silence. As early as 4 days ago. Suyu was puzzled all the time. Sky Island entrusts the big layer thick, and the partners summoned by the guild's upgrade rewards, why haven't they shown up for a long time? After all, the arrival place of the new partner is still Sky Island, which is not wrong. Take down Enel and Fairy Tale and save Sky Island's present. The new partner should take the initiative to show up soon and join the main force. However, the development of the situation is not the case. For new partners who have not shown up for a long time, Suyu was also slightly worried. In these 3 days, I went to explore all parts of Sky Island in person. Even Nolan, the Lord of the Sky Island, has searched for the belly of the serpent. Fortunately, the new partner was not swallowed by the big snake. But it also made things more confusing. Could it be that the new partner is the 6th child who knows invisibility magic? Suyu couldn't help but think of this possibility. Or, it's not that the new partner didn't show up, but was always by his side, but he didn't notice it. The moment this idea appeared, the first thing that came to Suyu's mind was Wendy. On the second day of separating Enel fruit ability, when Suyu found Wendy to express his excitement and gratitude, Wendy's performance was in a daze, as if she didn't know what was going on. Since then, Yu had always had a vague suspicion in his mind. The separation bonus magic may not be the reward Wendy got in the Sky Island quest. That night, someone borrowed Wendy's body to cast this high-level additional magic. For example, the creator of magic and Dragon Slayer magic. Until now, Yu finally confirmed this conjecture. The true identity of the new partner was determined. One of the twin walls of Alberice, the dragon mother Irene known as Scarlet Despair. Yu always thought that the system's partner summoned, and the one summoned was Fairy Tail's partner. Unexpectedly, the summoning is not only for Fairy Tail, but for the entire Fairy Tail world. What's the matter, President? Are you scared by my identity? Irene smiled. Turn over and sit on the desk. Two little white hissing feet dangled back and forth. Yu stretched out his big hand and grabbed the dangling white hissy little foot. You and Wendy should be in a state of peaceful coexistence now. Hey, that's right. Irene nodded. To be precise, I am attached to this girl, and her consciousness is the main one on weekdays, and I can only come out when her consciousness is activated or she is asleep. Yu understood. At that time 4 days ago, Wendy was confused and shaken by his words. This gave Irene an opportunity to take control of her body. As long as Irene's existence doesn't harm Wendy, then there's no big problem. Yu is also not worried that Irene will lie to herself. Because even if he wasn't a member of Fairy Tail originally, but after being summoned to this world by him, Irene is also already a member of Fairy Tail. And the favorability of him as the president is also full. At this point, Yu had taken the time to look at the system panel before. After determining the identity of the new partner, the member list on the panel also shows Irene's name and personal information. So, Irene big sister, what do you want me to do? Sunning brought the topic back to the beginning. Big sister. Irene pouted. If you don't like big sister, then aunt, old lady. Yu gave several titles in succession. Crunch. Irene grinds Wendy's silver teeth. Women are always famous for their age and other people's address. Even a strong woman like Irene is no exception. Quickly, Irene regained her composure. No longer brought into Yu's rhythm. What I want is simple, I want a body. Irene spoke quietly. It's not a problem to share a body with others all day long. I want a body that belongs to me, a body of a normal person. Yu was not at all surprised by Irene's request. 400 years ago, Irene attached the dragon to herself with additional magic, thereby creating dragon-slaying magic to fight against the dragons. However, what she didn't know was that the dragon-slaying magic was also accompanied by terrible sequelae. That is, after continuing to use dragon-slaying magic, the body will gradually transform into a dragon. Finally, as the founder of dragon-slaying magic, she became the first human being fully transformed into a dragon. After becoming a dragon, Irene lost all sense of being a human. The things she loved to eat before now make her want to vomit as soon as she puts them in her mouth. Not to mention various other issues. Irene was almost driven crazy by the problem of dragon transformation. The great longing for a normal body even made her want to take away the body of her own daughter Erza. It was for this reason that she took Wendy's body in the final battle. The same is why, when making a request to Yu, Irene will emphasize that she wants a normal body. I don't have what you want right now, but I will prepare it as soon as possible. Yu agreed. In the world of One Piece, human life is worthless. It is not difficult to prepare a container for Irene. Certainly. Yu will not look for innocent girls from good families. There are also quite a few female pirates who have committed the most crimes on the Grand Line. Really dissatisfied, there are domineering nobles, and even world nobles celestial dragons. Using these people as containers, Yu will not soften his heart at all. It's not good to lie, President. Irene pulled her little white sizzling foot out of Yu's big hand and pressed it against his chest. Don't you happen to have the best body on this ship right now? Irene pointed out. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and did not speak. The myth of light meteor starlight, or the heart of the goblin, it should be there. Irene asked bluntly. Hey, that's right. Suyu nodded. Several months ago. Traveled to the world of pirates and awakened the fairy tale system. The initial gift package that Suyu got was not only the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, but also the fairy tale layer. And even Erza, who had been on the ship the longest, didn't know. Below the guild, lies fairy tale's greatest secret. In that place that only the president can enter, the foundation of fairy tale is stored. Meteor Star, Fairy's Heart. This is a hidden great magic that overrides the three super magics of Fairy Law, Fairy Brilliance, and Fairy Ball. It is precisely because of the existence of the Fairy Heart. Only the wizards who stay on board can have unlimited magic power. And it won't consume much outside, as long as you return to the ship, the magic power will be replenished immediately. How is it, Zhang? Irene smiles. No. Suyu shook his head calmly. Only this is absolutely not allowed. There is no room for maneuver. You change it. Cut, stingy. Eileen snorted. But there was not much disappointment on his face. Obviously, she had already expected that she would be rejected. The president who is mean needs a little punishment. The corner of Irene's mouth curled up. The little white hissing feet went all the way down. Arrived at the destination after a while. Suyu frowned and grabbed her ankle. Eileen's mouth curled up. The next day, early morning. Good morning, everyone, good morning, Xiaolulu. Wendy rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the guild hall. Wendy, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to bed early last night? Xiaolulu asked curiously. I don't know, when I woke up this morning, my feet were so sore. Wendy pressed her sore feet. Don't understand what the hell is going on here. And when I woke up this morning, she found that her socks were missing too. It was Myra who found it for her and cleaned it up. Wendy, here it is. Mirajane brought breakfast to Wendy. After that, he came to Suyu with a cup of coffee, and looked at the Sua family with a half smile. This morning, she found Wendy's lost socks while cleaning the president's room. Feeling Myra's strange gaze, Sunning suddenly couldn't hold back. Don't think about it, there is a reason for this. Suyu said seriously. Yes, but if the president wants it in the future, just go to my room and get it. Myra said earnestly. Number. Have to. A famous name in one life is destroyed in one day. Suyu gritted his teeth. Now Irene occupies Wendy's body. Suyu couldn't do anything to her. But wait to help her find the right body. At that time, we must let her know the price of provoking the president. Just when Suyu was thinking about these things. Nami ran into the guild excitedly, and couldn't even speak well. Not long. The fairy tale crowd headed by Suyu came to the bell tower square. Under the sunlight, the golden light is dazzling. Except for the golden clock tower. There is another thing that shines brightly. That was a golden ship. Proverbs of the Ark. This is the result of Enel's collection of gold from the entire Golden City. Originally, he planned to take his powerful subordinates to fight the Infinite Land after the completion. But now it's nothing more than being someone else's wedding dress. It turns out that the reason why there is not a single piece of gold in the Golden City is because all the gold has been discovered and seized by Enel, and those tracks should be used by Enel to transport gold. Robin nodded knowingly. Damn Enel, he was so greedy that he emptied the entire Golden City, luckily he didn't let his scheme succeed. Nami was aggrieved for a while, secretly rejoiced for a while, and finally turned into joy, leaning on the golden boat, and couldn't put it down. President Suyu, we have already discussed this ship as your follow-up reward for helping us, please accept it. Ganfer and the old chief of Shandia both stepped forward and said solemnly. O Proverbs of the Ark! Suyu showed a thoughtful look on his face. Enel also has some talent in construction design. If this ark is built successfully, it can fly to the sky by charging. In the end, it even reached the moon, which can be called a big treasure ship. It's just that Suyu now has the omnipotent fairy tale. Even if you bring this ark proverb, it is of no great use. Not to mention that the ship is still half finished. It will take at least a year before it is truly complete. For Suyu and fairy tale, it's useless at all. President. Nami looked at Suyu eagerly, afraid that Suyu would reject him. After all, such a big golden ship is simply a priceless treasure. Oh well. Suyu agreed. But, Gamfer, do you mind if I take this ship apart? After all, it's something the folks at Sky Island have toiled over the years to build. Suyu still asked a question for the time being. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. This is created by Enel enslaving my subordinates. If I didn't think President Suyu might be useful, I would have dismantled it for him myself. Ganfer said repeatedly. That's all right. Suyu nodded. Get started immediately and violently remove the unnecessary planks. Ultimately all that remains is a whole gold frame. Suyu borrowed a magic sword from Erza. The hand rises and the knife falls. The golden frame is also disassembled. At the moment of being built into an ark, the gold has lost its value as an antiquity. There are only gold values. Naturally, Suyu didn't need to be cautious. President, what do you want to do? Wendy asked curiously. Okay, you'll find out soon. Suyu smiled mysteriously. Chi-chi. The golden thunder surged out of Suyu's body. Lay metallurgy. Under the high temperature smelting of thunder, the gold piled up into hills melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then gradually changed under Suyu's control, and the prototype of a clock tower emerged. See here. The other people finally knew what Suyu wanted to do. Cave of Spica. Nami changed into a maid outfit and star spirit clothes. Slapping the ground with both hands, a huge pool emerged. Then Juvia raised her hand and filled the pool with water. And finally Suyu. Under the high temperature melting of thunder and lightning, the integrally formed bell tower fell into the cold pool water for the final quenching process. Chi. Endless water vapor rises. Wendy blew out air to dissipate the water vapor. Suyu strode forward, raised the golden bell tower with one hand, and jumped aboard the fairy tale. Installed the golden bell tower on top of the guild. There is a warning bell on the top of the fairy tale guild in Magnolia. Fairy tale of the One Piece world was good, and there was now. Wahahaha, Sparasi, you really deserve to be President Suyu, you are simply a miraculous technique. News King Morgans laughed and flapped his rainbow fart. Chairman Suyu is the real god. God Suyu. Please lead our way, God Suyu. Residents of Sky Island and Sandia cheered enthusiastically. Desperately hope that Suyu can become the god of Sky Island. But of course this is impossible. Fairy Tale's goal is the Sea of Stars. Naturally, it will not be limited to this small Sky Island. 3 days later after the girls with Fairy Tale experienced all the style of Sky Island and took many photos, Fairy Tale sets sail and returns to Qinghai. Another day. Numerous newsbirds have traveled all over the world with world economic news. The golden town of Shandora shocked the world. Chapter 64. World Economic News, Hot Air Balloon Headquarters. As expected of President Morgans. You can even get this kind of big news. President Morgans is indeed the king of news. Golden country in legendary, it's amazing. The golden town of Shandora, this big news will definitely shock the world. Look at the photos and information about the Sky Island Golden Town brought back by Morgans. The employees of the entire World Economic News were shocked by it. Every face is full of extreme shock, excitement, and disbelief. Wah ha ha ha, little ones, there is no time for you to waste, now, immediately, get Laozi moving, tomorrow at the latest Laozi wants to spread the Golden Dora all over the world. The News King Morgans ordered loudly. Yes, President. All the members shouted excitedly. The next day, early morning. The eastern sky lit up with a fish belly white, and the bright morning sun shone through thousands of mountains and rivers. The hot air balloon newspaper office, which was active and busy all night, heard loud laughter from the people. Countless newspaper delivery birds flapped their wings and flew to the sea with countless freshly baked newspapers. Tell the world the story of Shandora, a golden town that has disappeared for 400 years. Then, the whole world is shaking. Nani. The land of gold and legendary. The golden town of Shandora is actually at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Shandora, the golden city of the golden country, actually exists, and it's still in the sky. I read the story of the golden country in a book. Isn't this a lie fabricated by the big talker Nolando? No, Nolando is not a big talker, everything he said is true. The Golden Bell Tower in Legendary. How majestic and sacred it is. Fairy tale. It's fairy tale again. Fairy tale accepted the entrustment of Norland's descendants and found the Golden Land in Legendary. Not only found it, Fairy tale also defeated the false god who occupied Sky Island, and liberated Sky Island. Is Fairy tale an emissary sent by God to save people in distress? All over the world, in all major sea areas, countless people are discussing it hotly. Among them, North Blue is the birthplace of the story of the big talker Nolando. The reaction to reports of events in Shandora, the golden home of Sky Island, was particularly strong. Hey, is it real or not? Is this really the Golden Land in the story of Liar King? Impossible. The Golden Country is a lie. How could it really exist? This is different from the stories we saw when we were young. 933. Isn't the big talker Nolando a liar? Everything he said is true. The Golden Land of Shandora in Legendary is real. It didn't sink into the sea, but went to the sky. Similar conversations happened frequently in North Blue. 400 years ago, under the exaggeration of the king of the Capital Committee of the Kingdom of Lubnir. The funny stories of the big talker Nolando spread throughout North Blue, and became a household name and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It has always been a model for adults to teach children not to lie. But now, this story, which was once regarded as a joke by people, has been subverted and completely reversed. The golden town of Shandora is real. On the newspaper page, the close-up photos of Nolando's descendant Chestnuthead Kulak are vivid in my memory. The people of North Blue seem to be able to hear Kulak's hoarse cry for the vindication of their ancestors. Naval Headquarters, Rear Division Office. Fairy tale, this time it's very active again. It's amazing that they even found the Golden Land that had disappeared for 400 years. Vice Admiral, Marine Chief Staff Officer, was full of emotion. This incident finally has nothing to do with us. Marshal Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile. For Fairy tale. He is both appreciative and headache now. Appreciate the way they act. Fairy tale is different from your typical mercenary organization. They help the weak, even if it is the entrustment of the low-level civilians, they will earnestly complete it. The existence of Fairy tale is a hope for people living in poverty. Having them active can also reduce the burden on their marines to a certain extent. And to Marshal Sengoku's headache. Fairy tale is too straight and fearless. And now there is Nico Robin in Fairy tale. The world government will never allow a dangerous person like Nico Robin to stay in the shadow of the strong. the knowledge that Robin has to decipher historical texts and the power of fairy tale. The combination of the two parties made the world government feel a huge threat. Marshal Sengoku knew that a plan against Nico Robin was already being prepared. It is a matter of time before the two sides have a head-on conflict. Marshal Sengoku shook his head distressed. Leave Nico Robin's problems to Kuzan, he is directly responsible for this matter. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane Road. Hope everything goes well. Sabayati Islands. 13th Red Tree. Shucky's ripped off bar. Biff. Old Ray, this photo of this golden clock on the fairy tale ship and... No. Before Shucky could finish speaking, Pluton Rayleigh denied it on the spot. Are you so sure? Asked Shucky. Although it was more than 20 years ago, I could not help being touched physically and mentally when I saw the golden clock tower on Sky Island. Although the golden clock on the fairy tale ship is very similar in style, it is not the same. That feeling should be a fake. Rayleigh explained. Then the matter is clear. Fairy tale is to help Sky Island attract firepower, so that the criminals at sea think that the golden bell has been obtained by fairy tale, so Morgans is specially asked to give such ambiguous reports. A smile curled up on Shucky's lips. It's really a sushi, fairy tale, I really like them more and more. New World. An island under the four emperors' red hair. Everyone, cheers to fairy tale and the golden country. Four emperors' redhead Shanks laughed and toasted. Oh! The red Tuan shouted in unison. Until the glass of wine is down. Boss, why are we toasting fairy tale? We don't know them. Hedgehog-haired Rookie Rocks asked in puzzlement. Because fairy tale did what Captain Roger couldn't. Four emperors' red-haired Shanks sighed and opened his mouth. Nanny. Things that even One Piece can't do. What the hell is going on? Everyone in the red group is already feasting. Four Emperor's redhead Shanks has a look of nostalgia on his face. More than 20 years ago. The Roger pirates land on Sky Island. For hundreds of years of grievances between the people of Sky Island and the Sandia family. Although it is as strong as Roger, there is no way to solve it. In addition, he was running out of time at that time, so he had to rush to the next part of the trip. On the eve of the disbandment of the Roger pirates, Roger mentioned past regrets. Sky Island is one of them. Today, the historical problems of Sky Island have been solved by fairy tale, so there is no need to worry. Captain Roger, Tien Cup. The redheads of the four emperors raised their glasses to the sky. New World, Wano Kuni. Click. Lightning hits the sky. Lights up the dimly lit skeleton ghost island. That's great, fairy tale. Wearing a loose Yamato suit, Princess Oni watched the news reports intently, fascinated. It would be great if I could meet them. Yamato was full of longing. The other side. Ghost Island Skeleton Hall. Hey, big golden clock tower, this is really good. The four emperors Kaido of the beasts laughed. Mr. Kaido, please let me take down this golden clock tower for you. The young leader of the beasts, Jack the Drow, asked for his orders. Not long after he was promoted to the position of the Big Kanban, he needed a record to stabilize his position. Master Kaido, be sure to entrust this task to me, and after I complete it, let me become the Big Kanban. The girl's coquettish voice sounded. Wait a minute, old lady, don't mess around. The boy who killed Matt hurriedly stopped him. Stop rambling, little Pepette, my sister can handle everything, you just need to support her with all your strength. Run said impatiently. Well, if that's the case, I'll leave it to you. New World, IWC Tato Land, Cake Island. Four Emperors Big Mom Pirate Group, Base Camp. Well, well, well. The laughter of Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin echoed in the cake hall and lasted for a long time. The golden town of Shandora in Legendary is actually in Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The golden city of Shandora actually exists, so the huge gold must. Not to mention anything else, but this golden bell tower is already a rare and priceless treasure in the world. It's such a waste of such a precious golden clock tower to be replaced by mere fairy tale comrades. Such a treasure, only mothers can collect and own it. In the cake hall, the cotters and ministers of the Big Mom pirates spoke one after another. Well, who is willing to obtain this treasure for me? 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin asked with a big laugh. Leave it to me, mother. General Snug stood up swearing. I am also willing to fight for my mother. The third Sun Magic Lamp Defa came out. And I. Me too. Be sure to get the golden clock tower for mom. The temptation of the golden bell tower is beyond imagination. Even the 4 emperors were heartbroken, let alone everyone else. Ha ha ha. Little ones, follow me into the Grand Line. If you can get the golden clock tower, then you will be popular and drink hot food for a lifetime. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the sky, success or failure depends on one move. Golden clock tower, first come, first served. What about the man who offered a reward of 500 million? The golden clock tower is not something he can grasp. Compared to the illusory One Piece, the golden clock tower is the real thing. While the commoners of Common are still shocked by the existence of the Golden Country, pirates from all over the world have already poured into the Grand Line. As for the pirates who were already on the Grand Line, they have already started to act. The mountain rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. This moment. Fairy tale. President, the news about Sky Island has come out. Vivi delivered the newspaper to everyone. In this way, Nolando's 400 years of infamy can finally be washed away. It's simply romantic. Nami laughed. Juvia also wants to have a romantic journey with the president for hundreds of years. Juvia flung herself at Tsuyu. Boom! On the way, a hard bear's chest sprang out. Juvia's little head hit Erza's fierce armor with a bang. Don't take it lightly, after this incident, we should be targeted by the client. Erza reminded. That's true, that's right. The Golden Bell Tower is now on our ship, and it will definitely attract many pirates to come and fight for it, and troubles will follow. Robin looked solemn. Fairy Tale is not afraid of trouble, there is a leader who will beat them to ashes in minutes. Nami didn't care. But we still have commissions to do. Reminds the laid-back girl Marianne. Yeah, Nami, we're all in huge debts, we can't be lazy. Vivi said seriously. Gah. The smile on Nami's face stopped abruptly. It seems that everyone understands the current situation, so let's group up next. Tsuyu smiled. When making the new Great Clock Tower, he had foreseen what would happen next. And the plan was prepared early. Entrusting missions is the job of the Fairy Tale Guild, so you have to do it. Only. The safety of members is also a top priority. In the next entrusted task, Fairy Tale is absolutely not allowed to act alone. All actions must be taken as a unit. To this end, in addition to himself, Tsuyu also appointed 2 small captains. Other members can choose which captain to follow. But without the captain, absolutely cannot accept the commission. Any question? After the explanation, Tsuyu looked at the girls, ready to answer their questions. I have a question. Wendy, the little girl with blue hair and white silk, was the first to raise her hand. President, it's okay for Erza to be the captain, but why is the other captain me? Not to mention Miss Myra, Miss Juvia is more suitable than me. Wendy was shocked when she heard that she was the captain appointed by Tsuyu. What followed was tremendous pressure. How could such a weak self be able to take up the responsibility of the captain? Let yourself be the captain, wouldn't it lead the team to the pit? And besides Xiaolulu, no one else would want to act with her. Thinking of this, Wendy couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. Show confidence, Wendy, you are the Sky Dragon Slayer mage, you can fight dragons just like the president, you are already powerful enough. Nami gives a thumbs up. That's right, Wendy, don't underestimate yourself, you are amazing. Vivi agrees. The president appointed Wendy as the captain, it must be because he knows your ability. So, don't panic, show your confidence. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Others also encouraged one after another. This finally gave Wendy a little confidence. See. Suyu didn't say much either. 2 squad leader candidates. Erza's strength is beyond doubt. Full firepower, enough to rival the admiral. There will be no surprises against the pirates in paradise. As for Wendy, in terms of strength, Wendy is not weak. But compared to Erza, it is still much worse. But this is only strength on paper. If you count Wendy's new partner in the body, even Erza couldn't get enough of it. That's Alberice Double Wall, after all. The founder of additional magic and Dragon Slayer magic. Even if it is Suyu, he can't say that he can win the match in full glory. The teams are grouped. Then it's time to start working. The fairy tale anchors on an uninhabited island with sufficient resources as a temporary base. Erza took Robin and Marianne and took the lead as a doctor. Wendy, Xiaolulu, Nami, Vivi, and Juvia followed closely behind. As the members went out one after another, the guild that had been lively for a long time was also deserted. Then, I'll go out for a while too. Suyu took off the original power of attorney on the mission bulletin board. It's time to put the search for the Rumba pirates on the agenda. Bon voyage, President. Chapter 65. Devil's Triangle. This is the famous Lost Sea on the Grand Line. From ancient times to the present, at least 100 ships disappear into this thick fog every year. In the end, it became a ghost ship with no crew and drifting with the tide. No one knew exactly what was going on. Especially in the past 10 years. The rumors about this sea area are getting more and more evil. Such as living zombies, skeletons running wildly on the sea, etc. For these terrible rumors, even the vicious pirates also keep a respectful distance. But Suyu, who is a time traveler, is not afraid at all. The so-called living zombies are nothing more than what Shishibukai Moria created with his shadow fruit ability. But Suyu is also clear that Moria has never created the evil name of the Devil's Triangle. Before Shishibukai Moria took root in this sea with a thriller bark, weirdness has always been there. Since ancient times, in this sea area shrouded in thick fog, there has been a mysterious existence unknown to the world. According to the original plot line, when Straw Hat crew left this sea area, the huge figure in the thick fog may be the real source of weirdness. This needs attention. As for the skeleton legendary running wild on the sea, others don't know, but Suyu knows it best. The guy who died with only a handful of bones was Brook, the only survivor of the Rumba pirates. About 50 years ago, the Rumba pirates were wiped out in this sea area. Brook also died of poisoning. But because he once ate the fruit of Paramecia Huangchuan, he has the chance to live again. Originally, after the death of the person with the ability of the fruit of the underworld, the soul returns from hell, and will return to the body immediately. However, because of getting lost, Brook's soul wandered for 2 years. When he found his body, the main body had already turned into a skeleton. However, he also got stuck with a bug and became a special undead creature. Suyu is aware of this, so he made an agreement with the whale Laboon at Gemini Cape 2 months ago. Although the time limit is 1 year, it would be better if it could be completed earlier, so as to save worry. Then let's make a quick decision, find Brook as soon as possible, bring him back to Twin Point, and you're done. Thinking so, Suyu turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the misty sea. A week later. Fairy tale. Ah, you're finally back, President? How's the commission going? Have you found the Rumba pirates? Myra stepped forward and straightened Suryu's messy clothes. The Rumba pirates? A commission from the whale old man in Cape Twins. Robin, who just finished a series of tasks and came back to rest, took over the conversation. Well, it's been 50 years after all, so it's normal to not find it for a while. Seeing Suryu's appearance, Robin guessed it. This time, the president of his own family was afraid that it was the first time in history that he returned without success. But this is also a matter of course. She also studied the power of attorney of the whale old man at Gemini Cape several times. It is almost impossible to find a person who has disappeared for nearly 50 years in this vast sea. Most likely, the Rumba pirates had already been wiped out and completely disappeared from the world. In this case, it is normal not to find it. Robin's thinking is the normal thinking of the uninformed masses. But Suryu, who is a time traveler, is an insider. He clearly knew that the Rumba pirates still had survivors. And just wandering in that sea area. But Suryu drifted in that sea area for a week, but couldn't find him. Even for Suryu, some frustrations are unavoidable. Also, if Suryu remembers correctly, this should be Fairy Tail's first mission failure. Or as a time traveler and president, he personally took action. It's okay, I didn't find it this time, I will definitely do it next time, anyway, there is still time, don't worry. Erza comforted. Well. Suryu still shook his head and sighed. Until Myra leaned close to his ear and whispered softly about geometry. Only then did Suryu's gloomy eyes light up, and he regained his usual mental outlook. The next day, Suryu, who experienced the Myra's reward, was immediately full of energy, and took 6 commissions to exterminate pirates in one go. Although the first mission to find Brook failed, but since then, Fairy Tail has never failed again. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 months again. Within these 2 months, Fairy Tail has completed more than 60 large and small commissions. Destroy more than 30 large and small pirate groups. The happiness of tens of hundreds of families has been saved. In the process of completing the commission, there was no danger. With Suryu and Erza leading the team, it is naturally foolproof. Every encounter is a crushing victory. By contrast, Wendy's team's entrustment road is more bumpy. But overall, there were no major problems. At every critical moment, Wendy can always explode and turn the tide. It has won unanimous praise, surprise, and praise from Nami, Vivi and others. But Wendy herself has no impression of her handsome performance. After all, they are all substitute fights. Hard work, and rewards are naturally huge. The girls who continued to complete the commissions and contributed to the upgrade of the guild also got the upgrade. Vivi obtained the 2nd Zodiac Star Suit Sagittarius Star Suit. Nami awakened the 3rd Protoss skill. Although it is not a Zodiac Star Spirit clothing. But in terms of practicality, it must be above the 12 signs of the Zodiac. Hololocum of the Clock Tower. It can be used to avoid cold, avoid curses, travel, avoid rain, escape for life, treat hypoxia, insect bites, rough skin, itching, brown Madara, etc. It is economical and practical. Robin's mastery of wood magic has also improved a lot. The painting magic of the leisurely girl Marion has reached a new stage, or more precisely, Marion's own artistic attainment has risen, and some strange things will appear from time to time. Compared to the orthodox magic of Robin, Nami, and Vivi, Suryu feels that Marianne's magic brush Mal Yang will continue to grow and has great potential. He's thinking about having Marianne draw something out of spec. For example, Godzilla, the king of monsters, or Ultraman. Except for the indigenous girls of Pirate World. Erza, Juvia, Wendy, and Xiaolulu also have their own growth. Just spend a little more optimism in the first half. Take girls' magic to the next level. At that time, Fairy Tail will be able to march to the new world. Officially challenge the top powerhouses of this world. Certainly. The members are growing up, and as the chairman of Fairy Tail, Suyu will naturally not stand still. With the power of Thunder Fruit, Suyu's Thunder Dragon King mode has officially started. In Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Suyu has almost reached ultimate. Because he hasn't met a qualified opponent yet, the Thunder Dragon King has remained silent. But Suyu is very sure that once it is opened, it will be earth-shattering. The Thunder Dragon King mode alone is enough for Suyu to set foot on the Imperial level. But Suyu's future is much more than that. 2 months. Fairy Tail's guild level has risen 3 consecutive levels, reaching level 13. At the same time, there are 3 upgrade rewards that come with it. Guild level 11, Suyu gets the Magic Fire Dragon Slayer. Now that Lei Milong has reached ultimate, Suyu got a brand new Dragon Slayer magic. And it's the Fire Dragon Slayer magic of Natsu, the protagonist of Fairy Tail. This opened up a new growth path for Suyu. Although One Piece world has a tradition that dogs don't eat Maramara fruit. But the power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic in Fairy Tail world is not covered. More importantly, fire and lightning are both violent attack elements. The two can perfectly blend together to form a new mode, Lei Yanlong mode. In the 12th and 13th level rewards of the guild after this, the proficiency of Suyu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic has reached the full level of 100%. After some trials, Lei Yanlong's mode initially succeeded. Only when Suyu tried to integrate the Fire Dragon slaying magic with the Thunder Dragon King mode, he failed repeatedly. Thunder Dragon King's thunder easily overwhelmed the fire power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. For the reason you can probably guess. Thunder and lightning at the level of the Dragon King can only coexist equally with flames at the level of the Dragon King. To merge with the Thunder Dragon King, Suyu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic must be promoted to the Yan Dragon King. And the key to unlock the Flame Dragon King mode is the Logia Maramara fruit. All Fairy Tail Guild members have been upgraded, and everyone is happy. But for the pirates in the sea and the major forces in the dark underground world, this period of time is simply suffering. Because of the activity of Fairy Tail, business in the underground dark world is severely hampered. Especially the business of buying and selling human beings and organs. New World. De Rice Rosa. Underground Trading Port. The biggest intermediary in the dark world, the clown Doflamingo sat calmly with his legs crossed. Chi chi. Chi chi chi. Snowflakes flashed on the video screen in the house. Immediately afterwards, one after another, dark world giants from all over the new world connected to the video conference. Luffield the king of loan sharks, you meet the Sea King, Jigula the organ trafficker, and arms dealers in the underground world. The summit of the dark forces in the underground world is rarely held. Phew furfur, this is really a strange sight. Shishibukai Doflamingo covered his forehead and laughed. Clown, is this the time to laugh? We are here to discuss countermeasures. Lu Field, the king of loan sharks, said angrily. Ah, that damned Fairy Tail hijacked 2 of my ships in the past 2 months, and all of my ships were carrying precious living organs. Those nobles are just waiting for their organs to save their lives. The organ trafficker Jigula yelled frantically. Cuckoo, thanks to Fairy Tail, my funeral business has improved a lot. The big-handed mortician Pyaclo smiled sinisterly. You can receive those business, not because of the delay of my organ, resulting in the death of the customer, you are sucking my blood. Jigula scolded. That's enough, let's all stop for a while. We didn't come to quarrel. The top priority now is to deal with the Fairy Tail issue. If they continue to act recklessly, our future business will definitely be seriously hindered. Ask for flowers. You meet, the shipping king, said in a deep voice. Humph, it's just a small mercenary organization, don't you really want to overturn it? God can't do it. Do things for weak civilians, do they want to be heroes? In this sea, it's hard to be a hero. We want him and the idiots in the world to know the fate of fighting against the dark underground world. The leaders of the major dark forces spoke harsh words one after another. At this time, Chi. Another screen accesses. As soon as she appeared, it attracted the collective glaring of all the dark predators. Morgans. BD Birdman. Morgans, you guys have been expelled from the dark world. Haven't you completely become a lackey of Fairy Tail? What are you doing at our meeting now? The king of usury, the king of shipping, and others angrily denounced. Wahahaha, don't be so excited, I'm a newsman, wherever there is big news, there will be me, but... The News King Morgans changed the subject. For the sake of those who are also in the dark world, I advise you to forget about it and suffer a bit. I understand the action mode of Fairy Tail. They are just fulfilling the client's request. The entrustment will not target you specifically, but if you take the initiative to attack Fairy Tail, it will be a different matter. Morgans reminded. We do things, why do you need to dictate? Are you afraid that Fairy Tail will be wiped out by us? The dark forces didn't appreciate it at all. Ha ha ha, it's fine if you don't listen to me. I wish you guys would start a fight. I'll have news to report if you start a fight. That's all for now. Goodbye. Morgans exits the group chat. Damn traitor Birdman, wait until Fairy Tail is dealt with, and see if you are not so arrogant. The organ trafficker Jigula gritted his teeth. Clown, why don't you say a word, we are planning to handle things through you as an intermediary. Liefeld raised his eyebrows and asked. Fur, to be honest, I don't want to get involved, after all, there is no direct conflict between Fairy Tail and me. Doflamingo grinned. It wasn't long before the voice fell. Dover, something is wrong. Toripole, with the snotty nose all over his body, came hurriedly. Just now, news came from the paradise that our venue was smashed by Fairy Tail. Nanny. Doflamingo was dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. The usury king and others all laughed. He said there was no conflict 1 second, and slapped him in the face the next second. However, the smiles of the dark giants didn't last long. Boss. The big thing is bad. Our place was captured by Fairy Tail. Grand Line, Underground Island. As the name suggests. This is an island that exists underground. Islands that are ostensibly common cannot be uncommon. Actually, there is a deep darkness hidden under the island. This is a lawless place funded by the giants of the underground world. The underground dark forces specialize in all kinds of extraordinary transactions here. Because there are dark forces covering it, even brutal pirates generally dare not make trouble here. However, this moment, the major illegal trading bazaars on this underground island are already in chaos. The brilliant sword light kept shining. It was Erza, the Fairy Queen, making the move. A few days ago, Erza's team received a tracing commission. I thought it was Common's request to find a smuggled girl. I didn't expect that the more the investigation, the more difficult it would be. Finally, under the prompt of the News King Morgans, Erza's team chased to this underground island. It's here. Erza saw the population auction for the first time. For Erza, who has a strong sense of justice, this is intolerable. Even if it was not a commission, she also made a move. Regarding the captain's decision, Robin and Marianne naturally carried it out to the end. Although there are many thugs of the dark forces on the underground island. But in the face of the overwhelming strength of the Erza team, it is completely not enough. Erza, I sense that someone is escaping from the underground passage, I'm going to chase it. Robin rode. Careful. I'll follow after I'm done with this. Erza rode. Robin nodded, and immediately tracked with wood magic. However, because of the intricate topography of the underground island, Even Robin couldn't catch up in the first place. When she chased to the port on the shore, the other party was already ready to sail away. Robin waved his slender hand. The big hand of the wood jumped out suddenly. However, before touching the enemy's ship, it stopped abruptly. Without warning. Extremely cold weather swept over the sun. Freezes the fleeing outlaws, along with Robin's hunting hands. Jingle bell. Bicycle bells ring on the frozen sea. A curly-haired man was riding a bicycle, swaying forward. "Ah la la, fairy tale, what a good guild." Chapter 66. Jingle. Jingle bell. A man in a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt pedaled a bicycle across the frozen sea and finally stopped in front of Robin. "Fairy tale, what an amazing guild. Admiral, Aokiji." Robin took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and revealed the identity of the man. One of Naval Headquarters' highest strength, Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Looking at Aokiji walking in front of him, Robin's body trembled unconsciously. Not only because of the extremely cold air conditioning, but also because of the shivering instinctively. For Robin, the man in front of her is her worst nightmare. 20 years ago, the O'Hara incident. She was saved because of this man. But that's why he was targeted by this man. Since joining Fairy Tale, Robin thought he had found his home. "I thought I could start a new life, but..." "Ah la la, don't be nervous, Nico Robin, I'm still on vacation, so I don't want to make trouble." Admiral Aokiji spoke lazily. However, this didn't make Robin relax in the slightest. "Well, but since we met, let's chat casually." Admiral Aokiji spoke to himself. 20 years ago, O'Hara, I let you go, so since then, I must be responsible for all your actions, and terminate you before you cause harm to this world. You should also understand this." "Are you here to terminate me now?" Robin pursed his lips. "No no no." Admiral Aokiji waved his hand. "As I said before, it's time for vacation now, once or twice a year, but it's very precious. I just came to ask you, have you found your home?" Robin didn't hesitate. "Well, it seems that you really like the life of Fairy Tale, that's good." Admiral Aokiji nodded knowingly, and immediately changed the topic. 19:7 Just. "In a minute. That's all I have to say, it's inconvenient to say more about the rest, goodbye." Jingle bell. Admiral Aokiji dials the bike bell. Stepping on a bicycle to the sea, gradually drifting away. Robin was left alone in silence. "Robin." The girl's call came from heaven. "Robin, are you okay?" Marianne sat down from the sky with a big bird and looked at Robin with concern. "I'm fine." A forced smile tugged at the corner of Robin's mouth. Not long. Erza arrives. Looking at the frozen shore, Erza couldn't help showing a little surprise on her face. But it looked like Robin and Marianne were fine. She didn't continue to delve into it too much. 2 days later. After dealing with the aftermath, the Erza team returns to Fairy Tale. Exactly. Wendy's team is also in the rest period. It's rare for everyone to gather. Naturally, a lively banquet is inevitable. At the meeting, Suyu, who is the president, delivered a speech. "First of all, thank you for your hard work during this time. Then encourage everyone to work harder and start a group tour after completing another round of work. Appropriate Big Pie is the most able to mobilize the enthusiasm of employees." After 1 day, Fairy Tale's 2 teams move again. There have been some changes in the team's staffing. Robin and Marianne joined Wendy's team this time and acted together. Nami and Juvia are with Erza. The replacement of team members can not only add more changes in combat coordination, but also promote the bond between partners. This is also what Suyu decided from the very beginning. Time flies. Another week in the blink of an eye. It's almost time for everyone to come back one after another. President, have you decided where to take us to relax? Mirajane asked. Well, let me think about it, or choose this place. Suyu pointed to a promotional poster on the table. Spaceland. Grand Line's famous holiday boat. 2 hours later. Erza's team returns. Spaceland? Yes, yes. Knowing the next vacation location, Nami's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. During the entrustment, they also saw the promotional posters of Spaceland. I am quite excited about the various recreational facilities promoted by Spaceland. Then it's decided. Mirajane immediately called to start booking the venue. Since you want to play, you naturally have to have a good time. The only thing left is to wait for Wendy and the others to come back. Juvia was also full of anticipation and joy. These 2 months have been busy and trusting. There is not much time to communicate with Suyu. Juvia's body was already unbearable. Blue blue blue. At this time, the phone buzzed. It's Wendy and the others, it seems that they have already completed it. Mirajane picks up the phone bug. Next second. From the other end of the phone bug was the sound of a girl crying. Wendy, what's wrong? Suyu's face darkened. President, I'm sorry, but I got Miss Luo offended. Fairy tale, full power. Half a day later, the island of books arrived. As the name suggests, this is an island famous for its books. There is a huge library on the island with countless books. After the destruction of West Blue O'Hara 20 years ago, this island of books looms as a second island of scholars. This time, this island of books is the last entrustment location of Wendy's team. The content of the entrustment is also very simple, it is not about fighting and killing, but an entrustment for the interpretation of ancient characters. For Robin, who has a PhD in archaeology, it just happens to be a professional counterpart, and it is the easiest. However, the development of the situation is like a wild horse running wild, completely out of control. As soon as she saw Suyu, Wendy couldn't help losing control of her emotions again, and threw herself into Suyu's arms, crying endlessly. Okay, don't cry, Wendy, you didn't do anything wrong. Suyu stroked and comforted Wendy's head with her big hands. Xiaolulu, please tell me in detail, what happened? Erza looked serious. Partners are the most important thing for fairy tale. We came to this island this morning. After learning about the contents of the entrustment in detail, Robin started to work. We don't know anything about ancient characters, so we couldn't help, so we walked around the island and planned to buy some special products, however. Having said that, Xiaolulu paused. By the time we got back to the library, Robin had disappeared, and the last thing left was this letter. Xiaolulu sent Robin's handwritten letter to Suyu. President Suyu, thanks to your care during this time, the time in fairy tale was the happiest time in my life, but fighting and killing is not what I like. I want to count as quiet reading study life, so I have decided to concentrate on being a scholar. Please allow me to quit here. Robin has found a new goal in life. Is he determined to become a scholar? Why is this? Nami shook his head unacceptably. Even if you really want to quit, at least you have to discuss with us, the president, face to face. How can you just leave without saying goodbye? If Robin really insists on quitting, even if we don't give up, we will never stop it, and we will bless her choice. This is fairy tale, but, just this letter, I can't accept it at all. Erza shook her head firmly. Robin must have been coerced into writing this farewell letter. The leisurely girl Marianne is no longer leisurely. The reason why she joined fairy tale at the end. All because of Robin's encouragement and support. With Robin, that's why she came. It is also because of Robin. She just felt these good things. For her, Robin is like her own sister. Naturally, she couldn't accept this result. President. All eyes were on Seoyu. Tear. The farewell letter in Seoyu's hand was split into two. Then turned into more fragments. I won't believe such a high-sounding reason. I know better than anyone else what kind of woman you are. Seoyu said quietly. This letter from Robin. Not even the Straw Hats would believe it. Not to mention Seoyu is a time traveler. Want to become a scholar dedicated to research? This kind of thing was impossible 20 years ago, and she herself knew it was impossible. Now, how could he be so naive all of a sudden? Dare to threaten our fairy tale, who the hell is that BD? He really has the guts of a bear. If caught by me, I will appoint no good fruit for him. Nami gritted his teeth fiercely. Is it really Marine? The attitude of Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi last time, he didn't hesitate to fight us and wanted to take Robin away. Robin seems to have a huge meaning to them. Mirajane frowned. But Robin's approach is also very puzzling. Even if it is really Marine, with her strength, she shouldn't be caught without a fight. Once there is a fight, Wendy and the others can support them immediately. Erza shook her head puzzled. This is also what I can't figure out. If it is being coerced, why doesn't Luobeo resist? Xiaolulu drooped her cat ears. Nothing else, let's go to Marine Base now. Nami is gearing up. At this time. Wrong. Vivi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's not Marine, it's world government. Vivi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Vivi, do you know what? Nami was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly asked. Yes. Vivi nodded solemnly. After discovering that Robin left without saying goodbye, Wendy and I split up to look for Robin's trail. I found Robin and people from the world government. Robin didn't want to quit Fairy Tail herself, she wanted to protect Fairy Tail, to protect everyone, to protect me, to protect Alabasta, too. Vivi tells the whole story. Including Robin's past that she learned from the world government. And why Marine and the government are so obsessed with Robin. Listening to the truth told by Vivi, Seoyu's eyes gradually dimmed. He can probably guess that this is the case, so it is not surprising. Because Robin once made this decision to protect the Straw Hats. If she is still in organizations like lock workers, then Robin will definitely sell it without hesitation, pat his and leave. But Fairy Tail is different. Although we didn't get along for a short time, Robin already regarded Fairy Tail as his destination. It is precisely because of deep love that he does not want Yaoi to have any mishaps because of him, even at the cost of his own life. Seoyu is also very clear about Robin's temperament. So, from the moment Robin joined, he had been trying to figure out how to get Robin out of the idea that he was a troublesome woman. For example, the encounter with Momuzagi-jun at the very beginning, and the continuous encouragement after that. With Seoyu's efforts, Robin is indeed changing. Only the appearance of Admiral Aokiji turned all Seoyu's efforts back to its original form. Sorry, President. Sorry, everyone. Obviously Robin is also Fairy Tail's partner, but I hesitated, I have no. Without waiting for Vivi to finish. Seoyu's big hand fell gently. It must be very difficult to make this choice, but it's okay, it's enough, and then leave it to us. Seoyu comforted softly. He knew that Vivi was a kind child. If it was just herself, even if she risked her life, she would never watch her partner being taken away. But she's not just part of Fairy Tail. Still the princess of a country, the princess of Alabasta. We must be responsible to the country and the people. If the world government and Fairy Tail break apart completely, at that time, even the entire Alabasta may be implicated. World government just took care of her sore foot. Robin, the former enemy, is gone, Fairy Tail has a promising future, and Alabasta will no longer be implicated. Kill two birds with one stone, this is the best result. But in any case, she couldn't accept that Robin used this method to repay the harm he had done to Alabasta. Because they are partners. That's how it was, now it's finally clear. Erza gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. 20 years ago, O'Hara, the island of scholars, the only survivor, the son of the devil. What kind of life did Robin lead before he met us? Mila's slender hands unconsciously covered her small mouth, her eyes were rosy, and tears fell down involuntarily. I never knew that Robin actually has such a past. Nami murmured unconsciously in shock. Compared with Robin's ups and downs in the past, her history of being bullied by Arlong was nothing. President, Robin. Miss Robin. Wendy choked up her mouth. After hearing Robin's story, Wendy was crying even harder. It's okay, don't worry, everything will be fine. Suyu said firmly. President, are you leaving? 3.3 Juvia Road. Ah, Tnai. Nice lobby, nice Ace Hall. This is one of the three major institutions of the world government with the same reputation as Naval Headquarters Marineford and the Deep Sea Prison Impel Down. Because it is in the daytime all year round, it is also known as the island that never sleeps. Woo woo woo. The whistle of the train rang through the sky. Sea train slowly pulls into Nice Lobby Station. Time to hit the road, Nico Robin. Wearing a white robe and a white mask, CPD said in a deep voice. Robin didn't say a word, got up silently, walked out of the station, and finally looked at the scorching sun in the sky. It's all over. It's time to wake up from the sweet dream. The time in fairy tale was like a dream to her, a beautiful dream. All good things come at a price. After today, she will be separated from this light. Never see the light of day again. At least in her life, there was still that beautiful period, and that was enough. Ha 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 ha, good. It's really good. Nico Robin, I've missed you for a long time. A nice lobby chief Spondam laughed wantonly. For him, this is simply a great contribution to the door. The devil's son, who had been on the run for 20 years, was caught without any effort. He seems to be able to foresee a bright future where he will rise step by step. Officers of CP0, the bouillon is ready, let's talk while eating. Spondam said. No, the mission is more important. CPO team leader Guernica spoke in a deep voice. Arrange the boat to go to Impel Down now, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Sir, don't worry too much. This is a nice lobby. No one who came here once can go out again. There is no need to have. Spondam didn't finish his sentence. Next second. Boom. Rumble. The island was shaken. Chapter 67. Rumble. The piercing sonic boom resounded through the night sky, waking ships at sea. The people who woke up from the dream suddenly raised their heads and looked at the huge thing passing across the night sky. Extreme shock, horror, and disbelief appeared on every face. Tonight, Grand Line adds another legendary. After 7 hours of flying at full speed, Fairy Tale jumped out of the darkness. The sky suddenly brightened. Not that the time has come to daylight. Rather, they have already entered the waters of the Evernight Island. 5 kilometers ahead is the Nice Lobby and Ace Hall. For this spectacle of half night and half day, none of the girls on Fairy Tale cared. This moment, there is one and only one thought in their minds. That is to welcome the partners, to welcome Robin back. I'll go first. At the bow of the Fairy Tale, Suyu took a step forward, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning. The distance of 5 kilometers is but an instant for Dian Guang. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise like the earth shaking and mountains shaking, Suyu fell in front of the gate of Nice Lobby Majima. He knew that Robin was still on the island. With his current strength, it would be easy to take Robin away. But Since there is going to be trouble, let's make it big and turn the world upside down. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Attention all units, enemy attack! Who are you? Did you know this is the Nice lobby? The gatekeepers on Majima shouted nervously. After a while. Wait until the smoke clears. Suryu's figure appeared. The tension on the faces of the soldiers instantly turned into shock and horror, beyond words. Fairy Tail. This guy is the head of Fairy Tail. The man who offered a reward of 500 million. Boom. Rumble. Thunder and lightning roared. The gate of Majima was punched by Suryu. The huge force made all the guards behind the door fall down. Suryu was disillusioned step by step. Landing on the central main island between breaths. Where is the thief? Report your name. Here is guarded by our titans, we won't let you take a step forward. The smart titan Cassie and Oimo, who have been fooled by the government for half a century, hold a big stick and a giant axe respectively, staring at each other. Play your strongest move directly, otherwise there will be no chance. Suryu said lightly. If you change to the usual 18 o'clock. Suryu would be more than happy to chat with Lianhan in Titan, and by the way instigate rebellion. But now he is not in the mood. Titan Cassie and Oimo looked at each other, and they both saw weight in each other's eyes. Because they have also recognized Suryu's identity. Fairy Tail leader Suryu with a bounty of 500 million. This is the first time they have encountered an opponent of this level. But with the glory of the Titans at stake, for the sake of the two captains, they cannot back down. Although we are far from immature, but I'd like to let you have a try, our Titan family's combined attack skills. Titan Cassie has a big stick in both hands, and Titan Oimo holds up a huge axe. Next second. Drink. The two titans took a step forward at the same time. The big stick and the huge axe swung brazenly at the same time. Heikoku. The combination attack stunt of the titans, burst. A large shock wave hit Suryu. To this. Suryu neither dodges nor evades, never retreats but advances. Facing the shock wave from the titan, he threw his fist. Raging. Blazing flames ignited from Suryu's fist. Dragon's Iron Fist. The Iron Fist of the full-level Huomi Long blasted out. It easily penetrated the shock waves of the titans. Terrifying wind of fists spread out, hitting the two giants. Ouch! Titan Cassie and Oimo's huge bodies flew upside down and smashed through the gate of the island. It's too weak. If the so-called Heikoku attack of your titans is only this level, I don't need to go to your giant soldier captain to learn it. Suryu spoke lightly, and walked past the two titans calmly. Captain's Heikoku is more than 10 times stronger than ours. This resentful thought flashed across the minds of the two titans at the same time. Etc. This guy mentioned the captain earlier, could it be? Before the titans figured it out, a sense of dizziness struck. The two giants passed out completely. Guilty. 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 Ah. Ah. Binding the chains one by one, the sturdy guards poured out from the left side of the island. In the other direction, cavalrymen riding big dogs kept jumping between the buildings. They're the Nice lobby's featured guards, the guilty jury, and the law dog team. For the attack of the two garrison teams. Suryu didn't even look at it. Chi. Brilliant golden lightning flashed. Rumble. This moment. Tower of Justice. Nani. Intruders. When Suryu entered the island, Spondam barely received the report of the invasion. Are you kidding me? This is the Nice lobby, and Ace Hall. Who the hell are they? How dare they invade the three major institutions of the world government? Spondam yelled in disbelief. Report, sir, the enemy is Suryu, the president of Fairy Tail, who is offering a bounty of 500 million berry. A government official yelled nervously to report. Nani. Shpondam screamed strangely. The three CP0s looked at each other. Even through the mask, you can see each other's shock and heart palpitations. They also guessed that the other party might pursue the situation. But it was never expected. It came so fast. President, why? Robin's gloomy eyes recovered a little, and his pretty face was full of incomprehensible confusion. The enemy. How many people are there in Fairy Tail? CP9 Jabra asked. Yes, the only confirmed intruder is Fairy Tail. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Shpondam laughed immediately. What? I wondered how many people came, but it turned out that there was only one person, so why panic? There are 10,000 troops stationed on the Nice lobby, not to mention 2 Titan warriors. Shpondam immediately decided. The voice just fell. The big thing is bad, Commander Shpondam, Titan, 2 Titan warriors have been breached, the enemy has invaded the island. Aha! Shpondam people are stupid. However, this is only the beginning. It's no good, sir, the guilty jury and the dog team are all wiped out. Sir, the intruders have reached the roof of the courthouse. It's not just Fairy Tail who grows alone. Everyone from Fairy Tail is here. Even the boat is here. Bad news ensued. It was only a minute before and after, which was too fast. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. What did you say? This, how could such a thing happen? Shpondam scrambled to the balcony. When he saw the figure on the opposite side of the waterfall, his eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets in shock. It's really here. Majima and Benjima have been breached, chatter. CP9 Otonashi Fakura was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. No problem, although our CP9 is not all members, but there is still CP0 here. The werewolf Jabra spoke calmly. As everyone knows. This moment. The 3 CP0 agents whom he had placed high hopes on were in a panic at the moment. They were already on their way as fast as they could. Still caught up. It's too late to send people into Impel Down right now. It can only be repeated. Nico Robin, you should know what to do. CPO Captain Guernica pulls a phone bug from his pocket. Look at the phone bug that glows yellow gold. Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body trembled instinctively. The light in the eyes that lit up a little suddenly turned dim again. The roof of the courthouse. President, Robin is right there, why don't we just call in? Erza asked. The voice just fell. It's Robin. Hey, Robin, we're here to pick you up. Nami, Wendy, and others waved and greeted in surprise. On the Tower of Justice. Robin's eyes swept over the surprised Fairy Tail crowd. Close your eyes, and go through a fierce battle between heaven and man in your heart. Ultimately, make up your mind. Go back. I've quit Fairy Tail. I'm no longer your partner. Robin yelled loudly. Robin, don't say such things, we already know everything about your past and your difficulties. Said Juvia. That's right, Robin, you actually like Fairy Tail the most like us, right? If that's the case, stop talking about quitting. Nami agrees. Fairy Tail will never give up on any partner, Fairy Tail will tolerate everything about you, come back, Robin. Mirajane said softly. Pain and struggle flashed across Robin's face. If you know my past, you shouldn't come here. You are fairies under the sun, and I am just a moth chasing the light in the dark. We are not from the same world. 20 years ago, the buster call that took away my life and ruined the lives of countless others is now threatening the partner I finally met who can open my heart. The more I want to be with you, the more you will be implicated by my fate. No matter where I go in the sea, there are huge enemies that I can't get rid of, because my enemy is the world and its darkness. My existence itself is the biggest obstacle to Fairy Tail. As long as I am still in Fairy Tail, I will bring you a steady stream of troubles. Then, no matter how good you are, you will still treat me as a burden, and you will definitely betray me and abandon me. This is what I am most afraid of, so I don't want you to save me at all. Anyway, if you are going to die, I'll just die here." Robin exhausted all the strength in his body, crying and expressing all the grievances that had been in his heart for 20 years. "Ha ha ha ha!" A piercing and sharp laughter sounded. "That's right, that's it, no idiot would be willing to be dragged down by you." CP9 Spondum laughed wantonly. He jerked his hand up, pointing at the flag fluttering in the wind above the Nice lobby. "Look at that banner, goblins. Tail, that symbol is the symbol of the joint organization of the Four Seas and the Grand Line, more than 170 affiliated countries, this is the world. Now you should know how insignificant you are to resist it. Know what organization this woman has been hunting for 20 years. Give up, even her. I said I don't want to live anymore." Spondum shouted triumphantly. "When he wants to come. Even Fairy Tail is strong. At this time, he should have retreated in a desperate manner. It is impossible for someone to do such a thing as an enemy of the world government for a woman who wants to die. However, Vivi, break through that flag." Suyu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "On Fairy Tail." Vivi nodded heavily. "Sagittarius Seem Ling I, now. Star Shooter." Whoosh! Arrows pierced through the air. Accurately hit the flag flying over the Nice lobby. Raging! The flames ignited and burned the flag representing the world. This sudden change directly stunned and frightened everyone on the world government side. They couldn't believe it anyway, that someone really dared to do such a thing. Destroying the flag of the world government in public is tantamount to declaring war on the world. "Robin, I don't care what your reasons are, as a member of Fairy Tail, you must never say something like going out and dying." Suyu spoke quietly. Aside. Erza changed her body and put on a solemn armor box. Fairy Tail has 3 rules for resignation. 1. Information that is unfavorable to Fairy Tail must not be discussed with others for the rest of your life. Obtain personal benefit from it, and it's 3. Erza took a deep breath. "Even if the road is different, you must live strong, never underestimate your own life, and never forget the companions you cherished in the past." Erza shouted out the most important 3rd rule. 573 You should have understood. I, as the president, will reject your application to withdraw from the membership if you are unable to survive. If you still insist on quitting Fairy Tail, then come back to us first, and prove to us that even if you leave, you will survive." Suyu said firmly. Tears blurred Robin's eyes. It kept sliding down her face. Until now, she's been stubborn and one-sided in thinking that Fairy Tail would be better off with her death. But it never occurred to her that she also had the right to live. "Say it, Robin, you want to live." Suyu said calmly. "If I have the right to live, I want to live. Take me to the sea together." Robin yelled hoarsely, expressing his truest inner voice. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up. Imitation was not his intention. But this may be Robin's fate. After this battle, Robin will be fully integrated into Fairy Tail. Hee, it's really great. "Robin, wait a moment, we're coming." "Wake up, masked BD, I have endured you for a long time." Wendy, Vivi, and Nami laughed one after another. Chi. Boom. The sound of thunder exploded in the ears of Spondum and all the CPS. In an instant, Suyu has already boarded the judicial tower. Strong and domineering, he hugged Robin into his arms. Earth waves. Star shooter. Water flow breaks. The roar of the dragon. Nami, Vivi, Juvia, and Wendy followed closely behind, bombarding with magic combos. Werewolf Jabra, Otonashi Fakura, and Kumadori, 3 CP9s, rushed to the street before making a move. Pat. The quick-eyed Marianne will find the key tried it, and unlocks Robin's sea stone handcuffs. "See, hell, are you serious?" Spondum, who was dizzy from the shock and fear, let out a desperate cry. "Don't think that you can be safe and sound if you are an enemy of the world." "I wish I could." Suyu spoke calmly. Boom! Bright thunder light descended from the sky. Hit Spondum. In an instant, it was turned into coke slag all over the place. For scum like Spondum, such a neat way of death is already cheap for him. Wait! Sensing Suyu's gaze falling, CPO team leader Guernica suddenly panicked. An unprecedented fear hit his heart. The haze of death follows like a shadow. He quickly took out the golden phone bug from his pocket. This is their last bargaining chip. However, without waiting for him to speak, next second, Guernica felt a sudden numbness in his right hand. The golden phone bug in his hand also disappeared. It has already fallen into Suyu's hands. A mere buster call. Suyu sneered and took the golden phone bug. Chapter 68. Way! The siren of the silver phone bug was loud, responding to the signal of the golden phone bug in the distant sea. This is the launch symbol of Marine Buster Call. Instantly, the entire naval headquarters is in a state of emergency. Hurry up, move for me. Buster Call is activated, hurry up and confirm the target location. Yes, sir, the golden phone bug signal is sent from Nice Lobby Nice Ace Hall. Nani? Nice Lobby? Why is it an island of the world government? I don't know, but the golden phone bug signal will never be false, so hurry up and call the nearby vice admirals. For this distance, it will be faster to send troops directly from the headquarters and go through the gate of justice. I have obtained the permission of Marshal Sengoku, dispatch. Yes. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Fairy Tail has fairy tale provisions. Naval Headquarters also has guidelines for Naval Headquarters. The order of the golden phone bug is absolute. Once the buster call is activated, even Sengoku, the Marshal, couldn't stop it. All that needs to be done is to dispatch warships to the designated location as soon as possible. Vice Admiral, the 5 headquarters of Flying Squirrel, Hwashaishan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Berry, was in place immediately, and led 10 warships to the Nice Lobby and Ace Hall. Headquarters Building. Marshal's Office. Marshal Sengoku looked sad. There is a lot of concern about this buster call operation. Because, even now, he still doesn't know what the hell happened at the Nice Lobby. Who started this buster call again? Every buster call ever. They, Marine, were well prepared in advance. Warships are already in place around the island. But this time the buster call was launched too suddenly, without any preparation. Sengoku, there's news from Fahima. Vice Admiral, Marine Chief Staff Officer, was the son of Hikwebu, frowning. In the end, what happened? Seeing the expression on Vice Admiral Crane's face, Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but thump, feeling ominous. Fairy tale. Vice Admiral Crane spoke with an extremely solemn expression. Nani? It's fairy tale again, what happened this time? Marshal Sengoku was shocked. The words just came out of my mouth. He just froze. Because it has already reacted. That's right, the government got their hands on Nico Robin. Vice Admiral Crane nodded. Knew it. Marshal Sengoku frowned. I had already guessed that such a day would come. I just didn't expect it to be so sudden. Why didn't we receive any news about such a big event? Because Nico Robin had just been sent to Nice Lobby on the front foot, and Fairy Tail arrived on the back foot. Chairman Suyu even pierced Nice Lobby in just a minute. Everything happened too fast, and it was too late to report. Vice Admiral said quietly. World government probably wants to use this to test the bottom line of Fairy Tail, but this time it probably hit the iron plate. Fairy Tail has prepared a plan to declare war on world government. This moment. An ice lobby, tower of the same law. An oppressive and deadly atmosphere enveloped the audience. Watching Suyu actively press the golden phone bug to launch Buster Call. The three CPS headed by Guernica were completely stunned. The eyes under the mask suddenly widened to the extreme. Never believe what you see before your eyes. The purpose of taking out the golden phone bug is to use it as a bargaining chip, and they don't want to press it unless it is a last resort. However, Suyu didn't give them a chance to negotiate at all. The backhand is to seize the golden phone bug and launch it. What kind of lunatic is this? Burn down the flag of the world government and declare war on the world. Now even asking for trouble, starting Buster Call by himself. No. Not right. CPO team leader Guernica reacted with a shock. Even dispatching Buster Call troops from the nearest naval headquarters. From starting to arriving at an ice lobby, it will take at least 15 minutes on the way. During this time, at the speed of Fairy Tail, he had already escaped. Do you want to take revenge by wiping out the government's island at the hands of Buster Call? Guernica sighed. If you just want to sink this place, why bother? Suyu sneered. With his current strength, totally sinks the N-Ice lobby. No need for Buster Call. As for why Buster Call is called. Until now, Suyu just did the same thing as Straw Hat Crew. But what follows is a little bit different. Confront the Marine Buster Call. Straw Hat Crew can't fight back. In the end, relying on melee, she escaped narrowly and narrowly. However, Suyu and Fairy Tail are thousands of times stronger than Straw Hat Crew. So what if it's a Marine Buster Call? He just wanted to show Robin this time. The Buster Call she is afraid of is only mediocre. Suyu wants to completely eliminate Buster Call's shadow on Robin. Since the world government wants to play, then play it upside down. Crazy. Fairy Tail is just crazy. CPO team leader Guernica is still immersed in his imagination. Finished? Are these your last words? Suyu said lightly. Before the Buster Call starts. These three lackeys of the world government still need to be taken care of. Don't underestimate us. We are CP0. The strongest shield of celestial dragons. The three CP killers overcame their fear and jumped up together. Under the blessing of the six style shaving, their speed was so fast that it was vague. However, without waiting for them to bully him, without warning, a forest rose from the ground. Covers the entire room indiscriminately. The huge impact of the tree growth pushed the three CP0s directly to the ceiling. The blow may not do much damage. The damage done to CP0 armed with iron body was minimal. But it is definitely the best support. When the three CP0s were stunned by the sudden forest, the magical combination of Erza, Juvia, Wendy, Vivi and others followed one after another. Asterisk. Water laser. The roar of the dragon. Star shooting. Boom. Rumble. The entire Tower of Justice trembled violently. Under the powerful attack of the Fairy Tail girls. A big hole was opened in the Judicial Tower, and the power broke through the sky. Even the three CP0s of the 6th sub-level couldn't withstand this wave of concentrated fire offensive and rushed to the street on the spot. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was a quarter of an hour. President, that's the door. Juvia snorted. It's coming, Buster Call. Robin clenched his fists nervously. Don't be afraid, everything is with us. Erza held Robin's cold little hand. This time I won't let go. Vivi held Robin's other small hand. And I. Wendy jumped up and hugged Robin. Feel the temperature passed by the partners. The panic and anxiety in Robin's heart melted like ice and snow. Look, Robin, there is nothing terrible about Buster Call, you can overturn it with a backhand. Suyu climbed up to the sky step by step with his hands behind his back. This moment. Door of Justice. Attention all units. The door of justice is opening. The door of justice is opening. Buster Call warship ready to pass. Nice lobby doors of justice. Fully opened for the first time in 800 years. Due to the connection of the ocean current, the natural danger Uzumaki outside the Nice lobby was filled and ceased to exist. On the surface of the sea behind the Gate of Justice, 10 Buster Call warships from naval headquarters rushed like arrows. Doberman, Flying Squirrel, Hwashaishin, Ghost Spider, Stolo Berry, 5 naval headquarters elites, Vice Admiral, stood on the bows of their respective warships, Majestic and Majestic. Except for the 5 powerful elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Each warship is also equipped with 10 rear admirals and 1,000 marine elites. The gathering of such a huge combat power is no less than a war. This is Marine Buster Call, the highest standard military event in One Piece world. The ruthless warship gunfire is enough to raise an island or a country to the ground in the shortest time, leaving no grass. So far, Marine has launched no less than 2-handed Buster Call in history, because of one person. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Doberman Vice Admiral. Vice Admirals, see, above the Tower of Justice, that is Fairy Tail's ship. Fairy Tail hasn't left yet, they seem to be waiting for us. The sailors on the watchtowers of each warship rushed to report. Humph, Fairy Tail, what a madman. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider snorted coldly. You can leave early tomorrow, but they never leave. Could it be that they are really waiting for us? Or maybe they initiated this magic order? Squinting Head Clan Vice Admiral Stolo Berry guessed with a frown. Stop talking stupid, how can there be such a lunatic in this world? The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel shook its head again and again. No matter what they want to do, there is only one thing we have to do from the beginning to the end, Fairy Tail. I want to see how many of them make Sister He and Marshal Sengoku jealous to that extent. Stop. Vice Admiral Doberman's decisive opening. Now that the enemy's position has been determined, don't disperse the artillery fire, concentrate all firepower, the target is Fairy Tail. With Vice Admiral's order to burn the mountain. Boom. Bang bang bang. The sound of artillery fire continued. Countless shells were fired at the same time. Overwhelming, densely packed. Head towards the Fairy Tail on the Tower of Justice. Facing the artillery fire that seemed to cover even the sky. The expression on Suyu's face did not waver at all from the beginning to the end, and he stretched out his right hand calmly. I saw that the cannonballs all over the sky solidified at this moment, just floating in midair like this. Next second. Something that shocked everyone even more happened. The cannonballs solidified in the sky turned backwards under the impetus of some invisible force. It turned into a rain of shells and fell towards the Buster Call warship. With the way of the other, return it to the other body. Everyone, enter the cabin. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel stopped drinking and ordered, and drew his knife out of its sheath at the same time. Ghost Spider, fire! Xiao Shan, Doberman, and Stolo Berry also responded in the same way. Lead a group of powerful generals to intercept the returned shells. Under their timely response. Finally, there were not too many casualties. But damage to warships is inevitable. Not only the decks of several warships were robbed, but even the masts were blown off. Damn it, what did that man do? Isn't he a well-known lightning-capable user? Why does he have such a power similar to Paramecia? Vice Admiral Doberman screamed in fear. I remembered, in the Rogtown incident report, Smoker once reported that, in addition to the Thunder Fruit ability, this man also has a Force Emperor suspected of gravity. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel looked shocked. For this report from Smoker. Not many people in Marine took it to heart, it was just his illusion. But... are you kidding? How could such a thing happen? Does this guy have the ability to pluralize? Vice Admiral Hwashaishin yelled in disbelief. A man with unprecedented double fruit ability, who broke the basic law of devil fruit. Vice Admiral Stoloberry shook his head in disbelief. A person with devil fruit abilities? Don't talk stupidly, I won't believe such outrageous things. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider yelled loudly. Next second. Boom. Unparalleled supergravity descends. Under this sudden gravity pressure, the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was bent over on the spot, his knees bent slowly, and he was about to kneel down. How could you be overwhelmed so easily? The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gritted its teeth. Little by little, he stood up. Next moment, Suyu raised his right hand, and then quickly pressed it down. Boom! Heavier gravity weighs down. Instantly overwhelms the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Even warships and even the surface of the sea sank under this gravity. Even the powerhouses at the Vice Admiral level are like this, let alone other generals and schools, they have already been on the ground. And this is just the beginning. Not waiting for the response of the Flying Squirrel, Doberman, and others. The same supergravity fell on the ship they were on. In an instant, the 5 Vice Admirals, 10 warships, and 10,000 sailors were all immobilized under the pressure of supergravity. Gravity magic is a good thing. In the world of fairy tale, the vice-chairman of the Devil's Heart, Bulletin, knows good, Lunat, is the gravity wizard who first appeared. As soon as Shishi appeared, he suppressed the main force of fairy tale almost by himself, which shows the power of this magic. In the hands of Suyu, the strength of gravity magic is even higher than that of Bluno. Even Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral couldn't break free. And crunch! Caw caw caw! The warship made an overwhelmed clicking sound. Under the pressure of supergravity, a series of criss-cross cracks emerged. The warship seemed to be disintegrated at any moment. However, this is not the most terrible thing. Next second, Suyu in the sky raised his right hand. Pause time. There were violent waves in the sea. Suyu released the supergravity force to suppress the warship with his right hand. The left hand is to release light gravity, causing the sea water to rise against the trend. This moment, Suyu seems to be the master of the world. Everything in this sea area is like a toy, being fiddled and controlled by him wantonly. Backhand overturned Marine Buster call, what Suyu said to Robin earlier was not just words. Just when the height of the light gravity sea water rose to 100 meters, the corner of Suyu's mouth curled up. Snapped. Between claps, the special gravity exerted on the sea water and the warship disappeared. A huge tsunami hit the Marine Buster call warship. Damn, damn, damn! What kind of monster is this guy? Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale, is this guy. Huang. That's too late. Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Hua Shaishan, and other vice admirals from the headquarters all had disheveled faces and screamed in horror. Facing this natural disaster, even naval headquarters vice admirals are powerless and unable to resist. At this critical moment, Diane. The accident happened suddenly. Without warning. An extremely cold air drifted across the sea. The temperature in the air immediately dropped by tens of degrees. Ice Age. Chapter 69. Message. A lazy voice came from a distance. At the same time, there is also the absolute freezing air that freezes everything. The undulating sea stood still for a moment. Even the 100-meter height tsunami wave is no exception. It suddenly solidified and froze over the Buster Call warship, turning into a huge ice and snow cap. The extremely cold air continued to spread, and in an instant it froze the sea thousands of meters away from Fang Yuan. The bright sun shone down, and the entire ice surface shone with brilliance, creating a unique scene. This sudden change caused the audience to be silent. Shock and uproar followed. Wang Defa. What happened? The sea is actually frozen. Nami's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise. Same as that time, this freezing power is the same as Xiaoke. Erza looked solemn, thinking of what happened when she went down to the island not long ago. Such a large area of freezing, could it be the great ice sorcerer? Juvia guessed subconsciously. No. No. It's Aokiji. Admiral Aokiji, the highest strength of naval headquarters. Robin took a deep breath and said the name that seemed like a nightmare to her. Nani. Admiral. Wendy was taken aback at first, but after a while. Admiral? What is Admiral? Wendy was puzzled. Xiaolulu stroked her forehead helplessly. It turned out to be Admiral Aokiji. Speaking of which, I have indeed heard that among Marine's highest combat power, there is an admiral who can freeze everything. Vivi murmured in shock. That is Admiral. Myra looked into the distance, looking at Admiral who appeared in the distance, her pretty face was a little astonished. This is really an alternative way to appear on the stage. At the same time, above the sea of ice, under the snow, the 10 warships and thousands of sailors all stared wide-eyed, watching the almost imminent tsunami, with extreme horror and dread appearing on every face in unison. Just a little bit. It's just that close. They're going to be F'd. For a long time. Got saved. The sailors of the headquarters on the Buster Call warship twitched their lips, and then collapsed on the deck one by one without strength. Thick cold sweat drenched their whole bodies, and their faces were full of heart rate and joy for the rest of their lives. The sea is frozen. This ability can't be wrong. In this world, there is only one who can do these 907 things. Our Marine's highest combat power Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Kyuzan Admiral is coming. It's Admiral. Our Admiral has arrived. Mr. Kyuzan is here, it's safe now. The faces of the sailors who realized their status as reinforcements could not help but show extreme excitement. Jingle bell. The bicycle bell rang. Shout out to drive out. Under the eager expectation and call of the sailors of the headquarters, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji Kyuzan stepped on a bicycle, rang the crisp bell, and finally appeared. Ha, you still know it. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up. There was no surprise that Admiral Aokiji showed up. 20 years ago. Seeing that Saul, the best friend of Titan, desperately wanted to protect Robin. Kyuzan, who was Buster Call Vice Admiral at the time, felt compassion and let Robin go without authorization. 20 years after this, Kyuzan takes on the role of overseer. He has been secretly observing and monitoring all of Robin's actions. Because he needs to take full responsibility for his impulsive actions back then. Once Robin has any action that may endanger the world, then what he has to do is to obliterate it mercilessly. Alabasta event. The Morgan's news didn't report on Robin. But Admiral Aokiji learned from the incident files. Robin has a great relationship with Lockworks and Shishibukai Lock Dar. I thought that Robin had been keeping his own law and order in the past few years, but he didn't expect to be in collusion with Shishibukai. If it was still the former common small organization, Aokiji would not have cared the least bit. But going to Shishibukai has already touched Admiral Aokiji's bottom line and made him see the threat of Robin. After this, Aokiji learns that Robin joined Fairy Tail. The Pakistan Lock Agency, which has lived for several years, has just collapsed. Robin couldn't wait to join Fairy Tail, who defeated Bar Lock. From this, Aokiji can't see any change and growth in Robin. True. Fairy Tail is a good organization. But Robin is not a good woman. In Aokiji's imagination, Robin joined Fairy Tail, probably because he wanted to use Fairy Tail to achieve his goals. With Fairy Tail as a protective umbrella, she can act more unscrupulously in the future. Although this is just a guess, as long as there is this possibility, Admiral Aokiji will not ignore it. So, over a week ago, Admiral Aokiji, who learned of Robin's whereabouts, went to the underground island. After this, a covert operation for the world government, Marshal Sengoku didn't know, but he knew. He didn't stop, pushed the boat along the way, and accelerated the incident. Even at the request of the other party, he gave Robin a golden phone bug that was extremely lethal. This is the last test he set for Robin. The result was slightly beyond his expectation. Aokiji originally thought that Robin, relying on the power of Fairy Tail, would be able to pretend to be a tiger without fear of the threat of the world government. Never thought. The world government only made a slight threat, and Robin gave in. This woman, who had been on the run for 20 years, gave up running so easily this time. But in this way, perhaps it is the best result. Robin is willing to take the initiative to be arrested, and there will be no conflict between them and Fairy Tail. What he can do afterwards is to use the friendship with Magellan to give Robin a little preferential treatment in Impel Down life, which can be regarded as a little compensation. However, at this moment, things have changed again. Fairy Tail, here we come. They didn't give up on partners who voluntarily left. After chasing all the way here, he beat Saidao with overwhelming force. Even for Robin, openly declared war on the world government. Robin took the initiative to be arrested for Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail declares war on the world for Robin. Admiral Aokiji saw something different. Robin who joined Fairy Tail seems to have changed. If it's Fairy Tail, it might be the girl's last haven. From this moment on, in Admiral Aokiji's heart, Robin's final assessment has passed. Fairy Tail saves Robin, which is also a good result. And from now on, he will also be free, no need to watch Robin all the time. Just when Aokiji thought so, unexpected things happen again. Buster Call, activated. What shocked Aokiji even more? Confront the Marine Buster Call. Suyu and Fairy Tail didn't choose to escape, but waited quietly. At that time, Aokiji's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that he was a bit out of control, and the development of the situation was out of his control. What happened after that was exactly what Aokiji feared. Suyu took the initiative to meet the Marine Buster Call. And with absolutely overwhelming force, the highest military action of Marine was played between applause. Seeing that the tsunami was about to engulf Buster Call, Admiral Aokiji could no longer continue to watch. He knows. I have already annoyed that man. This incident of gradual rampage must be ended by him himself. The other side. For the existence of Admiral Aokiji, Suyu also already knew about it. The initiator would of course be watching his masterpiece nearby. Since Admiral Aokiji showed up in front of Robin, he will definitely be there today. Because of knowing this, Suyu will use gravity magic to set off a tsunami. The purpose is to force out the sixth son Admiral Aokiji, who was secretly watching the screen. As expected, when Marine is about to be wiped out, Admiral Aokiji, the highest combat power in Marine, started the Ice Age and stopped watching. Suyu and Aokiji, Top Admiral and Top Emperor. The big battle is about to start, by sea. This moment, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The disturbance of Buster Call is still going on. The sailors who stayed at the headquarters were in groups of 3s and 2s, talking a lot. After all, the island that Buster Call is targeting this time is just too ridiculous. It turned out to be Nice Lobby Nice Ace Hall. It is one of the 3 institutions of the world government. But now the Marine is going to implement the Buster Call destruction operation there. Marine took the initiative to destroy his own island, even disregarding the Marine companions on the island. Didn't the flood wash over the Dragon King Temple and your family hit your own family? If it gets out, it will definitely become a scandal and black history of Marine, and become the laughing stock of the sea. Clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor. Mr. Sengoku, please order reinforcements to attack. The opponent is Fairy Tail, and the common Buster Call troops are definitely not enough. Admiral of Headquarters candidate Momuzagi Jun strode forward and spoke solemnly. Initial. When the buster call is heard, Jun doesn't want to be part of the operation. Don't like buster call killing everything. But when I heard that buster call started from Fairy Tail, Jun couldn't sit still any longer, and immediately came to ask for orders. It's one thing to know that buster call without Admiral is no match for Fairy Tail. A more important reason is that she wants to avenge her shame. Nothing else. I just want to fight Erza again. Jun, your injury hasn't healed yet, let's continue resting for now. Vice Admiral Tsuru opened his mouth, revealing Jun's little thought. Sister it's been several months, and my injury has already healed. Jun widened her beautiful eyes, and looked at her sister imploringly. Even if you want to go now, it's already too late. Now the buster call troops have arrived at Nice lobby, the door of justice is open, and there is no high-speed circulation. It will take at least half a day to reach Nice lobby. Vice Admiral Crane said earnestly. In half a day, Nice lobby's business has already ended, and it may not take half a day at all. When Hua Shaishan and the others arrived, there was no telling whether Fairy Tail was still there. Better not to have a direct conflict, Vice Admiral Crane hoped. However, next second, Marshal Sengoku, something big happened. Shouts of panic came from the corridor. The green-haired Commodore Brina stumbled into the Marshal's office. What's going on, all the fuss? Sengoku scolded with a frown. Marshal Sengoku, just now, we received a report from the Buster Call Special Operations Team, Fierce. Buster Call is almost wiped out. The green-haired Commodore Brandon reported nervously and shocked. Nani? What are you talking about? What is almost wiped out? Marshal Sengoku suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. The whole person fell into extreme shock and disbelief. After all, it was a buster call that gathered 5 elite vice admirals and 10,000 sailors. Wherever you go, you will use islands as units to carry out destruction strikes. But now, their last marine advanced military operation was nearly wiped out? More importantly, how long is this time? It was less than half an hour before the buster call was launched. Eliminate the time for gathering and hurrying. The buster call ship should be able to make it to the Nice lobby right now. Just arrived at Nice lobby and almost got wiped out? That's how Marshal Sengoku can be believed. In the end, what happened? Marshal Sengoku's emotional roar. Calm down, Sengoku, what Branya said was almost impossible, which means the current situation should be fine. Chief Staff Vice Admiral Crane spoke calmly. Let the people who have witnessed the situation tell the story. I have already contacted Hua Shaishan. Vice Admiral Crane sent the phone bug to Sengoku. Fire Mountain, what the hell happened to Nice lobby? Marshal Sengoku suppressed his throbbing, and asked in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, monster. Fairy Tail President Suyu is a real monster. Smoker's feeling is right, this man has gravity fruit in addition to thunder fruit ability. He is an unprecedented double fruit ability. Vice Admiral immediately told Hua Shaishan what they had experienced before. When I heard Suyu standing high in the sky, fiddle with the picture of Buster Call and the sea. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Momuzagi Jun, and others were all shocked beyond measure. A person with double fruit abilities, is such a thing really possible? Jun murmured unconsciously in shock. Breaking the basic rules of devil fruit, this kind of thing. Marshal Sengoku was also completely stunned. In addition to those inconceivable abilities, now there are double fruits, and is Fairy Tail's ability really devil fruit's ability? Chief Staff Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help thinking about this question. No. Now is not the time to think about this. Hua Shaishan, you are all fine now, is it because the leader of Fairy Tail stopped? Vice Admiral Crane asked quickly. No. It's Kuzan. Kuzan is here. Freeze the tsunami so that the buster call fleet survives. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain Road. Kuzan happens to be around there? Hey, that's good. With Kuzan around, the situation can be more or less under control. Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. I have full confidence in Admiral Aokiji. Just when Sengoku thought so. Fighting, it's fighting. Kuzan Admiral went to war with that man. On the other end of the phone, there was the chaotic exclamation of the sailors. Not long. No, Kuzan Admiral is going to be blown up. There is C. Marshal Sengoku. An ice lobby, ice sea battlefield. Suyu fell from the sky and came to Admiral Aokiji. Chi. Black and red lightning surrounds its body. This is... Admiral Aokiji's pupils contracted suddenly. Is the Conquerors winding? Conquerors. Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. Wrong. This is Thunder Dragon King. Chapter 70. Over the ice lobby. Suyu stepped on the void, walked in the air, and finally landed on the ice sea. The other side. Jingle bell. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji came to the warship on a bicycle. After handing over the beloved bicycle to the sailors for safekeeping, Admiral Aokiji turned around and walked towards Suyu. Under the gaze of the fairy tale girls and all marines, the distance between Suyu and Admiral Aokiji gradually narrowed. Finally, the two sides stood at a distance of about 50 meters. Allah, Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale, has really admired his name for a long time. I didn't expect the first meeting to be like this. If I can, I'd rather sit down and have a drink with President Suyu. Admiral Aokiji spoke lazily. It's better to avoid it. You are Marine Admiral, I am the villain who was offered a reward by your Marine. I am afraid that we will not be able to sit together. Suyu said lightly. That's it, what a pity. At the moment when Admiral Aokiji's last word fell. Swish. Whoosh. Above the sea of ice. The figures of Suyu and Aokiji disappeared at the same time. The fierce battle between generals and emperors begins. Ice Cube 2 Thorny Spears. Admiral Aokiji ascends mid-air. Activate the Logia Frozen Fruit ability between hands. 2 spears of ice were generated out of thin air, and shot towards Suyu with the will of Admiral Aokiji. Suyu neither dodges nor evades. The moment when 5 fingers form a fist. Raging. Hot flames burn. Fire Dragon's fist came out and easily shattered Admiral Aokiji's ice spear. Nani. Admiral Aokiji's pupils contracted suddenly. Violent waves appeared on the calm face. An emotion called shock suddenly occupied his whole body and mind. The reason why a strong man like Aokiji has such violent emotional ups and downs is naturally not that the attack failed to work. It was originally just an initial tentative attack, and Lee had no intention of making any contribution at all. What really shocked and unbelievable to him was the ability Suyu was using at this moment. Flame. Can't go wrong. That is the power of fire. What about the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user? Why suddenly became a Logia Maramara Fruit ability user? Wrong. The Maramara Fruit capable user of this era should be Fire Fist Ace, the second team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thinking of this, Admiral Aokiji became even more confused. I have a question, you don't have multiple Devil Fruit abilities. Admiral Aokiji spoke. According to the initial information, you should be a person with the ability to thunder. In Rogue Town, Smoker said that you still have the power to control gravity. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the previous picture, I believed it, and now, the flame on your fist, can you tell me what's going on? If you want to know one. Suyu grinned. Then beat me first. If you beat me, you will know everything you want to know. While speaking, Suyu shot out from his figure. The fist wrapped in explosive flames swung down mercilessly, smashing Admiral Aokiji's body. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Tens of meters away, Admiral Aokiji's body recondensed. When he raised his hand, a big ice bird was formed out of thin air and flew out from his hand. Dragon's wing strike. Suyu jumped forward. Flames wrapped around his arms. Like the wings of a dragon, it confronts Admiral Aokiji's big ice bird head-on. Boom! Boom! Admiral Aokiji's pheasant beak exploded. The scorching heat evaporates the ice directly. Between the hazy water vapor, two figures that were so fast that they were vaguely intertwined and collided. The constant collision of ice and fire aroused endless water vapor to fill the battlefield. As expected of Admiral, to be able to fight fiercely with the President. On the fairy tale, Myra looked a little solemn. The President hasn't taken it seriously yet. If the President is serious, it's just Admiral, it's not enough to watch. Juvia spoke firmly. By the way, isn't the President's magic lightning? Why did it suddenly turn into flames? Vivi asked puzzled. Well, Vivi, we can all awaken new magic, and of course the President can too, it must be the powerful magic that the President just obtained. Nami replied. I'm afraid the President took that Admiral as a target for experimenting with new magic. Erza said. The other side. Compared to the girls in Fairy Tale. This moment. The soldiers on the Buster Call warship were even more shocked. This is a joke. That's Kuzan Admiral. One of the highest combat powers in our naval headquarters. Even if Kuzan Admiral fights a billion-level pirate, he is easy to handle, but that man, the President of Fairy Tale, is even able to match Kuzan Admiral. The sailors on each warship were all shocked. Idiot, don't simply use bounties to measure a person's strength. The Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel said in a deep voice. That man's strength is definitely more than 500 million. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gritted its teeth unwillingly. Able to easily suppress the Buster Call fleet led by us, that guy's level of strength is at least as wanted by Kuzan, and even higher. Vice Admiral Doberman took a deep breath and revealed the terrible truth. What I care more about now is Vice Admiral Hua Shaoshan's eyes, which have been squinted all year round, are now wide and round. He stared at the battlefield 1,000 meters away without blinking. Even if separated by a long distance, as Vice Admiral, it is impossible for him not to distinguish the nature of lightning and flame. Suyu, who is now fighting with Admiral Aokiji, is not using Thunder Fruit ability, but Fire ability. After Thunder and Gravity, they saw the third kind of Power King in Suizheng. Blue blue blue. The sound of the phone bug awakened Vice Admiral from the extreme shock and disbelief. He got through to the liaison COMM from Grand Staff Vice Admiral Crane. Marshal Sengoku's voice of inquiry followed. Vice Admiral put the question of flames aside for a moment. Report to Marshal Sengoku in detail what can be confirmed so far. Just as Vice Admiral reported on the burning mountain. On the battlefield of the Emperor thousands of meters away, the situation suddenly changed. As more and more water vapor steamed into the sky. Heavy rain clouds were formed. Crash! Heavy rain covered Fang Yuan 100 meters, pouring down. "Ah la la, it's raining," Admiral Aokiji said lazily. "So what?" Suyu didn't care. Water and ice are somehow the same substance. Admiral Aokiji reminded. Extremely cold air permeated from his body. In an instant, the heavy rain between heaven and earth stagnated suddenly. Immediately after that, under the influence of the cold air, the countless raindrops changed from liquid to solid hail, and then further changed their shape, finally becoming narrow and long ice needles one after another. Ice cube rainstorm pear blossom. Admiral Aokiji waved calmly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The endless ice needles pierced the atmosphere, flying towards Suyu like a pear blossom. The slender ice needles are vulnerable to a single blow in terms of hardness. But it is better than enough numbers, densely packed, overwhelming. Hey, there are a few tricks, so let's enter the final stage of warming up. Suyu spoke calmly, his face still expressionless. Even when the first batch of rainstorm pear blossoms were about to touch Suyu's body. Raging. The flames rose and then spun. Dragon Slayer profound truth. Suyu's eyes seemed to flicker with flames. Fight so far. Various basic moves of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic have been tested. There is only one last resort left. Red, Lotus, Explosion, Flame, Blade. Raging. The secret meaning of the dragon slaying magic of fire exploded here. Suyu's body spun suddenly, creating a terrifying storm of flames that swept across all directions, creating a horrifying scene. Gudong. Gudong Gudong. How's the battle going? Admiral? How about Aokiji Admiral? It must be all right, it's Kyuzan Tenka. The sailors watching the battle from a distance couldn't help but sweat. Even separated by thousands of meters, they could still clearly feel the heat wave blowing towards their faces. It can be seen how terrifying the high temperature is at the very center of the flame. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the flame storm. Look! It's Kyuzan Admiral! The sailors shouted excitedly. However, just the next second, the smiles on the faces of the sailors faded. Because Admiral Aokiji, who appeared in front of them at this moment, is really not in good condition. The marine uniform on his body is already tattered, which can be called rags. The exposed skin has obvious burn marks, and his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. A head of curly hair was even more curly at the moment, exuding a burnt air. How so? Is that really Kyuzan Admiral? The sailors couldn't believe it. What are you suspecting? Vice Admiral Flying Squirrels, stop drinking. Don't just look at the surface, Kyuzan's breathing is not disordered, he didn't suffer too much trauma. Vice Admiral Doberman gave his own judgment and strengthened the confidence of the sailors. However, the dignified expression on his face revealed his true inner feelings. Because it is impossible for him not to notice. What Suyu has used so far is the brand new fire ability. Regardless of what this flame ability is. Suyu's flame alone almost suppressed Admiral. Asking for flowers, 0. If you add the power of thunder and lightning. The ominous premonition of Doberman and other vice admirals happened immediately. The Emperor's battlefield. Suyu's dragon-slaying mystery is over. The terrifying explosion crushed Admiral Aokiji's offensive. It even caused damage to Aokiji's body. But even if the image is embarrassing, Admiral Aokiji's eyes are still clear, and his breath is as strong as usual. The common Dragon Slayer magic alone, even the Dragon Slayer profound art, cannot solve the powerhouses of the Admiral level. To defeat Logia Admiral, a stronger power zone is needed. For example, the double fusion of Thunder and Flame. Or Lei Milong's ultimate Dragon King mode. A brief thought. Suyu made a decision. Naval Headquarters has the highest combat power Admiral, and is eligible for him to use that power. Warm up over. Chi. Suyu's whole body. The flame energy completely converges. Instead, wisps of electric arcs emerged. Black and red lightning lingers around him. A little black thunder escaping casually will make a big hole in the ice surface. Thunder, Dragon, King, Mo, She. Seeing Suyu's new form, Admiral Aokiji couldn't help shrinking his pupils again, and his expression changed drastically. Is this Conqueror's haki? Admiral Aokiji couldn't help but blurt out. That horrible black-red lightning made him want Conqueror's haki's winding experience. When he went out to fight with Garp in the past, he saw more than one battle between the top powerhouses. Unfortunately, no. Suyu grinned. 0. The moment the voice fell, Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Admiral Aokiji's complexion changed suddenly. A huge sense of threat hit my heart. In Thunder Dragon King mode, Suyu's speed is beyond imagination. Even Admiral Aokiji's observation haki can't capture it accurately. Admiral Aokiji's instinctive elementalization immediately integrated the body into the frozen sea. The next moment, boom! Thunder exploded. Tsuyu came on top of Admiral Aokiji. A fist wrapped in black-red lightning fell, shattering Admiral Aokiji's frozen body. The fist continued unabated, and then fell on the ice. Thunder Dragon King's collapse fist. Boom! Rumble! The sky is falling apart. Take Tsuyu's fist as the origin. Numerous large and small cracks spread in all directions. In the crevices of the ice, Black-Red's lightning rioted. Admiral Aokiji, who was elementally hiding in the sea of ice, was thrown into the air by this terrifying force. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a black-red arc. Not waiting for Admiral Aokiji to recover. Between lightning and flint, Tsuyu came again with a powerful thunder wave. His right foot was thrown out like a whip. Between haste, Admiral Aokiji only had time to raise his hand to block. However, even the defense equipped with advanced weapons can't stop the Thunder Dragon King's power. Click! There was a crisp sound. Admiral Aokiji's arm bone made a sound of being overwhelmed and broke. Immediately afterwards, whoosh! Admiral Aokiji flew backwards like a shooting star. Finally, it bombed on the Tower of Justice. Boom! The Tower of Justice collapsed. It's not over yet. Tsuyu jumped forward. Climb to the sky. Lift your right foot high. Step down towards Admiral Aokiji in the ruins of the Tower of Justice. Rumble! The small island where the Tower of Justice is located was torn apart under the heavy footsteps of the Thunder Dragon King. But this time Admiral Aokiji didn't get caught. Relying on the elementalization of color and logia. In the nick of time, he avoided Tsuyu's direct attack. However, the aftermath of the terrifying black and red lightning shock still caused the blood in his body to surge. Ice Cube! Admiral Aokiji took a deep breath, suppressing the tumbling blood. Great Ice Edge! Aokiji counterattacks Thunder Dragon King Tsuyu. The moment the big hand swung down, a huge ice edge with a length of 100 meters was formed out of thin air, and fell towards Tsuyu head-on. The huge ice edge is powerful, but its launch speed is not fast. With Tsuyu's speed, he could dodge casually, but Tsuyu still didn't dodge. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to meet the menacing huge ice edge. Blast out with a punch. Space-time freezes. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a loud bang, the huge ice edge made by Admiral Aokiji exploded with a bang. Tsuyu's knees were slightly bent, and his feet stepped on the air, causing Qingwangqianhe to rush towards Admiral Aokiji. The unilateral crushing of the picture happened. Boom! Boom! Boom 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 boom! Admiral Aokiji, the highest combat power in naval headquarters, was blown away by Tsuyu in Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 71. Hey, are you kidding me? How could such a thing happen? The highest combat power of our naval headquarters was actually Kuzan Admiral is being beaten unilaterally by that man. It's not good. It's really not good to go on like this. Admiral. Aokiji Admiral is about to blow up. Buster call warship. Up to the elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters, down to the general sailors. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, an extreme shock, disbelief and Admiral of Headquarters. This title represents the supremacy of Marine. Marine's highest combat power. Almost equal to undefeated. But now, Admiral, the highest combat power of their Marine, was hanged and beaten unilaterally, completely powerless to fight back. This picture is so subversive that it should not exist. Hwashaishin. What the hell happened? What happened to Kuzan's fight with that man? Marshal Sengoku's almost growling voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Kuzan lost. Vice Admiral Hwashaishin murmured unconsciously. The voice fell shortly after. There was only a loud bang. The two figures smashed down one after the other. The frozen sea is torn apart. In the huge pothole hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan, Admiral Aokiji's body was scorched black, and he lay powerlessly on the ground. He lost. Complete defeat. It is true that he still has moves yet to come out. But under the absolute power and speed of Suyu in Thunder Dragon King mode, his moves are almost the same, and the result of 4 Yulo will not change much. Let's do it this time, Suyu said lightly. Black-red lightning scattered. Aren't you going to give me one final blow? Admiral Aokiji said. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still barely conscious. Do you really want to die? Suyu asked back. Admiral Aokiji was silent. Who would want to die if they could live? 2 more things at the end. Suyu spoke. First of all, don't approach my partner without permission in the future, let alone say unnecessary words. Admiral Aokiji. He seemed to vaguely know the reason why he was beaten so badly today. Another thing, tell the people above you that this is the last time. If there is a next time, my methods may not be so gentle. Suyu continued. Say it. Suyu turned around and left. Admiral Aokiji. Is this a mild measure? As Admiral he was beaten half dead, and ice lobby half destroyed. If it weren't for him, the Buster Call fleet would have been wiped out long ago. Even if it hadn't been engulfed by the tsunami, the warship was dilapidated and barely usable. You call that mild? Fairy tale, deck. President, welcome to Guy. The girls laughed in unison. The President is mighty, even Marine Admiral was completely beaten. Nami gestured exaggeratedly. The President is the strongest. Juvia yelled. Whether it's Buster Call or Admiral, everything you're afraid of, the President has helped you get rid of it. From now on, you don't need to be afraid anymore. Erza looked at Robin. Robin nodded heavily, his eyes shining brightly. She knew and understood what Erza said. Both Buster Call and the fight with Admiral Aokiji were for her. In order to remove the shadows she left behind in the O'Hara incident 20 years ago. Fairy tale, Seiko. Gone. Suyu waved his hand. Fairy tale, set sail. Under the awe-inspiring eyes of the sailors, they drifted away. Until Fairy Tale completely disappeared into the sky. The people on the Buster Call warship and the N-Ice lobby finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces full of expressions of the afterlife. After a while. Admiral. Aokiji Admiral. Mr. Kuzan. The sailors shouted anxiously and nervously one after another. Until. No problem, Kuzan Admiral is alive. The marine medic spoke. Heard the words. The hanging hearts of the sailors finally let go. At the same time. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters Office. Call. Marshal Sengoku slumped back on the chair, heaving a sigh of relief. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Sengoku, now is not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. The great staff officer Vice Admiral Crane spoke faintly. Being able to defeat Kuzan with an almost overwhelming advantage in such a short period of time, what level of existence do you think that is? Saying so, without waiting for Marshal Sengoku to answer. That's Huang. The great staff Vice Admiral Crane revealed the answer. The real top emperor, in this sea, besides Whitebeard, Red Hair, Kaido, and Big Mom, there is another existence that can stand alongside them. What's worse, the world government has completely annoyed that man. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Pangu City, 5 Elders Conference Hall. What? Kuzan lost. Kuzan lost. 5 Elders Jaguruja Satan's exclamation full of shock and shock echoed continuously in the hall. They got the NICE lobby incident report no later than Field Marshal Sengoku. In fact, this incident, they have been paying close attention to it from beginning to end. Robin threw himself into the trap without resistance, which was very satisfying to them. Not long ago, CP reported that they had escorted Robin to the NICE lobby, which made 5 elders feel confident. Thought the arrest of Devil's son Nico Robin was a given. Fairy tale can be silent, it can be regarded as Zixi matter Wei Junja. If there is one, there are two. The Devil's son matter is not completely over yet. The 5 elders have already started discussing the next plan. He intends to further suppress fairy tale, completely smooth their minds, until it is finally used by them. However, just when the discussion among the 5 elders was on the rise, not surprisingly, accidents happened. Just a few minutes later, the news of Suryu's invasion of NICE lobby came again. Another minute. The news came that NICE lobby was beaten by Suryu alone. After this, Fairy Tail blatantly burned the flag of the world government and declared war on the world, which made the 5 elders very angry. However, they can only be incompetent and furious here, and they can't do anything else. They knew that the plan to capture Nico Robin was a bust. Depending on NICE lobby's combat power alone, there is a high probability that Fairy Tail will not be able to be stopped. I thought that Fairy Tail would leave after saving someone. But 5 elders never expected. Fairy Tail not only did not retreat immediately. There's even a Marine Buster Call challenge. The 5 elders who heard the news couldn't help being stunned. The sneer from the Sword Lord 5 elders has not stopped yet. The news came that the Buster Call warship was suppressed by Suryu. The 5 elders who heard this unfolding were completely numb. It wasn't until Admiral Aokiji appeared on the stage below that their faces finally improved a little. I thought that with Admiral hosting the Buster Call, we could always salvage the situation. However, things are always going in unexpected directions. Admiral Aokiji, whom they placed high hopes on, lost. Speed of light, defeat. How could such a thing happen? Aokiji is Naval Headquarters' highest strength admiral, how could he be defeated so quickly? The bald, birthmarked 5 elders shook his head in disbelief. Admiral is not only the highest combat power of Marine, but also the top combat power in the world. In this world, only those 4 people can beat Admiral at most. Whitehair and Whitebeard 5 elders frowned and shook his head. That is to say, we have far underestimated that man, Fairy Tail President Suryu. His real strength is already comparable to that of the 4 emperors, that is, the 5th Great Sea. 5 elders, the swordsman holding the 1st generation geisha, clenched the long knife in his hand, his old face was full of disbelief. No. No, 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 how can we tolerate the appearance of a 5th emperor in this sea? Everything that happened in NICE lobby today must be sealed off, and it must not be leaked. Blonde 5 elders categorically. What worries me most now is not Kuzan's defeat, nor the man's imperial strength, but this. Jacaruja Satan-san pointed to the report coming from below. 3 fruits. Lightning, gravity, and flames. What do these mean? This time the NICE lobby event. Because what happened was too shocking. World government immediately ordered to block all news. But there are no impenetrable walls in the world. More or less information about this incident has leaked out. World Economic News, Office of the President. What? Morgans, who received the informant's report, directly took the case. Just now, an incredible event happened at NICE lobby. Although I don't know what the event is, it has something to do with Fairy Tail. When Morgans heard the news, the whole bird immediately became energetic. While excited, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. These days because Fairy Tail has been doing little things. His enthusiasm for reporting is also lacking. Most of the energy is on other things. Never thought about it. Just be distracted for a while. Fairy Tail did it again. And it could be a super event. After all, the event location is the NICE lobby, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government. Getting in touch with the world government is definitely a big deal. Think here. Morgans couldn't help but slapped his thigh directly, exclaiming that it's a pity that he couldn't keep up with the first-hand information. But no problem. No one in the world's major news agencies is closer to Fairy Tail now than he is. He still has the opportunity to go for an interview. Think here. The News King Morgan set off immediately. This moment. Fairy Tail. Everyone, cheers to Robin's return. Nami raised his glass happily. Oh. All the girls should drink together. Tomorrow's team building, cheers. Oh. Cheers to the president's victory. The why? Cheers to I don't know why. Oh. The atmosphere of cheers lasted almost half a day. The Fairy Tail girls were all drunk. Before evening, everyone went back to each room and began to rest, to replenish their energy for tomorrow's carnival. The other side. Suyu recalls the battle between Gu Badian and Admiral Aokiji in his mind. The full-level dragon-slaying magic can rival the powerhouses of the Admiral level. But it is not enough to win the Admiral level powerhouse. Even the strongest dragon slayer profound truth can only slightly hurt it. But when the Dragon King mode is turned on, the situation is completely different. The energy level of the Dragon King mode is completely different from the common dragon slaying magic. Even the Lei Yanlong mode, where thunder and flames are fused, is also inferior. In Dragon Lord mode, even a random elemental attack can damage Logia Admiral. Going all out, even Admiral can only be crushed, and sinking the island is a matter of minutes. In Thunder Dragon King mode, he already has the qualifications to write about the rivalry between the world's top emperors. Wait for the strength of the Fairy Tail girls to improve a little bit, and then they can formally enter the new world. 5.6 Dang dang! There was a knock on the door. Come in. Suyu said. The door opens. Robin, who was wearing a short dress and knee-high silk, came in style, with a drunken blush on her pretty face. As today's protagonist, Robin naturally did not drink less. Is there a problem? Suyu asked. President, I'm sorry. Robin pursed his lips and pinched the corners of his clothes with his slender hands, like a little girl who did something wrong, completely different from the usual image of a high-cold, black-bellied Yuja. You don't have to tell me you're sorry, I'm tired today, go and have a good rest. Suyu said calmly. Robin shook his head firmly. Obviously since the day I joined Fairy Tail, you have been the president, but I finally wavered, the president and everyone got involved in such a big trouble. If I can't make amends, I can't sleep no matter what. Yeah, then, what are you going to do to go to bed obediently? Suyu shook his head helplessly. President, punish me. Robin begged. Say it. Robin crossed the desk and knelt down in front of Suyu, with his head slightly raised, just looking at Suyu. How do you want me to punish you? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Robin didn't speak. But with practical actions. Half an hour later. Cough cough cough. Robin seemed to be choking, and coughed violently. Now you can go back obediently. Suyu shook his head. Not enough. Robin looked determined, eager to try. Do you want punishment or reward? Suyu was dumbfounded. Chapter 72. The next day. The hungover Fairy Tail girls woke up one after another. Robin thoughtfully delivered a delicious breakfast to everyone. Thanks, Robin, won't you eat it yourself? Vivi said thanks. I've already eaten, last night. Robin replied. She covered her stomach with her slender hands. Pretty face with a happy smile. Ah, Robin, you secretly eat supper by yourself and don't call us. Nami yelled. Robin quickly raised his hand to cover his small mouth, a little panic appeared on his face. It was the first time for such a cautious person as Luoguo to accidentally slip the tongue. At the same time, it also shows that Robin has trusted these partners with all his heart. It's okay, Robin, Nami was just talking for fun, don't pay too much attention to it. Besides, even if you really asked us to eat supper last night, we might not be able to wake up. Vivi relieved. Thank you, Yan Wei. Robin smiled slightly. In her head, Chen couldn't help recalling what happened last night, which was a once-in-a-lifetime decision. With the help and courage of alcohol, she bravely took the first step in a new life. Now, Robin can say proudly, she has given her all to Fairy Tail. Also, thanks also for this decision. Let her taste the bliss that she has never had in the past 30 years. Robin, here's a memorial gift. Mirajan's call woke Robin up from his fond memories. Is this for me? Looking at the exquisite gift box that Myra handed over, Robin couldn't help being taken aback. A present, Miss Myra, do I have any? Nami, who loves to join in the fun, hurried forward. I want me too. Wendy agrees. Sorry, it's only Robin's right now, everyone's will be saved for later. Mirajane clasped her hands together and smiled. Oh well. Nami and others didn't pay too much attention. Robin, quickly open it and see, what gift is it? 20 Vivi urged. Robin opened the gift with doubts. Handkerchief. A small red flower handkerchief. Nami, Vivi, Marianne, Wendy, and the others all tilted their heads in confusion. I don't understand why Mila gave Robin this little gift. The other sighed. As the party involved, Robin couldn't help being stunned when he saw the little red flower handkerchief. But in the next second, Robin came to his senses again and rushed to the red camp. Immediately, the pretty face couldn't help but flew up into the red clouds. She already understood the meaning of Myra's words. The best first time in life is always worth remembering. Hey, Robin, what's wrong with you? Do you know the meaning of this gift? Miss Myra, what does this little red flower handkerchief mean? Nami, Vivi, and others asked curiously. Heard the words. Robin, who has always been the most calm, can't help but run away at this moment. As for Mirajane, she just smiled and said nothing. Yet, what a bunch of kids. Juvia, who had already received a commemorative gift, shook her head. Seeing Juvia look so amazing again. Nami and Vivi glanced at each other, and immediately made a tiger pounce and grabbed Juvia. One person suppressed, the other took off his boots, and started the offensive of tickling the soles of the feet. The laughter of the girls continued to echo in the guild. At this time, jingle bell. The guild service bell rang. The fighting sounds of the fairy tale girls stopped. Not long. Wow, ha 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 ha. Morgans laughed and boarded the ship. President Suyu, I'm here again. The president is not here now, what's the matter with you? The little white cat Xiaolulu asked. Anyway, it's because of what happened yesterday. Nami pouted. I have already seen the essence of this guy Morgans. Everything this Birdman does is because he wants to make big news. Fairy Tail, who have been active in Grand Line recently, is the most likely to make big news. That's why Morgans paid them so much attention. Certainly. The reason why Nami really doesn't want to see Morgans is Morgans, who made too big news by relying on Fairy Tail and made a lot of money, didn't even pay them any dividends. Miss Nami, who knows me, I have heard that President Suyu and everyone from Fairy Tail were very active yesterday, but unfortunately I was too busy at the time to see it in person. See? Morgan said regretfully. So as soon as I knew about it, I came here. Although Chairman Suyu is no longer here, it is the same with everyone here. Please let me interview everyone. Morgus said with a sincere face. What to do? Wendy was at a loss. About what happened yesterday, we have nothing to say, you go back. Vivi waved off the guests. That's right, go, go, we have nothing to say, you can go and cool off. Nami said impatiently. Something about Robin and an ice lobby. Once the news is released, it will definitely shock the world. At that time, the fame of Fairy Tail will also go up to the next level. But this move may bring secondary damage to Robin. It was hard to get Robin out of guilt. Of course they wouldn't want to come back a second time. Also, the disclosure of this incident will also have an impact on Alabasta. Based on all the above, they naturally would not reveal a word to Morgans. We're going on vacation later, don't bother us for the next week, said Juvia. Wendy, see off the guests. Xiaolulu said. Sorry, Mr. Moores. Wendy politely apologized to Morgus. Immediately waved his slender hand. Denon's Nami Kaze. The gust of wind howled, causing the bewildered sis to spin and fly into the sky. Shortly after sending off Morgans, Suyu and Erza finished their morning exercise and returned. Did anything happen before? Erza looked at the tornado going away, and asked curiously. Nothing. Nami waved his hands again and again. President, let's go now. Vacation ship Spaceland, here we come. The girls cheered enthusiastically. 2 hours later, the resort Spaceland has arrived. Because this time the guest is the famous Fairy Tail. The person in charge of the holiday boat did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Early on is to prepare for the reception of the highest standard. Because it is a charter, only Fairy Tail is the guest of the entire vacation ship. Also, according to Myra's request, all the waiters on the holiday boat were urgently replaced by women. Suyu was the only man on board. Only then can they release themselves to their heart's content and have fun. Okay, everyone, enjoy it to your heart's content. For the next week, all consumption will be paid by the president. Mirajane laughed. Oh! A joyful and happy week of vacation begins. I know that you don't like to read it, so 10,000 words are omitted here. A nice lobby, a nice ace hall. After a half-day trek, News King Morgans approached the land that never sleeps. After a day spent on the Fairy Tail crippled, Morgans knew that for some reason, Fairy Tail wouldn't reveal the Nice lobby incident to him. It would be meaningless to continue stalking, it would only increase the annoyance of Fairy Tail and ruin the good relationship that has been established so far. But, as a professional journalist, Morgans will not easily give up the idea of making big news. As long as the thinking is not slippery, the calendar is more difficult than difficult. Since Fairy Tail can't do anything about it, it's better to go directly to the place where the incident happened to investigate. It's still far away. The condescending Morgans can be vaguely seen. The nice lobby that was broken in the Great War. However, don't wait for him to get closer. Next second. Sudden change. Look at the sky. That fellow is Morgans. It's really here. Quick! Shoot him down. This is an order from above. If you encounter this birdman, beat him to death. Definitely don't let him in the nice lobby. On the passing Marine patrol ship, the sailors acted immediately and gave a warm greeting to the News King Morgans. Morgans! What's the situation? Did I provoke you to mess with you? That night, Morgans dragged his tired and injured body back to the hot air balloon headquarters. Thinking of the experience of being hunted down by Marine during the day, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. At the same time, his heart is also arousing rebellious psychology. The more you Marine and world government don't want me to report, then I will report. No materials and interviews? So what? Can't I make it myself? In terms of fabrications, Morgans considers himself the second, and no one dares to admit that he is the first. Even if you don't know the cause, process, and result of the facts, there is no problem, just write and finish. When it comes to the festival between Fairy Tail and world government, it should be Nico Robin, son of the devil, but people don't pay attention to the cause of the incident, the most important thing is the result. The combat power of Nice Lobby alone is not enough. During the day, I did see the door of justice open. Naval headquarters must have sent reinforcements. By the way, there are ice floes on the sea. It must be the handwriting of Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. An admiral appeared in this incident and participated in the battle. As for how many other marine reinforcements have come, I don't know, but if Buster call, many people should be very interested. Ha 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 ha, let's make it up like this. No, let's write it, the big Nice Lobby incident. The chairman Suyu led Fairy Tail to break through Nice Lobby, and started a fierce battle with 903 Marine Buster Call led by Admiral Aokiji. In the end, even Admiral Aokiji and Marine Buster Call couldn't do anything to Fairy Tail, they were at a disadvantage in the battle, and could only watch Fairy Tail leave. Such a feat, seeing all over the sea, is beyond the reach of an emperor. Fairy Tail is the fifth emperor of the sea. Suyu, the president of Fairy Tail, is the fifth emperor of the sea, and the bounty is as high as 1.5 billion. So far, the report on the big event of Nice Lobby in Morgans has been released. As the king of news, Morgans also has something. Based on the bits and pieces of the situation he has learned, he has indeed been deceived in many places by comparing the fabricated reports with the facts. Ha 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 ha, Fairy Tail, the fifth emperor of the sea. Suyu, the fifth emperor of the sea. Everyone who believes that President Suyu and Fairy Tail will be satisfied with my report. Let's do it. Morgans laughed to himself, triumphantly. In this report, he thinks he's blown Fairy Tail out of his head. He even wrote an outrageous plot where all members of Fairy Tail suppressed Admiral and Marine Buster Call. You know, it was a Marine Buster Call led by Admiral. It is absolutely possible to push across any organization other than the Four Emperors Regiment with ease. To know. More than 20 years ago. The man with the title of Devil's Heir. A man who claims to have inherited the power of the devil and the power of Roger, the One Piece King. Douglas Bullet, too, ultimately fell to Marine Buster Call. However, he wrote in the report that even Admiral and Buster Call can't help Fairy Tail. After being deflated, he could only watch Fairy Tail go away unwillingly. This record is unprecedented. Morgans thinks he has exaggerated enough to praise Fairy Tail and Suyu. As everyone knows, the reality will only be 10 times more exaggerated than his imagination. Let him know the whole story of this Nice Lobby incident. Morgans will definitely regret it by slapping his thigh. I regret that my pattern is too small. Regret my lack of imagination. No matter what. This is already the limit that the News King Morgans can imagine. And the report of the fifth Emperor of the Sea is already shocking enough. The next day. Early morning. Thousands of newsbirds fly to the world with news of major events fabricated by Morgans. The whole sea was not unexpected, and it shook again. Chapter 73. Nice Lobby Big Events. For the first time in 800 years, the three major institutions of the world government were breached. Fairy Tail vs Marine Buster Call led by Admiral. Fairy Tail President Suyev's naval headquarters highest combat power Admiral Aokiji. A man with a reward of 1.5 billion. The fifth Emperor of the Sea. All these reports, one after another, were fabricated by the News King Morgans and spread all over the world with the newsbird. In an instant, the entire sea was like a Category 12 hurricane. The world was shocked and in an uproar at this moment. Nani? And this? Hey, is this true? The Nice Lobby that has been standing for 800 years. Nice Lobby, one of the three major institutions of the world government, has been captured. The prisoner turned out to be that Fairy Tail. What's going on here? Why did Fairy Tail suddenly attack the government's island? I don't know, the newspaper didn't state the specific reason. Idiot, isn't this the easiest thing to do? It must be because someone commissioned them to capture an ice lobby. You are the big idiot, who would be so fool to entrust the capture of the government's islands. There is no benefit at all. Besides, Fairy Tail is not a fool. How could he accept such an outrageous commission? You must know that this is almost equivalent to declaring war on the world. It must be because of what the world government did to offend Fairy Tail. I seem to have heard that Nico Robin, the son of the devil, seems to have joined Fairy Tail. Could it be that she is the trigger? How is this possible? How could Fairy Tail declare war on the world government for a mere Nico Robin? All over the world, countless people are discussing it. A small number of them are very concerned about the cause of the N-Ice Lobby incident. Certainly. More people care about the process and result of this incident. Wang Defa. I'm sorry, is Fairy Tail so fierce? It would have been nice to win against Shishibukai, Locke, but this time Fairy Tail has a fight with Marine Buster Call, and it's Buster Call led by Admiral. That's Marine Buster Call, the most advanced military activity, enough to easily raise an island to the ground. However, Fairy Tail was able to escape from Marine Buster Call. Not only did they get away with it, but according to what was written in the news, they seem to have suppressed Admiral and Buster Call. Suyu, the president of Fairy Tail, has the bounty increased to 1.5 billion this time? It soared to 1 billion in one breath. No, this is just the news writer's own evaluation, and Marine hasn't evaluated yet. However, if these are true, if this man can really match the highest combat power of naval headquarters, then whether it's 1.5 billion or the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea, it's all worthy of the name. Let's see how the Marine and world government react. Countless people all over the world are waiting and looking forward to it. Sabayati Islands. 13th Red Tree. Shucky's ripped off bar. I'm afraid the trigger should be Little Robin. Shucky, AMF, who still has her charm, tapped the newspaper on the table. The only survivor of the O'Hara incident 20 years ago, the only person in the world known to be able to interpret historical texts, the world government will never allow her to rely on a powerful organization. This conflict will happen sooner or later. For a partner who joined not long ago, openly challenged and declared war with the world government, what a young man. Pluton Rayleigh, the great pirate in Legendary, was amazed. Next second, he changed the subject. It's just this whole report is too fabricated. In view of the previous record of the Birdman of Morgans, I have to suspect that there is a possibility of exaggeration. It is too early for the new era to become emperor. Rayleigh sighed with emotion. Exaggeration? Hey! Shucky smiled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Rayleigh was puzzled. And what if I say that this report on the Birdman by Morgans is an understatement? Shucky said with a half-smile. Rayleigh. Although I haven't found out what exactly happened in the N-Ice Lobby incident, the protagonist on the Marine side of this incident is still lying in the hospital with hemiplegia. Shucky said. Rayleigh. New World, Sphinx. The whale ship Moby DK. 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates. Kula la la la, Fairy Tail, what a rambunctious guild, this story deserves a drink. Gudong gudong. Standing 6.66 meters tall, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, drank and drank with stories. Really, father, don't make such excuses, you just want to drink. Marco, the captain of the first team and the ship's doctor, put his hands on his hips helplessly. Captain Ace, it's really rare that you read the newspapers so seriously. Blackbeard teaches playful opening. Ace, don't you still think about entrusting Fairy Tail to hunt down Kaido? Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, said. Even the world government dares to face it head-on, maybe this Fairy Tail is really likely to take over this commission, and it's not necessarily certain. Team 7th Team Captain Lockjaw said. And if the leader of Fairy Tail really has the same strength as Admiral, then even if he faces Kaido, he is not invincible. The captain of the 10th squad, Coolie Al said. Let's avoid it, even if the leader of Fairy Tail really has Admiral strength, he's still far behind that BD Kaido. 5th Division Captain Foil Vistas shook his head. Ace, don't think too much for now, even if you really want to go, at least wait until Fairy Tail comes to New World. The captain of the 3rd squad, Diamond Jaws, patted Ace on the shoulder. Ace nodded slightly in response. Red Force. Red Hair Pirates. Boss, the president of Fairy Tail is about to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Razilu, the chef of the Red Group, yelled strangely. Ooh. 5 emperors. This is really amazing. Someone greater than our leader has been born. After days of banquets, the tired cotters of the Red League suddenly regained their spirits. But everyone, read this report carefully. The whole article feels like it was made up by this Morgans. It is not very reliable. Besides, it is the buster call led by Marine Admiral. How could it be less than 10 people? Team. Newcomer Rox Darren shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the birth of a sea emperor younger than his own captain. No, it's possible. As long as Fairy Tail has 2 admiral-level powerhouses. Deputy Captain Ben Beckman said. 2 admirals, besides the president, who else is the big? Wait a moment. Baker, you mean that Elf Queen Erza is also? Yesop, Baiziong and other high-ranking cotters couldn't help showing shock. If it's not a person of considerable strength, how can we Mihawk care so much? 4 emperors' red-haired shanks embraced the shoulder of the world's #1 swordsman carelessly. Ah ha ha ha, little ones, cheers to the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Wano Kuni, the Island of Ghosts. Beasts Pirates. Are you kidding me, the 5th Emperor of the Sea? This guy, how can this fairy tale be so strong? The young man who killed Matt, Peggy Wan, let out a throbbing cry that almost broke the sound. If this man is Fairy Tail and really has the power to fight against the Admiral-level Buster Call, then my sister is going to be in trouble. Thinking of this, Peggy Wan couldn't help but turn pale. I couldn't help sweating for my sister who was going on the expedition. Mhahahaha, you are really a coward through and through, Xiao Pei, do you plan to live under the protection of your sister for the rest of your life? It is because of this that you can't become Fei Liu Bao. The 3rd leader of the 100 Beasts group looked at Peggy Wan teasingly. Of course not, I will definitely become Fei Liu Bao for you to see. Teenager Peggy Wan clenched his fists and then loosened them weakly. B. Peggy Wan stole a glance at Kaido. Even if it is my sister, there is absolutely no chance of winning against Admiral. Oh. The 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts laughed deeply. It's just a young brat who wants to become emperor and be on an equal footing with us, it's still 20 years too early. Don't be afraid, Xiao Pei, Runty Sauce will be fine, this so-called 5th Sea Emperor is just a product of exaggeration. Black Maria Feliu patted Peggy Wan's head comfortingly. Compared to this, the threat from other people targeting the Golden Clock Tower is greater. Ember said in a low voice. IWC, Tato Land. Cake Island, Grand Hall. What 5 emperors sue you? It's inexplicable. Morgans, the Birdman, the recent reports are really getting more and more out of tune. Just relying on this report without even a single photo to create a Sea Emperor? It's simply a fantasy. What is the 5th Emperor of the Sea? I will not admit it. What kind of status is he, and he wants to be on an equal footing with our Big Mom pirates? It's just fairy tale, it's far from qualified. The cotters and ministers of the Big Mom pirates discussed it one after another. Well. 4 emperors Big Mom Charlotte and Linlin laughed in satisfaction. Fairy tale is not worth mentioning, but there are some good things. Besides the Golden Clock Tower, Nicole, the son of the devil, can't miss it. That's right. I was negligent last time. I didn't expect that Nico Robin to be in Fairy Tail. Just right, this time I will snatch them together. As long as Nico Robin is in hand, the throne of the next One Piece must be Mom. I'm going to inform Brother Defu and the others. All the cotters of the Big Mom regiment cheered excitedly. Mom, I will try my best to open my eyes. The girl pudding pouted her mouth in a lonely way. Well, as long as you catch Nico Robin, you won't be needed. The Four Emperors' Big Mom laughed. The look of desolation on the girl pudding's face became even worse in an instant. New World. Pirate Island, Beehive. Woo. Ha ha ha, the fifth emperor of the sea? Suyu, the fifth emperor. Captain Yufeng Akoku sneered. You little brat, do you think you can bear the weight of the emperor? As an old man who has been active since the Rocks era. Five Peaks Captain Akoku is also a member of Legendary. Only. Compared to the top Legendary. His strength and luck are a little bit worse. Last era. Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion are three pillars. There is also Red Earl Balori Clydefield, overwhelming the pack. Although Akoku is not weak, compared to Roger and others, it is still a bit weaker and cannot compete with them. 22 years ago. One Piece Roger died. The era of great pirates begins. New World entered a turbulent decade. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte, and Linlin stood out one after another and became the master of the sea. The big pirate Akoku is also seizing the opportunity, wanting to make a fortune in this chaotic era. However, a red-haired Shanks pops out on the way. It has risen strongly in just a few years. Defeated Akoku, who was a veteran legendary, and established the current Four Emperors pattern. If it weren't for the red hair, Akoku might already be the Four Emperors. Akoku never gave up on the title of Emperor of the Sea. But now, not waiting for him to strive for the position of Four Emperors. The Five Emperors Suyu was born out of nowhere and landed directly on his head. How can Akoku, who has been a silver medalist for several eras, accept it? Come quickly to New World, Fairy Tail, and I will let you know the horror of Legendary. Captain Yufeng Akoku is not the only silver medalist who holds dissatisfaction. All over the New World, the silver medalists who were defeated in the battle for the throne are all gearing up and eyeing each other. Also, there are also some forces with high self-esteem. For example, De Rice Rosa. Morgans, that Birdman, what joke are you talking about? Suyu, the Five Emperors, who would believe such fabricated news? Pika, the top cotter of the Spades army, tore the newspaper in his hand to shreds with a shrill sissy voice. Above this sea, there are only 4 sea emperors who can override our Donquixote family. What are the 5 emperors? It's really annoying. The face of Diamante, the top cotter of the Cube army, sank. In the world of pirates, the 4 emperors are the top, Zhao Hao, power that deserves to stand at the apex of the sea. And after that, there are 7 separate great pirate factions, the Shishibukai. Among them, the Donquixote family, which is the only one based in New World and has established a huge network of influence, has always been considered the head of Shishibukai. That is, the largest sea power under the 4 emperors. But now, the 5 emperors Suyu and Fairy Tail were born out of nowhere, suddenly leaping above them. Even if it's a joke, they can't accept it at all. Because it is a challenge to their status. Furo fur. Doflamingo stroked his forehead with one hand and laughed wantonly. 5 emperors Suyu? What does it matter? Reality will eventually teach them how to behave. When they come to the New World, the world will know that the so-called 5 emperors are just a joke. Hey, Dover, those guys in the underground world have sent another communication invitation. Torrible reports. Quickly. Doflamingo, the dark intermediary, takes place in the subterranean port. One after another, the dark crocodiles came online, their faces more or less tense, and they remained silent. Until Morgans also joined the newsletter. Morgans, you Birdman, what are you reporting? Fifth Emperor of the Sea? Stop kidding. Don't think we can't see it, you made it up. Did Fairy Tail tell you to do this, to scam us? The leaders of the dark forces are no longer silent. He, if you don't believe it, what are you afraid of? Morgans asked with a sneer. Humph, don't think that this little trick to scare people will work for us, no one in the 5 emperors will admit it. Lufield snorted coldly. Wait, the clarification report between Marine and the government will come soon. You meet, the shipping king, said no. As expected. Video conferencing isn't over yet. The response from Marine and the government is to come. It's just that what they waited for was not a clarification announcement. It's a brand new reward order. Suyu, the 5 emperors, offers a reward of 1.5 billion berry. Chapter 74. Suyu, the 5 emperors, offers a bounty of 1.5 billion. Just 3 hours after Morgan's news report. A new bounty for Suyu, stamped with the official world government seal, has been released. As predicted by Morgans in the report. Suyu's new reward really reached a terrifying 1.5 billion. Among the powerful who are still active in the sea today, there are only 4 sea emperors with a bounty above Suyu. As soon as the reward order came out, all doubts would be eliminated and slapped in the face. This new huge reward seems to be the report of the Stone Hammer Morgans in disguise. Suyu, the 5 emperors, lives up to the name. Only. New questions followed. Why does the world government expose its own shortcomings? Isn't it fueling the arrogance of others to issue a reward order at this juncture? This is not consistent with what the world government has always done. All over the world, many people frown, feeling that things are not simple. World Economic News, Hot Air Balloon Headquarters. The News King Morgans also frowned. With his many years of experience dealing with world government, the government will never do such a thing that harms itself and benefits others. Could it be because I guessed it right, so give me a face and let the boat go? Morgans thought to himself. No, how can I have such a big face? The world government is enough to save face if I don't hunt down and kill me, so can it be said that I am small? Morgans seemed to have thought of some possibility, and a bird's beak gradually opened wide. Vacation boat, Spaceland. The fairy tale girls who are on vacation will inevitably see the report of Morgans and the new reward order. 15 billion. Vivi's beautiful eyes widened and her voice raised an octave. The president's bounty has risen to 1.5 billion in one go. Juvia's face was full of surprise. In her perception, the higher the bounty, the better the reward. Sure enough, I knew that Birdman Morgans was unreliable. Nami pouted in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Erza asked. The Birdman didn't get an interview from us, so he must have gone to find Marine, and colluded with Marine to deliberately belittle our president, so as to save the face of Marine and Admiral. Nami gives his own judgment. It's true, the president obviously crushed and beat Admiral, but he has become evenly matched with him. Marianne, a laid-back girl, is also aggrieved at the moment. There's still this matter? Next time we see each other, I'll definitely give you a good beating first. Juvia immediately raised her brows. Okay, don't be distracted by this kind of thing, everyone continue to enjoy the game, and let me reveal in advance, the final winner of each game has the opportunity to make a wish to the president. Mirajane, the organizer of the team-building game, blinked slyly. Hey, Myra, when did I say that? Suyu looked sideways at Myra. What's the matter? You are the president of everyone. At worst, every time you complete a member's wish, you can come to me to exchange for a reward. It should work now, right? Myra laughed. Make a deal. Suyu didn't hesitate. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Knew it. I'll just say it. How could Kuzan Admiral really lose? Admiral is the highest combat power of our naval headquarters. Even if the opponent is really the Emperor, they should be evenly matched. That's right. The sailors who had never participated in the Buster Call operation were excited and relieved. As for the sailors who participated in the Ice Lobby Buster Call and witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, they all looked at each other in blank dismay. For the inquiries of other sailors, they have no other answers except yes and yes. After all, the above has issued a sealing order, and once it is leaked out, it will be dealt with by military law. Naval Headquarters General Hospital. Colonel Smoker, this is a hospital, no smoking. The young nurse stepped forward to stop it. Feel sorry. Smoker extinguished the cigar cooperatively and walked into the ward. Give. Smoker casually threw the newspaper to the paraplegic patient on the bed, and then put fresh flowers in the vase. La, evenly matched. Admiral Aokiji gave a wry smile. How can I be so miserable? Is he really the Emperor? Smoker pursed his lips and asked in a deep voice. Ah, that's right. Admiral Aokiji nods. 4 billion is not too much. Holy Land, rejoice. The 5 elders, who represent the highest power in the world on the surface, also gathered in the Pangu City Hall today. And as for the 1.5 billion 5 Emperors reward order that was just released, it was also instructed by them. 5 Emperors, let's be 5 Emperors, 1.5 billion is 1.5 billion, let this incident come to an end. 5 elders Jaguruja Satan sighed. It was also a helpless move for them to authorize the release of Suryu's 1.5 billion reward order. They certainly didn't want to expose the Ice Lobby affair if they could. Damage to the prestige of Admiral, Buster Call, Marine and the government. The problem is that there is no way. As soon as this speculative report by Morgans came out, it will definitely arouse doubts and speculations from all sides. At that time, more people will dig out the truth of this incident for the sake of the truth. Although they have issued a gag order. But there were 10,000 Buster Call sailors and 10,000 Ice Lobby garrisons present. A total of 20,000 witnesses witnessed the whole process. If you want to block the mouths of you have to kill all the 20,000 insiders. For the sake of this incident, it will no longer be investigated. In case more facts are unearthed. They chose the path with relatively minimal impact. A reward of 1.5 billion was used to authenticate Morgan's report in disguise. Meaning, compared with the facts being revealed, they are still able to accept the ending of this report. This is also a blessing in misfortune. That Morgans doesn't seem to have learned everything from fairy tale. This report should also be the result of his own imagination. Blonde and Beard 5 elders said. After that, we will release a statement and change some words, so as to save the face of Admiral and Buster Call as much as possible. After all, most people still want to believe in Marine Admiral. Bald and Scarred 5 elders spoke. 1.5 billion is just a bounty that doesn't go up or down. It's the Emperor, but not to mention us, not many people on the sea will recognize it. On the contrary, there will be many people who want to step on the false Emperor. The thought of fame and fame. The swordsman 5 elders, who was holding a knife as long as his body, sneered. If the Battle of Ice Lobby, Suabeo beat Admiral's redisclosure. At that time, Suryu will not be a 1.5 billion false emperor in people's minds. It's a true emperor of the sea who is more than 4 billion and can sit on an equal footing with the 4 emperors. At that time, except for some stunned young people, no one will trouble Suryu and fairy tale at all. Now, the level of 1.5 billion is still within the acceptable range of most pirates. Since the clear ones are not good, then the negative ones will come. They don't even need a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Pirates on the sea will spontaneously flock to fairy tale. However, knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to win every battle. I suggest that you can place an undercover agent in Fairy Tail. Whitehair and Whitebeard, 5 elders said. Well, that's a good idea. The problem is who to go undercover? Fairy Tail is all women except for the president, Suyu. Sending women should have a higher success rate. 5 elders Satan thought to himself. How about Stussy? No. Stussy is too famous now to be recognized. Speaking of which, I remember that there seems to be one in CP9. Well, then it's decided. Water Capital. Carrera Corporate Headquarters. President, I've been taking care of you for the past 4 years. This is my letter of resignation. Dressed in a black silk secretary outfit, Khalifa, a blonde girl with glasses, submitted her resignation letter to the president, Ace-Bagu. Resignation? So suddenly? Did something happen? Ace-Bagu was taken aback. No. It's just that something happened in my hometown, so I have to go back. Ace-Ba Trail. In this case, I can grant you a period of vacation without saying a word. Ace-Ba Trail. No. President, thank you for your kindness, but I probably won't come back. In fact, my parents in my hometown arranged a marriage for me. I want to go back. Speaking of this, Khalifa blushed pretty, completely interpreting the posture of a little woman who is about to get married. It turns out that's the case, then I won't keep it too much, and, when you get married, you must remember to invite me and everyone, we will give you a big red envelope. Ace-Ba Trail. Then thank the president in advance. Snapped. Official seal, printed. Khalifa officially ended her 4-year undercover career in the water capital. That night. The closed Bluno Bistro. Be careful in everything, Jabra and our incompetent chief all died at the hands of that man. Once the identity is revealed, there is only one dead end. Keiku, a long-nosed man with a long nose, said in a deep voice. I know, it won't be exposed easily. Khalifa said confidently. Do you need me to follow you secretly? If necessary, I can open the door and take you away. Asked the dull barkeeper, Bluno. Don't. The pigeons on the shoulders of Rob Lucci, the strongest in Nice lobby for 800 years, flapped their wings. It is impossible to track a strong person of that level, it will only increase the chance of exposure. That's true, that's right, I'm enough for this mission, let's go. Khalifa pushed the door open. A week is fleeting. The happy fairy tale team building time is over. The girls were neatly dressed and boarded the fairy tale with high spirits. With the attention and salute of all the staff of the vacation ship, the fairy tale set sail. Just 10 minutes later. President Suyu, everyone from Fairy Tail. The birdman Morgans flapped his wings and flew over with a smile on his face. However, he just landed. Next second, a bench came oncoming. Jingle bells. Morgans was beaten black and blue, and his feathers were flying. Miss, can I ask why you beat me? Morgans was on the point of weeping. You still have the face to ask. You don't know yourself. Nami and Vivi cast a sidelong glance at Morgans. I do not know. Morgans looked aggrieved. You birdman, we don't tell you what happened to Nice lobby that day, so you go to cooperate with Marine, listen to Marine's choreography and belittle the president, and now you dare to come to us, do you think you should fight? Nami was indignant. That's right, the president of my family obviously hangs up Admiral and that Buster Call, but you say they are evenly matched with us. Mirajane agrees. Morgans. My inner guess came true. He finally knew why the world government gave him so much face this time. It turned out that this time it was really because of his small size and serious lack of imagination. I thought it would be the limit for Fairy Tail to be evenly matched with Admiral Buster Call. Who can imagine? Suyu beat the Admiral of Headquarters and the Buster Call fleet by himself. just when Morgans was immersed in shock. With a wave of Wendy's slender hand, a tornado formed and swept away the dumbfounded Morgans. Nice job, Wendy. Nami gave a compliment. Hey hey hey. Wendy smiled embarrassedly. The eyes of the girls immediately fell on Seoyu, with a look of begging for compliments. Well done. Seoyu nodded and gave a nod of encouragement. Seoyu didn't care about Morgan's report. However, the girls held grievances for him, so Seoyu naturally couldn't dampen their kindness and enthusiasm. President, where are we going next? Erza asked. Devil's Triangle. Seoyu said calmly. That sea area, could it be that entrustment? Mirajane remembered. That's where Seoyu was first deflated. In the end, it was her reward that brought Seoyu back to life. That's right, we must find it this time. Seoyu looked determined. After one day, Seoyu returns to the Devil's Triangle. Just different. This time it's fairy tale with all the crew. Even if Seoyu is lucky, as long as the fairy tale girls are lucky, it will be fine. After 1 hour. No, the magnetic field and ocean currents here are too strange, completely unpredictable. Even Nami, who is a gifted navigator, couldn't help but suffer. It doesn't have to be us to find someone else can come to us, maybe we can ring the golden bell to attract people from this sea area. Robin suggested. If the Rumba pirates we're looking for have really been wandering here for 50 years, they should be able to move freely here. Good offer. The girls' eyes lit up and they agreed with Robin's proposal. Just do it. Nami and Vivi immediately boarded the top floor of the guild, ready to ring the golden bell. However, at this time, sudden change. Without warning, the ghost ship sailed out of the dense fog soundlessly, and crossed with the fairy tale. Near the rail of the ghost ship, a skeleton wearing a tuxedo and an afro head is holding a cup of coffee, tasting it elegantly, like a gentleman. Ghost! Vivi screamed and fell from the roof. With a flash of Seoyu's figure, he caught it firmly. Wow! Nami immediately followed suit. Next second. Boom! She crashed into a hard embrace. Are you all right? Erza asked with concern. No. It's okay. Nami grins. Ghost? Where is the ghost? I'm most afraid of ghosts. On the ghost ship, Brooke, who was dead with only a handful of bones left, screamed in panic. Aren't you that ghost? The girls complained in unison. They are all in a fighting stance, ready to shoot at any time to drive the skeleton man away. However, next second, something shocking happened to the girls. Finally found. Seoyu raised a brilliant arc on his face. Rumba pirates. Fairy tale girls. What? Skeletons, skeleton people are the Rumba pirates they are looking for. Chapter 75. There is no place to find if you break through the iron shoes. It's all effortless. Last time, Seoyu was alone, and searched this ghostly place for a whole week, but he couldn't even find anyone. This time, they had only been in for an hour, and before they started looking for it, the target came to the door by itself. Sure enough, luck cannot be generalized from person to person. Come now. Finally, Laboon's commission can be completed. This big rock in my heart can finally be let go. Just when Seoyu secretly sighed with emotion. On Fairy Tale. All the girls were completely shocked by his words. Found it. What did you find? Find the Rumba pirates. Where are the Rumba pirates? The girls looked around quickly. However, what I saw in front of me was nothing but them. There are only ghost ships and undead skeletons on board. Are the skeletons the Rumba pirates? Think about the possibility. The fairy tale girls all stared wide-eyed in unison. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared involuntarily on each pretty face. Wait a moment. Wait a moment, President, what did you just say? Nami exclaimed loudly. Rumba pirates? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Vivi looked around blankly. President, you said that you found the Rumba pirates, you don't know what you said there. Erza's mouth twitched. President, even if you fail once, you can't be discouraged. You must take every commission seriously, and you can't just find someone to make up for it, not to mention that it's not even human. Mirajane spoke earnestly. With Suryu's ability, he stayed here for a week and got nothing. Now they've only been in for an hour, and they've found the Rumba regiment that Laboon has been waiting for 50 years. And the other party was a weird skeleton man, so it's no wonder Myra didn't believe it. If you take this skeleton man back and say it's the Rumba pirates, Laboon will cry in fright. Juvia said seriously. Even she who trusts Suryu the most. It also feels a little unreliable at the moment. Suryu was not surprised by the girl's doubts and confusion. After all, the current situation is indeed too coincidental and too weird. The Rumba pirates, who had disappeared in the sea for nearly 50 years, suddenly appeared, and it was a skeleton. Except for being a time traveler who knows everything, everyone will make murmurs. Suryu didn't explain anything to the girls. He took a step forward and his eyes fell on Brooke, who was stupefied. Hey, skeleton, report your name. Listen to Suryu's questioning. Brooke, who was dead with only a handful of bones, shuddered. Waking up from a state of extreme shock, excitement, and disbelief. Drifting in this dark ghost place for nearly 50 years. He is always alone. Sometimes it may not even be possible to meet someone for more than 10 years. This time I met Fairy Tail and saw so many girls. 4 Yellows. Brooke originally planned to speak a yellow accent after a long absence, to ease the tense atmosphere. However, without waiting for him to say hello, he heard the words Rumba pirates from Suryu. A long time ago memory came to mind instantly. At the same time, there is also extreme shock and disbelief. Obviously it was the first time we met. But Suryu revealed his identity. What shocked Brooke even more was yet to come. Twin Point. Whale Laboon. Crocus. One familiar name after another passed into his ears. This moment, Brooke is completely in love with himself. I am. Tears welled out of nowhere from his hollow eye sockets. Alas, the skeleton is crying. Why are the skeletons crying? Nami and Vivi exclaimed in surprise. I am Brooke, the violinist and acting captain of the Rumba pirates who make crying children laugh. Brooke wept and revealed his identity. How could the skeleton fall? Obviously there are no lacrimal glands. Could it be that there are tears in the bones? This side compartment. The girls of Fairy Tail are still intensely discussing the issue of the skull crying. However, the next second, the voices of the girls suddenly stopped. Swish! Nami, Vivi, Erza, and others all focused on relocking on Brooke on the ghost ship. Brooke's previous self-introduction echoed in his head. Violinist and acting captain of the Rumba pirates. Mommy. Before that, they thought it was Suryu deliberately joking, to make them happy and relieve the tension. Never thought. What Suryu said turned out to be true. This skeleton is really a survivor of the Rumba pirates. What exactly is going on? Let the skeleton explain the specific situation. Suryu smiled slightly. Come on. Yes. Brooke nodded heavily. With one leap, to the deck of the Fairy Tail. Are you really a member of the Rumba pirates? Why did it become like this? Obviously there is only a handful of skeletons left, why are you still alive? How are your tears made? Where are the rest of the Rumba pirates? These 50 years, have you been here? Laboon, the whale of the twins, Laboon, has been waiting for you for 50 years. Why don't you go back? Have you already forgotten? Forgot my partner Laboon who stayed in Twin Point? The Fairy Tail girls chattered. Forget about Laboon? How could you forget? Brook covered his tearful eyes with skeletal hands. I am already the only survivor of the Rumba pirates. 50 years ago, we encountered the enemy in this sea area and were wiped out. Because I ate a devil fruit called Huangchuan fruit before, I was able to have the second times of life, just. Brook sorted out his emotions and told everything about himself. For 47 years since then, I have been wandering in this sea of demons, unable to leave. Laboon, Laboon, is it still waiting for us? After listening to Brook's confession, the kind-hearted girls of Fairy Tale couldn't help being deeply touched. It turns out, it's because of this. Mirajane blushed. Not only Laboon is waiting for the Rumba pirates, the Rumba pirates are also concerned about Laboon. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Woohoo, the friendship between the whale and the Rumba pirates is like me and Grantine. Wendy kept crying, and unconsciously thought of the beauty with Tianlong Grandigny in her mind. President, we must let Brook and Laboon meet. Vivi choked up and spoke. This is a matter of course, President, let's go back to Twin Cape now. Erza immediately wanted to turn the bow of the ship. No. You can't leave now. Before Suyu could speak, Brook took the lead in breaking the drink emotionally. Well. Why? Don't you want to go back and see Laboon? Is it because I've become a skeleton and I'm afraid that Laboon won't recognize you? Even so, no matter what you become, you still have to believe in the bonds of your friends. Laboon will definitely recognize you. The girls in Fairy Tale spoke up to encourage Brook. Good ladies, but that's not the reason. Brook stood up. He took out a flashlight from his pocket and shot it at himself. What's wrong? Nami, Wendy, and the others all tilted their heads in puzzlement. Shadow. Brook has no shadow. Robin was acutely aware of the problem. Alas! What's going on here? It was a day 2 years ago when I was taken away from my shadow. I know that this request is unreasonable. It is the utmost kindness for everyone to come to me for Laboon, but please help me regain my shadow. Thank you endless. Brook dropped to his knees, skull touching the ground, begging for an opening. Because he knows. This may be his only chance in this life. The shadow was taken away? Speaking of it, I seem to have a little impression. Erza frowned. Probably the same as these. Robin did not know when he took out more than a dozen powers of attorney from the guild. Without exception. These are all commissions for recovering the shadow. After Robin joined Fairy Tale, she has always been in charge of sorting out the entrusted matters. Because there is no way to start, the priority of these commissions is not high and has been shelved. Seeing the shadowless Brook, Robin thought of these commissions. That's right, it's this one. What a coincidence, it can be solved at once. Erza said. Mr. Brook, please write down what you want to entrust here. Ask for flowers. Mirajane handed over the pen and paper. A fixed process is still indispensable. Not long. Brook finished writing. Your commission, our Fairy Tale has officially accepted. Suyu smiled slightly. Brook, is the guy who took your shadow still in this sea? Do you know who he is? Erza asked. Ah, he's always there. Brook nodded solemnly, and mentioned a guest. The man who took my shadow is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Shishibukai. Gecko Moria. The girls looked at each other and looked at each other. Everyone, the other party is Shishibukai, definitely not. Brook just wanted to remind him to be careful. What? So it's just Shishibukai. I thought it was some terrible monster. So it's just Shishibukai. The Fairy Tale girls all looked relaxed and freehand. Brook. Just Shishibukai? He has been closed in this sea of demons for so many years. But occasionally newspapers still flow in here. Learn about 7 warlords of the sea. And 2 years ago. He once threw a thriller bark in order to get the shadow back. It turns out that I didn't even see Shishibuki's face. Just one of his zombies is enough to make him run away. Shishibuki's terror is seen in a Madara. However, in the face of such a terrifying Shishibuki, these young girls in front of them were able to speak such easy words. "Who the hell are you guys?" Brook murmured in shock. "We are Fairy Tail." The girls answered in unison. "Iluza, ring the golden bell," Suyu said. "Yes." Erza took the lead. "Pick out a special armor for ringing the bell from the night space." When. The melodious golden bell continued to ring. Instead of trying your luck in this vast sea of magic, it is better to attract the other party to cast a net. The last time Suyu came here, in addition to looking for Brook, he also had the idea of meeting Moria and recruiting new members by the way. As a result, the luck was too bad, Brook didn't find it, and even Moria didn't meet. But this time is different. When I first arrived, I met Brook. This is a good sign. One day today may be able to solve everything in this sea area. Dang dang dang. The golden bells echoed endlessly. Deep in the fog, ships as huge as islands drifted with the current. This is the world's largest island ship - thriller bark. 10 years ago, Shishibuki Moria drove it here from West Blue, silently accumulating strength and building a zombie army. For Moria, a fat house who has been salted for 10 years, today is also a peaceful day. At this time, when. Suddenly, a bell rang. "It's really noisy, where is the bell coming from?" Shishibuki Moria frowned. "Lord Moria." The cat-faced bat zombie came flapping its wings with nervousness and panic on its face. "The goblin. What kind of demon, you are a zombie?" "No, it's not zombies, it's Fairy Tail, and 5 emperors, so you are near us now." Bat zombie yelling report. As the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria naturally has a wider range of sources of news from the outside world than Brook, who randomly reads newspapers. For recent events at sea, Alabastus Cloak Dar stealing incident, the Sky Island Golden Town incident, and the recent Nice Lobby incident, Moria is concerned. What should I do? Lord Moria, do you want to avoid it? After all, the opponent is the 5 emperors. The bat zombie soldier asked tremblingly. What nonsense are you talking about? Who do you think Lao Zi is? 5 emperors? FK his 5 emperors. I never admitted it. Shishibuki Moria sneered. It's just in time. Since they took the initiative to deliver it to the door, I will accept it bluntly. The so-called shadow of the 5 emperors, and the Golden Bell Tower, can definitely create the most strong zombie, he. 10,000. Chapter 76. Fairy Tail, Guild Cabin. Brook looked at the reports on the news, the skull's mouth opened wide, and it couldn't be closed no matter what. This moment, he finally knows why when I heard the name of Shishibuki earlier. The reason why the girls on board did not panic at all, they were relaxed and indifferent. Because they are Fairy Tail, the 5th largest imperial group in this sea. Chairman Suyu even offered a reward of 1.5 billion berry to the 5th emperor of the sea. Shishibuki or something, they've beaten one already. Even not long ago, Fairy Tail clashed with the marine fleet led by Admiral and retreated unscathed. Such a strong team is naturally qualified to say it's just Shishibuki can do it. As long as Moria's ship can be found. This time, I will definitely be able to regain the shadow. Brook is convinced of that. Just when Brook was shocked. Bang! The hull of the Fairy Tail seemed to have touched something and ran aground. President, we seem to have come to an island. Wendy reported. No. Probably not an island, Wendy, look over there. Robin pointed to the back, and a mouth-like portal slowly closed. Are we being eaten? Vivi was taken aback. Make no mistake, this is Shishibukai Moriya's thriller bark, and we've come to Moriya's territory. Brooke, who walked out of the guild cabin, spoke solemnly. Hey, have we met so soon? It seems that our luck today is really good. Suyu grinned. Next second. He frowned, keenly smelling the smell of the beast. Are there unseen beasts approaching? No. Suyu reacted instantly. It is not a beast that is quietly approaching at the moment. Rather, eccentrics stitched together with the features of a beast. Absalom, the transparent man who ate the ability of Paramecia's transparent fruit. There are many interesting people and things in this world. Of course, there are also many disgusting 430. If there is a must-die leaderboard for the characters in this world, the head of the four yellows, Momosuke the pervert, is undoubtedly the first. Others such as Spondam, Spandane, and his son are also on the list. In Suyu's view, the transparent man Absalom also has a reason to be on the list. In the Moria chapter of the original storyline, Absalom does whatever he wants with his transparent fruit ability. If he can honestly hide and not show up, that's all. However, now Absalom still wants to rely on his transparent ability to sneak into Fairy Tail and act recklessly. Of course, Suyu couldn't let it go in the slightest. Today, transparent people must die. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr greedy eyes of the transparent man Absalom swept over Nami and the others. However, the next second, the beautiful fantasy picture in his mind was replaced by Senluo hell. The instinct of the beast told him. He is being targeted. Being targeted by a terrifying beast, no, it's a big monster, a dragon-level monster. No. No, no, no. How could such a thing happen? I am a transparent person, no one can see me. Absalom shook his head again and again. Next second, Suyu came in front of him. The pupils of Absalom's wide eyes constricted. Under the huge panic, even the ability of transparency can't be maintained, showing the original shape. You, how did you find out? Not waiting for Absalom's horrified words to fall, Suyu's fist wrapped in thunder and flames landed on him. Just for a moment, Absalom's body freezes. The defensive power of the beast is useless at this moment. The power of thunder and flame instantly turned his internal organs into coke. A moment of stagnation. The huge force pushed Absalom's body to fly backwards. Across the gloomy and dim forest, it smashed towards the mansion in the distance, making a loud bang. All this happened in a blink of an eye. The maidens of fairy tale didn't even notice. Suyu had finished hunting and returned to the boat. Wendy, what's wrong with you? Xiaolulu asked. I seemed to smell the beast before, but now it's gone. As a dragon slayer, Wendy's nose is also very good. There seems to be a loud voice over there, could it be Moria? Nami pointed in the direction of the mansion. That was the sound of Absalom falling. Since it's confirmed, let's make a quick decision. Erza is gearing up. Get back Mr. Brooks' shadow early, and then meet Laboon. Juvia is also very motivated. Everyone, thank you very much. Brooke bowed deeply again. Thanks for your hard work. Nami, Vivi, and others have already landed first, walking towards the forest. Milla, Marian, don't you go to play together? Suyu asked. No, no, no. Marianne shook her head again and again. Even she, who is always laid back, has things to fear. Her intuition told her that there was something scary about this island. Resolutely not to go. Then I will stay with Marian and watch the guild. Myra smiled. Oh well. Suyu nodded. Mirajane was in charge of the house. Suyu needn't worry at all. After all, Mirajane, who looks gentle and weak, was once an S-class demon star with the title of Devil. Thriller Bark, Main Mansion. Ah! Ah ah ah! The zombies screamed in horror one after another. Master Absalom! It's Lord Absalom! Lord Moria, Lord Absalom is dead! My lord died so badly! On the walls of the mansion, Absalom is like a puddle of mud. The eyeballs of his eyes popped out of their sockets under the pressure. The tough body was scorched black and deformed, and the internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Blood was splashed all over the entire wall, and the state of death could not be described as miserable. Absalom! Seeing the miserable death of his subordinates, Shishibukai Moria let out a cry of pain. Painful memories from 20 years ago come to life. It was the same at New World Wano Kuni that day. Facing the terrifying Kaido of the beasts, his partners died tragically one by one in front of him. And he can only escape in embarrassment by relying on the time gained by his partners. Since then, Moria has started to develop her zombie army in a big way. Because he knew that only the undead zombies would not let him bear the pain of that day again. But now, he once again tasted the pain of losing his partner. How could this not make Moria distraught? Anger surged in Moria's heart. Damn! 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 Shishibukai Moria's shrill roar echoed in the dim sky. You dared to kill Absalom and my important subordinates, you will never be spared. Outside the homestead, Forest Cemetery. Nami, did you hear something? Vivi shuddered, hugging herself not without fear. Sound? What sound? Nami doesn't understand. There seems to be something here. Erza's expression changed slightly. Next second. Boo! A skinny hand broke through the ground. I hate it so much. Humans! Why disturb our slumber? Do you also want to sleep together in the grave? More and more zombies broke out of the ground. At the same time, there were countless whispers. Ah! Ah ah ah! The screams of the girls resounded through the sky. Out, appeared. Zombie! Seeing the scene of demons dancing in front of them, Nami and Vivi were scared to cry and hugged each other. What's going on here? Xiaolulu supported Wendy who had fainted from fright, and asked nervously. President, I'm so scared. Juvia took the opportunity to hang on Suryu's body, acting like a baby to her heart's content, and making friends in the world. Human, A scary zombie broke out from the ground in front of Suryu. Did not wait to start scary. When meeting Suryu's eyes, the scary zombie was frightened immediately. Excuse me. He quickly dug a hole and buried himself on the spot. The other side. Change, armor of the sky wheel. Seeing the appearance of the zombies, instead of panicking, Erza was in high spirits. The Tianlun dazzling sword rushed from the crowd of zombies, and the broken limbs flew in an instant. It's still alive like this, it's really an immortal zombie. Robin launched flower, fruit and wood magic to twist the bodies of the zombies into twists. Put out all kinds of strange shapes, like handicrafts. Everyone, be careful, if you accidentally get bitten by a zombie, you will be assimilated by the zombie virus. Erza said solemnly. Heard the words. Nami and Vivi's expressions changed. Don't come here. The wave of the earth and the shot of the stars erupted together. It was only a short time before and after. All the scary zombies are finished. By the way, Brooke, what were you trying to say earlier? Erza looked at Brooke who was stunned. What I want to say is that these zombies are created by Moria's abilities, and salt is their nemesis. As long as you use salt, you can purify them. Brooke spoke in a daze. I see. Erza nodded. What, so it's not a real zombie? Nami suddenly became angry. Then if you get bitten, won't you be assimilated? Vivi asked weakly. This? Probably not. Brooke said uncertainly. He was just a skeleton after all. There is no flesh and blood that can be bitten. Vivi immediately began to tremble again. Miss Juvia, how long will you be satisfied with me? Seayu asked with a smile. I will never be satisfied for a lifetime. Juvia didn't hesitate. Okay, let's go on, everyone, it always feels quite interesting. Erza was in high spirits. Wendy, it's really embarrassing, wake up soon. Xiaolulu collapsed. Between noisy. A group of people walked out of the forest area. The open space in front of the mansion. Great Army, Display 0. Hundreds of zombie generals and zombie soldiers line up. At the forefront of the army stands the red-eyed Shishibukai Gecko Moria. Fairy Tail, did you do it? Killed my subordinate Absalom. Moria gasped and asked sharply. Absalom? Who? The girls looked at each other. Shishibukai Gecko Moria, I am here this time because I was entrusted by others to retrieve the shadows that you took away, but it is a little troublesome to find them one by one, so I will solve them all at once. Seayu said lightly. Also, I killed your next Absalom. Good good good. Moria smirked furiously. My zombie soldiers, rip them all to shreds. With Moria's order, the zombie army suddenly rioted. Heading towards Fairy Tail. I can only go up. Nami gripped the whip tightly in his hand. Everyone, be careful not to get bitten, I will support you remotely. Vivi opened her mouth solemnly, and set her bow and arrow. Those zombies seem to be different from ordinary ones, so I should be able to enjoy them. Erza set her sights on the zombie general, and leaped out of her figure. That's my zombie. Brook's eyes fell on a mummy in a kimono, and his emotions suddenly became intense. Juvia. Seayu smiled and looked at Juvia in his arms. Yes. Juvia reluctantly let go of Seayu and joined the battle. Seayu's gaze then fell on Wendy, who fainted from fright. Next second. Yeah. Wendy wakes up. The strongest agent is online. Sky Dragon Slayer magic and high-level additional magic go into battle together. Not only can kill the enemy, but also add buffs to one's own side. It's here, reliable Captain Wendy. Nami and Vivi exclaimed in surprise. President, Wendy, what the hell is she now? Xiaolulu, the little white cat, frowned. She who is inseparable from Wendy can vaguely sense some situations. Don't worry, Xiaolulu, Wendy is fine. Seayu casually picked up Xiaolulu and raised her up. With the buff blessing of the strongest agent Irene. Although there are only a few girls on Fairy Tail's side. But he played with the momentum of thousands of troops. Moria's zombie army is losing ground. Even a powerful zombie general is not an enemy of the girls. When the crisp sound of gold and iron clashing exploded, Erza stopped the black knife that was cutting towards Brook with Yandi's sword. Ahem, thank you, Miss Erza. Brook thanked weakly, feeling frustrated. He lost to his own zombie 2 years ago. 2 years later, it is still the same. Don't worry, you are our important client. Erza said. Be careful, Miss Erza, this guy seems to be a famous swordsman when he was alive, even if he is dead. It is no small matter. Brook solemnly reminded. As expected of a great swordsman. Erza raised an eyebrow. At the moment of fighting. She has already noticed it. Compared with ordinary zombies, zombie Ryoma is indeed extraordinary. And the black knife in his hand 0.1. Dress up. Erza removes Yandi's armor. Respond to the enemy in the most common form. She wants to check it out. Since the battle with Dasbornis until now. How much have you grown? The zombie swordsman Ryoma right now is a good opponent. The mansion battlefield is in full swing. At the same time, a palace not far from the mansion. This is the bedroom of Perona, one of the 3 weirdos. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's really over. The cute girl dressed in Lolita was anxious like ants on a hot pot, wandering back and forth. Absalom is dead, Lord Moria probably won't be able to hold on anymore, so I said earlier, the opponent is the Emperor of the Sea, it is impossible to win. No. I can't just sit and wait like this. Lord Moria, I'm sorry, I will come back after the limelight passes. Perona makes a decision. Fairy tale. Watch as animal zombies continue to carry treasure onto the ship. Mirajane couldn't help being a little dazed, and didn't understand what was going on for a while. As for Marianne, the moment she saw the zombie, she pouted like Wendy, not knowing anything. What? There are still people guarding the boat, but it's okay, negative ghost. Perona waved her slender hand. 2 negative ghosts passed through Mirajane's body. Snapped. Under the influence of the negative ghost, even Myra knelt down. It's really vulnerable, don't stand still, just keep working. Perona yelled command. However, next second, the shadow of terror hangs over. Perona turned her head mechanically, with an expression on her pretty face as if she saw the most terrifying thing in the world. Whole body receives soul of Satan. Demon Mirajan, now. Yes, sorry.